Who was the first transcender? Ligne. After the transcender appeared, how long did the war between humans and the alien races last? 3 years. Teacher Ma asked 7 or 8 questions in a row, and Chen Moxian answered them fluently. Now the whole class was dumbfounded, and Teacher Ma was also taken aback. Since you know all this, why did you still do so poorly on the test? Chen Moxian shrugged his shoulders. Because the test doesn't cover these. Teacher Ma was momentarily speechless, then asked. Then tell me, what will the test cover? It will ask when the transcender Lin Nie's birthday is, when he first used his abilities, what his favorite fruit is. Chen Moxian pouted. How would I know those? Teacher Ma took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. These are common knowledge. You must remember them. Why? Chen Moxian suddenly raised his head, staring directly at Teacher Ma. Why do we need to remember these? How do they help our future? Teacher Ma was momentarily at a loss for words. The classroom was silent, and everyone held their breath. Forget it. Just sit down. In the end, Teacher Ma waved his hand and turned back to the podium. Chen Moxian slowly sat down, gazing out the window. He knew his behavior had been somewhat extreme, but he really couldn't understand certain rules of this world. Why must ordinary people worship transcenders so humbly? Why must even the private lives of transcenders be learned as knowledge? These questions had troubled him for 6 years, and he still had no answers. Chapter 1, Section 2, Martial Arts System. After school, Chen Moxian walked home alone. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Ding! Host conditions met, activating the martial arts system. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Chen Moxian was stunned. A system? Isn't that something that only appears in novels? System activation successful. The host can enhance strength through practicing martial arts. Current realm, beginner. Task, complete a basic training session. Reward, 10 martial arts points. Chen Moxian's lips curled slightly. A martial arts system. In this world where transcenders are revered, a martial arts system actually appeared. Interesting, he murmured softly. Upon returning home, Chen Moxian immediately began practicing according to the system's instructions, sitting cross-legged, regulating his breath, feeling the flow of energy within. An hour later, he opened his eyes. Ding! Task completed. Reward, 10 martial arts points. Current realm, beginner 10100. Chen Moxian clenched his fists, feeling as if his strength had increased somewhat. It seems martial arts are not as useless as they say. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Perhaps this was the opportunity to change his fate, that in this world ruled by transcenders, he might be able to carve out a different path for himself. A path belonging to martial arts. This is the most basic question. If you can't even answer this, there's no point in coming here. Teacher Ma snorted coldly, then asked, can you summarize the founding process of the great continent kingdom in the context of the era? Chen Moxian paused, picked up the heavy history textbook on his desk. History is essentially an open book exam, and the difficulty lies in information summarization and self-conclusion. So Teacher Ma did not stop Chen Moxian from flipping through. Cramming at the last minute is useless. I'll only give you a minute to find the answer. Chen Moxian pressed his fingertips against the edge of the textbook, quickly flipping through the pages like shuffling cards, making a whoosh sound, his eyes tracking the paper as. It moved rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, he had flipped to the last page. What were you doing? Teacher Ma looked at this unbelievable scene, filled with worry. This child, wouldn't his brain be damaged from the car accident 10 days ago? Ignoring Teacher Ma's doubts, Chen Moxian closed his eyes, and a virtual light screen appeared in his mind that only he could see. High School History Analysis 1. 99 High School History Analysis complete. Seconds later, all the information from the history textbook was distilled and summarized, flooding into Chen Moxian's mind, transforming into knowledge he possessed. Chen Moxian slowly opened his eyes and steadily answered Teacher Ma, while staring into his eyes. It cannot be precisely determined which year it was, but the world experienced an inexplicable phenomenon of dimensional fusion, causing the world map's plates to change and expand dramatically, resulting in the emergence of countless alien races and beasts. Human civilization was once on the brink of extinction, entering the Great Annihilation period. That a small number of human pioneers learned alien techniques and created martial arts that humans could practice, thus entering the era of martial arts. Listening to Chen Moxian speak eloquently, The students who initially wanted to see a joke gradually lost their smiles. In 2061 of the era of Nye martial arts, the first transcender, son of God, was born, and in the following years, transcenders appeared in droves. In the 100th year of the era of divine descent, under the leadership of the Son of God, humanity regained all the territories lost during the Great Annihilation period, and the Nine Continents Kingdom was officially established. In the 504th year of the era of divine descent, humanity drove all alien races into the alien wasteland. With an unprecedented vast territory and millions of cities, the Nine Continents Kingdom was officially renamed the Great Continent Kingdom. Once Chen Moxian finished answering, Teacher Ma's expression was complex, and he remained silent for a long time. Your usual history grades can't all be due to intentional score manipulation, can they? Teacher Ma asked. It's no wonder he suspected the school had set up a Dark Horse Award for students who made the most progress in their studies. Many students took alternative routes to win this award. Chen Moxian's answers were clearly his own summarization rather than a mere regurgitation of the textbook. Compared to believing that randomly flipping through the book was genuinely effective, Chen Moxian was more reliable when it came to score manipulation. No, it's the result of my late-night studying during this period. Chen Moxian shook his head. His words were half-truths. He indeed didn't manipulate his scores, but he also didn't stay up late to study. He slept soundly every night. In his previous life, he had gone through 5 years of college entrance examinations and 3 years of simulations, only to enter society as a working horse, and now he was reborn to continue learning the cultural subjects of another world. What a waste! The characters and language of this world are not much different from those of the blue star he came from. With his advanced thinking compared to his peers, he could get into a key high school without much studying. However, once at the key high school, that alone was not enough. With an extreme aversion to studying, Chen Moxian quickly became the lowest performer in the class. Fortunately, after a car accident 10 days ago, he awakened his supernatural ability. This type of acquired awakening is rarer than those born with abilities. Given the vast population of the Great Continent Kingdom, it likely occurs in 1 out of about 100 million people. His ability was like a supercomputer, helping him rapidly analyze and process surrounding information. If the information was abundant and chaotic, it would load slowly in a background window-like manner until it was distilled and digested before being delivered to his brain. He named this ability universal calculation. With the transcender's status being transcendent, Chen Moxian had also considered finding an opportunity to report his ability and obtain the status of a transcender. However, he still couldn't control his ability well, and the use of universal calculation consumed a lot of mental energy. Therefore, Chen Moxian had to spend a lot of time catching up on sleep every day. Yet, he still felt mentally exhausted every day, and sometimes he found it difficult to control his emotions, accompanied by tinnitus and hallucinations. From now on, pay attention to your rest. Don't get distracted while I'm teaching. With that, Teacher Ma couldn't make things difficult for Chen Moxian any longer and nodded for him to sit down. I sleep 12 hours a day, but still feel so tired. Chen Moxian couldn't help but complain internally. If only the books related to martial arts hadn't been completely destroyed. Unlike most transcendents, Chen Moxian not only possessed all things calculation, but his physical condition was still the same as an ordinary person. When he first heard about the existence of martial arts in this world, which allowed people to break through their physical limits through training, he was quite excited. However, he soon learned that after the establishment of the Great Continent Nation, all information related to martial arts disappeared from public view. The reason was that this world no longer needed martial artists. Boom! Suddenly, a sonic boom exploded in the sky outside. Look, it's Superman 1. A man in a red cloak and a blue and white bodysuit hovered several dozen meters outside the window. Everyone in the classroom turned to look. Even Teacher Ma leaned out the window. It really is Superman 1. Oh my God, it's the real deal, not on TV. Chen Moxian also looked out the window, very curious about this well-known transcendent in the city. As he focused on Superman 1, his abilities quietly began to operate. Warning: the target's eyes have a high energy response. Chen Moxian's face changed drastically as he shouted hoarsely, "Get down!" The next moment, a dazzling laser, bright enough to almost blind, shot into the classroom, passing directly over Chen Moxian's head. Chapter 2. No longer willing to endure. Superman 1's laser eyes were accompanied by strong electromagnetic radiation and extremely high thermal energy, At close range, dizziness, nausea, and tinnitus surged over him, making Chen Moxian feel like the entire world was spinning. Before he could regain his composure, another explosive sound followed, and the classroom windows shattered into countless fragments. Struggling against the discomfort, Chen Moxian stood up to observe the surroundings. A burly man had appeared inside the classroom, holding a student by one hand. The student had a charred hole in his chest, his eyes vacant, and he had already lost all signs of life. Confirming the student's death, Superman 1 carelessly tossed the body aside and spoke into his tiny earpiece. Target eliminated, requesting return. Understood. Personnel will arrive shortly to clean up the scene. Thanks to Chen Moxian's desperate shout, most students managed to get down in time to avoid the impact, but some still suffered injuries from the glass shards. One student, although he got down, was too close to the laser eye, and his back clothes were ignited by the thermal energy. It's so hot. The student writhed on the ground, tried to extinguish the flames. This student, named Peng Jie, was very close to Chen Moxian. He was the first to visit him after his car accident. Chen Moxian tremblingly stood up, wanting to help Peng Jie put out the fire, but he was suddenly blown off balance by a gust of wind. Superman 1 waved his hand, creating a whirlwind that extinguished the flames on Peng Jie's back. However, Peng Jie was also swept away by the whirlwind, rolling several times, and the glass shards on the ground pierced in his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Chen Moxian stared blankly at the horrific scene around him. A ringing in his ears accompanied by hallucinatory whispers like a demon's murmur. He didn't understand the language of the hallucinations, only a nameless, dark anger surged in his heart. In his analysis of his abilities, he realized that Superman 1 had a high level of control over his own powers. Whether it was the laser eyes or extinguishing the fire, Superman 1 acted casually, indifferent to the lives of these students. Chen Moxian fixed his gaze on Superman 1's figure, which was preparing to leave leisurely, the anger in his heart about to erupt. But Superman 1, due to the nature of his abilities, was a nearly perfect being among a level transcendence in every aspect. In his perception, Chen Moxian's hostility was particularly glaring in an environment filled with panic and fear. He turned his head and coincidentally met Chen Moxian's gaze, looking down curiously at this weak creature who dared to show him hostility. Seeing this, Teacher Ma hurriedly crawled to Chen Moxian's side and kept smiling at Superman 1, saying, "Sir, he had a car accident recently and isn't in his right mind. Please don't take it to heart that he spoke." Teacher Ma's hand pressed on Chen Moxian's back, wanting him to apologize together, but he felt this seemingly weak body unexpectedly bursting with powerful strength. Teacher Ma quickly whispered in Chen Moxian's ear, staring directly into the eyes of a transcendent with hostility will be seen as defiance. "I know you're angry, but whatever emotions you're feeling, hold them in for now. Quickly bow your head and apologize." Though the voice was low, it did not escape Superman 1's keen hearing. He enjoyed the farce, pointing at the letter on his chest and smiling slightly. "One for all, I am for everyone." I read this phrase in a book from before the Great Annihilation, and I liked it, so I adopted it as my slogan.my friend. If you have any questions about my work methods, you can give feedback to the Hero Association, my hero title. Superman 1's smile was analyzed in Chen Moxian's eyes, with words and phrases jumping in his vision. Hypocritical, disdainful, mocking. Chen Moxian took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions that were on the verge of breaking due to long-term mental exhaustion. Stay calm after all. He had experienced enough similar things in his past life. Hadn't he? He averted his gaze, no longer looking directly at Superman 1, faintly hearing the wind howling through the broken windows and walls, making Superman 1's cloak flutter. But at that moment, just as Superman 1 was about to leave, he suddenly froze, slowly turning his head and smiling. "I've thought about it. And indeed, you should just die." Superman 1's smile was particularly chilling in his eyes. Chen Moxian, who had disrespected him for a moment, could only be a corpse. Human senses are actually very sharp. The five senses: sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell constantly explore surrounding information, distinguishing dangers. This information requires ordinary people to spend some time analyzing and processing, while Chen Moxian's abilities completed the analysis instantly and issued a warning. Warning: the abdomen is about to suffer a massive impact. Before Chen Moxian's body could react, a shadow flashed by, and the next moment, Superman 1 was already in front of him, his fist clad in red gloves, caused the air to tremble violently as it struck hard against Chen Moxian's abdomen. His body was immediately sent flying uncontrollably until his back crashed heavily against the wall, bricks crumbling, and dust falling. Chen Moxian. Teacher Ma shouted in horror, but he knew that Superman 1 might be angered by Chen Moxian's actions, but he never expected that in front of so many people, Superman 1 would unreservedly become a killer. Dark red blood gushed out, and before consciousness completely faded, Chen Moxian desperately raised his head. What he saw was Superman 1's indifferent gaze and Teacher Ma's terrified, helpless expression. With his last ounce of strength, Chen Moxian tremblingly raised his right hand, silently giving Superman 1 the middle finger. Darkness, endless darkness. Chen Moxian felt himself continuously falling in the dark. Past experiences flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. He came from an ordinary family and was seen as an obedient and honest child by his parents. He followed the routine of going to school, then entered society, finding a job that others considered acceptable. His parents often told him, "Suffering is a blessing." Teachers taught him, "Heaven will bestow great responsibilities upon this person. He must first endure hardship," and leaders told him, "Keep going, promotion and salary increase are just around the corner." Chen Moxian absorbed it all and endured it all in the end, he left behind a mortgage that he hadn't finished paying off. And after waking up from a late-night overtime session, he found himself in this world of transcendence.it. Seems that the people of this world have grown accustomed to feeling inherently inferior and continuously advise others to join them. After spending 6 aimless years here, even the supernatural abilities he unexpectedly awakened 10 days ago felt more like a burden to him. Each day, he felt mentally exhausted, as if his brain were stuffed with excessive clutter, overwhelmed. Under the analysis of all things calculation, Chen Moxian was acutely aware of how terrifying the transcendent beings he faced were. However, in living a second life, he still had to bow his head and endure these intolerable things, which made living like this rather meaningless. The accumulated emotions erupted at that moment. If he had one regret, it was not being able to express the anger in his heart fully, even if it were useless. At least he could spit at that beast. The glimmer of light appeared in the darkness, and Chen Moxian struggled to break free from the shadows and grasp that ray of light. Power. If I get another chance, I want to be strong enough to not tolerate any injustices, strong enough to live freely. The suffering seemed endless, only self-rescue was possible. Chen Moxian suddenly reached out and grasped that ray of light. As the light was held in his palm, it was as if dawn dispelled the night, revealing a bright world before his eyes. Next, Lin Muhan from Tianqing Martial School will face Chen Moxian from Honghua Martial School. Both sides bow, in a strange place with a jarring announcement and bright lights. Chen Moxian looked bewildered. "Where's this?" He noticed a girl with shoulder-length hair and a beautiful face, her eyes carrying a hint of coolness, looking down at her chest with an expression full of disbelief. Chen Moxian quickly realized this was likely related to his right hand pressing against her chest. Sorry to as the girl's gaze turned increasingly cold. Chen Moxian hurriedly withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. What on earth is going on? A series of incomprehensible events left Chen Moxian at a loss. He had suddenly arrived in a strange place, and a beautiful girl had appeared before him. Hadn't he just been punched by that beast and was on the brink of death? He suddenly lifted his shirt to check his abdomen, revealing his fair and firm abdominal muscles. What the hell? Chen Moxian couldn't help but exclaim. Not to mention that his abdomen was perfectly intact. When did he get an 8-pack? Moreover, his clothes had transformed into a white uniform with orange-eared stripes, and he had a saber slung at his waist. This was completely different from his previous outfit. Had he crossed over again? Chen Moxian could sense that his body had changed drastically, but his supernatural abilities still existed. He felt a bit dazed as countless memories flooded into his brain like a tide. Chapter 1, Section 1. He remembered that his name was Lin Xian, an ordinary university student who had suddenly fainted while studying late at the library. Upon waking up, he found himself in a strange world, with many memories that did not belong to him flooding his mind. Among these fragments of memory were techniques for cultivation, alchemy, knowledge of formations, and various strange tales. What shocked him the most was that these memories indicated he was currently in a cultivation world known as Xintian Continent. Lin Xian looked down at his ancient-looking blue robe, with a jade pendant inscribed with the words Qingyun hanging at his waist. This was clearly the attire of a disciple from A. certain sect. He glanced around and realized he was standing on a misty mountain peak. In the distance, palaces and pavilions appeared hazy, and figures flying on swords occasionally darted across the sky. Everything was starkly different from the earth he remembered, yet strangely familiar. Chapter 3. The Hand of God. A person's vast memories spanning nearly 18 years surged like a tide, and Chen Moxian felt momentarily dazed, as if the experiences from not long ago were just a dream. The analysis of all things quietly operated, helping Chen Moxian quickly clarify the current situation. This seemed to be a parallel world different from the superpowered world with transcenders. There was still the fusion of different realms, countless alien races and beasts, but there were no longer any transcenders born among the human race. The human race relied on martial arts and technology to defend their territory, barely maintaining a foothold against the encroachment of myriad races. In the long struggle against alien races and beasts, the status of martial artists in human society became increasingly esteemed. Chen Moxian had chosen to become a martial artist and was representing Hunghua Martial Arts High School in Dongchang City to participate in a team exchange competition. However, at this moment, he might have gotten himself into big trouble, taking advantage of the ceremonial greetings to engage in vile behavior. The representative of Hunghua Martial School was truly shameless. With a baby-faced appearance, it was unexpected that he was such a person. Bah! At first glance, it was clear he hadn't practiced properly, with a body as weak as a chick, and yet he dared to be so brazen. Bastard! How dare he publicly humiliate our senior Lin? After the competition, don't leave. We want to challenge you one-on-one. What is there to compete about? I demand an immediate disqualification for this lewd person. Shameless. Disqualify him. From his stands, curses rained down. Lin Muhan was extremely popular in Tianqing Martial School, with outstanding looks, an unmatched talent for martial arts, and an icy demeanor that kept people at a distance. Lin Muhan was undoubtedly a figure of admiration among many students at Tianqing Martial School. Meanwhile, Chen Moxian's actions had already provoked public outrage. Disqualifying him would at least spare him some suffering. I think he deserves a severe lesson. This person probably can't even take one move from Senior Lin, and Hunghua Martial School has no one left, sending such trash to the semifinals. On the other side of the stands, the students from Hunghua Martial School all had grim faces, not daring to speak. The overall strength of Hunghua Martial School was not strong in Dongchang City, and now reaching the semifinals was already an extraordinary performance. Their main player, Zhang Qing, had exhausted himself in previous matches and was unable to compete again. Some other team members were injured, while others, upon hearing their opponent was Lin Muhan, all found excuses to take leave. Almost all martial school students in Dongchang City had heard of Lin Muhan's great name. In her senior year, she had already reached the second realm of martial arts, the Qi control realm, and now she was even at the third stage of the second realm. Their school's strongest, Zhang Qing, had barely just broken through to the second realm recently. Second realm martial artists could use true energy, which was on a completely different level from those of them who could only rely on blood energy. More importantly, Lin Muhan was ruthless towards male students. Several team members had been severely injured by her sword and were still recuperating in the hospital. Speaking of the match, is that a newly recruited substitute member of the team? I've never seen him before. The students of Hunghua Martial School whispered among themselves. You don't know? There's no one left on the team. This person volunteered to join the team as a substitute. The vice captain, Lu Kai, didn't he even play in the previous matches? Did he? He said he had important matters in his family and took leave from school. A tall, dark-skinned boy shouted, "What important matters?" I think it's just an excuse, usually arrogant and domineering, but at a critical moment, he shrinks back like a turtle. As the vice captain of the team, he can still take leave at will during the competition. There's nothing we can do. Lu's family has some influence in Dongchang City, and the school can't force him. So they just released news that anyone willing to fill in for the school would receive a reward of 300,000 yuan. 300,000? So much. A student gasped. This amount is already 30 times the reward for a formal member of the team winning a match. What else there to say? Here you go. The student who just spoke fell silent upon hearing this. The team didn't dare to compete, and they, who were not team members, dared even less. Most of the team members were at the 8th stage of the first realm, and taking a single move from Lin Muhan would mean a month in the hospital. As for them, most of their strength was at the 3rd to 7th stage of the first realm. Taking even one move from Lin Muhan would not only risk their lives, but could also affect their martial arts examination a month later. Compared to the risk, the reward of 300,000 yuan was negligible. Getting into a good martial arts university and becoming a professional martial artist could easily earn them 30,000 yuan. Only those currently in urgent need of money would dare to take such a gamble. After all, to go far in martial arts, spending a substantial amount on training resources was essential. But because of this, how many martial students who have persisted until now would be in such dire need of money? However, Chen Moxian was one of the few martial students who urgently needed money. Martial arts is a money-devouring monster. Learning martial arts requires money. Practicing martial arts requires money. And even the registration for exams costs money. His parents had died on the front lines against the alien races years ago, leaving behind very little property. Even though he squeezed out time to work and support himself, he was nearing a dead end. Upon hearing about the school recruiting substitute competitors, he decisively chose to take a chance. As a result, Chen Moxian was very smoothly selected. It cannot be ruled out that his homeroom teacher strongly recommended him, but more so because there were hardly any capable candidates who signed up. Those who were strong naturally knew how terrifying Lin Muhan was, while those who were weak were too obvious when they were brought up just to fill the numbers. With the strength of the 6th stage of the first realm, Chen Moxian was already the highest level among the registered students. But in front of Lin Muhan, who was at the 3rd stage of the 2nd realm, it was far from enough. This was a match with no suspense. It would be better to withdraw. Listening to the curses not far away, a student from Hunghua Martial School lowered his head in shame. How could we withdraw? Do you not want a ranking? The student sitting next to him looked at him as if he were a fool. Surrendering before the fight is a great taboo in martial arts competitions, and the punishment is very severe. At best, it results in the cancellation of results. At worst, a ban from competition for several years. This is also why the school is trying every means to find someone to compete. After all, if a student trained by a martial school is afraid to compete in a match, how can they talk about fighting against alien races? How can they talk about defending their homes and country? Watch closely. With such a huge disparity in strength, having the courage to stand on the stage is already worthy of respect. He is fighting for the honor of our school. A student with a dark expression said earnestly, I originally thought so, but I didn't expect this guy to pull this stunt. To go so far for lust, Chen Moxian you, under the public gaze, shouting I can't hold back anymore, and assaulting the high cold flower of the opposing school. Such lewd courage was indeed admirable. You all see too superficially. A boy crossed his arms under his chin. You see on the competition stage, Lin Muhan has lost her usual calm. In my opinion, this move can be called the hand of God. His words awakened the crowd, and everyone turned their attention to the stage. Lin Muhan's face turned a cold shade of pale, and the killing intent emanating from her was so thick it almost solidified. Her right hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, with subtle tremors visible between her knuckles. I apologize for the offense. Explaining will take some time, but I didn't mean to. Sensing the killing intent from the other party, Chen Moxian slightly furrowed his brow. He wanted to find a time to sort things out, but the current situation seemed to leave him no room for thought. Lin Muhan ignored Chen Moxian's words, took a deep breath, and a cold voice cut through the noise of the entire venue. Aren't we starting yet? Without raising her voice, Lin Muhan spoke as if she were just having a normal conversation, but her voice seemed to contain some peculiar energy, resonating throughout the entire arena. In the broadcast room, the stunned announcer, caught off guard by the sudden dramatic scene, suddenly came to his senses. The match begins. The moment the broadcast sound rang out, Lin Muhan's sword could no longer be restrained and was drawn. A beam of sword light slashed towards Chen Moxian at an incredible speed. Chapter 4 must give her a hard hit. Lin Muhan's anger had been suppressed for a long time, and as soon as she drew her sword, she held nothing back. The high-level Huangpin sword technique, White Rainbow. She had already practiced this sword technique to a minor success, imbuing her sword with true energy, making her strikes as swift as a ray of light. Many martial arts students at the 9th level of the first realm had not even had time to react before falling to this sword. At this moment, Lin Muhan's strike towards Chen Moxian was brighter and faster than ever. In just 10 steps, the sword light reached Chen Moxian, aiming directly at his neck. The attack carried extremely pure, true energy. Even though the weapons used in the competition were not sharpened, it was enough to break neck bones and cause death. So fast, Chen Moxian was secretly astonished. Although the speed was far from Wan Charon's punch, it was still not something an ordinary person could achieve. However, his current body could keep up. With the enhancement of his ability, Chen Moxian seemed to have already anticipated Lin Muhan's sword trajectory, sidestepping just in time to narrowly avoid the sword light. How could this be? Lin Muhan was taken aback, clearly not expecting her opponent to dodge this strike. "It's just a competition, isn't it?" Chen Moxian said in a deep voice. From his memories, he was aware of this beautiful woman's ruthlessness. But right now she was even more so. If he had been hit by that sword just now, he would definitely have been dead. Thinking again of what had just happened, Lin Muhan's eyes turned cold in an instant. She turned around, retracting her sword momentum, and then thrust out a palm. Feeling the immense power contained in this palm, Chen Moxian's heart sank. He immediately followed the methods from his memory, mobilizing his blood and energy. The martial arts technique from his memories was unleashed. Thunderclap fist. As he threw a punch, Chen Moxian felt his blood boiling instantly, an overwhelming force bursting forth with the movement of his muscles. A strong resistance came from his fist, as if it were creating violent friction with the air. Boom! His fist trembled violently, and a muffled, thunderous sound erupted at the end of his punch. When their fists collided, a gust of wind burst forth between them. Lin Muhan stepped back a step to stabilize her stance, while Chen Moxian was forced to retreat over 10 steps before he could dissipate the impact. What overwhelming power! Is this the martial way? Chen Moxian shook his tingling arm. Although his body felt defeated, he was incredibly excited inside. Even though the knowledge related to martial arts had already flowed into his mind along with his memories, it was only through practice that he could truly feel the wonders of martial arts. What he had just executed was a fist technique mastered by his original self, ranked as Huangpin Intermediate, a powerful and domineering fist style. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that every punch could generate intense shockwaves. Practiced to great success, it could not only cause direct physical damage to enemies, but also invade their bodies with shockwaves, damaging their meridians. However, in his memories, he had practiced for nearly a year before reaching minor success. The levels of martial arts cultivation were roughly divided into beginner, proficient, minor success, great success, and perfection, with each subsequent level becoming increasingly difficult to cultivate. Being able to cultivate a Huangpin technique to minor success by the 3rd year of high school was already considered a small talent in martial arts training. His body felt so light, and there was no longer the fatigue he used to feel. Ever since awakening his ability, Chen Moxian had felt like he was perpetually tired, as if he hadn't slept enough. But now, he felt full of vitality with an exceptionally clear mind. The universal calculation was operating in an unprecedentedly good state, helping Chen Moxian analyze the battle situation and avoid crises. The thunderclap fist he had just executed had a force of a full 1,000 kilograms, according to the calculations of universal calculation. In the blue star of his previous life, there was a boxing champion whose full force punch was 800 pounds, which is just over 300 kilograms. It was hard to imagine that one day he could rely on his physical body to unleash such power. This is the martial way. However, soon, Chen Moxian reined in his surging emotions and looked solemnly at the girl, approaching him step by step. That heavy punch just now was easily countered by this slender girl's palm without any martial technique enhancement, pushing him back nearly 10 meters. The gap in martial arts cultivation was greater than he had imagined. In terms of both power and speed, he was far inferior to her. If it weren't for universal calculation predicting her movements, he would have likely been severely injured by now. "I want to see how much luck you have." Lin Muhan clearly attributed Chen Moxian's ability to dodge her sword to mere coincidence. She twirled her sword, transforming it into a point of white light aimed directly at Chen Moxian's heart. Chen Moxian swiftly moved his feet, narrowly dodging this thrust. But Lin Muhan, leaving no room for error, swept her sword downwards and changed her attack to slash diagonally at Chen Moxian. Chen Moxian quickly drew the horizontal knife slung at his waist, accurately parrying this strike. Clang! The weapons collided, producing a loud, piercing metallic sound. What seemed like a casual strike actually contained immense power. Under the sheer force, Chen Moxian couldn't help but step back repeatedly, his right hand gripping the horizontal knife, trembling violently. A clear crack suddenly appeared on the horizontal knife. Chen Moxian's heart sank, and he immediately chose to drop the horizontal knife and the scabbard at his waist. Before he could catch his breath, a streak of light came rushing in, and Lin Muhan's next sword was already at Chen Moxian's front. After discarding his weapon, Chen Moxian's agility improved. He took strange steps, executing another minor success martial technique he had mastered. Huangpin Intermediate Body Technique, Illusory Step. Lin Muhan's first sword missed, and her next sword immediately changed its attack, launching a relentless assault. The sky was filled with sword light, aiming to shred Chen Moxian's figure to pieces. Many people thought that Lin Muhan's astonishingly fast initial strike was the White Rainbow sword technique. In reality, that was just the basic application of the white rainbow sword technique practiced to minor success. What Lin Muhan was currently executing was one of the forms of the white rainbow sword technique. White rainbow, devouring heaven. But Chen Moxian's figure was like resilient weeds in a storm, narrowly evading the sword light time and again. The intense offense and defense occurred in just a few breaths. The audience fell silent, and the students in the stands watched the scene on the competition stage in shock. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Muhan was firmly in the lead in this round of confrontation. That was precisely the problem. Shouldn't someone at the 6th level of the first realm be directly defeated by Lin Muhan in one strike? Why was there still a need for a situation where she had the upper hand? It should be noted that many at the 8th level of the first realm had not even lasted a single move against Lin Muhan, let alone be able to strike back. Is this the effect of that godly hand? Or is the master seeing through it all? In the audience, several students from Hunhua Martial School exclaimed. Meanwhile, the boy referred to as the master, supporting his chin with his hands, excitedly said, "What are you watching? I saw you all engrossed in conversation before, just interjecting to show off." Even if Lin Muhan's mind were disturbed, look at her sword speed. Who could last a second? Everyone watched the sky, full of sword light, swallowing hard. No matter who among them took the stage, they wouldn't last a second. A single encounter would turn them into minced meat. Although the weapons used in the competition were not sharpened, once imbued with true energy, the impact on the flesh was not much different. Every single sword light would seriously injure them in an instant. This was equally true for Chen Moxian. Under such an onslaught, even with the enhancement of universal calculation and illusory step, he had no energy left to counterattack, only able to focus entirely on evasion. I want to see how long you can hold out. Lin Muhan was astonished that Chen Moxian could continuously evade her sword technique. But the repeated missed attacks only fueled her anger further. At this moment, she just wanted to swiftly make this scoundrel who had humiliated her disappear. Feeling his stamina rapidly depleting, Lin Muhan's sword momentum showed no signs of weakening, causing a chill to run through Chen Moxian's heart. This was not good. Originally, the school's requirement for him was to either take a hit and exit or endure for a minute before conceding to receive the full prize money. However, Lin Muhan's sword strikes were aimed directly at vital points, and with his current strength, taking even one hit could be fatal. It seemed his stamina was also insufficient to last a minute. He did indeed need this money, but both objectives now seemed difficult to achieve. Through calculation, he had already thought of other ways to make money. Perhaps conceding directly was a good choice. All right, Senior Lin, just take him out. He could only scurry around like a rat. If he had the ability, he shouldn't hide. A weakling should show the proper respect to the strong. If they hit you, you have to take it. The cheers from the students of Qin Tian Martial Academy reached Chen Moxian's ears. Respect? The expression of one Chaoran viewing him as an ant flashed in Chen Moxian's mind in an instant. A surge of nameless anger rose from within him again. Being casually defeated time and again and conceding like this was too humiliating. He had to hit her back hard. In Chen Moxian's mind, calculation was running at high speed. Analyzing Thunderclap Fist, estimated time, 1 minute and 36 seconds. Once the analysis was complete, he should reach the perfected realm. It all depended on how powerful the martial skills in the perfected realm would be. He couldn't narrow the gap in martial cultivation, but he could quickly improve his martial skills. It was just that this time seemed to take longer than he had imagined. Chapter 5. Overclocking calculation long before he heard of the existence of martial arts. Chen Moxian was very curious about how far he could go in martial arts practice using calculation of all things. Unfortunately, the great continent kingdom had erased all information related to martial arts without leaving a trace. Now, in this world, his thoughts finally had a chance to be realized. In the martial arts world, he had been studying the Thunderstrike Fist for a long time, and the related knowledge was already deeply ingrained in his mind. However, memorizing in the brain and remembering in the body are two different things. Most people have to go through years of practice, coupled with some talent, to achieve great success. As for the perfect realm, that is the level of the creator of the martial arts technique, requiring even longer practice and outstanding talent to reach. But the information analyzed through calculation of all things would be fully digested and absorbed by Chen Moxian. Once the analysis was complete, the way to perform this martial technique would become his instinct. He never expected that it would take such a long time to deduce to perfection. His Thunderstrike Fist was already at the minor success level, and it actually took nearly a minute and a half to elevate 2 levels to perfection. To think that when he finished analyzing the history textbook, it only took him less than 5 seconds. Every second, now, felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. There was no other choice. He had to use overclocking. Chen Moxian gritted his teeth and thought. Overclocking calculation was a method he discovered after awakening his abilities, which could significantly increase the speed of ability calculation. The downside was that it consumed a lot of mental energy in the past. He could only hold out for 5 seconds at 3 times the speed before feeling dizzy. The more he increased the overclocking multiplier, the faster the consumption of mental energy increased exponentially. Estimating the speed of his physical and vital energy consumption, Chen Moxian made up his mind. I'll go for it. Overclocking 5 times. Calculation speed increased to x5. Analyzing Thunderstrike Fist, estimated time. 18 seconds, buzz. The ringing in his ears suddenly rang out, and Chen Moxian's mental energy rapidly drained away. The sword light in front of him gradually became blurred, and the familiar drowsiness surged again. He had to hold on for these 18 seconds. Chen Moxian bit his tongue and forced himself to stay awake, living a second life. He didn't know if he would have another chance. But in this world, Chen Moxian saw hope for mastering his own destiny. Martial arts. As long as he made good use of his abilities, he could definitely strengthen himself through martial arts, powerful enough to live as he wished. Chen Moxian's eyes turned red, and he fixed his gaze on the trajectory of Lin Muhan's sword. This time my life is controlled by me. Above the audience seats, there was a high platform. As the competition entered a heated phase, figures on the platform began to converse. That girl Lin Muhan's white rainbow sword technique has improved again. She's probably not far from great success, said the middle-aged team leader from Tianqing Martial Academy with a smile. The middle-aged team leader looked at the one-armed man beside him and said, the Hunghua Martial Academy surprised everyone. Although there were some jokes earlier, their strength is astonishing. The one-armed man merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. He was the team leader of Hunghua Martial Academy for this competition and also Chen Moxian's homeroom teacher. Old Su, don't make things difficult for yourself, interrupted the team leader from Jiangshui Martial Academy. The Jiangshui Martial Academy's matches had already concluded, and he was staying just to watch the excitement. He stopped old Ma to call off the match, and he is still sulking over it. This student has already mastered 2 minor success yellow-grade martial techniques at such a young age. Although his realm is a bit lacking, his practical experience is more seasoned than some second-realm martial artists. Hunghua Martial Academy must be valuing him highly. Everyone present could see that Chen Moxian was able to hold his ground against Lin Muhan with his first-realm 6-stage strength, besides the merits of his movement technique. It was more attributed to his ability to perceive the sword path in advance. Your student strikes are a bit too heavy, said the one-armed teacher with a deep voice. Every sword Lin Muhan strikes carries pure, true energy, which is not something Chen Moxian's first-realm 6-stage body can withstand. Young man, having some bloodiness is normal, said the middle-aged teacher known as Old Su, waving his hand. My student was publicly humiliated, and it's understandable that he would lose control when angered. But that cannot justify interfering in the match. If there were a fatal accident, Tianqing Martial Academy would be willing to take responsibility and accept the appropriate punishment. Responsible? The one-armed teacher's face darkened immediately. A young man with a bright future in martial arts, who might one day become a master protecting the human race. Can you bear that responsibility? Noticing the change in the one-armed teacher's expression, Teacher Su hurriedly tried to ease the atmosphere, saying, "You're being too harsh. How many geniuses does it take to produce a martial arts master? I know you're eager to nurture talent, but rest assured, although Lin Muhan is ruthless, she knows what she's doing. Besides, with old Lu, known for his healing skills, here, there will be no fatalities. There won't be fatalities, but severe injuries that are hard to recover from are probably inevitable. Although this student has a low realm, his practical ability far exceeds his peers. With the martial arts examination still over a month away, if his realm can be raised by a level or 2, he would be hard to match within the first realm." Teacher Su's intentions were clear to the one-armed teacher, who was about to verbally chastise him when the elderly man, who had been silent behind him, slowly spoke. Before a winner is determined, no one may interfere in the match. Seeing the one-armed teacher about to say something, the elderly man continued, "What the human race needs is a sharp blade tempered in blood, not flowers grown in a greenhouse. The alien races will not show mercy because of the human race's weakness, but while I am here, there will be no casualties. Focus on watching the match. The outcome will soon be decided." Seeing this, the one-armed teacher said no more, his remaining right hand behind his back, fists clenched tightly, palms sweaty. Chen Moxian's performance had exceeded his expectations. but his situation was extremely dangerous. This brat, usually looking dull and honest, why provoke her for no reason? When Chen Moxian first approached him to sign up, he had strongly opposed it, but was eventually persuaded to recommend him to the school. In his view, Chen Moxian was a student with considerable talent in martial arts, diligent and gifted, but lacking the resources to support his training. According to Chen Moxian, he only needed to withstand one sword from Lin Muhan, then admit defeat, and he could minimize the damage with his minor success virtual body technique, earning the 30,000 yuan prize and a direct entry into the school team. But he never expected that Chen Moxian would completely disregard the plan and even provoke Lin Muhan, resulting in every sword she struck being something a first-realm martial artist's body couldn't handle. The one-armed teacher had made up his mind. If anything happened, he would immediately stop the match. The distance from the stands to the arena was enough for him to rush there in an instant. Chen Moxian was brought by him. He absolutely could not let anything happen to him. If you're going to admit defeat, do it quickly. With first-realm 6-stage strength to reach this level. Even if Chen Moxian directly admitted defeat, no one present would say anything. No one believed Chen Moxian had the possibility of defeating Lin Muhan. His current performance had already exceeded many people's expectations. But right now, Chen Moxian's movements were noticeably sluggish, and his body had multiple bloodstains from being scratched by the sword light. Although he appeared increasingly disheveled, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. Chapter 6: The Might of Perfect Thunderstorm Fist. With highly tense nerves and super-frequency operation of his abilities, Chen Moxian's mental power consumption was nearing its limit. His head throbbed painfully, his vision grew blurrier, and his control over his body deteriorated. After dodging another sword strike, Chen Moxian staggered, his form unsteady, his gaze vacant, appearing utterly exhausted and exposing a significant flaw. "It's over," Lin Muhan said. She drew her sword, gathering strength. The white light on the sword surged, condensing an extremely pure, true energy, showing no mercy as she aimed to deliver the most ferocious blow to Chen Moxian. White rainbow pierces the sun. This thrust was faster than any previous strike, and Chen Moxian could no longer evade. Not good, the one-armed teacher thought, his true energy bursting forth as he prepared a rush between the two to interrupt the match. Even from dozens of meters away, he could clearly sense the power of this sword, which was not something Chen Moxian could withstand. If this sword hit, it would definitely cause trouble. But in the next moment, the seemingly exhausted Chen Moxian suddenly stepped forward, his eyes regaining their luster. "Just pretending to show a flaw? Don't get too excited," he murmured, focusing on the sword's light that was almost within reach. Analyzing Thunderstorm Fist, current progress 100. Thunderstorm Fist, perfect analysis completed in an instant. Chen Moxian's body shook. Countless insights about this fist technique surged forth, becoming an instinct he was thoroughly familiar with, achieving perfection. Boom! As his blood surged, it was as if there was a sound of thunder. His muscles and veins expanded, his skin flushed with a faint red, and his aura rose at an astonishing speed. Although he was at a disadvantage initially, since the woman had repeatedly attacked him, he would no longer hold back. With boiling blood, Chen Moxian gathered all his remaining energy into this punch, sparing no effort, ready to clash directly with Lin Muhan. "I'll smash you with one punch." The perfected Thunderstorm Fist roared out. A punch was suddenly thrust out from his waist, as if wielding the force of a thunderclap, accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. The dense blood energy enveloping his fist collided with the white light. At the moment of contact, the white light was directly shattered, revealing the sword beneath. Immediately, the sword body trembled continuously, tiny cracks spreading from the sword tip upwards. Bang! A visible shockwave erupted from Chen Moxian's fist, shattering the long sword into countless sharp fragments that shot backwards. The entire competition platform shook violently. Dust and rubble danced wildly in the shockwave, and Lin Muhan was sent flying backward by the force. What? In the audience, all the students stared incredulously at this scene. Lin Muhan was sent flying? How is that possible? Did he cheat? Neither the students from Tianqing Martial School nor Hunwo Martial School could believe their eyes. A blood-accumulating realm warrior and a chi-cultivating realm warrior were clashing head-on. Yet it was the chi-cultivating realm warrior who was sent flying? Moreover, this was not a situation where a peak blood-accumulating realm warrior was facing a beginner in the chi-cultivating realm. It was a first-realm 6th-stage warrior defeating a second-realm 3rd-stage warrior. To illustrate the difference in their physical foundations, it was like comparing a child just starting kindergarten with a heavyweight boxing champion. This completely overturning fact left all the students feeling dizzy. What is happening in this world? Equally shocked were the teachers on the high platform. This kind of power. Could it be the perfected thunderstorm fist? The lead teacher from Jianshui Martial School gasped. Impossible. Impossible, impossible. The lead teacher Su from Tianqing Martial School repeated impossible 3 times, his voice growing weaker. The thunderstorm fist was not a rare martial skill. Many people had practiced it, including himself. But precisely because of this, he knew that with Chen Moxian's martial arts cultivation, even if he were to use the perfected thunderstorm fist, it could not possibly have such momentum and power. But if it were the perfected thunderstorm fist, that would be even more incredible. The so-called perfection is a realm reached only by studying this martial skill to its utmost, understanding the skill at the level of its originator. Most people spend 10 or even dozens of years to practice a martial skill from beginner to perfected, and the difficulty of advancing from perfected to perfect is several times greater than the former. Even he, who had practiced martial arts for over 40 years and mastered several fist techniques, none of which, whether Xian or Huang grade, had gone beyond perfected. He had never been able to advance further. Yet Chen Moxian was clearly only in his 3rd year of high school, having started building a foundation at 12, officially engaging with martial arts at 15, and now practicing martial skills for at most 3 years. To have perfected a Huang grade martial skill in 3 years. Could it be that Henghua Martial School has produced a martial arts genius? Teacher Su looked meaningfully at the one-armed teacher. Perhaps what the other had said about a future master was not an exaggeration after all. Without a doubt, Chen Moxian's name would be thoroughly established in Dongchang City after this battle. At this moment, the one-armed teacher's shock was no less than anyone else's. Chen Moxian's thunderstorm fist was taught by him personally. When did he reach perfection? Did he inform him? Could Henghua Martial School really make it to the finals? A thought that he had never dared to fantasize about rose in the one-armed teacher's heart. He really wanted to call the principal, who had been skeptical about this match. This time, Henghua Martial School might really become famous. What had been a clear-cut match became confusing due to this domineering punch. Facing this punch head-on, the teachers present felt that even Lin Muhan would not come out unscathed. The power of this punch had far exceeded the realm of blood accumulation. The 3 of them turned to look at Old Liu in unison. Old Liu gazed at the arena, shrouded in dust and smoke, his eyes narrowed. After Chen Moxian executed this punch, he is at the end of his strength. If Lin Muhan still has the strength to continue, then he loses. If Lin Muhan is injured and unable to continue, then he wins. The 3 teachers nodded silently. After all, this was a sparring match, not a life-and-death battle. Regardless of whether both sides wished to continue fighting, the outcome would be determined based on this criterion to end the match. At this moment, both the teachers and the students in the audience held their breath, anxiously waiting for the dust to settle. Chen Moxian knelt on one knee, his hands braced on the platform, panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyelids involuntarily drooping, feeling like he would faint at any moment. Both his physical and mental strength had long reached their limits. He was holding on purely by willpower. Struggling, Chen Moxian raised his head. As the dust slowly began to clear, he first saw Lin Muhan's figure. Lin Muhan's blue-green uniform was tattered, revealing dozens of blood streaks and large patches of white skin. Her abdomen and thighs were injured by several shards of the shattered sword, staining her blue-green uniform bright red. Looking quite tragic, her right arm hung down limply, seemingly dislocated, while her left arm struggled to cover the tattered cloth in front of her chest, a glimmer of tears rolling in her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Moxian was momentarily stunned. She is crying? Chapter 7. Blood Clan Lin Muhan was disheveled and looked wronged, resembling a little girl who had been wronged and cried, completely different from her previous self. Mom, I'm sorry, Lin Muhan murmured. 3 years and 3 years. I really can't hold back anymore today. Her voice was faint, but it was caught by Chen Moxian, who was not far away. Mom, why are you still crying like a baby? Was this still the cold-blooded female demon who had tried to kill him at every turn? As Chen Moxian was filled with doubt, a sudden change occurred. A thick aura of blood surrounded Lin Muhan, and her wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing speed. Her dislocated right arm reattached itself with a cracking sound. Lin Muhan's short hair floated upwards, the tears in her eyes scattered upwards, and the blood aura thickened, completely enveloping her figure. Chen Moxian's expression turned serious. He sensed a heart-wrenching pressure from Lin Muhan, just as he had when facing the inhuman transcendent being before. Is there a second stage? In the next moment, a blood-colored pillar of light shot up, dispersing the lingering dust and mist. What happened? The students in the audience were puzzled by the situation. The arena had been shrouded in smoke earlier, and they couldn't see clearly. Now that the mist had cleared, they only saw Chen Moxian lying on the stage and a blood-light pillar, with no sign of Lin Muhan. Could this pillar of light have been created by Lin Muhan? This blood-light pillar clearly did not originate from true energy. It resembled the power of blood aura, but was fundamentally different. The aura emitted sent chills down their spines. Old Su, what is this technique? The leading teacher from Jianshui Martial School looked perplexed. Even he had never seen such an abnormal energy fluctuation. Teacher Su was equally confused. He had no recollection of this move. Could it be? Lu Lao's usual calm demeanor was gone, replaced with shock. Blood curse technique. Blood curse technique. The teachers exclaimed, for the blood curse technique was not a human technique. Only the Blood Clan could perform it. And the Blood Clan was among the top 10 threats to humanity, extremely bloodthirsty, especially fond of consuming human blood. Therefore, they were also referred to as vampires. How could a well-known martial arts genius from a martial school possibly be a vampire? Moreover, the Blood Clan should be afraid of sunlight. While Lin Muhan's lifestyle had always been no different from ordinary people, Teacher Su instinctively looked beside him, only to find that the person who should have been standing there had already vanished. Where's he? As everyone was filled with suspicion, a delicate hand as white as jade reached out from the blood-light pillar. The pillar seemed to be drawn towards it, quickly gathering into a blood-light ball the size of an apple in the palm. With the blood-light no longer obscuring her, Lin Muhan's figure was revealed. But she was completely different from before. Her silver hair shone like the moon, her blood-red pupils, skin whiter than snow, and her face still exquisitely beautiful. The original blue uniform had transformed into a black and red Gothic dress. Compared to her previous aloofness, the current Lin Muhan exuded a suffocating beauty. Today, it's either you die or I die. The silver-haired girl's delicate face was filled with a murderous aura. With a light push of her right hand, the bloodlight ball transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting towards Chen Moxian at an astonishing speed. With his mental energy nearing its limit and his head pounding as if it would explode, Chen Moxian found that his abilities could no longer operate. The hair on his body stood on end, and his instincts told him that this arrow was enough to kill him. Move! Chen Moxian mentally shouted, but his body could barely stand, let alone move a muscle. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, condensing a nearly tangible white light with one hand and forcefully grasping the blood arrow. The howling wind caused the man's empty left sleeve to flutter wildly. Get lost! The man shouted loudly, unleashing his true energy. His right hand glowed brilliantly and finally redirected the blood arrow off its trajectory, sending it flying to the side. The marble arena, several meters thick, was pierced through like tofu by the blood arrow. Following that, the blood arrow exploded, sending blood light scattering and leaving a 3-meter-wide deep hole in the arena. If that arrow had hit Chen Moxian, he would have likely turned into a mist of blood. Ma, teacher Ma. Looking at the one-armed man before him, even Chen Moxian, who had prepared himself psychologically, was taken aback. In his memory, he had learned that his homeroom teacher also had the surname Ma and was named Ma Jingyuan, bearing a striking resemblance to the teacher from his original world. However, their temperament and physique were completely different. The Ma teacher from his original world was plump and looked like a middle-aged man who had gained weight, while the Ma teacher before him was lean, with deep-set eyes and an imposing presence, with only one right arm. This was one of the reasons he believed this martial arts world was a parallel world similar to his original superpowered world. Don't worry, I'm here, Ma Jingyuan nodded slightly, his expression serious as he looked at the silver-haired girl. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to alleviate the numbness he felt. Just now, he had intended to crush the blood arrow directly, but its energy exceeded his expectations. With all his strength, he could only divert the arrow's path. Ma Jingyuan was at the peak of the second realm, and, due to certain reasons, his combat power could temporarily rival that of a warrior in the early third realm of the celestial stage. The power of the blood arrow undoubtedly reached the level of the celestial stage. It should be noted that this was the city center, within the inner circle of the Anyun Great Formation, where the strength of alien races was greatly suppressed. Even so, to be able to unleash a power comparable to a celestial stage warrior, how terrifying would the true strength of this silver-haired girl be without the formation suppressing her? Silver-haired, red-eyed. As far as he knew, the hair color of ordinary Blood Clan members was mostly black, while those of more noble bloodlines had hair colors closer to gold. Nobles among the Blood Clan all had golden hair and blue eyes. He He had never heard of a Blood Clan member with silver hair and red eyes. With a whoosh, two more figures rushed onto the stage, breaking through the wind. Is she really a Blood Clan member? Teacher Sue stared at the silver-haired girl in disbelief, still unable to accept that his proud student was a hidden Blood Clan member. This energy fluctuation is definitely blood energy, no doubt about it, the leading teacher from Jiangshui Martial School said solemnly, and not an ordinary Blood Clan member. Over the years, I've dealt with the Blood Clan, and the quality of her blood energy is far superior to theirs. Ma Jingyuan took a deep breath and re-established his combat stance. Be careful. Her strength is at least at the celestial stage. Hiss, the two teachers gasped. Ma Jingyuan had just fought her, and his judgment was unlikely to be wrong. Damn it, that guy Lao Li left right after losing the match. The leading teacher from Jiangshui Martial School grumbled. This match was the semi-finals, so naturally, for martial schools were competing. However, the teachers of the losing martial schools didn't have the leisure to stay and watch the show like those from Jiangshui Martial School. Their cultivation had not reached the celestial stage, and even with the formation suppressing them, only Lu Lao would be able to match the silver-haired girl. However, the true strength of the Blood Clan could not be fully measured by the cultivation system of humanity. Their true prowess lay in the elusive and difficult-to-defend blood curse techniques. Thus, what they needed to do was to engage the silver-haired girl, draw her attention, and allow Lu Lao, who was lurking in the shadows, to strike the decisive blow. The several teachers were all veterans who had retired from the front lines. Years of battle experience allowed them to silently establish a battle plan. The three teachers quickly adjusted their positions, forming a triangular formation to confront the silver-haired girl. However, the silver-haired girl remained oblivious, her red eyes fixated on Chen Moxian without ever diverting. This damned human was undoubtedly the root cause of her losing control and transforming the situation into what it was now. If she didn't kill him, her heart would never be at ease. You insulted my innocence and ruined my plans. The silver-haired girl's already cold voice now carried a bone-chilling chill. Human, you will undoubtedly die today. Chapter 8. Humans are as annoying as bugs. The silver-haired girl extended her hand, forming a vortex of blood energy around her. A blood-colored spear, radiating a chilling blood light, suddenly appeared in her grasp. Holding the spear, the familiar sensation brought a slight calmness to the girl's mood. She wasn't used to the clumsy tricks of humans. This was much more convenient. In the next moment, the blood-colored spear flew from her hand, shattering bricks and stones in its path, creating a violent gale that aimed to push aside all obstacles and destroy its target. How arrogant! Seeing the silver-haired girl disregard the three of them and still attempt to kill Chen Moxian, Teacher Su shouted loudly and took the lead in attacking. He didn't care if students from his own school injured those from other schools during competitions. But it was a different matter when an alien was slaughtering the younger generation of the human race right in front of him. With a roar, Teacher Su unleashed his strongest technique, his fist striking out as a faint golden phantom emerged from his body. The phantom quickly transformed into a massive lion's head, roaring as it collided with the blood-colored spear. A golden and blood-red light screen erupted between the two, and for a moment, they held their ground. But the golden phantom of the lion quickly dimmed. I can't hold on. Help! Teacher Su's face turned red as he shouted while maintaining his punching stance. Before he could finish speaking, the other two teachers had already unleashed their own killing moves. Sea-splitting palm, one-armed, Vajra break. A large blue handprint and a golden arm joined the battle, and Teacher Su instantly felt a reduction in pressure. The three of them were nearly equal in cultivation, all at the peak of the second realm, and when they fully unleashed their perfected martial techniques, they could rival the strikes of ordinary Tiangang realm warriors. The combined force was enough to shake the blood-colored spear. The lion's head, which had been retreating under the spear's onslaught, began to push back, aided by the handprint and golden arm. The head coach has personally entered the match? What about the competition? Who is winning? Was this event part of the original competition? The changes occurred in just a few breaths, and most students in the audience clearly did not understand the situation. To them, Lin Muhan suddenly seemed to transform and use some strange techniques. Then the team teacher unexpectedly entered the fray, and they inexplicably began to fight. Only a small number of students grasped the situation. Holy shit! Holy shit! The previously pretentious student from Hunghua Martial School exclaimed excitedly. Master, what is going on? Don't think, I'm busy. The student picked up the phone. Hey, Ji Chao, guess what I saw at the competition site? No. Don't start talking about that pig in the ditch again. I'm telling you, hurry and call the publicity department members. We might just make the headlines this time. The student's voice was unusually excited. He was a member of the publicity department of the Hunghua Martial School Student Union and had come to watch the competition on behalf of the school. After all, everyone at Hunghua Martial School knew the outcome of this match and was unwilling to come and embarrass themselves. It was totally worth it to watch this match. In just a few minutes, various jaw-dropping reversals unfolded, and then aliens appeared. Perhaps they would even see Tiangang Realm warriors make their moves. He knew that Lu Tai, who had achieved Tiangang Realm at the age of 60 by integrating medicine into martial arts, was present. Just in case, he should report to the police. The student edited a text message and sent it to the security hotline. Looking at her attack fall into a stalemate, the silver-haired girl frowned slightly. Nobles within the blood race possessed unique blood curses, and her innate blood curse was blood of transformation, which allowed her to compress and shape blood energy at will. However, the consumption varied depending on the amount of blood energy manipulated and the intricacy of the shape. A cold sound, like the Grim Reaper wielding a fatal scythe. The silver-haired girl waved her hand, severing the connection between the blood curse and the spear. The blood energy that had been compressed into the spear suddenly lost its binding, exploding like ignited explosives. Boom, 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 boom. The blood light erupted, and the three teachers' killing moves could not hold on for even a moment, turning into scattered energy fragments. The powerful shock wave surpassed the speed of sound, and the three teachers were sent flying, spitting out blood and severely injured. A massive gust of wind toppled Chen Moxian 10 meters away, rolling him over several times. Chen Moxian struggled to prop himself up. He had long lost his strength, and merely maintaining consciousness was already a strain. Compared to the current battle, his previous match with Lin Muhan felt like a childish fight. This woman is a lunatic. Lin Muhan had secretly infiltrated the human race for many years, and her ambitions must be significant. Yet now she was willing to expose her identity and risk being attacked by humans to kill him. Is it really worth it? Is the hatred for his father just like this? No one can protect you. A blood-colored long sword quietly appeared in the silver-haired girl's hand, and without any unnecessary movements. She prepared to slash out a blood blade. How outrageous! She doesn't even take my rejuvenation technique, Lu Tai, seriously. A powerful aura pressed down from above, and the silver-haired girl looked up in astonishment to see a thin figure in a long robe standing in the void. Such a strong aura. Why had she not sensed it before? Warriors who stepped into the third step of martial arts and reached the Tiangang realm could solidify their true energy into a barrier, remaining intact when separated from their body. With the application of certain techniques, they could tread upon the heavens and earth. Lu Tai stood in the void, ripples of dark green rising beneath his feet, and his originally gray hair and beard turned jet black, his complexion rosy, making it impossible to tell he was over 60 years old. He had not attacked earlier because he was utilizing a martial arts secret technique he comprehended through the integration of medicine into martial arts. This secret technique had a drawback. During its execution, his cultivation would drop to that of an ordinary person, but once completed, his strength would increase significantly for a short time. Now, being at the first stage of the Tiangang realm, his cultivation could rival that of a fifth-stage Tiangang realm warrior. Green origin finger. Lu Tai pointed downwards. True energy surged and gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a condensed dark green meteor, directly smashing toward the silver-haired girl. Annoying. After being interrupted several times, the girl was furious, swinging her long sword in a large circle, spinning it toward Lu Tai's finger. At the moment of contact, the girl controlled the sword blade to explode, but the previously unstoppable bloodlight was easily torn apart by this finger, and the girl hurriedly mobilized her blood energy to meet the attack with a palm. Boom! Under the impact, the arena beneath the girl finally could not withstand the force, shattering into pieces and instantly creating a deep pit. The dark green, true energy pierced through the blood palm, flowing into the silver-haired girl's arm through Lu Tai's fingertip, then suddenly swelling, causing the girl's arm and shoulder to explode into a cloud of blood mist. With the finger attack exhausted, Lu Tai stepped in the void and landed steadily back on the ground. Remember to exhale and adjust your breathing. Lu Tai flicked his fingers, continuously injecting streams of dark green true energy into Chen Moxian and the three injured teachers. As the true energy entered their bodies, Chen Moxian immediately felt a warm current coursing through him with each breath, alleviating the feeling of weakness and the pressure in his head. The amount of true energy injected into the three teachers was even greater, and their injuries were gradually healing. Have you ever experienced the power of our human martial arts? Teacher Su stepped forward and taunted. Even for the blood race, this finger was enough to inflict severe injuries, and recovery would take time, significantly reducing their combat power. Next, as long as Lu Tai attacked, the three of them could assist from the side, and they could easily take down this blood race. But in the next moment, the blood energy around the girl surged again, her severed arm regenerating instantly, returning to its original state. Holy crap! Teacher Su shivered in fright and quickly took a few steps back. What a monster! Lu Tai's expression turned heavy as he once again condensed true energy at his fingertips. The blood race was unlike humans. As long as their core remained intact, they could regenerate from injuries. With such a self-healing speed, it was several times faster than any vampire he had encountered before. The advantage he gained from using the Qingyuan finger while the girl was lost in thought instantly vanished. One after another. Endless. Humans really are as numerous and annoying as insects. The silver-haired girl's face was filled with coldness, and the blood energy around her surged like flames. I will kill all of you. The crimson energy formed a large net, with blood swords condensing in the void one after another. Although each of these blood swords was not as powerful as the previous blood spear, their sheer number was overwhelming, totaling over 1,000. Chapter 9: The End of the Blood Battle. Oh no. She is going to fight desperately. Lu Tai realized that the blood clan in front of him was executing the blood-burning secret technique, and he was greatly alarmed. He immediately flew forward, gathering his true energy with all his strength, causing a brilliant blue light to surge, trailing a stream of light behind him. Go! The silver-haired girl slowly raised her delicate white palm and suddenly pressed down. The wave constructed of blood-red flying swords swept down like a swarm of locusts, ready to completely engulf Lu Tai's frail figure. Green barrier. Lu Tai clasped his fingers together, and a massive dark green barrier appeared out of thin air a few meters in front of him, colliding violently with the rushing blood wave. Instantly, the latter rippled as if countless stones were thrown into a lake, while Lu Tai's legs trembled continuously, cracks spreading from the ground beneath him. With his speed, he could have easily dodged this wave of attack. However, if he did so, the three behind him, Chen Moxian and the injured Ma Jingyuan, will be torn to shreds by the blood sword wave. The students in the audience behind him would also be unable to escape, leading to massive casualties. Reluctantly, he had to block every single blood sword, forced into a brute force confrontation with the silver-haired girl. But how could a human compete in brute force against the Blood Clan? After executing the blood-burning secret technique, the silver-haired girl's total blood energy had already exceeded Lu Tai's total true energy by more than twice. All students dispersed quickly. The roar echoing through the venue made Lu Tai's face turn red with veins bulging. Run fast. Don't step on my feet. Hearing Lu Tai's furious shouts, the students in the audience, still in a daze, finally reacted and began to rise to escape. The situation changed dramatically in a very short time. It wasn't until they felt the terrifying might of the blood swords that most people realized the danger. With so many blood swords, if Lu Tai in front couldn't hold on, everyone in this area would be left with no chance of survival. People began to surge forward in panic, fear spreading like a virus, with each person's eyes flashing with terror and a desire to survive. In that moment, the audience area, which had been relatively orderly, suddenly turned into a chaotic sea. Looking at the students in front of the blood sword wave, there was still a large group that hadn't evacuated. The blood swords continued to emerge from the void, crashing against the dark green barrier one after another, the blue barrier's glow gradually dimming. And Lu Tai was being pushed backward by the blood wave, about to collapse. At this rate, the students behind who hadn't evacuated would surely suffer countless casualties. But if he continued to hold on, exhausting all his true energy, once the barrier shattered, he would also be severely injured, or even lose his life at the hands of the Blood Clan. Everyone fears death, even Lu Tai, who had lived for over 60 years. He had held on long enough. He had done enough. How many of these students would even reach the celestial realm? If he fell now, there would be no one in the venue capable of confronting the Blood Clan before him, and humanity would lose another master of the celestial realm. As long as he temporarily avoided the sharp edge, he could quickly recover his true energy with his secret techniques. A moment of hesitation appeared in Lu Tai's heart. He gradually reduced the output of his true energy, intending to conserve strength to withdraw the barrier and evade. Suddenly, Lu Tai felt 3 streams of true energy from the outside surge in from behind, helping him recover his true energy. Without needing to turn around, he already knew through their aura that it was Ma Jingyuan and the others. They did not wait for their injuries to stabilize. forcing their energy and reaching out to support Lu Tai's back, injecting their true energy into him. What are you doing? Are you trying to die? Lu Tai shouted to stop them. The time he had just held out was enough for the three of them to retreat. But now they came to transfer true energy to him. If he couldn't hold on, they would inevitably be swept into the sword wave. He could still protect himself, but these three were doomed. The students hadn't finished evacuating. Every moment counted. Jiang Shui, Martial School's teacher, had a resolute expression. My daughter will be 5 next year. She is really cute. Teacher Su said nonsensical words, gritting his teeth and increasing the output of his true energy. It was time to use the life he had salvaged back on the battlefield. Ma Jingyuan's eyes flickered, seemingly recalling past moments. All right, today, this old bone of mine is also going to fight. Lu Tai felt immense shame for his previous thoughts, no longer speaking, and his true energy surged around him, stabilizing the barrier that had been on the verge of collapse and nearly transparent. He was now binding his life to the three, almost overextending his true energy output. If he couldn't hold on, there would be no protective means left, and he would be torn to pieces by the blood swords in an instant. TSK. The prolonged stalemate made the silver-haired girl quite irritated. She seemed to have underestimated the difficulty posed by these humans. Even at the cost of consuming her origin to execute the secret technique, she couldn't quickly take them down. If this dragged on, it might attract that troublesome human force, and by then, she would have no chance to personally slay the hated human responsible for all this. Where's that human? She had been fully focused on executing the blood curse technique until now, only to notice that Chen Moxian, who had originally been behind Lu Tai, had vanished. Looking for me? A familiar yet detestable voice came from behind the girl. When did you? The girl suddenly turned around, her voice cut off. The perfected thundershock fist struck again, landing a punch on the girl's chest. The core, this position, right? Utilizing the true energy that Lu Tai had previously injected into her body, her blood and spirit had partially recovered. Calculation of all things resumed operation, analyzing the point of maximum energy fluctuation when the girl executed the blood curse technique. Long before the awakening of abilities in the previous world, Chen Moxian had already thoroughly analyzed and learned from all the books he found interesting online. Among them was a book on psychology that recorded a technique for guiding people's gaze and eliminating one's sense of presence. Compared to Lu Tai and Ma Jingyuan, his aura was indeed too weak, coupled with this technique, which ultimately allowed Chen Moxian to sneak up behind the girl unnoticed. This punch did not contain much true energy, and even if all the girl's blood energy was used for the blood sword attack, it wouldn't pose a threat to her. However, the perfected thundershock fist contained a special vibrational force. This vibrational force invaded the silver-haired girl's body, reaching her core of blood energy, causing her to temporarily lose control of the blood curse technique. This moment was enough to turn the tide of battle. Opportunity. The blood swords in the void no longer generated in time to replenish, and the wave of blood swords lost its subsequent impact like a flood that had run out of source. Feeling the sudden reduction in the offensive, Lu Tai exerted all his strength, pushing the energy barrier forcefully forward. Lu Tai transformed into a dark green rainbow, instantly engulfing the blood-red torrent, and pointed a finger at the girl's back. A mouthful of essence blood spurted from the girl's mouth, splattering all over Chen Moxian's chest, who stood in front of her. The girl's aura immediately weakened, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She wished she could chop him into 1,000 pieces right in front of her, but she could no longer strike at Lu Tai due to her current injuries. She must use the blood escape technique to flee. The girl's body suddenly began to twist and flow, instantly transforming into a pool of blood that smashed through the ceiling at an astonishing speed and flew out. Want to run? Lu Tai continuously kicked in midair, stepping on the ripples solidified under his feet, immediately chasing after her through the large hole. Chen Moxian, not far away, Ma Jingyuan shouted as he rushed over. The thundershock fist he had just executed had exhausted Chen Moxian's remaining blood energy, and his strained spirit had already exceeded its limit. Chen Moxian finally saw everything go dark, his body leaning forward. Finally, I can take a break. 2 days later, in a hospital room somewhere in Dongchang City. The Blood Clan had been fleeing for a day and a night, but in the end, they were still surrounded and eliminated by Master Lu Tai and the Tianyuan army in the northern suburbs of the city. Concerned that the Blood Clan might have hidden tricks, the Tianyuan army spent another day scouting until they confirmed that there were no more fluctuations of blood energy before leaving. Chen Moxian quietly listened as a sturdy boy, built like a black bull, animatedly recounted the events. Even after hearing that the female demon had been eliminated, he still felt a sense of unreality inside. He had been unconscious for 2 days and had only just awakened. It was just like waking up in the hospital after the car accident in the superpower world. The first person he saw was his classmate and good buddy, Peng Jia, though now he was a bulkier version. The doctor said he had just overexerted himself, and as long as he felt fine after waking up, he could be discharged. Teacher Ma asked him to go to his office after he awoke, appearing mysteriously, but I overheard him talking to someone from the military. It said that the military acknowledged your significant contribution in capturing the alien undercover agent and wants to reward you with an A-grade blood energy potion. An A-grade blood energy potion? Chen Moxian's eyes lit up. Chapter 10. Going home to rest for a blood cultivator? The most important training resource is undoubtedly the Qi blood elixir. The cultivation of the blood realm involves refining the body through body tempering techniques to nurture more Qi blood, which is a process that consumes a lot of physical strength and Qi blood. If one relies solely on sleep and regular food to recover, an ordinary warrior can complete only one full set of body tempering techniques in a day and would need at least 3 days to recover the consumed Qi blood. However, using Qi blood elixirs can greatly enhance the recovery speed, allowing one to restore consumed Qi blood much faster. The higher the grade of the Qi blood elixir, the better the recovery and sustained effects. Taking the most cost-effective and best-selling C-grade Qi blood elixir as an example. One C-grade elixir can restore a person in half a day, with enough potency to last for a week. Continuously supplementing with C-grade Qi blood elixirs is equivalent to going from being able to perform 1 set of body tempering techniques a day to being able to do 2. And considering the time saved on recovery, the cultivation efficiency is several times greater than that of others. In fact, most wealthy martial artists have a constant supply of C-grade Qi blood elixirs. However, Chen Moxian clearly cannot afford a C-grade Qi blood elixir that costs nearly 10,000 yuan. As for the much cheaper D-grade Qi blood elixir, priced at 1,000 yuan, it can restore consumed Qi blood in a day and last for 3 days. Occasionally, when in a good mood, one might treat themselves to a D-grade elixir. Most of the time, he uses Qi drinks and Qi pills mixed with a bit of Qi blood elixir, due to a lack of funds to purchase Qi blood elixirs. Chen Moxian's cultivation speed has always been unsatisfactory. My brother Moxian is doing well now, Peng Jia said with an envious look. The A-grade Qi blood elixir is almost the best available on the market and is usually hard to come by. It can completely restore Qi blood in an hour, with effects lasting nearly a month. With 38 days left until the martial arts examination, this A-grade elixir is just in time to assist Chen Moxian in his training sprint. A timely help indeed, even if he is reluctant to use it. An A-grade Qi blood elixir priced at 1,000,000 yuan would still lead some prominent families to scramble for it. But when did you practice the thunderclap fist to such an extent? Peng Jia asked, voicing a long-buried doubt. He was in the audience at the time and witnessed the match between Chen Moxian and Lin Muhan, recognizing that the final move Chen Moxian used against Lin Muhan, who had yet to reveal his identity, was the thunderclap fist. Reflecting on that move still excites Peng Jia. To withstand the Qi realm with a blood realm body and shatter the opponent's weapon with a single punch, causing the arena to tremble and stones to fly everywhere. How incredible. Well, at that time, Chen Moxian admitted straightforwardly. At that time, Peng Jia widened his eyes, but soon found a reason to put his mind at ease. The practice of martial arts usually requires a lot of painstaking effort, but once the accumulation reaches a certain level, it often requires a moment of enlightenment. Chen Moxian had studied the thunderclap fist for quite some time, often staying alone at school to practice late into the night. Perhaps it was under the pressure of that battle that he gained insight, integrating his previous understanding of the thunderclap fist into a breakthrough moment. The past efforts culminated in a critical moment of transformation. It must have been like that. That's so inspiring. Reflecting on his late parents' teachings and the sweat he shed alone in the middle of the night, all those thoughts finally led to the sublimation of his martial arts skills, delivering a decisive blow. Peng Jia couldn't help but imagine Chen Moxian's mental state at that moment, and his eyes involuntarily became misty. No one believed in you, but you proved them wrong. Are you okay? Chen Moxian felt a bit uneasy, starting to reflect on whether he had been too straightforward. From his memory, he knew that many people practiced a martial art for several years without achieving great success, let alone perfection. If they were to find out that he had perfected it in under 2 minutes, he would seem like the biggest failure in comparison. Wouldn't that make them cry out of frustration? He understood the pain of struggling for days with a math problem only for someone else to solve it in an instant. Peng Jie quickly wiped his eyes and calmed his excitement. Regardless, this time you really brought honor to our traditional martial arts class. Let's see if those new martial arts students dare to say that our class is filled with talentless and poor students who can only practice martial arts through hard work. Traditional martial arts. New martial arts. Hearing these two terms, Chen Moxian lowered his head in thought, comparing them to his memories. In this world of martial arts, since there have been no new transcendent beings after the year 2060, one of the new martial era, it has not been the era of divine descent, and the timeline continues to be calculated in the new martial era. The development route of martial arts has also deviated from what he learned from the history books of the superpowered world. The nature of traditional martial arts requires a long time to produce a strong warrior. Compared to alien races, the number of top-tier combatants among humans is far too small. And at one point, they were nearly exterminated by aliens, with a population of just over 20 million at its lowest. At a certain point in time, human technology suddenly experienced explosive growth, even surpassing the standards before the Great Annihilation, creating many weapons that posed a threat to alien races. By combining technology with traditional martial arts, humanity explored a new path in martial arts that can quickly produce martial artists worthy of being called combatants. The Qi blood elixirs, punching power testing devices, and the Tianjuan army equipped with Tianjuan battle armor that Chen Moxian and others in the martial arts world now encounter are all products of this new martial arts. With the new martial arts and technological weapons, humanity has barely established a foothold in this world of coexisting races, truly beginning to enjoy the new resources and vast lands brought by the integration with other realms, leading to an explosive increase in population, even surpassing that before the Great Annihilation. Traditional martial arts and new martial arts were originally ways to distinguish the martial arts practices of humanity in different periods. But at Honghua High School, they represent a comparison of class disparities. The new martial arts class has access to technological instruments and resources that assist martial arts training. But the tuition fees are frighteningly high. Martial arts students who cannot afford the tuition can only go to the traditional martial arts class, where they study martial arts through traditional methods, and their progress is significantly slower than that of those in the new martial arts class. It seems that no matter which world it is, humanity relying on traditional martial arts is a dead end. Chen Moxian sighed inwardly. After chatting with Peng Jie for a long time, Chen Moxian gradually felt the discomfort from his 2 days of unconsciousness fade away. He got up and picked up the uniform folded beside his bed. It was the uniform of the Honghua martial arts school team he wore during the competition, made from high-quality materials and craftsmanship, and a bit pricey. Where's the blood? Looking at the team uniform, Chen Moxian was puzzled. He vaguely remembered being splattered with a lot of blood by that silver-haired Blood Clan girl before losing consciousness. But now, the uniform had torn holes for being cut and was covered in dust, clearly unwashed, yet there was not a single trace of blood. What blood? Peng Jie looked equally confused. The nurse said your clothes were all torn and hard to wash, so she just folded them up and put them away. Chen Moxian took a deep look at the uniform and decided not to pursue the matter for now. Perhaps the blood of the Blood Clan had some properties he was not yet aware of. After all, in the original superpowered world, countless alien races were driven into the desolate wilderness by humanity's transcendent beings, too scared to come out. In this world, he was still just a senior martial arts student from a remote city, and he had never seen an alien before. He could only learn sporadic news about them. Are you going to Teacher Ma's office next? Peng Jie asked. Not in a hurry. I'll go home and rest first, Chen Moxian replied. He was still in the stage of taking sick leave. If he returned to school this afternoon, it would count as canceling his leave, and he would have to attend classes the next day. The competition was on Monday afternoon, and today, after 2 days of unconsciousness, it was Thursday. If he went to school tomorrow afternoon, he could enjoy a long weekend. His previous experiences as a working horse in the Blue Star had deeply poisoned Chen Moxian, still subtly influencing him. Moreover, for him, the attacks by the 10,000 superhumans and his arrival in this world happened in a very short period. He needs someone to help him find a quiet place to sort things out. Chapter 11 Visualization Panel. After bidding farewell to Peng Jie, Chen Moxian followed the memory of his surroundings and returned home. The door lock used a fingerprint unlocking system. As Chen Moxian pressed his thumb on the recognition area, the door slowly opened with a click. His home is a standard 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1-living-room apartment, occupying around 90 square meters. While not very large, it is considered quite affluent among most people in this world. Unlike the superpower world where the human race dominates countless alien races, establishing a vast continent nation with a large population and ample land resources, In this world, the human race is confined to their own territory, making land resources extremely precious. Even though the city where Chen Moxian resides is neither a base city nor a provincial capital, the city center still costs several tens of thousands per square meter, and houses over 100 square meters may incur additional taxes depending on the situation. This nearly $5 million house is one of the valuable assets left to him by his deceased parents. The entire living room is cold and quiet, kept very clean. As he surveyed the room, a mix of memories surged in Chen Moxian's heart, evoking a familiar yet strange feeling. Unlike the superpower world, which is only one continent nation, this world has 5 human countries, and the one Chen Moxian is in is called the Dissect Kingdom. Dissect Kingdom has 32 base cities, 8 provinces, and over 60 districts under provincial jurisdiction. These 32 base cities form 3 defensive lines to protect against foreign invasions as a barrier for the 8 provinces. Chen Moxian is currently in one of the 8 provinces in Dongchang City, which belongs to Jiangnan Province. His parents were sent to the front lines when he was 15 and died in a war against alien races. Thus, he resolutely chose to apply to a martial arts school instead of pursuing research as originally planned by his parents, and has now become a senior martial arts student at Hunghua Martial Arts School. Who am I now? Chen Moxian murmured. In his previous life, he was a laborer from Blue Star, and in this superpower world he has lived for 6 years, now possessing 18 years of memories in the martial arts world. The memories of 3 different lives intertwine. However, this philosophical inquiry of who am I, where do I come from, where am I going, was quickly cast aside by Chen Moxian. What puzzled him even more was the significant difference between the 2 crossings. Why did he not gain any memories during the first crossing, yet could this time? Furthermore, compared to crossing from Blue Star to a completely different world, this time he crossed into a very similar parallel world. Aside from physical differences, his name and appearance are entirely the same. With this confusion, Chen Moxian attempted to use everything calculation to seek answers. Unknown, unable to analyze. After all, his supernatural ability, everything calculation, is based on existing information for evolutionary deduction, rather than true omniscience and omnipotence. He had no clues regarding the phenomenon of crossing over, so it was naturally impossible to analyze. If he couldn't figure it out, he decided to stop thinking about it for now. He opened the bedroom window and took a deep breath. It was sunset, and the evening glow painted the horizon a warm red. He wasn't sure if it was because this body had heightened senses, but the air in this world felt much clearer than before. Regardless of whether he would cross back in the future, he preferred this world for now. Unlike those who treat transcenders like cherished potatoes, the people in this martial arts world felt more familiar and tangible. However, the human race in this world is weak, and to resist the encroachment of countless alien races, everyone either practices martial arts or engages in new martial research, ready to respond to the call at any time. It is only through countless lives sacrificed at the front lines and the Tian Great Formation that some peace has been achieved in the cities today. Chen Moxian's parents responded to the country's call to join the military and participated in a large-scale war initiated by the alien races 3 years ago. They never returned, leaving nothing but a sum of compensation in Chen Moxian's account. Now, this compensation has dwindled significantly after 3 years of his martial arts studies. Practicing martial arts requires money to buy resources, annual tuition fees, and even registration for martial arts examinations costs money. Otherwise, Chen Moxian wouldn't have to take risks for the prize money by participating in this team competition. For now, all he could do was to become stronger. Chen Moxian clenched his fists in determination. Whether facing the lurking alien crisis or no longer being at the mercy of life and death, he needed sufficient strength. Only the strong have the power to dictate their fate. He did not want to experience that sense of powerlessness again. It was time to work on some new panels. Chen Moxian sat upright on the sofa and closed his eyes. His everything calculation could generally be classified as an intelligence-type supernatural ability based on the superpower world classification, allowing him to instantly understand the information analyzed and calculated. However, just as sometimes writing information down on paper can help clarify thoughts, Chen Moxian preferred to present this information in the form of panels in his mind. The previous warning prompts and the display of martial arts progress were all panels he had set up. After all, it was his mind, and he had the say in how the information was presented. However, setting up these panels required considerable focus and a strong imagination based on his subjective consciousness to succeed. I need to showcase my cultivation level first, input the assessment criteria, then the martial arts techniques I have mastered. Finally, a display of mental strength. Using supernatural abilities to the point of fainting is still too dangerous. I need to have a clear understanding, So I will set the state of barely retaining a thread of consciousness to 0, and the state of being fully energized to 100. And I need to set a specific value. Finally, after a series of settings, a new panel called Basic Panel was born. Basic Panel, Cultivation Level, First Realm, 6th Stage, Blood Reservoir Realm. Mental Strength, 7170. Martial Arts, Body Refining Technique. Martial Movement Youth, Mastered. Martial Techniques, Intermediate Yellow Grade Martial Technique. Thunder Fist, Perfected. Advanced Yellow Grade Martial Technique. Flowing Shadow Blade Technique, Mastered. Intermediate Yellow Grade Martial Technique. Illusory Body Step, Minor Accomplishment. Low-level Yellow Grade Martial Technique. Flying Swallow Leg, Minor Accomplishment. He felt a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder coming on. Staring at the martial technique section, Chen Moxian felt increasingly uncomfortable. With a thought, he decided to deduce all martial techniques to perfection. Analyzing Flowing Shadow Blade Technique. Estimated time, 3 minutes 25 seconds. Analyzing Illusory Body Step, estimated time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Analyzing Flying Swallow Leg, estimated time, 23 seconds, a total of 5 minutes passed. And this time, there was no life-threatening female demon. After letting everything calculation complete the analysis of the 3 martial techniques, Chen Moxian leisurely made himself a cup of instant coffee. By the time he had sipped a few mouthfuls, 5 minutes had gone by. In the next moment, as if enlightenment had struck, Chen Moxian's understanding of the 3 martial techniques reached perfection. Chapter 12. Body Refinement Method Martial Movement of Youth in the 4 Aspects of Martial Arts Training. Fist Techniques, Sword Techniques, Body Techniques, and Leg Techniques. Chen Moxian felt that his control over his body had reached a new level. The Flowing Shadow Sword Technique is similar to the White Rainbow Sword Technique used by Lin Muhan, pursuing quick attacks and sustained combat capability. The Flying Swallow Kick is a leg technique that combines agility and explosiveness, with kicks that are as swift as a projectile, excelling at evading counterattacks and launching quick assaults. After mastering the Void Body Step, his agility greatly increased, and there was no longer any unnecessary consumption during its execution. If he were to face Lin Muhan again, even without using his abilities to predict her moves, Chen Moxian was confident that she would not be able to touch the hem of his clothes even after 5 minutes of attacking. With these 3 martial techniques mastered, he no longer had any weaknesses in combat. Previously, he managed to win a single move against Lin Muhan, who was at the 2nd realm, 3rd stage, partly because she underestimated him. The advantage of speed in the White Rainbow Sword Technique allowed him to clash with her full-power Thunderstrike. Even so, he only managed to break one of her arms and cause some wounds, while he exhausted all his energy and could not continue fighting. Had she not revealed her identity prematurely due to impatience, he would have certainly lost that match. If he were to battle Lin Muhan again, and she continued to conceal her identity, Chen Moxian was completely capable of defeating her head-on now. Current mental power, 45,145. Did I just consume 25 points in 5 minutes? A slight drowsiness washed over him. And Chen Moxian had a clear understanding of the duration of his abilities' usage in this body. He calculated that with his mental state at its best being at 100, when his mental power dropped to 20, it meant his body was becoming unclear and needed rest. Below 20, every 1 decrease required willpower to hold on, and reaching 0 would lead to the state of fainting he experienced at the end of the match. Long-term mental power below 20 would incur certain losses and affect the subsequent recovery of mental power. Therefore, it was best to maintain daily usage consumption above 20. With his current mental power, at his best state, he could ensure a consumption of 80 points, which would sustain the operation of all things calculation for 16 minutes under non-overclock conditions. Indeed, his mental power was significantly stronger than before. Chen Moxian's eyes lit up. Previously, using his abilities for just 2 or 3 minutes a day would leave him utterly exhausted, and as soon as he focused on something, his abilities would activate automatically, causing him to be in a daze all day long. Now, not only had the endurance for using his abilities increased, but his control had also become stronger. He could now freely control the switch of his abilities. The occasional tinnitus and auditory hallucinations from before had also disappeared. This was likely due to the stronger mental power of this body, which originated from the martial arts cultivated by the people of this world. Improving one's martial arts realm leads to enhancements in both physical and mental aspects, with each major realm advancement representing a qualitative leap. Martial artists in the blood-nurturing realm must practice the body refinement method martial movement of youth to enhance their cultivation. Martial movement of youth. What a strange name. Chen Moxian couldn't help but complain upon thinking of the name of the body refinement method. However, He understood that martial movement of youth was not some third set of calisthenics. It had been optimized through the research of countless pioneers of humanity and had become the entry-level holy scripture for all martial artists, serving as the foundation for humanity. For instance, the breathing method in the Qi control realm has 4 levels of classification: A, B, C, and D, while the body refinement method in the blood-nurturing realm is uniquely represented by martial movement of youth. It encompasses a total of 108 sets of movements, including punches, palms, elbows, fingers, legs, and feet, capable of training the entire body's muscles and mobilizing the blood and energy to refine the inner body. As a result, regardless of the stage of a martial artist in the blood-nurturing realm, completing a set of the body refinement method would nearly exhaust all their internal energy, although those with more energy would experience stronger effects. This is the mystery of martial movement of youth. Then, let's analyze it. With a thought, Chen Moxian activated all things calculation. Analyzing body refinement method, estimated time, 1 hour and 35 minutes. It actually takes over an hour. Chen Moxian exclaimed. Since awakening all things calculation, he had never encountered a time frame measured in hours before. If he could only use his ability for 16 minutes a day at his current speed, it would take him nearly 6 days to complete the analysis. No wonder martial movement of youth is called the entry-level holy scripture. Its complexity is far beyond those martial techniques from before. Unfortunately, his ability was quite capricious. It either understood completely or not at all, with no in-between understanding. The analysis of martial arts can only reach perfection directly, without intermediary options like minor or major accomplishments. He could only take his time later. For now, he would practice it himself, taking a deep breath. Chen Moxian skillfully assumed the starting posture according to the movements in his mind. As he executed the series of movements fluidly, remarkable changes began to occur within his body. Initially, Chen Moxian noticed his body gradually warming up, followed by a gentle, warm current slowly spreading from his chest throughout his body. This warm current felt like the warm sun of spring. Wherever it flowed, cells seemed to be infused with vitality, beginning to joyfully bounce and radiate vibrant energy. The warm current flowed throughout his body and finally reached the crown of his head, bringing a refreshing coolness that invigorated his previously fatigued spirit. What a wonderful sensation! Chen Moxian marveled internally. Sweat continuously seeped from his forehead and back, but he was completely oblivious, fully immersed in martial movement of youth. After completing all 108 movements, Chen Moxian relaxed entirely, steam rising from his body, and a wave of exhaustion hit him. Ignoring his fatigue, he rummaged through cabinets to find a bottle of drink, quickly twisting off the cap and pouring it into his mouth. The energy drink eased his exhaustion somewhat. Phew, it's still too much to perform a complete set right now. Just 2 days ago, he had completely depleted his energy. Although he had received nutritional supplements from the hospital, his energy had not fully recovered. Initially, he only wanted to try it out a little, but accidentally got immersed in that exhilarating feeling and completed a full set. Aside from the overwhelming fatigue, Chen Moxian felt that the process of training the body refinement method was more of an enjoyment. Therefore, compared to the tedious martial techniques, most people preferred to spend their time practicing the body refinement method to enhance their cultivation. If he practiced another 20 sets, he could probably break through to the 7th stage he initially judged, feeling the slightly increased power within him. Without relying on energy potions, he could perform at most 1 set of the body refinement method a day, needing 3 days to recover. To complete these 20 sets and reach the 7th stage would take at least over 2 months. The more he practiced, the deeper his mastery of the body refinement method would be, and the better the effects of refining his body would become. For instance, the efficiency of the body refinement method at the proficient stage compared to the beginner stage would be 5 times greater. However, the improvement of proficiency is not something that can be achieved through just 1 or 2 practices. It requires hundreds or thousands of repetitions. And without relying on expensive energy potions, he would need several days before he could practice again. In this context, most martial artists in the blood-nurturing realm are still at the beginner stage of the body refinement method. Those at the proficient stage either rely on a large amount of energy potions for practice or possess some talent. Therefore, many martial students, without conditions, choose to spend more time practicing martial techniques to improve their martial examination scores. After all, practicing martial techniques does not consume as much as the body refinement method, allowing for many repetitions in a day. Ordinary martial artists have limited energy and vitality, often needing to prioritize between improving their cultivation and enhancing their martial techniques. More often than not, They prioritize cultivating their martial arts when conditions allow and focus on practicing martial techniques when conditions do not. However, for Chen Moxian, practicing martial techniques was as simple as breathing. He didn't need to consider which to prioritize and could fully engage in both. Let us stop here for today. Chen Moxian devoted the remaining mental energy to analyzing the body forging technique. After 5 minutes, his mental energy dropped to 20. A wave of intense drowsiness hit him, and after a quick wash-up, he lay down on the bed in his bedroom. Tomorrow afternoon, he would first go to school to report and collect the vitality potion, and then he would finish analyzing the body forging technique. His cultivation speed would increase by at least 50 times. As night fell and the evening breeze enveloped him, Chen Moxian fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 13. The Silver Moon Clan North Suburb of Dongchang City. This area has now been sealed off, prohibiting unauthorized personnel from entering or exiting. Inside a temporary base set up by the Tianyuan Army, Captain Xia Haiping of the 3rd Team of the 5th Brigade is quietly waiting for the results of the blood sample tests. The origins of the silver-haired blood clan have been thoroughly investigated. They assumed the identity of a deceased orphan 6 years ago and came to the Tianqing Martial Arts School 3 years ago after passing the martial arts aptitude test. However, the numerous branches of the blood clan make it unclear which branch the silver-haired blood clan belongs to. During the previous chase, Xia Haiping had personally turned that silver-haired blood clan member into a pool of blood, but without clarifying which clan she belonged to, he could never find peace of mind. The blood clan is not united internally. They are divided by clan factions, but this also means that the cohesion within each clan is exceptionally strong. If they were to provoke those few extremely protective noble clans, it would be necessary to report to higher-ups and prepare accordingly. Ideally, they would be wild vampires, at worst. Those few weaker, ordinary clans would be acceptable. Xia Haiping silently prayed in his heart. He already had enough troubles on his hands and really didn't want to add extra workload. However, he knew that this prayer was just self-deception. With the strength of that blood clan member, she was at least a noble among the blood clan. Suddenly, a researcher in a white coat with bloodshot eyes excitedly shouted, "The test results are out. It's the Silver Moon clan, which was disbanded 1,000 years ago." Silver Moon? Are you sure it's Silver Moon? A team member standing next to Xia Haiping asked. Absolutely. The blood sample matches perfectly with the information in the database. Seeing the researcher's confident expression, the team member breathed a sigh of relief and joyfully said, "Great." The Silver Moon clan was almost exterminated. Although we don't know why remnants appeared in Dongchang City, at least they shouldn't have the strength to. The team member turned around only to see Xia Haiping's brows knitted tightly, his fingers incessantly tapping the table, which immediately silenced him. The whole team knew that this was a sign of Xia Haiping deep in thought, and he hated being disturbed when contemplating. The place instantly fell silent, leaving only Xia Haiping's murmurs to himself. How could a royal clan be hiding in such a place? However, if it's the Silver Moon clan, it makes sense that they could remain undetected in human society for many years, but Dongchang City is problematic. There is a general understanding among people that there is one royal clan, 13 noble clans, and 31 ordinary clans within the blood clan. However, apart from the military and long-established martial arts families, very few humans know that there were originally 2 royal clans in the blood clan 1,000 years ago, the Golden Insect and the Silver Moon. Nobles within the blood clan possess unique personal talents and spells, while the royal clans additionally inherit a gifted characteristic. The Silver Moon clan is the most adept at manipulating blood, and under specific conditions, they can even change their physical constitution through blood, transforming from a blood clan identity into another race. Since the phenomenon of dimensional fusion occurred, the world has rapidly expanded, and numerous races from various realms suddenly exist within the same space, causing monumental changes for any race. The vampires of the Silver Moon clan, filled with curiosity, have infiltrated various races to experience different lifestyles. It seems there are quite a few playful vampires in the Silver Moon clan, causing considerable trouble among the races. Their actions soon angered some races that value their own bloodlines, as well as the Golden Insect clan. The Golden Insect clan believes that the behavior of the Silver Moon clan is a grave disrespect to the ancestor of the blood clan, and they allied with races such as the Dragon clan, Heavenly clan, and Orc clan to launch a purge against the Silver Moon clan, vowing to eradicate their bloodline completely. With the Golden Insect clan, who knew their roots, backstabbing them, the Silver Moon clan quickly suffered heavy casualties and vanished from history. If that silver-haired blood clan member is truly dead, that would be fine, but if she is not, If the Golden Insect clan learns of the remnants of the Silver Moon clan appearing in Dongchang City, they might infiltrate the city at any cost, causing chaos. This situation might be even more troublesome than provoking those extremely protective noble clans. In the next moment, Xiao Haiping suddenly stood up. Is this news spreading widely now? A team member understood immediately that Xiao Haiping was referring to the appearance of the Blood Clan infiltrator in Dongchang City, mainly among the students in the arena. It's been passed around by word of mouth, and the publicity department of Honghua School has been widely promoting it in the campus news system. We also had some witnesses during our pursuit of the Blood Clan. Xiao Haiping decisively ordered, first, immediately seal off unofficial information channels, and then release a statement emphasizing that the silver-haired vampire is a noble of the Blood Clan, who has been completely eliminated. Secondly, change some details of the events being spread. Do whatever you want, as long as the fact that the Blood Clan has been lurking in human society for years is obscured. Understood. The team member nodded, acting decisively, and left to prepare to convey the orders step by step. Soldiers only need to execute orders from their superiors without questioning the reasoning behind them. After everyone left, Xiao Haiping slumped wearily in his chair, letting out a deep sigh. It's impossible to completely seal off the news. I can only hope to buy some time to free up my hands. Their 5th Brigade is responsible for guarding the entire Jiangnan province, and there are occasional reports of alien races appearing. Even with the high mobility provided by the Tianyuan battle armor, manpower is still completely insufficient. Recently, there seem to be signs of insect races appearing in Yunqing, and if they're not careful, it could trigger major problems. Right now, his priority must be Yunqing. Obscuring the truth and releasing some smoke screens, the Golden Insect clan would not make a big fuss over uncertain information. After all, they're not like the Silver Moon clan, whose actions are restricted by sunlight. It's not so easy for them to infiltrate human territory. Unfortunately, the student recommended by Old Lu is too low in cultivation. Otherwise, I really want to bring him in directly. At Lu Tai's suggestion, Xiao Haiping specifically retrieved the video for the competition site to see the entire incident. He greatly admired Chen Moxian's courage and combat awareness when facing alien races for the first time. But the minimum requirement for entering the Tianyuan army is to reach the Qi control realm. The Tianyuan army, as the elite force of the great Xia kingdom against alien races, comprises the best of the best, with selection criteria even stricter than gaining admission to an ordinary top-tier martial arts university. There are countless benefits to entering the Tianyuan army. Besides being able to study the most systematic new martial arts, there are also additional monthly allowances. Every Tianyuan soldier who passes internal assessments will be equipped with a set of Tianyuan battle armor worth over 100 million, drastically enhancing their combat power beyond that of others in the same realm. Although Chen Moxian delivered a critical blow that severely injured the Blood Clan member, his contributions would be enough to bypass the martial examination and be specially recruited into the Tianyuan army. However, the Tianyuan battle armor requires at least the Qi control realm to use, and in terms of cultivation, Chen Moxian is destined to be unable to pass the upper-level approval. At his age, mastering a perfected yellow-grade martial skill is remarkable, but it cannot earn him the favor of the upper echelons of the Tianyuan army. The old fellows of the traditional martial arts school might be interested, but my identity is not suitable for interactions with them. Since the concept of new martial arts was proposed, the disputes between the new martial arts faction and the traditional martial arts faction have never ceased. The Tianyuan army, built on the principles of new martial arts, is undoubtedly part of the new martial arts faction, although I'm not obligated to find talent for them. The conflict in martial art philosophy is just that, conflict. Every additional person who can be considered a combat force for the human race in the future is valuable. After some hesitation, Xiao Haiping decided to send the relevant information about Chen Moxian to an acquaintance from the Chuanwu sect whom he got to know by chance. As for when that old relic, who is always immersed in researching martial skills, will go online to check his emails, that is beyond his control. Chapter 14, Lu Family, Lu Kai Honghua Martial Arts School Campus. 2 students were walking and talking. One of them was a student named Zhang Xiao, who was referred to as Master by the audience at the time. After leaving the competition venue, he immediately returned to school and wrote an article titled Class 2 of Traditional Martial Arts. Chen Moxian fought to restore honor for Honghua school team. Lin Muhan's true identity turns out to be a Blood Clan member. He sent it to the media channel of the publicity department that day, and it quickly went viral. However, today the comment section suddenly received a wave of insults, accusing their publicity department of fabricating false information and spreading rumors for traffic, leading to the article being reported and deleted. How is that a rumor? I saw everything clearly, Zhang Xiao said indignantly. What confuses me even more is that when I confronted people who were also present at the time, they said maybe they saw it wrong. One person can be mistaken, but can hundreds be wrong? A student beside him comforted, "There's nothing we can do." The official announcement was released today, saying that the Blood Clan invaded the venue that day and took over Lin Muhan's body, and in the end, the Tianyuan army had no choice but to eliminate Lin Muhan and the Blood Clan together. Moreover, your article did exaggerate a bit. How could a level 1 stage 6 fighter possibly knock back a level 2 stage 3? How could the Blood Clan live undetected at Tianqing Martial Arts School for 3 years? But I saw it with my own eyes. Zheng Xiao sighed. At least there's a reward of 10,000 yuan for reporting the alien race to console me. He realized that continuing to argue was pointless and stopped insisting. When the official announcement conflicted greatly with his article, the seemingly exaggerated facts in his writing would also be questioned. When the wave of doubt became overwhelming, not everyone could have the determination to go against the tide. Even those few who knew the truth might be forced to stand with the public, becoming part of the doubts. The result was that the real situation of the competition that day was debated widely. Only the incidents involving Chen Moxian's groping event and the appearance of the Blood Clan at the venue, as well as the fact that Chen Moxian temporarily replaced the team to help Honghua Martial Arts School reach the finals, were confirmed by the public. Suddenly, 3 tall figures quickly approached from behind, blocking Zheng Xiao and his companion's path. "Is there something you need?" Zheng Xiao's expression changed slightly, sensing that the 3 were not friendly. The 3 did not respond. One of them merely raised his chin, signaling Zheng Xiao to look behind him. Zheng Xiao turned around and saw a seemingly gentle male student walking towards him. Lugo, what do you need me for?" As a member of the publicity department, Zheng Xiao immediately recognized that this person was Lu Kai, the vice captain of the Honghua Martial Arts School team. The previous competition was postponed because Lu Kai said he had family matters to attend to and needed to take leave, which led the school to hastily find Chen Moxian to replace him. It's nothing important. The article about the school team exchange competition from a couple of days ago was written by you, right? Lu Kai smiled, speaking slowly. "I'm a bit curious about what happened that day and would like to consult you. I wonder if you have time?" Zheng Xiao was silent for a moment and whispered to the classmate beside him, "You should go back first and find the department head." The classmate hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to leave under Zheng Xiao's insistence. However, just as he took a couple of steps away, he was stopped by one of the curly-haired boys among the 3. "Did I not make myself clear? I meant you all." As soon as the words fell, the 3 blocking the way surged forward, instantly restraining Zheng Xiao and the other student. Realizing he could not break free, Zheng Xiao shouted angrily, "Lu Kai, do you dare to directly attack members of the student council on campus?" "What attack? I'm just chatting with you." Besides, Lu Kai's smile did not change, but a cold light flickered in his eyes. "Dealing with the trash that spreads rumors, why would I not dare? You underestimate the Lu family's power in Dongchong City. Take them away to a quieter place." After a while, Lu Kai walked out from a concealed area in the school-less woods, wiping the blood from his knuckles with a tissue. The curly-haired boy followed closely behind Lu Kai, saying, "Kai-ge, isn't it a bit too much to cause a death? I know my limits. I'll have Li Ping and Ma Yong sent to the hospital in time, so they won't die." Lu Kai casually tossed the tissue aside. "But lying in bed for 2 to 3 months is inevitable." The curly-haired boy grinned. "It's their fault for writing nonsensical articles." "What do you mean restoring honor for the Honghua team?" "I see it as slapping Kai-ge in the face. And that kid Chen Moxian is really lucky. He just happened to encounter Lin Muhan being attacked by the Blood Clan, and the match was directly ruled in his favor, winning 300,000 and also receiving military rewards." Noticing the change in Lu Kai's expression, the curly-haired boy quickly changed the subject. "That kid is just riding on Kai Ji's coattails. If it weren't for you taking leave and not participating, all of this should have belonged to you." Mentioning Chen Moxian made Lu Kai grit his teeth. He knew that many people had been talking behind his back about Chen Moxian, saying he was making excuses to avoid battle and that he wasn't even as courageous as a level 1 stage 6 student of the traditional martial arts class. The family matter was indeed just a casual excuse for his leave. After all, even the captain, Zhang Qing, was not a match for Lin Muhan. So why would he participate in a match he was bound to lose? He also knew that the school had found someone to replace him, and regardless of who they found, they would not be able to beat Lin Muhan. The outcome of the match was a foregone conclusion. As long as the match result came out, and seeing the pitiful state of the substitute, no one would continue to bring up his avoidance of battle. They would just consider it a reasonable choice. What he never expected was that the substitute actually won, although it was due to a fortuitous encounter with the Blood Clan. Winning the match still made him lose face, and his reputation plummeted, even reaching his father's ears, resulting in a scolding. Naturally, all the pent-up anger found its way to Chen Moxian. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Vice Principal Wong, it's me. I heard there's an A-level Qi and blood agent stored in the school's pharmacy, right? I want to take a look. What does the military-specified reward matter? If you don't say it, I won't say it. Who will know?" That poor guy named Chen Moxian probably doesn't even know what a B-level Qi and blood agent is, let alone an A-level. Besides, my Liu family can also speak to the military. Don't forget, my dad has donated quite a bit of money to the school, and you wouldn't have become vice principal without my Liu family's help. After some coercion and inducement, Liu Kai received a positive response from Vice Principal Wong about getting the Qi and blood agent, and he hung up the phone with satisfaction. The curly-haired boy, who had been wide-eyed listening, now gave thumbs up. "Kai-ge, you're amazing. Even the vice principal has to listen to you." Liu Kai snorted coldly. "A-level Qi and blood agents are valuable, but hard to come by. I haven't used one yet. How much can a waste who hasn't even reached stage 6 absorb? It'd just be a waste. An A-level Qi and blood agent can fully restore Qi and blood within an hour, with effects lasting for 30 days as a reference value, and will vary according to individual constitution and cultivation realm." In Liu Kai's view, Chen Moxian's constitution undoubtedly belonged to the lower tier. After all, he is a new member of the school team. "I'll generously let Vice Principal Wong replace it with a B-level Qi and blood agent. That waste will do just fine with a B-level." After resolving these matters, Liu Kai was in a good mood and quickly walked toward his exclusive training room, waiting for the A-level Qi and blood agent to be delivered. Chapter 15, Are we going to teach Chen Moxian a lesson? He slept deeply. When he woke up, it was nearly noon at 12 o'clock. Chen Moxian stretched lazily in satisfaction. No matter which world he was in, the opportunity to sleep quietly until noon was rare in his memory. Current mental strength 100, 100, 100. He could recover 5 points of mental strength per hour during deep sleep. Having slept from 7 last night until now, Chen Moxian had slept for a full 17 hours, which could be considered quite a recovery. This was also the benefit of keeping his mental strength consumption at 20. If it dropped below 20, it would greatly affect his mental strength recovery during sleep. As for recovery speed while awake, it was almost negligible. After washing up and changing clothes, Chen Moxian planned to head out to Hunhua Martial Arts School. Following his memory, he arrived at a pie shop not far from his home. This shop was on the way from his house to Hunhua Martial Arts School. He often bought a pie when he was on his way to school, and over time he became familiar with the shop owner. "Uncle Zhang, I'll have a beef pie for 25 yuan. "All right." Uncle Zhang smiled and readily agreed, feeling the voice was familiar. When he looked closely at the customer's face, his smile widened. "Xiao Chun, why haven't I seen you for the past few days?" "I was in a hospital after a competition," Chen Moxian replied. "The pressure of practicing martial arts is great, but you still have to take care of your body. I got injured back then, and it caused some hidden issues, so I dropped out of my second year." Uncle Zhang skillfully made the pie while chatting away. Being a martial artist has a lot of prospects. But if you young ones wear out your bodies too early, you won't be able to talk about prospects. My son is also in martial arts school, but not the same one as you. He was recently injured in a competition and is recovering in a hospital. Since his wife fell ill, he had become increasingly withdrawn, and communication with his son had diminished. While waiting, Chen Moxian browsed his phone, occasionally responding to Uncle Zhang. He knew that Uncle Zhang liked to chat about family matters while making pies when there were regular customers. He just needed to listen. In fact, Chen Moxian knew that Uncle Zhang's son was Zhang Qing, the captain of the school team, but he lied about being in the same school. This was partly because he didn't like to expose his real personal information, and partly because he hadn't had the opportunity to interact with Zhang Qing before. He didn't want Uncle Zhang to know that he and his son were in the same school, as it would inevitably lead to daily inquiries. And he didn't want to intrude on someone else's family matters. Soon, a steaming hot pie was ready under Uncle Zhang's chatter. The pie had an enticing golden color. The crust was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet distinct in layers, and the surface was sprinkled with finely chopped green onions, exuding a rich aroma of wheat and meat. "Is this really the 25 yuan one? It's bigger than I expected," Chen Moxian asked, taking the pie. "You just got out of the hospital. You need to replenish your strength. The rest is for keeping me company while I chat," Uncle Zhang said with a smile. With his wife in the hospital and his son rarely talking to him, he felt very lonely running the pie shop from 5 in the morning to 9 at night. He was quite satisfied to have someone to talk to. After paying, Chen Moxian set off for school again, taking a bite of the beef pie on the way. The pie crust was crispy, and the filling was generous, with juices oozing out as he chewed, making him eager to finish it quickly. Chen Moxian's home was also located in the city center, and in recent years, Rental prices for nearby shops had been rising, along with the cost of living. Only Uncle Zhang's shop still sold pies at the same price, and the filling remained generous. This was one reason why Chen Moxian liked to frequent this place. I hope this conscientious shop never goes out of business. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Moxian quickly walked toward Hungwon Martial Arts School. I really envy Curly. He can follow Brother Kai every day while we do all the hard work. Li Ping and Ma Yong returned to school after sending Zheng Xiao and the others to the hospital at Lu Kai's instruction. What can we do? He is strong, even mixed into the school team. If it goes on like this, our little brothers will take over, doing all the dirty and tiring work while we gain hardly any benefits. Ma Yong kicked a stone on the side of the road. I need to find a way to prove my worth. As they turned a corner, suddenly, Li Ping pointed ahead. Hey, look, doesn't that person over there look a bit familiar? There was a pale-skinned young man with black hair walking noticeably faster than those around him. It's Chen Moxian. Not long ago, Lu Kai had sent them to investigate Chen Moxian's information, and Ma Yong remembered it clearly. Yes, it's him. He looks just like in the photo. After Ma Yong said this, Li Ping also reacted. This is a great opportunity. It's still some distance from school, and there are no cameras around. Let us teach him a lesson to vent for Brother Kai. We can definitely gain a lot from it, Ma Yong proposed. We teach Chen Moxian a lesson? But he can go head-to-head with Lin Muhan. How long has it been since you surfed the internet? Didn't you see everyone saying that it's made up? No. I have a friend who was there and firmly told me it doesn't seem fake. Isn't that fake? What kind of brain would believe a first realm 6th stage could fight a second realm 3rd stage? Ma Yong looked speechless. Forget it. You can go or not. I can handle it alone. Saying this, disregarding Li Ping's advice, Ma Yong picked up a stone from the roadside, using his blood energy to speed up while also muffling his footsteps. He was too eager to improve. Moreover, he didn't believe that. As a first realm 7th stage practitioner, he couldn't handle a sneak attack on a first realm 6th stage. In martial arts, if further subdivided, every 3 stages within the same realm represent a small watershed, known as early stage, mid stage, late stage, and peak. The difference between 6th and 7th stage seemed to be just one stage, but in fact, it was the gap between mid and late stages of the blood-nurturing realm. Just in terms of basic punching power, 7th stage was 200 kilograms stronger than 6th stage. Soon, Ma Yong reached behind Chen Moxian, raising the stone high and aiming to smash it down on the back of Chen Moxian's head. At the moment of attack, Ma Yong no longer concealed his aura. A fierce smile spread across his face, as if he could already see Chen Moxian bleeding. However, the expected impact did not come. The stone in Ma Yong's hand swung through empty air, as Chen Moxian's figure seemed to vanish into thin air. In the next moment, Ma Yong felt the world spinning, losing his balance. What is going on? This thought became Ma Yong's last before he lost consciousness. He only felt a hand gripping the back of his head, suddenly pressing his entire body, which was suspended in mid-air, downwards. As the ground loomed larger in his vision, Ma Yong's face collided violently with the earth. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Ma Yong lost consciousness. In the distance, Li Ping watched the entire situation unfold, dumbfounded and speechless. Ma Yong was taken out in one move. Chapter 16 Generous Rewards. Li Ping watched from a distance, clearly seeing everything. Ma Yong's sneak attack was dodged by Chen Moxian without him even looking back, and then Ma Yong was tripped by Chen Moxian's kick, losing his balance. Following that, Chen Moxian slammed Ma Yong's head down to the ground. The whole process was smooth and quick, happening in the blink of an eye. If he hadn't been watching intently, he probably wouldn't have known what had happened, even if he had shifted his gaze for a moment. Sure enough, the rumors about him being able to fight against Lin Muhan were true. He had taken out a 7th-level practitioner in an instant, something even Kai, at the peak of the first realm, couldn't achieve. Wait, why does it seem like he is looking over here? Realizing that Chen Moxian's gaze was on him, Li Ping immediately panicked, his legs trembling. If the other party could take out Ma Yong in an instant, he could do the same to him. He wanted to turn and run immediately, but his legs wouldn't cooperate, leaving him helplessly watching as Chen Moxian approached. Do you know each other? No, not at all. Li Ping hurriedly shook his head. Chen Moxian frowned slightly. This person suddenly fell in front of me, but I have some matters to attend to. Can you take him to the hospital? Yes, no problem. Li Ping nodded repeatedly. That's great, thank you. Chen Moxian smiled slightly and turned to continue walking towards the school. Only after Chen Moxian had walked far away did Li Ping let out a sigh of relief, stepping forward to lift the unconscious Ma Yong. He still needed to advise Kai to not provoke Chen Moxian. Li Ping planned to take Ma Yong to the hospital and then hurried back to inform Lu Kai. After walking away, Chen Moxian also breathed a sigh of relief. After mastering various martial skills, his senses had become sharper than before. Just now, he had sensed hostility behind him and instinctively struck. By the time he saw the uniform of Honghua Martial School in the other party, it was already too late. Right now, he was thinking of going to the office to collect his reward and then heading straight home, not wanting to get into unnecessary trouble. Luckily, he had encountered a kind person, Chen Moxian reflected. In his previous life on Blue Star, there were not many people willing to help strangers who had collapsed on the road. Not far from the school gate, it didn't take long for Chen Moxian to pass through the entrance and, familiar with the path, arrive at the teaching building, stopping in front of Ma Jingyuan's office. It took him about an hour to walk from home to school, and it was currently lunch break, so Ma Jingyuan should be in his office. Chen Moxian gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Ma Jingyuan's voice came from behind the door. Chen Moxian pushed the door open and walked in. The office was about 50 square meters, belonging to Ma Jingyuan as an independent office. Ma Jingyuan held a relatively high position at Honghua Martial School, being one of the few senior teachers in Dongchang City. He served as the head teacher of Class 2 of Traditional Martial Arts and was also the team leader of the school team. Initially, the school wanted him to be the head teacher of the new martial arts class, but at his strong request, he was transferred to be the head teacher of Class 2 of Traditional Martial Arts. "It's you." Seeing Chen Moxian walk in, a hint of joy flashed in Ma Jingyuan's eyes. "I heard you were discharged from the hospital long ago. Are you only coming now because you don't want to attend my class?" "Not at all. I was just physically and mentally exhausted and needed to recuperate." Chen Moxian shook his head slightly. He really didn't want to attend class, but he couldn't say that directly. Ma Jingyuan had given him a lot of help on his martial arts journey, and in his heart, Chen Moxian respected this teacher greatly. "Stop with the nonsense. As long as you're fine." Ma Jingyuan looked Chen Moxian up and down, confirming that he hadn't sustained any hidden injuries from the earlier incident. "Let's get to the point." Ma Jingyuan took an envelope from his drawer and slowly handed it to Chen Moxian. "Inside is a card for a new account the school has opened for you, with the password written inside. The 300,000 the school promised you has already been deposited into this account." When Chen Moxian took the envelope, a joyful expression appeared on his face. No matter which world it was, this amount of money was substantial for him. After handing the envelope to Chen Moxian, Teacher Ma continued, "Also, you are now considered a member of the school team. The prize money from future competitions and your monthly allowance will also be deposited into this account." Upon hearing this, Chen Moxian was indifferent. He hadn't aimed to join the school team, with just over a month until the martial arts exam. There was only one final match left for the team, and the allowance could only be received for 1 month. But then Ma Jingyuan took out a wristband. "This is your access card for the independent training room. Although you are in the traditional martial arts class, the teaching resources available to official team members are above those in the new martial arts class, so you will also have access to an independent training room." Chen Moxian was taken aback. This was unexpected. The independent training room was not just an empty space for practice, but a room equipped with various new instruments to assist in training. Renting a space like this outside would cost thousands for just 1 day. It was important to note that the school had previously mentioned allowing him to enter the school team as a substitute. Could a substitute team member enjoy such benefits? "Wait, did you just say official member?" Seeing Chen Moxian's astonished expression, Ma Jingyuan finally smiled. "You don't think your performance in the competition was insufficient to become an official member, do you? There are some rumors going around, but there are deeper reasons that I cannot disclose. Just don't spread the details of that day to others. Your strength is evident to anyone with eyes. I have already discussed with the principal about promoting you to an official team member." Hearing this, Chen Moxian nodded and accepted the wristband. He had seen many people questioning the events of that day on the school forum while casually scrolling through it on his phone. Some claimed that the audience had been influenced by the Blood Clan and experienced illusions, while others said he had used some underhanded methods. There were all sorts of opinions. However, Chen Moxian had only scrolled through to pass the time and had not jumped in to argue. Ma Jingyuan paused for a moment, looking at Chen Moxian before continuing. "This time, the military has also expressed high regard for you and has entrusted the school to award you an A-grade blood energy potion. You don't seem very surprised?" "No, I am shocked. An A-grade blood energy potion is too precious." Chen Moxian exaggerated slightly. "All right, stop pretending. Hong Jie has already been caught eavesdropping on my conversation with Captain Xia outside." Ma Jingyuan waved his hand. The military's award of an A-grade blood energy potion to Chen Moxian was not a secret. It was even intentionally publicized. The aim was to send a message that anyone who contributed to combating foreign races would not be treated poorly. At the same time, it served as a warning to those with ulterior motives. This A-grade blood energy potion was awarded by the Tianyuan army. After all, The value of an A-grade blood energy potion could allow a practitioner in the blood accumulation realm to rapidly increase by 1 or 2 levels without side effects. It was in high demand on the market, often being sold out by major families for use by their talented members. It could often be sold for over $1 million, enough to tempt some people to take risks. However, while it was relatively precious, it was nothing to the Tianyuan army. Moreover, the Tianyuan army was usually very busy, struggling to handle incidents involving foreign races. They could only entrust the school to manage the award of the blood energy potion, and any problems that arose would typically fall under the school's responsibility. But there's one more thing you definitely don't know, Ma Jingyuan teased. I also asked the principal to allow you to choose any martial skill from the school's library, regardless of its grade. Any choice. Chen Moxian's pupils brightened slightly. Being able to choose any martial skill meant that he could browse through all the martial skills in the library. With his abilities, he might be able to memorize all the martial skills in the library. Chapter 17. Go to the pharmacy. Generally speaking, the library of Honghua Martial Arts School is only open to students of the school, and those who wish to obtain martial arts techniques must purchase them at a price slightly lower than the market rate. Chen Moxian's low-grade, yellow martial art technique. The flying swallow leg was purchased from the library for 30,000. As for high-grade yellow martial arts techniques and above, only those with excellent school performance or outstanding contributions can purchase them. The martial arts cultivation system of the human race emphasizes wealth, partners, laws, and land, with law being the core and martial arts techniques being a particularly important part of the law. In simple terms, martial arts techniques are the methods by which martial artists use their strength. Just as ordinary people cannot unleash all their strength in a single punch without some dissipating energy, martial arts techniques allow them to maximize their power and even achieve results that are disproportionate to the effort. Although the value of martial arts techniques has diminished since the emergence of new martial arts, high-grade yellow martial arts techniques and above still hold considerable value. For example, the high-grade yellow martial art technique shadow-breaking blade technique left to Chen Moxian by his parents could sell for 500,000 at an auction. Not to mention the value of techniques. Even low-grade techniques surpass the value of an A-grade blood tonic. Moreover, the library at Honghua Martial Arts School even houses high-grade techniques. Although techniques require true energy to cultivate, it does not prevent Chen Moxian from first acquiring the high-grade techniques, intending to cultivate them later after a breakthrough in his realm. The school's offer of a chance to choose any martial art technique is undoubtedly extremely precious. Thank you, teacher. Chen Moxian's eyes were filled with gratitude. He understood that such a valuable reward was obtained for him through Ma Jingyuan's efforts. Ma Jingyuan gently patted Chen Moxian's shoulder with his remaining right hand. The school originally planned for you to continue participating in the finals in 7 days, but I pushed it for you. Zhangqing has almost recovered and doesn't need you. Your cultivation conditions are no worse than anyone else's now, so focus on your training for the last month. Achieving good results in the martial arts exam would be the greatest thank you for me. Ma Jingyuan's tone was calm, but revealed a strong sense of expectation. He instructed, I've already made arrangements at the pharmacy. You can go get the blood tonic yourself. As for selecting martial arts techniques, you need my company to enter the library. I'll send you a catalog first, and you can let me know which one you want to choose. Upon hearing this, Chen Moxian's heart stirred, and he asked, Teacher Ma, you don't have classes this afternoon, right? Seeing Ma Jingyuan's puzzled expression, Chen Moxian continued, I remember the pharmacy and the library are in the same direction. Instead of waiting for another day, let's do both this afternoon. How about you accompany me to the pharmacy first, and then go directly to the library? Ma Jingyuan was slightly taken aback, but soon understood Chen Moxian's thoughts and asked, the opportunity to choose any martial arts technique is very rare. Are you sure you don't want to think it over? I've already considered it. Chen Moxian smiled slightly. There was nothing to think about. He planned to take them all. All right, let's go. Along the way, Chen Moxian and Ma Jingyuan walked side by side, chatting casually. Ma Jingyuan had always been very curious about when Chen Moxian would perfect the thunderclap fist, and he took the opportunity to bring it up, only to be brushed off by Chen Moxian with a prepared answer. Maybe it was an epiphany. He had already checked the information in the past. Martial artists obsessed with martial arts often entered a state of self-forgetfulness, where their understanding of martial arts would rapidly improve, known as an epiphany. However, since the emergence of new martial arts, people believe that martial artists in the blood-gathering realm should not spend too much time on martial arts techniques, and very few can enter a state of epiphany. Although rare, it still exists. Thus, Ma Jingyuan accepted this explanation. Teacher Ma, does the blood of the blood race undergo vaporization? Chen Moxian timely raised the question. Vaporization? What do you mean? when that silver-haired blood race was severely injured. He spat a mouthful of blood on my chest, but then the bloodstain disappeared into thin air. After listening, Ma Jingyuan pondered for a moment and then slowly said, well, I don't know much about the blood race either. I'll make a note of it and help you look it up later. Seeing that Ma Jingyuan was also unsure, Chen Moxian could only bury this doubt again and shift the conversation to other topics. Soon, Chen Moxian and Ma Jingyuan arrived at the pharmacy of Honghua Martial Arts School. This place stores various potions for students to cultivate, including many precious medicines, and is considered one of the important buildings of Honghua Martial Arts School, as well as the place where the school spends the most money. The entire pharmacy is managed under a fully enclosed system, with the entrance door made of special alloy capable of withstanding multiple attacks from Tiangang realm martial artists. The entrance is guarded by personnel dispatched from the Martial Management Bureau, paid by the school to work for them, except for the staff here and certain high-ranking school officials. No one else is allowed to enter or exit. A distance from the entrance is equipped with a detection device. As soon as Chen Moxian and Ma Jingyuan pass through, their information is synchronized to the display screen at the front desk. Is this Mr. Chen Moxian? Are you here to pick up medicine? A young man in formal attire came out to greet them. Chen Moxian nodded slightly. Your prescription has already been registered in advance. Shortly, staff will retrieve it for you. Please wait a moment. Saying this, the young man gestured for Chen Moxian and Ma Jingyuan to sit on the chairs in the waiting area. After sitting down, Chen Moxian looked around curiously at this place he had never been to before. The school also distributes some blood tonic drinks to students in the transmission martial class every month, but they are collected in the student union's life department. Compared to the common buildings outside the school, the architectural structure of the pharmacy gives a strong sense of science fiction. You haven't seen it before, right? This was built at great expense by the school. Most of the funds allocated by the Martial Management Bureau were used here. However, the technological level of the human race has developed rapidly in recent years, and this place is actually using technology that is hundreds of years behind. It's just that resources are limited, and we can't cover everything. Most of the latest technology has been invested in military applications. The cities that can truly enjoy the cutting-edge technology of the human race are only the independent cities built by the 5 major countries, like Xiaqiang City. The so-called Holy Land of the new martial faction, Omni University, is located in Xiaqiang City. If you have the opportunity to go there in the future, you'll find that our current lives are no different from those of ancient people. Xiaqiang City. Chen Moxian silently remembered this name in his heart. With a clang, the pharmacy's alloy door opened to both sides, and a staff member holding a metal square box walked out. The earlier young man took the box and handed it to Chen Moxian. This is the potion you reserved. Please take care of it. As soon as Chen Moxian received the metal box, Ma Jingyuan turned and said, let's go to the library. Aren't we going to check it? Chen Moxian frowned slightly, his eyes showing a hint of doubt and caution. This box is personally stored by me. Besides, it's something the Tianyuan army specifically designated for you. Who would dare tamper with it? Even so, Ma Jingyuan still took the metal box from Chen Moxian and expertly touched a hidden groove at the bottom with his fingertip. With a gentle press and a slight mechanical click, the box slowly opened, revealing a carefully arranged glass tube inside. Inside the glass tube flowed a crystal-clear liquid, filled with the rich green essence of countless plants. Chen Moxian examined the liquid in the glass tube and thought to himself, this is the A-grade blood tonic? The color seems much richer than the D-grade. If the green of the D-level qi and blood elixir is a faint, almost transparent light green, then the qi and blood elixir in front of me is a brilliant bright green. No, this is not A-level. Just one glance, and Ma Jingyuan's face instantly turned ashen as he grabbed the young man's collar and demanded, give me an explanation. Chapter 18, I am your uncle. The oppressive aura of Ma Jingyuan at the peak of the second realm overwhelmed the young man, leaving him momentarily speechless. This blood tonic is clearly B-grade, Ma Jingyuan exclaimed. The young man quickly reacted, saying, we were only picking up the goods according to the registered information and the cargo number. We don't know what's inside. Upon hearing this, Ma Jingyuan furrowed his brows and released the young man's collar. The blood tonic was stored and registered by him personally. He was sure the container was the same as before, but the contents had been swapped. The people here were sent by the Martial Management Bureau, and they had to check their belongings when going to and from work. The penalties for any anomalies were severe, making it unlikely that they would steal from themselves. The only ones capable of swapping the contents would be the higher-ups at the school, who could come and go freely without being inspected. Has anyone else been here before? Vice Principal Wong came by. He said he wanted to check the electrical equipment in the medicine cabinet and asked us to cut the power for 5 minutes. He knows nothing about checking equipment. Did you all hear that? Upon hearing this, Ma Jingyuan's anger surged again. Although it's suspicious, Vice Principal Wang has that authority, and we can't really stop him. The young man's voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Ma Jingyuan fell silent. He knew these people were ultimately working for the school, and making things difficult for them was pointless. Their main responsibility was to guard the potions stored in the medicine cabinet to prevent suspicious individuals from stealing them. But the vice principal certainly wouldn't be classified as a suspicious person. If the vice principal were to steal the potions, that would be an internal issue for the school. All they needed to do was to report the situation truthfully. All right, I understand. You can continue working. After saying that, Ma Jingyuan abruptly turned and strode towards the door. Seeing this, Chen Moxian quickly followed. He hadn't intervened earlier, but from the conversation and reactions between Ma Jingyuan and the staff, he had already grasped the general situation. His A-grade blood tonic had been swapped, and the person who did it was most likely Vice Principal Wang from Hongwu Martial School. If Ma Jingyuan hadn't come along this time, he would have almost certainly mistaken this tonic for A-grade, and the matter would have ended there. The feeling of being made a fool of was quite unpleasant. Observing Ma Jingyuan's fluctuating expression, Chen Moxian slowly spoke. Teacher Ma, why don't you go back for now? I think it's better to think carefully about which martial arts technique to choose before going to the library. Ma Jingyuan worked as a teacher at Hongwu Martial School and had many more considerations when handling matters. Chen Moxian didn't intend to let him stick his neck out for him. Perhaps it would be wise to first note down the martial techniques in the library, then spend a few days fully analyzing the body tempering method, temporarily using the B-grade blood tonic to enhance his cultivation, and then revisit the issue once he was more valued by the school. However, Chen Moxian really didn't like the feeling of holding a grudge overnight. It affected the recovery of his mental strength, since he had already discovered it, even if the other party was the vice principal. Chen Moxian naturally wouldn't let himself suffer this silent loss. However, the other party dared to act this way, so they certainly wouldn't hand it over easily, which would inevitably put Teacher Ma in a difficult position. Therefore, Chen Moxian felt that confronting Vice Principal Wang directly was the most convenient option. Ma Jingyuan's face was grim, making it hard to tell if he was angry or concerned as he continued to stride forward. We won't be going to the library now. Without looking back, he said, you will come with me to the vice principal's office to ask that Wang about it. Don't worry. No matter what, I will get you an explanation. I usually don't care about his little tricks for the school team assessment, but he can't bully my student. As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Jingyuan's internal energy surged, causing his empty left sleeve to flutter wildly, and a strong sense of oppression erupted from him. Chen Moxian was taken aback. The image of the portly middle-aged homeroom teacher he remembered was completely separate from the man before him. They looked alike, but their experiences were completely different. This was indeed another world. Okay, Chen Moxian nodded heavily. Vice Principal's office. A slightly plump middle-aged man, dressed elegantly, maintained a habitual smile on his face even when there was no one around. He was Wang Minghui, the vice principal of Hongwu Martial School, the second highest authority in the school. As a martial arts school nurturing future warriors, it held a very high status in human society. Although Hongwu Martial School was just a martial arts middle school, the vice principal still enjoyed considerable power. To secure his position as vice principal, Wang Minghui had used all means at his disposal and had accumulated quite a few dirt on him, with the Liu family being the one that helped him the most and had the most leverage over him. Stealing and swapping the A-grade blood tonic for Liu Kai was a forced action on his part, and a decision he made after weighing the pros and cons. Compared to offending the Liu family, a petty Chen Moxian seemed insignificant. However, why did his right eyelid keep twitching? Wang Minghui had a bad feeling in his heart. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open with force. Just as Wang Minghui was about to erupt in anger, he saw that it was Ma Jingyuan, and immediately switched back to a smiling face. Teacher Ma, what brings you here today? As he spoke, Wang Minghui noticed a handsome student following closely behind Ma Jingyuan. His heart skipped a beat as he realized who it was but still maintained his composure. This student is. Ignoring Wang Minghui's question, Ma Jingyuan's face remained serious as he said, Vice Principal Wang, I want to ask why you went to the medicine cabinet recently. I want to check on a batch of refrigeration equipment that I purchased. I wanted to see how it was being used recently. Wang Minghui replied calmly. Seeing that the other party was determined to play dumb, Ma Jingyuan stopped wasting words and slammed his palm heavily on the desk. Wang Minghui, where did you take Chen Moxian's A-grade blood tonic? Noticing the palm print left on his precious solid wood desk, Wang Minghui frowned. What A-grade blood tonic? To calm himself down, Ma Jingyuan took a deep breath. I've already been to the medicine cabinet and retrieved the item numbered 326 that I personally stored. But the A-grade blood tonic that should have been inside has turned into a B-grade. I've already inquired, and from the time the blood tonic was stored until today, the only non-staff member who has entered and exited the medicine cabinet is you, and I've only told you and the principal the cargo number. As he spoke, Ma Jingyuan could no longer keep his composure. His tone became agitated. Wang, I tolerated your little tricks with the school team assessments before. Now you dare to touch the rewards for the students from Tianyuan Army? You're bringing disgrace to Henghua Martial School. At this point, the smile on Wang Minghui's face gradually faded, replaced by a different expression. Are you accusing me of swapping the A-grade blood tonic? Do you have any evidence? I advise you to be careful with your words. The cost of slandering a vice principal of a martial school is not small. The medicine cabinet is full of surveillance cameras. You can check the footage to see if it recorded me swapping the potion. Wang Minghui crossed his legs. Oh, I forgot. I just happened to cut the power to check the equipment, so now I can't prove my innocence. But if anyone can come and slander me, and I have to find evidence to clear my name, then how can I continue my work as vice principal? Since you suspect me, then you should provide substantial evidence. Looking at Ma Jingyuan's darkened face, Wang Minghui turned his chair around, unable to hide the smirk at the corner of his mouth. Having navigated the power dynamics for years, he enjoyed this feeling of being known yet unassailable. Ma Jingyuan accompanied Chen Moxian to get the medicine, which was unexpected, but he never intended to put all the risks on Chen Moxian, who couldn't see that the blood-boosting agent had been swapped. He had long prepared his excuse for when the matter was exposed. Wang Minghui turned his chair again, ready to enjoy Ma Jingyuan's expression once more, while saying, besides, you are the one communicating with the military, and the blood-boosting agent was also prepared by you. Why can't it be you, Teacher Ma, who privately? Before Wang Minghui could finish a sentence, a lightning-fast and fierce flying kick appeared in his line of sight. Chen Moxian's foot accurately landed on Wang Minghui's face, cutting off what he was about to say. Wang Minghui was immediately kicked over, stumbling and rolling for several rounds until he crashed hard against the corner of the wall. Chen Moxian nimbly flipped in the air, skillfully dissipating the recoil from the kick. He landed steadily, let out a long breath, and a satisfied smile crept onto his face. That felt good. Rambling on, so annoying. Wang Minghui got up, a shoe print from Chen Moxian on his face, staring at him in disbelief. He never expected that a student would have the guts to lay hands on him directly in his office. Chen Moxian disdainfully glanced at Wang Minghui and said lightly, "Weren't you just asking me who I am? Now I'll tell you. I am your uncle." Chapter 19 now, I can't prove my innocence a clean and swift kick. Compared to the incident where Wang Minghui was kicked away, Ma Jingyuan's attention was entirely focused on the kick that Chen Moxian had just delivered. With his keen eye, he immediately recognized that Chen Moxian had used the flying swallow kick. This martial skill was not uncommon, as leg strength usually surpasses fist strength, making leg techniques more powerful in the early stages of combat. Many martial arts students' first master martial skill is this one. There were quite a few students who had perfected the flying swallow kick, but Chen Moxian's movements were clearly sharper and quicker than theirs, hinting at a sense of perfection. It was evident that this was another martial skill mastered to perfection. I might have underestimated this kid's talent, Ma Jingyuan thought. The talent for cultivating martial arts can be divided into physical talent and martial arts talent. Chen Moxian's physical talent was not particularly outstanding, but mastering two perfectly refined martial skills at his age meant that his martial arts talent could be classified among the martial arts geniuses. If I had provided him with ample training resources earlier, perhaps humanity could have gained another genius who could master martial movement youth to perfection in the blood-nurturing realm. Martial movement youth is regarded as the Bible for martial artists because it has a low lower limit but an extremely high upper limit. Mastering martial movement youth to perfection in the blood-nurturing realm not only significantly enhances training speed, but also results in a blood quality that exceeds that of ordinary people. Compared to other martial artists of the same rank, this provides a natural advantage in cultivation and will yield great benefits when breaking through realms in the future. Ma Jingyuan felt a twinge of regret for having once considered Chen Moxian's pride, not directly providing him with training resources. When he previously mentioned that Chen Moxian would become a future master of humanity, it was said with a hint of encouragement. Now he was convinced. This student, even if it means gambling his teaching career, he must ensure that Chen Moxian's path in martial arts is smoother. "You dare to hit me?" Wang Minghui's roar echoed in the office. He had been in the power circles for many years, dealing with underhanded tactics. What's more, over the years of the school, which student did not greet him? Even if there were grievances, they dared not voice them. In the school, His influence was enough to affect the life of an ordinary martial artist without a background. It was shocking that he was kicked by a student so directly. He felt momentarily stunned. Soon after, a stinging sensation spread across his face, and he felt a warm, moist feeling begin to spread at the tip of his nose, accompanied by a metallic taste. Wang Minghui instinctively raised his hand to touch it, only to find a slick and crimson area. It must be said that, as the vice principal, he really had a thick skin. Chen Moxian assessed Wang Minghui's injury and nodded slightly. Although the flying swallow kick was merely a low-level yellow-grade martial skill, he had perfected it, delivering a force close to 2,000 kilograms. To only have a nosebleed from taking it directly meant that Wang Minghui's face could probably withstand small-caliber handguns. Chen Moxian, you dare to assault the vice principal. I will definitely expel you from school. Wang Minghui tore off his usual amiable facade, barking at Chen Moxian like a mad dog. In response to Wang Minghui's roar, Chen Moxian merely smiled faintly. Aren't you just recognizing your elder? Assaulting the vice principal? Do you have any evidence? Who saw it? Chen Moxian mimicked Wang Minghui's earlier tone, exaggerating as he spoke. Or we could check the surveillance cameras. Oh, dear. Vice Principal Wang seems to value privacy and didn't install any in the office. Chen Moxian looked around, spreading his hands and saying, Now, I can't prove my innocence. However, if anyone can just come and slander me, and I have to prove my innocence, then should I even continue practicing martial arts? Listening to Chen Moxian's words, Wang Minghui's eyes nearly burst into flames. Chen Moxian was echoing his earlier words. Evidence? Is the imprint on my face not obvious enough? Wang Minghui pointed at the shoe print on his face. Perhaps Vice Principal Wang thought my shoes looked nice and wanted to leave a stamp as a souvenir? You brat. Faced with such shameless words, Wang Minghui ultimately couldn't help but curse. Wang Minghui stepped forward, directly crossing the desk, and rushed toward Chen Moxian with fierce speed, his palm extending like an iron claw, intending to directly grab Chen Moxian's mouth. Chen Moxian jumped into the air again, his body light and agile, resembling a soaring swallow, skillfully sidestepping Wang Minghui's rapid grasp in midair. Following that, he bent his leg and sprang, delivering a fierce and unmatched kick that accurately struck Wang Minghui's side face. The flying swallow kick, aside from its speed, also contained an exquisite counterattack principle, able to find flaws in the enemy's attack and use their force against them, converting the opponent's momentum into counterattack energy. Under Chen Moxian's exquisite control, Wang Minghui seemed to crash into Chen Moxian's kick, and his forward momentum turned into force, striking back at himself. This kick was even more powerful than the one that had previously sent Wang Minghui flying. However, this time, it merely caused Wang Minghui's head to tilt. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Wang Minghui, a faint golden light appearing on his surface, akin to armor manifesting from thin air. Chen Moxian sensed that his attack was completely absorbed by the golden light and quickly retracted his leg, stepping back a few paces to adjust his stance. The intensity of the aura he felt from Wang Minghui was at least a level stronger than when he faced Lin Muhan in his human identity. Clearly, Wang Minghui's martial arts cultivation was at least at the second realm, fourth stage, or possibly even the later stages of the second realm. After all, Wang Minghui was the vice principal of a martial arts school. Without some real strength, he couldn't possibly hold that position. Chen Moxian stepped forward, arms spread wide, his energy and blood surging, his right fist suddenly thrusting out from his waist. The fist peak, accompanied by a thunderous roar, struck directly at Wang Minghui's chest. The dark force containing vibrational power surged forth, but when it encountered the golden light circulating over Wang Minghui, it was like sinking into an endless mire. The golden light rippled delicately on the surface, dimming slightly, and absorbed all the dark force. This strike of the Thundershock fist merely caused Wang Minghui to take a few steps back. This move is called Golden Tortoise Dominance. Kid, Wang Minghui proudly demonstrated his martial skill. A mere yellow-grade intermediate martial skill from the blood-nurturing realm can only tickle me. If one punch doesn't work, I'll just hit you a few more times. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of the martial skill, Wang Minghui's movements were noticeably slower after using the Golden Tortoise Dominance. His speed even slower than Lin Muhan at the third stage of his second realm. Utilizing his perfected illusory body step, Wang Minghui was like a living target for him. Do you really think I can only stand there and take hits? Suddenly, the golden light on Wang Minghui's body seemed to have a mind of its own. Writhing and a fist shadow exploded outward from his chest. The golden tortoise dominance actually reflected all the force Chen Moxian had previously delivered back at him. Chen Moxian knew very little about true energy and mysterious grade martial skills. Previously, all things calculation was based on observing the opponent's movements to make predictions. But Wang Minghui displayed no movements at all. It was entirely a spontaneous counterattack of true energy. With incomplete information, all things calculation could not predict this attack. Unable to dodge, Chen Moxian decided not to evade. He fully mobilized the energy and blood within him, preparing to use the Thundershock Fist to strike the weak point of the fist shadow from the side to deflect it away. At that critical moment, a figure dashed in front of him, throwing a punch with one arm, shattering the golden fist shadow directly. The person who intervened was none other than Ma Jingyuan. Ma Jingyuan, do you know what you're doing? Wang Minghui narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. The student you taught in your class is of poor character, breaking laws and rules, openly assaulting school leaders. You not only failed to discipline him, but also dared to intervene? I see that your qualification as a senior teacher needs to be reevaluated. Wang Minghui. Ma Jingyuan's low voice, with slightly furrowed brows, exudes a sharpness. Having stayed in the school for so long, I actually found myself entangled in your rhetoric, grappling with those so-called pieces of evidence. My student reminded me that I was overcomplicating a simple matter. At least for now here, Ma Jingyuan stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath him. And in the next moment, he was already in front of Wang Minghui. I can knock you down, and that will be enough. As soon as the words fell, his palm struck like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly hitting Wang Minghui in the chest, with a force that could crush withered trees. The previously impenetrable golden light of protection shattered, dissipating into the air like specks of light. Wang Minghui's body crashed heavily against the desk behind him, splintering wood everywhere. The solid wood desk, made of tough timber, could no longer withstand the impact and broke into several pieces. The protective martial art was directly breached, and with the backlash of true energy, Wang Minghui's body twitched slightly, his face as pale as paper, and a mouthful of fresh blood surged from his mouth. He was clearly severely injured. Chapter 20. The one who wants to die is me, and the one who should die is you. Cough. Cough. Wang Minghui coughed out the blood remaining in his lungs, looking terrified at Ma Jingyuan, who was approaching him step by step. How could you possibly shatter my golden light with a single palm? His cultivation was at the second realm, 8th stage. The gap between him and Ma Jingyuan wasn't that large. In martial arts, if you don't progress, you regress. Wang Minghui, are you still unaware that your control over true energy and your martial skills have deteriorated to a pile of mess? Your turtle skill can only bully younger generations by relying on the quantity of true energy. Ma Jingyuan lifted Wang Minghui with one hand and said in a deep voice, "Where did you take the A-grade blood tonic?" Being lifted by someone with one hand, Wang Minghui, furious, laughed in anger and threatened in his usual way. Ma Jingyuan, I see your teacher doesn't want to continue. Do you believe I can make you have no place to stand in Dongchang City? Hearing this, Ma Jingyuan slowly loosened his grip on Wang Minghui's collar. Wang Minghui felt a rush of breath and sneered. Now you know fear? Slap. The next moment, a powerful slap struck Wang Minghui's right cheek, knocking him to the ground. Damn it. It's really infuriating that I only have one hand and can't grab you to beat you. Ma Jingyuan, kursid. Wang Minghui, haven't you figured it out yet? I don't give a damn. All of Ma Jingyuan's family had died at the hands of foreign races, and he himself had lost an arm on the battlefield. With no hope of breaking through his realm, he poured all his resentment into martial arts education, hoping to nurture more fresh blood for humanity and contribute a bit to the rise of humanity among the myriad races. But if he couldn't even bring justice to a student he valued when they were oppressed, then he might as well not be a teacher. You two won't have it easy, just wait. Wang Minghui, knocked down, began to shout before he could even get up. It's because there are too many tumors like you that humanity has been struggling all along. Ma Jingyuan felt a surge of killing intent. An overwhelming true energy quietly gathered in his palm. Even after neglecting martial arts for many years, Wang Minghui still sensed this killing intent and hurriedly crawled up from the ground. However, the slap had made him dizzy, and he stumbled again, falling back to the ground. Wait, don't do anything reckless. Feeling the increasingly terrifying killing intent, Wang Minghui struggled to get up again. It's just an A-grade blood tonic. I'll get it for you. I'm the vice principal. If you kill me on campus, the Martial Management Bureau will sentence you to death. Do you want to die? Ma Jingyuan's gaze was icy as he slowly raised his hand, about to smash Wang Minghui's head like smashing a watermelon. The one who wants to die is me, but the one who should die is you. Since Chen Moxian kicked Wang Minghui, things had no room for easing. With Wang Minghui's personality, once he calmed down, he definitely wouldn't let Chen Moxian off the hook. This incident was not Chen Moxian's fault. It was just that Chen Moxian was treated as someone who could be bullied at will, and Ma Jingyuan, as Chen Moxian's backing, was still not enough. As a teacher, the last thing Ma Jingyuan could do was to clear the obstacles for his student. He had already thought it through. As long as he killed Wang Minghui on the spot, he would take all the blame afterward. Then, Chen Moxian would just happen to witness a mad teacher killing the innocent vice principal. He could also vent the frustrations he had suffered under Wang Minghui. Suddenly, a figure quickly pounced and sat on Wang Minghui, pressing him back to the ground. Chen Moxian, what are you doing? Ma Jingyuan, startled, hurriedly retracted his palm's power. Teacher Ma, I haven't gotten my blood tonic back yet. And this kind of person isn't worth it. Ma Jingyuan's subtle expression and killing intent were captured by Chen Moxian, and he quickly understood Ma Jingyuan's intention. He had recently experienced the feeling of being dominated by anger and wanted to settle a score with his life. Whether this behavior was bloodthirsty, reckless, or foolish, he couldn't sort out yet. Human hearts are very contradictory. He had previously wanted to vent his anger without care, but seeing Ma Jingyuan like this, he felt it was not worth it. There should be a better way to handle it. Chen Moxian leaned down, staring coldly at Wang Minghui. What do you want to do? Wang Minghui felt uneasy under the gaze and couldn't help but speak. You just said you would go get the blood tonic back? Where did you put it? Chen Moxian asked. Did I say that? Seeing that things seemed to ease, Wang Minghui pretended to be confused again. Crack! A small sound of bones cracking echoed, and Wang Minghui's index finger was suddenly bent at an unnatural angle by Chen Moxian. A sharp pain surged from his finger to his head, and Wang Minghui began to howl. He wanted to struggle to get up, but his martial skills were broken, and true energy couldn't operate for a short time, compounded by the heavy injuries he had sustained. With only the remaining strength, Wang Minghui could no longer compete with Chen Moxian, who was a whole realm lower than him. Chen Moxian didn't ask again. He waited for Wang Minghui's pain to reach its peak, allowing him to catch his breath before slowly shifting his target to another finger. I'll tell you, crack. Even upon hearing Wang Minghui speak, Chen Moxian ruthlessly broke another finger without hesitation. Wang Minghui wanted to roll in pain, but his body was pinned down by Chen Moxian, and he had no outlet for his agony. I'll tell you, I want to say. Wang Minghui was drenched in cold sweat, wailing. Faster, Chen Moxian said lightly. I didn't expect you, after practicing martial arts for decades, to be so afraid of pain. I thought with your tough mouth, you could hold on a little longer. Wang Minghui endured the pain, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. It was Lu Kai. I gave the A-grade blood tonic to Lu Kai. Lu Kai. Chen Moxian pondered. This name sounded quite familiar. It seemed the vice captain of the Hunghua martial school team was named that. Again, this Lu Kai. Ma Jingyuan frowned from a distance. Ma Jingyuan. You know Lu Kai too? The old master of the Lu family especially dotes on him. He has done a lot of outrageous things behind the school, and even the principal can't do anything about him. I was forced to do it. I advise you to bear with it. I can't afford to provoke the Lu family. All right, I understand. Chen Moxian slowly stood up. Once released from the restraints, Wang Minghui immediately sat up straight, hurriedly inspecting his fingers. The two fingers on his right hand were already twisted and deformed, the swollen bends turning purple, a sight to behold. Lu Kai, you brought this trouble upon yourself, so deal with it yourself. Wang Minghui cursed silently in his heart, regret flooding in. And you, Chen Moxian, Ma Jingyuan, just you wait. Suddenly, Wang Minghui felt his scalp tingle, a chill rising from his back. He raised his head and met a pair of extremely cold black eyes. Is there anything else? Wang Minghui forced out a smile. Your thoughts are written all over your face, Vice Principal Wang. Chen Moxian spread his arms, and before he finished speaking, a lightning-fast punch struck Wang Minghui's face. The power contained in the punch exploded, and without the obstruction of true energy armor, blood immediately splattered from Wang Minghui's face. Two teeth flying out his mouth. Bang! Under the tremendous force, the back of Wang Minghui's head collided violently with the ground, leaving a deep dent. His eyes rolled back, and he had fainted. The slap that Ma Jingyuan had given Wang Minghui had already stirred Chen Moxian's blood, and he had long been itching to act. Chen Moxian let out a long breath, retracted his fist, stood firmly, and turned to walk towards Ma Jingyuan with satisfaction. Was the trouble not too big? Not too big. Ma Jingyuan was silent for a moment. Chapter 21. The star project, compared to the trouble that Ma Jingyuan originally planned to stir up, this level of chaos is indeed not a big deal. It's just that Chen Moxian is now finding it difficult to retreat unscathed. This should leave him unconscious for 3 days, even if he wants to cause us trouble. He will have to wait until after 3 days. Chen Moxian shrugged and changed the subject. Is that Lu Kai someone important? Ma Jingyuan replied slowly. Lu Kai himself is nothing special. The trouble lies with the Lu family behind him. Lu Kai is at the peak of the first realm, just a step away from breaking into the Qi control realm. He may be considered outstanding among students of the same generation, but in my view, with the vast resources of the Lu family poured into his training, anyone who isn't a complete idiot could reach his level. The head of the Lu family, Lu Dahai, is a martial arts master who has stepped into the celestial realm, just half a step away from the ascendant realm. Although Lu Kai's father, Lu Zhong, lacks martial arts talent, he has a sharp business mind and has secured a number of core industries in Dongchang City, controlling a large amount of real estate. With the resources they have in both the martial arts and business sectors, the Lu family has many connections in the military, making their influence quite complex, and they can be considered the #1 family in Dongchang City. From a tactical perspective, this incident was handled very carelessly. It is highly likely that Lu Kai acted on his own when he threatened Wang Mingwei. The Lu family wouldn't offend the military just for an A-class blood potion. Lu Kai thinks that with Chen Moxian replaced, no one would notice. Moreover, he believes that a student with no background and little strength wouldn't dare to escalate the situation. Where's that Lu Kai now? Chen Moxian pressed on. At this time, he should be in the training building. I'll go with you, Ma Jingyuan replied. Lu Kai, relying on being the only heir in his family, has been arrogant since childhood. He probably won't easily hand over the blood potion. Ma Jingyuan understood that the student before him would not back down. The access card you gave me will work for the training building, right? Ma Jingyuan nodded. Mr. Ma, this is just a small dispute between students. You don't need to intervene, Chen Moxian said. Lu Kai often has 2 or 3 followers around him. I know your martial arts skills are exceptional, but your cultivation level is low and you would struggle against multiple attackers. Ma Jingyuan knew Lu Kai's personality. If Chen Moxian went to confront him directly, it would definitely lead to conflict. Are any of them at the Qi control realm? No. Then I can handle it alone. After saying this, Chen Moxian turned and walked towards the door without looking back. Ma Jingyuan took a deep breath and called out to Chen Moxian, who was about to step out. Chen Moxian, I may not be able to provide you with absolute justice in this matter, but go ahead and make a scene. I will back you up no matter what. Chen Moxian paused for a moment, then his figure flickered like a phantom, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Phantom step. Another perfected martial skill. Ma Jingyuan exclaimed in shock. This kid actually has another trick up his sleeve. With his agility, few in the same realm can deal with him. Moreover, mastering 3 perfected martial skills at just 18 years old is remarkable. If I were to inform the principal, he might be willing to bet on Chen Moxian. He did not have connections with the military's higher-ups, and since the Tianyuan army was especially busy, disputes not related to other races would likely be dragged out. If something were to happen during that time, it would be too late. Thinking of this, Ma Jingyuan no longer hesitated and quickly picked up his phone, dialing the principal's number. A car was speeding down a highway. In the back seat, a middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows was smiling as he looked at the message notifications on his phone. The funding for this year has all been approved. The multiple funding applications submitted to the Education Bureau had been stalled for a long time, but in the past 2 days, they have all been approved. He knew this was due to the impact of the competition 2 days ago. The long underperforming Hunghua Martial School had unexpectedly made it to the finals this year and had even made significant contributions in capturing Blood Clan infiltrators, receiving commendation from the military. All of this was thanks to a student named Chen Moxian. In light of this, Ma Jingyuan subsequently sought approval to grant that student a choice of any martial skill as an additional reward, and he readily agreed. The bushy-browed man felt that agreeing to Ma Jingyuan's recommendation to allow Chen Moxian to join the school team for the competition was one of the wisest decisions he had made in recent years. This year, Hunghua Martial School would surely thrive and have great fortune ahead. The man's complexion was rosy, and he smiled as he reflected on this. Suddenly, he had a thought and checked the stock he held on his phone, and his expression turned green, his good mood evaporating. Increasing his stake in this stock was indeed the dumbest decision he had made in recent years. What's wrong, Principal Lee? The driver asked, noticing the change in his expression in the rearview mirror. Nothing, just lamenting that I'm really not good at gambling. Principal Lee replied with a bitter smile, tossing his phone aside. I hesitated when I should have bought in and hesitated when I should have sold out. Always indecisive. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate. and Principal Lee impatiently picked it up again. Seeing the caller ID, he felt a bit less annoyed. Hello, Mr. Ma. What? What has Wang Minghui done this time? Ma Jingyuan recounted the events that had transpired during this period. When he heard that Chen Moxian had mastered 3 perfected martial skills, Principal Lee was overjoyed, thinking that Hunghua Martial School's performance in this martial arts exam might reach new heights. However, as he listened further, Principal Lee's expression grew increasingly grim. You let Chen Moxian go find Lu Kai alone? Why didn't you stop him? Principal Lee shouted over the phone. With 3 perfected martial skills, if given sufficient resources for cultivation, his physical training level would surely improve rapidly. Within a month, he could reach the peak of the first realm or even break into the second realm. With his martial skills far surpassing his peers, he would definitely be a dark horse in the martial arts exam, helping Hunghua Martial School achieve an unprecedented good result this year. For that, I could put in some effort to suppress Wang Minghui's issue. But if Chen Moxian clashes with Lu Kai, that's another matter entirely. If Chen Moxian loses to Lu Kai and gets beaten up, that might be fine, but if he injures Lu Kai, the Lu family will definitely not let it go. They wouldn't care if Chen Moxian is a talented student valued by Hunghua Martial School or anything else. Destroying a person is a common occurrence for them. Moreover, Lu Kai is a very good combat power for Hunghua Martial School and could achieve good results in the martial arts exam. Depending on the situation, Hunghua Martial School might directly lose 2 students who could achieve good rankings. Principal Lee hurriedly said, an A-class blood potion is very precious, but if Lu Kai wants it, just give it to him. Wait for me to return, and I will explain the situation to the Lu family and request one. Principal, this is no longer just a matter of a single A-class blood potion. Ma Jingyuan's calm voice came through the phone. I can tell from that child's eyes that if I stop him, it will definitely become a heart tribulation for him in his martial arts journey. You should know how significant heart tribulations are for breaking into the ascendant realm and becoming a martial arts master. As a teacher, I cannot do this. I implore you, regardless of how the Lu family seeks retribution later, Hunghua Martial School should do its utmost to protect Chen Moxian. Shut up. I am the principal of Hunghua Martial School. You listen to me. Go stop him now. Don't let them meet. Principal Lee's voice was nearly out of control. How many martial arts masters have there been in Jiangnan province over the years? Principal Lee nearly roared. Just then, the speeding vehicle suddenly came to a halt, and the immense inertia caused Principal Lee to sway, nearly losing his balance. What are you doing? Principal Lee glared angrily, his gaze piercing towards the driver. The driver, however, looked bewildered, slowly turning his head, his fingers stiffly pointing out the window. There was, following the driver's direction. Principal Lee was shocked to find an old man dressed in a white robe, with long flowing beard, leisurely floating in midair. One hand posed in a gesture of holding something empty. Even more unbelievable was that his line of sight was level with the old man, meaning the vehicle he was in was also floating in midair. As the old man's palms slowly descended, the vehicle seemed to be drawn down by an invisible force, gently returning to the ground. Controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a martial arts master. Without caring about the phone, Principal Lee hurriedly ran out of the vehicle and bowed respectfully to the old man. May I ask if the master has some important matter? I just heard that you're the principal of Hunghua Martial School. Seeing Principal Lee nod, the old man's face seemed to bloom with joy. I still have good hearing. I happened to pass by this place and unintentionally overheard your conversation. In a moment of urgency, I intervened to stop the car, and I hope you can forgive my abruptness. Does your school have a student named Chen Moxian? I would like to recruit him into the STAR Project. Upon hearing the word STAR Project, Principal Lee's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly performed another respectful bow. May I ask who you are? The old man stroked his black beard and smiled. Taichu Martial House, Tianshu Academy, Zhong Quandao, where you might be more familiar with the Martial Arts Research Institute. Chapter 22, Full Investment, Taichu Martial Academy, Tianshu Institute. Principal Lee was momentarily stunned, drenched in sweat. These 2 terms were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Familiar because he had heard them more than once, and unfamiliar because he felt he might never have anything to do with them in his lifetime. First, let's talk about Taichu Martial Academy, the first martial arts school since the emergence of the human race's martial arts, and the oldest martial arts institution in existence today. Even though later martial academies renamed themselves as martial arts universities in line with the times, only Taichu Martial Academy retained its original name. This is because the academy was named after the first martial arts supreme of the human race, one of the pioneers who established human martial arts, known as the Martial Emperor, L. Yuan. His naming was not something anyone had the authority to change. As the most ancient martial arts institution still in operation, Taichu Martial Academy is undoubtedly the top tier among all martial arts universities. As for Tianshu Institute, Principal Li was even more familiar with it. It can be said to be the hub of all techniques, where martial skills from all over the world originate. Therefore, Tianshu Institute also has a more straightforward name, the Martial Skills Research Institute. The martial skills that various universities in the Daxia Kingdom are allowed to teach and sell almost all derive their copyrights from Tianshu Institute. How could such a big shot come to this place? May I ask how to address you, Principal? Zhong. Senior Zhong, there is no need for formalities. I am Li Yuanshan. Principal Li quickly waved his hand. He originally wanted to call him Master Zhong, but felt quite awkward. You just mentioned introducing Chen Moxian into the star plan. Is that true? As the principal of a martial school, Li Yuanshan had naturally heard of the star plan. It was a program led by the 5 major nations and spearheaded by the Inheritance martial sect, aimed at gathering martial talents from all over the country and then selecting a small portion of exceptional individuals for intensive training, hoping at least one martial arts supreme would emerge in the future to lead the human race. However, the star plan traditionally only selects participants from top-tier martial arts universities in major cities and provincial capitals. How could a martial arts high school in such a small place rank? Am I here to joke with you? Zhong, Chuandao's eyes widened. Senior, please don't misunderstand. That is not what I meant, Li Yuanshan quickly clarified. It's just that this student of ours is currently only at the blood-concealing realm, far below the minimum requirement for the star plan. Could it be a mistake? Blood-concealing realm? Zhong Quandao was taken aback, showing a look of surprise. In fact, Zhong Quandao was not very clear about the specifics. He was in the middle of a mission and happened to be near Jiangnan province when the director suddenly contacted him, ordering him to ensure that Chen Moxian from Dongchang City Hunghua Martial School was included in the star plan. The director's judgment was never wrong. Your school should only have one student named Chen Moxian, right? Zhong Quandao confirmed. Li Yuanshan slightly nodded. Then it's settled. He was specifically nominated for the star plan by the director of Tianshu Institute. Li Yuanshan's heart surged with waves of shock again. The director of Tianshu Institute holds power equivalent to the head of the Martial Management Bureau, with an even more transcendent status, not subject to martial management regulations. Moreover, he is one of the proposers of the star plan, so he naturally has the ability to override the majority opinion and disregard the limitations of the star plan to directly include Chen Moxian. But how could such a big figure specifically nominate Chen Moxian? What exactly is the background of this student, who has remained relatively unknown until recently? Zhong Quandao waved his sleeve, and a golden token arced through the air, landing accurately in front of Li Yuanshan, who was startled and quickly caught it. The token was made of red gold, with what seemed to be a layer of gold foil on the surface. The front of the token was engraved with the Taiji diagram, with the yin fish as the sword sheath and the yang fish as the sword blade. The back was inscribed with the name Chen Moxian in a powerful, imposing handwriting. This was the Taichu golden token, serving as identification for members of the star plan. Zhong Quandao smiled, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. I should have personally delivered this, but I have encountered an urgent matter to handle. Fortunately, I happened to run into Principal Li. I ask that you deliver this to your school's Chen Moxian on my behalf. I will visit your school again within 5 days at the latest. This token contains a tracking restriction, so I'm not worried about someone daring to claim it as their own. Such a precious item. Upon hearing it was the Taichu golden token, Li Yuanshan's hands trembled as he held the token. Then I must trouble Principal Li with this. Farewell for now. After saying this, Zhong Quandao transformed into a beam of light and instantly vanished into the horizon, flying like a rainbow. Indeed, the martial arts master of the Ascendant Realm. Li Yuanshan stared into the distance, unable to calm down for a long time, his breath quickening as he focused on the golden token in his hand. If the Taichu golden token truly served as identification for members of the star plan, it was simply a reversal of heaven and earth. Owning the Taichu golden token meant being a core student of Taichu Martial Academy. Participants from top-tier martial arts universities in the star plan are independently taught in their respective universities, but they do not all attend Taichu Martial Academy. Members of the star plan are not necessarily core students of Taichu Martial Academy, but core students of Taichu Martial Academy will definitely be members of the star plan. Even the top scorer of the Jiangnan province martial examination in previous years might not meet the admission standards of ordinary students at Taichu Martial Academy, let alone core students. And Chen Moxian doesn't even need to take the martial examination. He has already been internally designated as a core student. He did not understand how Taichu Martial Academy favored Chen Moxian and why they placed such importance on him. Simply mastering a few perfected yellow-grade martial skills did not seem enough for Li Yuanshan to believe that Chen Moxian could warrant this level of attention from Taichu Martial Academy. Chen Moxian must possess qualities that he could not see. But this did not prevent Li Yuanshan from clearly understanding that Chen Moxian was undoubtedly a stock that would skyrocket. If he did not invest fully, he would be a fool. Li Yuanshan rushed back to the car and picked up the still-connected phone. Hello, teacher Ma. There was a situation just now. Let's not talk about that for now. In short, take everything I just said as nonsense. Let Chen Moxian do whatever he wants. But he must not get into trouble. I'll be back soon. You asked how I plan to deal with the Liu family's inquiries? The Liu family is nothing compared to the behemoth that is Taichu Martial Academy. Calling the Liu family ants would be a compliment. Li Yuanshan's eyes shone brightly, unable to hide his excitement, and he decisively gave the driver an order. Drive, go to Honghua Martial School immediately, as fast as you can. Chapter 23. Test his weight on the third floor of the training building. A sound like a firecracker exploding echoed in a private training room. 926 kilograms. The curly-haired guy exclaimed as he looked at the number on the punching power tester. To have over 900 kilograms of basic punching power without using martial techniques. And with techniques, it must reach 1,500 kilograms. No wonder you're the boss. Stop flattering me. Liu Kai shot a glance at the curly-haired guy, feeling quite dissatisfied with the punching power he had just displayed. The average basic punching power for a peak first-realm martial artist is 1,000 kilograms, and Liu Kai's control over his chi and muscles was below average. However, that was another matter. Liu Kai took out a delicate spherical chip from his pocket and squeezed it tightly. Metal fragments seemed to come alive, spreading from the palm of Liu Kai's hand and covering his entire hand. In an instant, a set of red gauntlets that perfectly fit his skin appeared on Liu Kai's right hand. Is this the Tianyuan battle armor? The curly-haired guy was genuinely surprised this time. He had never seen the Tianyuan battle armor, but in his understanding, only the Tianyuan battle armor could have such effects. This is the latest nanotechnology from Xieqiang City, a blood-red battle armor modeled after the Tianyuan battle armor, Liu Kai said proudly. Although its performance is much worse than the Tianyuan battle armor, it can be used in the blood-condensing realm. Liu Kai punched the punching power tester again, accompanied by a sound even more muffled than before. The numbers on the screen jumped rapidly. 1,800 kilograms. The curly-haired guy gasped. This force had already surpassed the basic punching power standard for first-realm martial artists, reaching the early stage of the second realm. Liu Kai looked at the number and nodded in satisfaction. Practice martial techniques? Practice power generation? What is there to practice? Only those impoverished martial artists need to practice those annoying things every day. I'm different from them. As long as I use my financial power, I can surpass years of their hard work in an instant. What era is it? Still practicing traditional martial arts. If I want, the blood-red battle armor can cover my entire body, enhancing my speed, strength, and defense to another level. It's a pity it's not allowed in the competition. Otherwise, even Lin Muhan would have to lie beneath my feet. Liu Kai shook his head, expressing his regret. Boss, that thing must be quite expensive, right? The curly-haired guy stared enviously at Liu Kai's gauntlet, rubbing his hands together. Can I try it? Liu Kai glanced at the curly-haired guy, and the gauntlet quickly disassembled and transformed back into a small sphere, which he tucked away again. This thing has recognized me as its master with my blood and remembers my DNA information. Others can't use it. In fact, that wasn't entirely true. Liu Kai had secretly brought this out without his family's knowledge. His father seemed to cherish it a lot, and if anything happened to it, he would definitely get scolded. The curly-haired guy clicked his tongue and then changed the subject. Boss, when do you plan to take that A-grade blood tonic? No rush. I still have residual effects from the B-grade blood tonic that I haven't absorbed yet. Maybe in a few days, Liu Kai said, shifting his gaze to a counter in the corner of the room where a glass tube was placed. The liquid inside the glass tube was vividly red, and even when placed steadily, it constantly swayed like a flame burning at all times. Chen Moxian probably didn't expect that the color of the A-grade blood tonic would be red. Liu Kai couldn't help but chuckle. Not to mention him. I wouldn't have thought so either. The curly-haired guy laughed loudly. Thinking about how Chen Moxian treated the B-grade blood tonic like a treasure makes me want to laugh. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocking sounds came from outside the training room. Boss, it's Li Ping. Open the door. Liu Kai was a bit annoyed by the knocking and gestured for the curly-haired guy to open the door. What else with the urgency? The curly-haired guy frowned as well, impatiently pressing the door control. The alloy door of the training room opened to reveal Li Ping's figure. Is it just you? Where's Ma Yong? seeing only Li Ping return. The curly-haired guy asked curiously. Li Ping hurried in, panting as he approached Lu Kai. What I want to say is this. We ran into Chen Moxian on our way back from the hospital, and Ma Yong said he wanted to teach Chen Moxian a lesson for you. And then, don't breathe so heavily. The curly-haired guy anxiously kicked Li Ping's butt. Li Ping caught his breath and continued. Then right in front of me, Ma Yong was taken down by Chen Moxian in one move. Not even a second. The rumors that Chen Moxian can contend with Lin Muhan might be true. Boss, we should avoid provoking Chen Moxian. Li Ping looked at Lu Kai anxiously, but Lu Kai merely smiled without saying a word. The curly-haired guy, seeing this, slapped Li Ping, leaving him momentarily stunned. What a waste. Does this school really have someone that boss can't provoke? Besides, if Ma Yong was taken down, how come you're fine? I think you guys are just derelict in your duties. Ma Yong probably ran off to play and left you to come up with an excuse. You. Li Ping touched his swollen face, glaring at the curly-haired guy. He hadn't chosen to inform Lu Kai over the phone. Instead, he rushed over after sending Ma Yong to the hospital because he was afraid Lu Kai wouldn't heed his warning. Yet, before he could explain himself, he was slapped in the face. He recalled Ma Yong's words. To Lu Kai, they were probably worthless, like disposable lackeys. The resentment accumulated for being bossed around in the past exploded at this moment. Fine, do whatever you want, I'm done. With that, Li Ping turned and ran to open the door, striding away. That guy Li Ping suddenly has such a temper. The curly-haired guy was taken aback. Then turned to Lu Kai. Boss, don't be angry about that kid. I'll go catch him and teach him a lesson. As he spoke, the curly-haired guy pressed the door control again. And that Chen Moxian. If I run into him, I'll test his weight. Even if what Li Ping said was true, the curly-haired guy would just think they were weak. He was different. He clearly understood that the paths of people are not replicable. Coming from a humble background, to stand out, he had to carve a path of his own. Although he superficially flattered Lu Kai and hung around him all day, in reality, that was just a means for him to obtain resources at school. He didn't have Lu Kai's family background and had to elevate his strength by any means necessary. While he superficially aligned with Lu Kai and looked down on hardworking martial artists, he never slacked off on his own hard work in secret. Although he was at the 9th level of the First Realm, in terms of combat ability, he believed that Lu Kai at the peak of the First Realm was not his opponent, provided he didn't use that cheating blood-red battle armor. Go ahead, Lu Kai nodded slightly. With Lu Kai's approval, the curly-haired guy strode through the already opened alloy door. Just as he turned his head, his gaze inadvertently met a pair of deep, abyss-like black eyes. His heart trembled at the piercing gaze. In the next moment, the curly-haired guy's figure was blown back into the room like a leaf caught in a storm, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Before Lu Kai could understand what had happened, a young man in a black hoodie with black hair walked in slowly, hands in his pockets. The black-haired youth, with a serious expression, looked at the curly-haired guy lying on the ground and said, "Is the weight test over?" Chapter 24, I have already notified you, are you Chen Moxian? Lu Kai raised his eyebrows as he looked at the young man in black who walked in. The other person's appearance was just like the photos collected by Ma Yong and the others before, and the aura he sensed from him was undoubtedly that of a First Realm 6 stage. Curly hair, you are too weak. Letting a First Realm 6 stage beat you up. Lu Kai mocked the curly-haired man who was lying on the ground wailing, struggling against the debilitating headache. The curly-haired man got up. Brother Kai, I was just ambushed by this kid. I accidentally fell for his trick. Earlier, the curly-haired man hadn't seen how Chen Moxian made his move. It was surely because he was distracted. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he not see the actions of First Realm 6 stage? As a member of the new martial arts class, the idea of prioritizing cultivation was deeply ingrained in him, and he neglected his martial arts practice. The hard work he put in secretly would not betray him. Chen Moxian looked around the entire room and finally fixed his gaze on the glass tube in the counter. Even from over 10 meters away and with the cabinet door blocking him, Chen Moxian could still sense the extremely pure medicinal power from it. Although he had never seen an A-grade blood-boosting agent, he could already conclude that it was indeed an A-grade blood-boosting agent. Hand over the blood-boosting agent. Chen Moxian said succinctly. Hand it over. Brother Kai, this guy must be an idiot. The curly-haired man seemed to have heard a great joke. Don't you know that you should greet your seniors when you see them in the school team? You got a bit of luck and are getting carried away, forgetting yourself. You, a mere First Realm 6 stage, dare to talk so arrogantly. What I have in my hands, I give to you just because I want to. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Lu Kai also raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. Don't say it like that. This is a request from a new junior in the school team. How about this? You kneel and knock your head 3 times as the vice captain of the school team. I might consider giving some care to a junior. Or you can call me Dad, and I can take care of you like your dead dad, giving you a few more bottles of C-grade blood-boosting agents. After saying this, Liu Kai proudly looked at Chen Moxian, trying to see the expression he wanted to see on his face. But unfortunately, Chen Moxian's expression remained calm and unperturbed. I have already notified you. Huh? Notify? Liu Kai was both angry and amused. In all his time at this school, it was the first time he had seen someone more arrogant than him. Brother Kai, stop wasting your breath with him. The curly-haired man's eyes turned fierce, and he directly charged towards Chen Moxian. Let me take care of him first. Be gentle. Leave him some breath. I still need to ask him how he knew the blood-boosting agent was in my hands. The curly-haired man's blood surged, and he retracted his earlier mocking expression. Although he believed that the previous blow was due to Chen Moxian's sneak attack, it had still made him lose face in front of Liu Kai. This time, he was fully determined to regain his reputation. Kid, that previous hit doesn't count. If you have the guts, take my mountain-shattering fist, and let me see if your strength is as heavy as your words. The curly-haired man pulled back his right arm, and his entire arm rapidly filled with blood, turning red, with veins bulging, expanding a whole circle. He punched forward like a cannonball towards Chen Moxian. Chen Moxian did not dodge or evade. He stepped forward in a bow stance and punched out as well. The curly-haired man was delighted. He had originally been wary of Chen Moxian's strange speed when he attacked, but unexpectedly, the other party actually took his provocation seriously and chose to clash with him head-on. This mountain-shattering fist was a mid-level yellow-grade martial technique, best known for its power. A single punch could shatter mountains and crack stones, and he had secretly trained it to the Great Accomplishment stage without Liu Kai knowing. With the Great Accomplishment mountain-shattering fist, his basic punching power could more than double, unleashing nearly 2,200 kilograms of terrifying force. The curly-haired man smirked to himself, as if he could already see the scene of Chen Moxian's arm breaking. However, when Chen Moxian's fist collided with his, the curly-haired man immediately felt a tremendous force rushing through his arm. Under the impact of the terrifying force, accompanied by a chilling crack sound, his arm snapped like a fragile twig, his fist bone shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Chen Moxian's punch did not lose momentum and slammed hard into the curly-haired man's chest. A surge of force erupted from his body, directly shredding the clothing against his back, and he couldn't stop a mouthful of blood from gushing out. His body flew backward with a bang, ultimately crashing heavily against the punching power testing machine's sandbag, being bounced back by the immense recoil and landing on the ground. Ho-ho! Impossible! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, the curly-haired man completely lost consciousness. The punching power testing machine, jolted by the recent impact, showed a number that wildly fluctuated before finally settling at 3,180. What the hell? 3,180 kilograms. Liu Kai looked at this number in horror, unable to believe it. He could not comprehend how First Realm's 6th stage could possibly unleash such terrifying force. Chen Moxian must have taken injections or drugs. In any case, he definitely used some technological means. Liu Kai did not believe that this could be achieved purely through martial skills. Chen Moxian shook his slightly numb arm and coldly stared at Liu Kai. On his way here, he had been secretly contemplating how to deal with someone like Wang Minghui again. His Thunderquake fist's vibrational force spreads after hitting a target, causing great harm to fragile human bodies, but its effectiveness in breaking defenses was lacking. Through his perfect understanding of the Thunderquake fist combined with some of his unique ideas, he spent over a minute modifying the Thunderquake fist using all things calculation. He created a martial technique that concentrated the vibrational force at a single point, called the Thunderstrike fist. This technique was far superior in impact and penetration compared to the Thunderquake fist, but the downside was that the impact was too strong for his current body to bear, and he couldn't use it continuously in a short time. A bit disappointing. Chen Moxian seemed to be expressing his feelings. Originally, I heard that there were many lackeys around you, but in the end, there was only one. It makes sense. Your popularity doesn't seem good. Only fools would be willing to follow you. What did you say? Liu Kai roared in fury, his face twisting in rage. But the next second, Chen Moxian's figure vanished like a ghost. Liu Kai blinked, and Chen Moxian had already appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! This punch landed firmly, but it didn't feel like hitting a person. It felt like hitting hard steel. Liu Kai saw metal shards spreading in front of him, instantly covering his whole body, forming a crimson armor. Nanotechnology, country bumpkin. Liu Kai sneered, and with the crimson blood battle armor on him, his earlier panic suddenly vanished. I admit your strength exceeded my expectations, but you don't really think you can defeat me, do you? You cannot break my defense. In response to Liu Kai, Chen Moxian delivered a punch to his kidney. Although the impact was greatly absorbed by the crimson blood battle armor, the residual force still made him stagger, nearly biting his tongue. Damn it! Liu Kai became truly angry. Extending his hand, countless metal fragments extended from his palm, forming an alloy blade. With the enhancement of the crimson blood battle armor, Liu Kai's speed and strength had reached the early stage of chi control, and his defense was even more formidable. As the blade slashed down, a fierce wind tore through the air around him, creating an intimidating momentum. However, no matter how hard he tried to slash, he could never touch a single hair on Chen Moxian. Chen Moxian's figure was elusive, dodging his slashes while also slipping into his blind spots. He would punch him once and kick him once. These attacks did not cause him substantial harm, but made him extremely annoyed. Slippery little rat. Liu Kai cursed angrily and swung down with all his might. This slash was once again easily avoided by Chen Moxian, and Liu Kai, unable to retract his strength in time, directly slashed at the ground. The blade sliced through the reinforced floor of the training room, as if it were tofu, burying half of it into the ground. As Liu Kai pulled out the blade, Chen Moxian executed a swift kick to his wrist joint. The alloy blade flew into the air, and Chen Moxian seemed to be prepared as he leaped up, catching the blade steadily with one hand. Get it back to me. Liu Kai reached out to snatch it. Chen Moxian gripped the hilt tightly, swiftly twisting his wrist, causing a sharp, ringing sound from the blade. Your swordsmanship is a mess. Chen Moxian assumed a stance to swing the sword and step forward. The perfected shadow-breaking sword technique was unleashed. In the next moment, countless sword shadows swept towards Liu Kai. Chapter 25, Take Control of Principles. Ding, 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 ding. The clashing sounds of the blood battle armor and alloy blades filled Liu Kai's ears. In his eyes, the blade in Chen Moxian's hand seemed to vanish in a thin air, leaving only countless mottled afterimages, completely obscuring the trajectory of the strikes. Chen Moxian's speed with the blade had already surpassed Liu Kai's perception limit. From all directions, the residual force of the blade surged like a tidal wave, violently impacting Liu Kai's body. For a moment, he was staggered and could only instinctively raise his arms to protect the more vulnerable areas of his head and neck. He realized that he could not sustain this level of martial skill for long. Liu Kai judged in his heart. Although his blood battle armor could withstand attacks, it would consume his vitality to offset the impact. However, his cultivation was a small realm higher than Chen Moxian's, and in terms of vitality, he was far superior. The advantage in a protracted battle was his. But before long, Liu Kai was astonished to find that his vitality was being consumed at an astonishing rate. Mastering the true meaning of the shadow break, Chen Moxian's shadow-breaking blade technique wasted no unnecessary energy. Each strike was more powerful than the last, an unending assault. Crack! A distinctly different sound of metal shattering entered Liu Kai's ears. Am I going to lose? The moment this thought arose, an unprecedented sense of fear spread within Liu Kai. Grandpa, didn't you say that in school I could bully whoever I wanted? Shouldn't these worthless people be destined to be trampled under my feet since birth? With the Liu family as my backing, this orphan without parents shouldn't even come close to me no matter how hard he cultivates. It's impossible, it can't be. You're clearly just a waste at the 6th stage of the first realm. Liu Kai, in a frenzy, charged at Chen Moxian without any strategy. Chen Moxian easily dodged Liu Kai's lunge, moving around his back. After using the blood battle armor, although Liu Kai matched Chen Moxian in strength and speed, his combat skills were vastly inferior. Arriving in the martial world, Chen Moxian had faced opponents who were a whole realm higher than himself in 2 successive battles. Now, facing Liu Kai and others, he felt like he was fighting small fry after finishing off a boss. Truly pathetic, Chen Moxian couldn't help but sigh. He raised the blade high above his head and struck down fiercely. With a crisp sound, metal fragments flew in all directions, revealing a shocking scar on Liu Kai's back. Bang! Liu Kai was heavily struck down to the ground. His vitality nearly depleted, and the blood battle armor covering him melted away like snow, rapidly dissipating. As a small metal ball with a dent rolled out from in front of him, the blade in Chen Moxian's hand also crumbled to pieces, merging into the metal ball. This thing is quite novel. Chen Moxian glanced at the metal ball, then stepped over the prostrate Liu Kai and walked to the counter where the A-grade vitality potions were stored, taking one and tucking it into his pocket. Curious as he was, he simply came to reclaim what belonged to him and had no intention of forcibly taking the metal ball for himself. Such behavior would be no different from Lu Kai and the others. Chen Moxian's true desire to become stronger was to be someone who could uphold his principles and not be swayed by external forces. Not to disguise his incompetence by bullying the weak, nor to betray friends and shout that the world is just that way. The kind of person he wanted to become was his choice, not something forced upon him. At least for now, he was willing to choose to be a person with principles. You dare to ruin my blood battle armor. Do you have any idea how expensive it is? The roar from behind made Chen Moxian halt his steps toward the door. Chen Moxian sighed and turned back helplessly. He saw Lu Kai struggling to crawl forward, cradling a metal ball in his hands. Chen Moxian's last strike had been mostly absorbed by the blood battle armor, and it hadn't inflicted any damage severe enough to incapacitate Lu Kai. You worthless piece of trash. Selling all your organs on the black market wouldn't cover this. Just wait. My Lu family will definitely get you. A slender hand seized Lu Kai's neck, lifting him with one hand and cutting off his shouting. No need to wait. Let's do this now. Originally, I could have just taken back my vitality potion and let you learn your lesson, and we could have called it even. But now, my mood has been ruined because of you. In principle, Chen Moxian was not a bully, but when facing certain people, he didn't mind taking matters into his own hands. With that, Chen Moxian released Lu Kai's neck. Before Lu Kai could prepare to shout again, Chen Moxian swung a punch at the side of Lu Kai's face. Several broken teeth mixed with blood flew out of Lu Kai's mouth, and he staggered back a few steps, only to be yanked back by Chen Moxian. First punch. You wasted a lot of my time with your nonsense. As the words fell, Chen Moxian landed another punch on Lu Kai's face, causing blood to splatter. Second punch. You keep calling me trash. Can't you say anything else? Chen Moxian continued with a punch to the other side of Lu Kai's face, just to make it more symmetrical. Third punch. I hate stupidity, and stupid people annoy me. This punch landed in Lu Kai's abdomen, causing him to bend over in pain. Fourth punch. I can't be bothered to think of reasons anymore. Chen Moxian grabbed Lu Kai's head and rhythmically hammered his fist into Lu Kai's face. He controlled his strength, not wanting Lu Kai to pass out too quickly. Fifth punch, sixth punch, seventh punch, eighth punch. Until Lu Kai completely stopped struggling, Chen Moxian finally released him, letting Lu Kai fall to the ground like a pile of mud. Lu Kai's face was utterly twisted and deformed, not a single part of it intact. Even if his mother came, she would only call him an ugly thing and wouldn't recognize her own son. After doing all this, Chen Moxian felt a wave of refreshment wash over him as a familiar voice came from behind. Although I said I would back you up, you really didn't hold back. Chen Moxian turned back to see Ma Jingyuan standing at the door, though he didn't know when he had arrived. Teacher Ma, when did you get here? Chen Moxian asked, slightly embarrassed. Ma Jingyuan slowly spoke, since your first punch. I tried to communicate with them, but they wouldn't cooperate, Chen Moxian shrugged. Ma Jingyuan looked deeply at Chen Moxian, remaining silent. He observed that Chen Moxian's breath was steady, his entire body and even the corners of his clothes were clean. Completely unlike someone who had just experienced a fierce battle. He had expected Chen Moxian to win, but he hadn't anticipated it would be such a crushing victory. This made him seem somewhat ridiculous after rushing over worriedly following a call with the principal. With a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the first realm, Chen Moxian had actually been able to crush someone at the 9th stage and another at the peak of the first realm. This level of strength was absolutely not what Chen Moxian had shown in the previous match against Lin Muhan. Aside from the thunder strike he had used at the end, Chen Moxian had relied more on his almost precognitive sharp instincts to hold on during the match. Only 3 days had passed since the match, and Chen Moxian had even been hospitalized for 2 days. In such a short time, Chen Moxian's strength had undergone an astonishing improvement. Was it a result of accumulation or a sudden epiphany? Just in one afternoon, Chen Moxian had already brought him too many surprises. Of course, there were also quite a few shocks. Looking at the mess in the room, Ma Jingyuan felt a headache coming on. With Lu Kai beaten to this extent, it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to participate in the martial arts examination a month later. The old man from the Lu family, who was extremely fond of Lu Kai, would definitely fly into a rage, but that was a matter for the principal to worry about. His job was to clean up the current mess. Class monitor, today's class will be changed to self-study. Ma Jingyuan took out his phone and sent a voice message to the class leader of Class 2 of Traditional Martial Arts. Chapter 26 Mechanical Race Teacher Ma. Are you taking me to the library next? Upon hearing Ma Jingyuan change the afternoon schedule, Chen Moxian instinctively thought of the original plan he had with Ma Jingyuan. Don't call me teacher. You're my teacher. Ma Jingyuan glared, his anger bubbling over. What are you talking about? Why go to the library now? I never knew you were so studious. He had felt that Chen Moxian had undergone some indescribable changes in the past few days, and now he understood. He had become more insatiable. Look at you. Does that even make sense? It's as if the trouble you caused doesn't concern you at all. Chen Moxian scratched his head, realizing that his behavior was somewhat abnormal. In his memories of the martial arts world, he hated reading martial arts books. The descriptions of martial techniques were often obscure and convoluted, and the books themselves were thick, just long and tedious. This was one reason why warriors at the blood refinement stage seldom studied multiple yellow-grade martial techniques. It took a lot of time just to read and understand them. So, among the martial techniques he had mastered before, aside from the shadow-breaking blade technique, which he had forced himself to learn from the books left by his parents, most were taught by Ma Jingyuan through verbal instruction and practical demonstration. But now it was different. He had supernatural abilities. The most he needed to worry about was getting sore from flipping through books. However, he had heard that martial techniques above intermediate Xian grade were too profound to be conveyed simply through text. They could only be transmitted directly by martial arts masters at the spirit ascension stage using their spiritual awareness, sealed in jade slips made of spirit jade, turning them into consumables. Therefore, as one reached high-level Xian grade, the value of martial techniques would increase geometrically. This was also one reason why only martial arts masters could become the backbone of the human race. Are we just leaving them here? Chen Moxian quickly changed the subject, pointing to Lu Kai and his companion, who were sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Let us take care of them, so they don't cause trouble later. Chen Moxian thought for a moment and replied, Isn't that a bit too much? You. Ma Jingyuan me retorted, Chen Moxian est si question. But seeing that the other party was seriously considering, it made him speechless. Sighing, Ma Jingyuan said seriously, We need to find someone to handle this first, and then take them to the hospital. They're badly injured, and ignoring them will lead to problems. Chen Moxian nodded and walked over to the curly-haired boy, intending to lift him, but was stopped by Ma Jingyuan. I can handle this alone. You go to the second training ground and study with your classmates. If there's nothing else you need me to help with, can I go home? After all, I just got out of the hospital, and I'm still a bit tired after fighting several times. Wait for me at the second training ground. The principal has something important to discuss with you. Ma Jingyuan emphasized. After saying this, he carried one person on his shoulder, said nothing more, and immediately left the room. If he talked to Chen Moxian any longer, his blood pressure might rise. With Ma Jingyuan's departure, the room fell silent. Chen Moxian surveyed the area. Aside from some bloodstains on the floor, it was completely empty. Where did it go? As long as it was something Chen Moxian had seen before, he could recall it through all things calculation. Although he hadn't paid much attention while beating Lu Kai just now, he had indeed caught a glimpse of the metallic ball rolling out of his hand. He didn't feel inclined to help Lu Kai retrieve it, but the disappearance of that metallic ball was too strange. Chen Moxian thought of two possibilities. One was that someone had sneakily entered the room under his and Ma Jingyuan's noses to take it away. The other was that the thing had grown legs and run away. Suddenly, a faint sound of something scraping against the wall caught Chen Moxian's ear. He looked up sharply. It really did grow legs. He saw that on the ceiling, beside the metallic ball, 8 metallic claws extended, resembling a metallic spider hanging upside down. Its surface shimmered with a black light, until it transformed into a black sphere, revealing a series of green numbers circling around it. A cold, mechanical electronic voice intermittently sounded, rebooting, the glory of the mechanical race. Detecting human race. Excellent potential individual, searching. Base protocol. Protocol 1. Connect with humans. The black light and circling numbers disappeared, and the metallic spider's surface returned to its original metallic sheen. In the next moment, the metallic spider bent its legs and leaped directly towards Chen Moxian's head. Chen Moxian was prepared. He pivoted on his left foot and swiftly kicked the metallic spider away. The metallic spider flew like a cannonball, crashing into the wall and embedding itself in it. What is this thing? Chen Moxian stared at the metallic ball embedded in the wall, recalling that he had just heard the words mechanical race. He didn't know much about other races. Most of his knowledge came from classes, but he had indeed learned some relevant information about the mechanical race. The mechanical race was the one that had the closest ties to the human race and was one of the few alien races that sided with humans. At this time, the technological level of the human race had experienced a boom during a certain period, with half of the credit going to the mechanical race. However, during the Third War of All Races 200 years ago, the mechanical race suffered heavy casualties while trying to help the human race, and since then, news about the mechanical race had become scarce. The origins of the mechanical race remained a mystery. The only known fact was that the young of the mechanical race would inhabit extremely intricate metallic creations and would only awaken and become active under specific conditions. growing stronger by continuously learning and consuming metal. With a sound of metal scraping, the metallic ball retracted its 8 metallic claws, freeing itself from the embedded wall. Detected potential individual resisting, switching to appeasement mode to increase connection success rate. Countless metallic squares floated from the surface of the metallic ball, continuously reorganizing until, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small metallic dog. Woof! The electronic bark sounded as the metallic dog trotted over to Chen Moxian, rolling over to expose its belly, its 4 limbs wagging excitedly. You want to recognize me as your master? Chen Moxian's expression was complex. Woof, woof, woof. The metallic dog barked 3 times in affirmation. Having a mechanical race as a pet seemed pretty cool, Chen Moxian thought, lightly resting his finger on his chin and pondering. The young of the mechanical race seemed to like selecting a human to follow and learn from, establishing a connection of consciousness with them. He probably had been chosen. Since awakening his supernatural abilities, Chen Moxian had felt his curiosity growing stronger. He wanted to explore and understand any unknown field. Driven by curiosity, Chen Moxian found no reason to refuse having mechanical race as a pet. He certainly didn't plan to forcibly take it. But since this thing belonged to the mechanical race, it was another story. A conscious individual didn't belong to anyone. It should choose its own home. If that so-called Liu family inquired later, he was not an unreasonable person. He could just deduct the mental distress fee caused by Liu Kai's actions and add a bit more money. I'll call you Xiaobo, he decided, to commemorate the first little mishap on his first day at the martial arts school. The metallic dog immediately sprang up and wagged its tail excitedly. To Chen Moxian. It seemed to really like the name. Chen Moxian reached out his hand, intending to pet the metallic dog's head. Without warning, the metallic dog opened its mouth and suddenly bit down on his finger. Chen Moxian frowned, but the imagined pain did not come. Pieces of metal moved along Chen Moxian's finger to his wrist, forming a bracelet. Seemingly to match Chen Moxian's attire, the bracelet was entirely black, and at first glance, it looked like a simple wristband. In the next moment, a connection between Chen Moxian and the black bracelet spontaneously formed. Chapter 27. The second training ground. This connection was inexplicable. Chen Moxian felt as if his thoughts could directly communicate with the pitch-black bracelet in his hand, as if it were an extension of his arm. With a single thought, the bracelet extended toward his palm like liquid, ultimately forming a black long sword that shimmered with metallic luster. With another fleeting thought, the sword transformed at both ends into a black spear. Then, the spear gradually lost its pitch-black color from the tail end, turning completely silver, then instantaneously becoming bright red, and finally returning to its original black. This was still the simplest and most unadorned form. Chen Moxian nodded, focused his mind, and the spear simultaneously dissipated at both ends, reverting back to the bracelet. Compared to the performance of the blood armor in Chen Moxian's hand, Liu Kai's seemed like a counterfeit. The blood armor was composed of countless nanorobots wrapped in specially crafted metallic shells. By channeling his vital energy, he could provide energy and transmit signals to the nanorobots, allowing them to change into blades or armor according to predetermined programs. However, these programs were pre-written at the factory and could not change as freely or even alter colors like Chen Moxian's. The difference between the blood armor controlled by the mechanical race and the previous one was like night and day. Under the control of the mechanical being Xiaobo, each nanorobot could act independently of the program. Chen Moxian only needed to convey his thoughts to Xiaobo to change the form of the blood armor at will. However, since the materials that made up the nanorobots only came in 3 colors, the current colors could only switch among black, white, and red. But considering the mechanical race's ability to devour metals, perhaps in the future it could become a dazzling array of colors. Let's call this bracelet Black God from now on. What do you think, Xiaobo? Chen Moxian looked at the pitch-black bracelet and tried to communicate with Xiaobo in his mind. What he received were nonsensical responses like woof, yeah, and dalala. Strange, why does the conversation sound so foolish? Chen Moxian remembered that Xiaobo had been quite smooth when talking about agreements before. He realized that his understanding of alien races was still too shallow, and he needed to catch up on that knowledge when he had the chance. Putting aside his doubts, Chen Moxian stepped out of the room and walked toward the location of the second training ground in his memory. The second training ground of the Hunghua Martial School was located in an open area in front of the training building. In the center of the open space was a square training platform with a neat array of unopened cold weapons such as knives, swords, staves, and spears lined up on the left side of the platform. Chen Moxian approached the training platform slowly and soon saw his classmates practicing in batches on the platform. Some were wielding swords, some were boxing, and others had ignited genuine fire during sparring, grappling with each other. At the same time, the tall and sturdy Peng Jie spotted Chen Moxian not far away and called out, "Xiangu, are you back at school for class?" Peng Jie's call attracted the attention of several classmates, who stopped their movements and immediately surrounded Chen Moxian. "Chen Moxian, you really came out unscathed after fighting with Lin Muhan. Do you have any internal injuries? Your hand isn't a prosthetic, right?" "Xiangu, when I heard you were going to replace the match, I was already prepared to lose you and even bought you insurance. Now it seems I won't need it, boo-hoo. Is the Blood Clan really as terrifying as the rumors say? My mom used to tell me that if I didn't sleep, the Blood Clan would come and take me away to eat me like bread." "Stop rambling. Quickly say, how does it feel?" In an instant, nearly a dozen martial arts students surrounded Chen Moxian, each talking over one another. Chen Moxian felt quite a headache. One of the reasons he was reluctant to attend class was that he knew a portion of his classmates were incredibly gossipy. After such a major incident in the competition a couple of days ago, the news on the forum was ambiguous, and he himself was their best gossip target. He didn't like facing such a situation. "Everyone quiet down." Suddenly, a girl with a high ponytail and a spirited demeanor pushed through the crowd with her arms, separating them. It was Lu Lan, the class leader of Class 2 of the Traditional Martial Arts Department. "Teacher Ma asked you to self-study, not to chat here. How long until the martial arts exam? If you keep this up, you won't even pass a tertiary martial arts university. And the only thing waiting for you will be to pay and become an apprentice at a martial arts school." After speaking, Lu Lan turned back and shouted at the two who were still grappling on the training platform. "Miao Run, Guofeng, how long are you two going to fight?" However, the two clearly had ignited genuine fire and were not listening to a word from the bystanders. The crowd's attention was briefly drawn away, and taking the opportunity, Chen Moxian stepped out and swiftly made his way through the crowd to a corner of the training platform. In that corner stood a boy with a gloomy expression, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding attention, completely focused on practicing his punches. His name was Zhang Chao, the top student in the class, who usually disliked practicing in groups and often stayed alone in a corner. As Chen Moxian appeared like a ghost, Zhang Chao's eyes widened instantly, his expression complex, and he asked, "Have you mastered the phantom step?" "Sort of." Chen Moxian nodded slightly in response. Zhang Chao fell silent for a moment, about to turn back to continue practicing, but saw Chen Moxian leaning against a stone pillar and sitting down. "Are you planning to rest during self-study?" Zhang Chao found it hard to believe, as if he had seen a ghost. Is there a problem?" "Practicing now doesn't have much meaning," Chen Moxian said slowly. He was speaking the truth. He had already mastered all the martial skills he knew, and as for the body tempering technique that could exhaust people, it wasn't suitable to practice at this time. Zhang Chao said nothing, but turned and began to practice the phantom step. If Zhang Chao was the top student in the class, then Chen Moxian was undoubtedly the second. One could even say that Zhang Chao aimed to become the top student just to compete with Chen Moxian. When Chen Moxian stayed after school to train until 9 o'clock, Zhang Chao would surely train until 10 o'clock. He practiced the martial skills that Chen Moxian could do and those that Chen Moxian couldn't do as well. However, this rivalry was entirely one-sided. Chen Moxian was completely unaware of it. Having mastered the phantom step, "You're getting complacent, Chen Moxian, you've fallen." Zhang Chao thought to himself, determined to show him that he could surpass him in no time and wake him up again. With that thought, Zhang Chao's movements while practicing the phantom step grew increasingly fierce and aggressive. Not far away, the crowd, after seeing Lu Lan successfully regain control, came back to their senses, only to find that Chen Moxian was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Chen Moxian?" "He's over by Zhang Chao, but let's not go over there for now." To the crowd, Zhang Chao's appearance seemed quite strange. He was stepping in a bizarre and exaggerated manner, his hands flailing about like a madman. Those in the know understood that Zhang Chao was once again provoked by Chen Moxian. How desperate must one be to adopt such a mad martial stance? Someone muttered to themselves. Feeling uneasy, they decided to wait for a better opportunity to gossip about Chen Moxian, each returning to practice their own martial skills. Leaning against the stone pillar, Chen Moxian scanned the classmates who were training. After mastering 4 martial skills to perfection, although he had never touched some of their martial arts, he could roughly understand the circulation of vital energy just by observing their movements. A thought suddenly surged in his mind. Previously, I directly analyzed the entire martial skill. What if I directly analyzed others' martial skills in action? Thinking of this, Chen Moxian immediately activated his special ability. The martial skills practiced by those classmates began to be analyzed by his universal calculation. Unknown fist technique, analysis complete. unknown sword technique, analysis complete, unknown palm technique, analysis complete, unknown staff technique, analysis complete. Most of these students' martial skills were at the proficient level, with a few reaching minor mastery. Unlike analyzing the knowledge within martial arts manuals, Chen Moxian is interpreting the martial skills he has mastered himself, which is much faster. As the saying goes, mastering one method leads to understanding many methods. As the number of martial skills Chen Moxian analyzes increases, the time he needs for each analysis becomes shorter. 6 minutes later, Chen Moxian has completely mastered all the martial skills that the students in Class 2 of the Chuanwu are practicing. Chapter 28 Regression Analyzing Martial Arts through Observing Movements was something the former Chen Moxian could never achieve. It was like being unable to understand written words. His ability universal calculation would not be able to interpret the information in books. However, as Chen Moxian's understanding of martial arts deepened, the movements of the students in the second class of traditional martial arts became as comprehensible as simple text, allowing him to analyze them just by sight. Whether universal calculation could interpret depended on whether he could obtain effective information, which was tied to his level of cognition. Chen Moxian vaguely felt that if he could master a way to perceive the external world beyond human senses, his ability universal calculation would truly shine. For example, the fourth step of martial arts, which generates spiritual awareness after reaching the spirit ascension realm. Current mental power, 58,158. The 6 minutes of analysis consumed 30 points of Chen Moxian's mental power and combined with the losses from previous battles. He currently had 58 points left. He felt a bit drowsy, suitable for a short afternoon nap. With nothing else to do, Chen Moxian began to communicate with the small wave in the Black God Ring in his mind, perhaps seeing the effect of the battle armor on Liu Kai. Chen Moxian found the style ugly. He planned to have a small wave set a new style of battle clothing for the Black God Ring, not using the original battle armor form. Although he still received vague responses, with the connection of consciousness, Chen Moxian understood that the small wave roughly grasped his meaning. After setting up the program, even without the small wave's conscious control, the nanobots could arrange and combine according to the program to change into the desired form. After setting up the battle clothing, Chen Moxian also configured various weapon styles such as swords, bows, staffs, spears, and gauntlets. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. In the stone pillar he leaned against had a bit of warmth from the sun. Chen Moxian tilted his head back, letting the sunlight warm his eyelids, which gradually became heavier. Not far away, Zhang Chao saw this and grew even more anxious, his feet moving faster. With each step, he stomped heavily on the ground, kicking up small clouds of dust, muttering to himself, "How can someone your age sleep? How can you sleep?" Chen Moxian seemed to be an outsider, his consciousness growing increasingly blurred, and the surrounding sounds became like white noise, rhythmically pounding against his nerves, turning into an excellent lullaby. This familiar feeling was like sleeping soundly in class. Soon, drowsiness overwhelmed him like a tide. He didn't know how long it had passed. Chen Moxian felt a pulling force dragging his consciousness deeper. Then came a sensation of detachment, as if he were being severed from the current world. Chen Moxian wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids were unusually heavy, followed by a dizzying feeling as if the whole world was spinning. When he regained his composure, a strong, stimulating smell of blood entered his nostrils. In an instant, Chen Moxian opened his eyes wide, only to see a hellish scene. All around him were dismembered corpses, severed limbs scattered chaotically, and the missing parts of the bodies were charred black, emitting the stench of burnt flesh, making him nauseous. Dark red blood flowed, completely soaking the ground, and the thick puddles of blood glimmered ominously under the sunlight. On the ground and walls, remnants of high-temperature burns left behind charred marks, with several flames still flickering, crackling. The once pleasant and leisurely afternoon had instantly turned into a purgatory, the stark contrast leaving Chen Moxian momentarily dazed. Calm down. Calm down. Chen Moxian forced himself to suppress his discomfort and took 2 steps back. Although it had become chaotic, this was indeed the classroom from his previous world. Had he returned? With a muffled bang, Chen Moxian felt as if he had kicked a round object and instinctively turned his head, his gaze freezing instantly. What met his eyes was a solitary head. The owner of the head had a twisted face, frozen in an expression of extreme despair, with wide-open eyes. Blood flowed from the gaping mouth, trickling down the cheeks and dripping onto the blood-soaked ground. It seemed that, until the last moment of life, he could not believe that his life had ended so suddenly. And Chen Moxian would never mistake the appearance of this head. It was his homeroom teacher, Ma Jinyuan. A wave of nausea surged in Chen Moxian's stomach, and a strong feeling of disgust washed over him in waves. He could no longer bear it. His legs went weak, and he bent down a retch. After a long while, he managed to calm down a bit when a lazy female voice reached his ears. "TSK, what a miserable sight." Chen Moxian turned towards the voice, his pupils contracting. He saw a curvaceous girl with long black hair, casually leaning against the broken window with her legs crossed. The girl looked relaxed, as if she were in her own garden rather than a bloody hell. "From the looks of you, your journey to another world must have gone quite smoothly. What kind of world was it? Tell me about it." Before the girl could finish her sentence, the black ring in Chen Moxian's hand suddenly transformed into a cold, gleaming long knife, cleaving her and the wall behind her in two. Strangely, not a drop of blood splattered out. The girl's form vanished like a phantom, like smoke drifting in the wind, suddenly appearing behind Chen Moxian. "You're quite fast. Is this the ability you gained in the other world?" Chen Moxian did not turn around. The long knife in his hand instantly transformed into a spear, and he thrust it back toward the girl. She raised her hand, and an invisible force surged from her palm, forming an indestructible barrier. The tip of the spear struck heavily against this invisible force, as if hitting a solid wall, unable to advance even an inch. "You, how rude. Can't you let someone finish their words?" The girl said, a bit annoyed, then seemed to realize something and quickly added, Hey, you don't think I killed these people, do you?" As she spoke, a strange glow enveloped her, and as the light flickered, her form began to twist. In an instant, her original appearance as a girl disappeared, replaced by the figure of a man. "You should be somewhat familiar with this appearance, right, Chen Moxian?" Chen Moxian focused his gaze and recognized the person. "It's you. Weren't you burned through the chest?" He was a classmate who had a very weak presence, and he was the one previously targeted by Wan Xiaoran, who had shot a laser through his chest. Just a little sleight of hand, the man smiled slightly. "But now, we can have a proper chat." A flash of light, and the man transformed back into the previous girl, her lips curling up slightly. A lazy smile on her face as she said, "I suspect you have a lot of questions to ask. Let me summarize. Everything you experienced in the other world was influenced by my ability. As for my ability, it's essentially to allow people to traverse to a random other world, bringing back personal items, memories, and bodies from that world to the original world. It's called World Walker." Chapter 29. Otherworldly traveler. The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently. "All right, you can ask your questions now." Chen Moxian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the girl's face, his grip on the spear tightening slightly. "No way. You really have no questions? Is there too much information and your brain short-circuited? I advise you to hurry up. The cleanup crew from the Hero Association will be here soon." Saying this, the girl added, "Those are the people responsible for handling the mission site for the Hero Association. Can you change back? Your face is making me a bit anxious." Chen Moxian suddenly spoke. Although the girl in front of him had a somewhat different expression and some details were different, she had the same face as Lin Muhan. Chen Moxian still had lingering fears about that Blood Clan member who wanted to tear him apart. Upon seeing this face, his somewhat chaotic mind instantly issued an attack command. Even now, as he slightly calmed down, Chen Moxian still had to constantly restrain his impulse to attack. "What's wrong? Is my beauty making you too shy to speak?" "You little shy one," the girl teased lightly, her tone playful. Chen Moxian's brows instantly furrowed, and the spear in his hand instinctively trembled, inching closer to the girl's neck. A cold gleam flashing. All right, I can turn around, right?" The girl quickly raised her hands in surrender, saying this while deftly turning around, exposing her back to Chen Moxian. In this world where spiritual energy was thin, every bit of magical power had to be carefully calculated, and transformation spells, which consumed magical power, should never be used carelessly. Chen Moxian stood in place, his expression changing unpredictably. From his angle, with just a slight exertion of his arm, he could easily thrust the spear through the girl's back and pierce her heart. Finally, he sighed helplessly, the black spear in his hand slowly twisting and morphing into a black bracelet. Despite their striking resemblance, the personality of the girl before him was completely different from Lin Muhan's. After this exchange, Chen Moxian gradually accepted that they were entirely different individuals. Once he relaxed, he pondered the girl's earlier words, sorting through his confusion. The first thing that needed clarification was, how much time has passed? He had spent 3 days in that world, and the blood around them had yet to coagulate, indicating that these people hadn't died long ago. 5 minutes, the girl said, facing away from Chen Moxian and holding up 5 fingers. "I understand what you're asking. Based on my experience, people who first travel to another world usually stay there for about 3 days before returning on their own. During the transition, Both worlds are almost frozen in time, but you will experience some symptoms of discomfort upon your first return, like fainting for a few minutes. What did you do with my original body? Chen Moxian asked next. His current clothing and the surging power within him came from the martial world, not the original frail human body. I don't know, the girl replied. My ability, otherworldly traveler, merges your soul with that of your parallel self in another world. The body will choose to cover the one with the stronger life force. But as for where the covered body went, I have no idea. Don't know. Isn't that caused by your ability? Chen Moxian frowned and retorted. Come on. Do you need to understand how air is inhaled through your nostrils to breathe? For transcenders, abilities are as fundamental as eating and breathing. While this question didn't receive a clear answer, Chen Moxian managed to unravel a lingering doubt. Why had his severe injuries disappeared? Why was his attire and body so different? Yet his abilities remained unchanged? The abilities of transcenders stem from the soul. When the Chen Moxian of this superpower world fused with the one from the martial world, the abilities naturally came along to the other world. Similarly, possessing memories from another world was also a result of the soul fusion. Perhaps the surge in his mental power was not only due to practicing martial arts, but also because his mental power had been amplified by the convergence of two worlds. By the way, aren't you curious about who caused this tragic scene around us? Seeing Chen Moxian remain silent about the key question, the girl couldn't help but ask. One superhuman, Chen Moxian said in a low voice. The bodies around them bore many incomplete forms with burn marks, clearly the result of extremely high temperatures. And the one superhuman who had been in this room earlier was precisely capable of such destruction. Do you know why he acted? To eliminate witnesses. He thought it would be easier to kill everyone present rather than deal with the troublesome explanations afterward. Chen Moxian clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He didn't understand why he could calmly say these words. Many of his classmates had good relationships with him. Yet in just a few minutes, they had all turned into charred corpses. Many bodies were unrecognizable, and Chen Moxian had no heart to compare them carefully. He wasn't sure if anyone had escaped, but given one's superhuman's inhuman speed and near-light-speed laser vision, it was highly unlikely there were any survivors. Not bad. You seem to understand that guy's psychology quite well. The girl lightly clapped her hands twice, as if applauding Chen Moxian's answer. Chen Moxian took a deep breath, the intense smell of blood flooding his nostrils, suppressing his boiling emotions once again. He then fired off a series of questions. Why were you being pursued by him? Why did you hide in this class? And why did you use your abilities on me? Wow, you can ask so many questions at once. The girl replied in an exaggerated tone, stretching her words. Then I'll answer them one by one. First, I belong to an organization that opposes transcenders, and my organization has been placed on the Hero Association's wanted list. As for why I hid here, one of our members predicted that we could find another companion here. Although his predictions are wrong 9 times out of 10, I figure it wouldn't hurt to come and take a look. Just take a look? Chen Moxian couldn't help but retort. In his impression, the boy who had transformed into the girl had appeared in the class during the first semester and had been there for almost a year now. The nearly year-long time spent in hiding couldn't just be described as taking a look. Seemingly seeing through Chen Moxian's doubts, the girl proactively explained. You don't think I've been here for a long time, do you? In fact, I only arrived today. I just used some methods to modify your memories. Upon hearing this, Chen Moxian became alert. He had been puzzled as to why he couldn't remember that boy's name, thinking it was simply due to the person's weak presence. Now it seemed that it was because that person had never existed in the first place. The methods you mentioned, are they abilities you gained from using your powers in another world? The abilities of transcenders could only be one type confirmed through extensive data analysis. Even if some abilities could replicate or steal powers, their essence remained a single ability. If the girl was not lying, her ability otherworldly traveler was, as she described. Then the ability to alter others' perceptions and change appearances was clearly something she acquired through her own powers while traversing to other worlds. That's right. It's a world inhabited by cultivators. You know cultivators, right? Those mentioned in the literary novels that survived from the Great Annihilation period. Through soul fusion, I have mastered the means of immortals. The young girl gently traced her finger in the void, and a blue glass light band slowly emerged beneath her fingertip. Mysterious runes flickered within the light curtain, emitting strange fluctuations, and then gradually dissipated. Immortal Technique. Chapter 30. Madman Society, Song Xian. Celestial Techniques? Chen Moxian was greatly shocked. Having been reborn from the blue star to this world, he was all too familiar with the term cultivator. The Xinxiao novels he had read in his past life flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. if celestial techniques could also be analyzed through the calculation of all things. Unaware of Chen Moxian's astonishment, the girl continued to answer his previous question, finally explaining why she used her abilities on him. It was simply because she admired him. In this era, openly provoking transcendence, even those belonging to the Hero Association, was a rarity among ordinary people. Using her powers was purely to save his life. It would be even better if a reliable combat force could emerge. As she spoke, she stretched lazily, as if a bit tired from standing for too long. Having answered so much, you should answer my question now. The girl's tone shifted, her gaze fixed directly on Chen Moxian. What ability did you acquire in another world? Chen Moxian replied earnestly. Rather than saying it's an ability, it's more like knowledge. I obtained knowledge related to martial arts that has been erased in this world. Martial arts? The girl's shoulders trembled slightly, but since she was facing away, her expression was not visible. Are you talking about the martial arts practiced by warriors in the era of Nirvana? That's right. By the way, you could turn around now. Having discussed this much, he no longer confused the girl, who looked like a cold young lady but liked to refer to herself as sister, with Lin Muhan from his memories. The girl slowly turned around, and what came into view was Chen Moxian's serious expression. For some reason, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, martial arts. No way, you're killing me with laughter. No way, Fong Bai, your prophecy has failed again. Finally regaining her composure, she looked up and saw Chen Moxian's displeased face, waving her hand. Sorry, you might not know, but Fong Bai is another member of the organization. His prophecy said that at this time, the strongest companion from the organization could be found here. Since everyone else is dead, I think that person, if they truly exist, can only be you, who survived and gained abilities from another world due to my involvement. As she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Who would have thought it would be martial arts? Ha ha ha, completely useless. How is martial arts useless? Chen Moxian frowned. Naturally, he had to defend martial arts, which granted him extraordinary physical abilities and allowed him to wield his powers. For some reason, it seemed that the people of this world were very dismissive of martial arts from the era of Nirvana, belittling its existence in textbooks and various news media. In his understanding from the martial arts world, martial arts cultivated to an extremely high level could move mountains and split seas, changing the very tectonic plates with a wave of the hand. Not only is martial arts useless, but my celestial techniques are also useless. The girl sighed helplessly. On her face, my uselessness is relative. If you came back with only that level of ability, it wouldn't be worth mentioning in the eyes of those transcendents from the Hero Association. It wouldn't pose a threat at all. While speaking, she raised her hand, gesturing in the air. My ability, Otherworldly Traveler, allows for the greatest enhancement during the initial crossing, which is the fusion of souls and bodily coverage. At that time, you can instantly possess the strongest body from another world along with soul power from both worlds. But after that, each subsequent crossing would only extend a few days from the time you last crossed back into that world. So, either you gain super strength from the start of the crossing, or the power you obtain can rapidly increase after returning. But unfortunately, neither my celestial techniques nor your martial arts can quickly become stronger. She scrutinized Chen Moxian, stating bluntly, and your current strength, in my view, is even far less than a combat-type C-grade transcendent. Chen Moxian fell silent. Deep down, he agreed with the girl's statement. Before witnessing Wan's superhuman, he had never seen the strength of other transcendents, but he had a rough understanding of their power through television news. A combat-type C-grade transcendent could easily destroy a building. As for A-grade transcendent like Wan's superhuman, they could flatten an area of dozens of kilometers in just a few minutes. Judging solely by destructive power, Chen Moxian thought to himself that A-grade transcendent had already surpassed the Tiangong-level martial artists he had witnessed firsthand. In his understanding, perhaps only a martial arts master at the Ascension realm could have the strength to compete. In the martial arts world of the Daxia Kingdom, there were only a little over 50 officially recorded martial arts masters. In contrast, at the G District Hero Association branch, where he currently was, there were nearly 60 A-grade transcendent like Wan's superhuman. Furthermore, there were over 100 cities in the continent's country, similar to the G District. Not to mention that above A-grade, there were even more formidable S-grade transcendent, whose abilities were completely unreasonable and powerful beyond imagination. It was precisely because of the large number of transcendent with exaggerated combat power that the continent's country could suppress numerous alien races, forcing them to hide in the alien wilderness and not dare to step into human territory. However, from the girl's words, He heard a key piece of information that piqued his interest. You said I could cross back to the previous world again? Of course, my ability isn't a one-time consumable. The girl chuckled lightly and nodded, her hair swaying slightly. However, you can't do it now. Your time is already in debt. You must stay in this world for a certain number of days to repay the debt. It's like a balance scale, where the weights are exchanged for time. The time you spend in both worlds needs to be the same to maintain balance. Chen Moxian's expression darkened. So, I have to wait at least 3 days before I can return? Strange. Is the other world so attractive to you? The girl tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. But unfortunately, you ultimately belong to this world. Just then, the sound of whirling rotor blades approached rapidly from a distance. In the sky, a helicopter was swiftly nearing. Although I'm very curious about how the human race from your world survived against those abnormal alien races relying on martial arts. But time's up. With light footsteps, she slowly walked towards the edge of the already broken wall, taking a step forward as if about to lose her footing and fall. Wait, who are you? What is your organization? Chen Moxian shouted urgently. The girl slowly turned around, her gaze fixed on Chen Moxian. Madman Society, Song, Exine. After saying this, the girl opened her arms as if to embrace the entire world. In an instant, a brilliant glow began to emanate from her body, starting from the right side. The girl slowly leaned back, and with a strong gust of wind, her body transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. Only one sentence remained, echoing in the empty room. After this, no matter what the Hero Association does, do not resist. We will meet again soon. Chapter 31, Qingqiu Psychiatric Hospital. After that, Chen Moxian returned to his position when he regained consciousness. The surroundings were silent, with only the wind howling through the broken, drafty walls. Not long after, a large helicopter hovered beside the classroom's exterior wall, the downdraft from the rotors swirling the dust and debris into the air. A group of fully armed individuals wearing protective masks quickly descended from the helicopter and surrounded Chen Moxian as soon as they spotted him. Under the gaze of more than a dozen dark gun muzzles, Chen Moxian remained indifferent, sitting still. He decided to follow the advice given by Song Xin before her disappearance, to say nothing and do nothing. One of them held a device resembling a small camera in one hand, steadily aimed at Chen Moxian. The device emitted a faint buzzing sound, and after a few seconds, he looked down at the information displayed on the device, reporting into his earpiece. Name, Chen Moxian, ordinary citizen, attending C-City No. 3 High School, confirmed as a survivor. There was a brief silence on the other end of the earpiece before command was issued, contained the survivor for a mental pollution level test. Received. The person put away the device, walked up to Chen Moxian, and said through his mask, with a heavy tone, "We are staff from the Hero Association's Post-Disaster Management Department. To ensure your safety, please cooperate and come with us." After saying this, he reached out and pulled Chen Moxian up. Chen Moxian did not struggle, allowing the staff to lead him, his steps heavy as he walked toward the helicopter. Once it was confirmed that Chen Moxian had no intention of resisting, the surrounding people put away their weapons and began cleaning up the scene. The helicopter slowly started, emitting a deafening roar, and gradually lifted off the ground. Rising into the sky, Chen Moxian sat in the cabin, lips tightly closed, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the classroom. There, the bodies were being placed into black body bags, the zippers sealed, never to see sunlight again. The helicopter landed at a building surrounded by high-voltage electric fences, with Qingqiu Psychiatric Hospital written in large letters at the top. Several staff members led Chen Moxian through a long corridor and brought him to a sealed room. Then all left, leaving him alone. Under the dim light of a fluorescent bulb, Chen Moxian sat quietly in a chair, waiting. The souls of ordinary people are fragile. Survivors who have been in close contact with high-level transcenders using their abilities often find their souls easily polluted. Once polluted, some may lose control of their emotions, falling into inexplicable mania or depression, while others may frequently experience hallucinations, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Those with severe pollution may even lose their sanity and exhibit extreme behaviors harmful to society. This so-called mental pollution level test is a method used by the Hero Association to assess the degree of soul pollution in survivors. If the test indicates that the pollution index is within a controllable range, they can return to their normal lives. Moreover, if they suffered losses during the Hero's missions, they can claim corresponding compensation from the Hero Association. However, if the pollution index unfortunately exceeds the critical value, these survivors may be closely monitored or directly sent to psychiatric hospitals for long-term treatment. Only when the pollution index falls below the critical value can they hope for freedom again. However, this was the official statement released by the Hero Association, and Chen Moxian had some doubts about it now. After today's events, he fully understood that for ordinary people in this world, they were merely backdrops to highlight the transcenders. Without ordinary people, the transcendent's exceptional nature would not be evident. The so-called Hero Association merely serves the transcenders, draping a cloak of justice over those monsters wielding extraordinary powers, giving them a reasonable outlet for their strength. It is likely that this mental pollution level test is more of a test of whether ordinary people obey the authority of transcenders. He did not know how much time passed before the tightly closed door was pushed open and a doctor in a white coat with thin-framed glasses walked in. Don't be nervous. I'll ask you a few questions, and you just need to answer truthfully. As Chen Moxian had suspected, the doctor's questions mainly revolved around opinions on transcenders and societal perceptions. Moreover, in his words, he always seemed to intentionally or unintentionally guide Chen Moxian to describe everything he witnessed at the scene. Chen Moxian understood that even if he told the truth, he would later be labeled as someone with severe soul pollution who experiences hallucinations. Having analyzed psychology-related books long ago, he planned to pretend to be a patient suffering from acute stress disorder due to significant trauma. However, after just a few questions, Chen Moxian realized that the doctor had not taken any notes, and in an instant he understood. The results of this test had already been predetermined. It was merely a formality now. Thus, Chen Moxian casually answered the questions, such as, is it hard for you to forget the harm caused by others? I don't hold grudges. Do you often feel lonely, thinking you're not part of this world? It's okay. Have you thought about ending your life? Whose life are you referring to? Perhaps influenced by Chen Moxian's dismissive attitude, the doctor's questioning became increasingly hurried. In just a few minutes, he finished all the prepared questions. I need to organize the test results. Please wait here for a moment. Saying that, the doctor picked up the blank notepad and turned to leave. A few minutes later, the earlier armed staff reappeared, and the leader pulled out a document. He then flipped directly to the last page and coldly read, Chen Moxian, your soul pollution test results are out. The pollution index is 68, classified as severe pollution. It has also been detected that you suffer from acute stress disorder with severe violent tendencies, requiring you to stay here for inpatient treatment. Do you have any objections? You guys are really efficient. Chen Moxian replied. You prepared such a thick document in just a few minutes, not even pretending. What do you mean? A staff member holding a weapon asked, somewhat displeased. It's nothing, no objections, Chen Moxian shrugged. Immediately after, the staff took out a black cloth and unceremoniously covered Chen Moxian's eyes. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and he could only allow them to lead him, stumbling forward. During this process, he sensed that the person leading had changed several times. He did not know how long they walked, but he heard the sound of a password being entered, followed by the dull sound of a metal door slowly opening. Chen Moxian understood that they had arrived at their destination. Your ward has arrived. A deep male voice came from behind him. As soon as the voice fell, the black cloth covering Chen Moxian's eyes was quickly removed. Chapter 32. The Continental Carnival. Chen Moxian was filled with curiosity as he scanned the scene before him. He had only seen the appearance of a mental hospital in movies and TV shows, and now, in this real-life setting, he couldn't help but wonder if the mental hospitals in this world were as he had imagined. This was a very spacious hall, and with the light from outside the door, he could see that every 2 meters there was a single bed, roughly estimating that there were more than 30 beds. The entire hall was eerily quiet. The people on the beds seemed to be fast asleep, and if it weren't for the faint sounds of breathing, Chen Moxian would have suspected that this was a morgue. Chen Moxian turned around to look at the man who had just let him in, who appeared to be a male nurse. Stop looking. Your bed is over there, the male nurse said in a low voice. He raised his hand to indicate Chen Moxian to go over. Once Chen Moxian lay down on the bed, the nurse began to secure his hands and feet with the restraints on the bed. Are you going to tie me up? Chen Moxian asked. That's the rule. Anyone with violent tendencies has to be restrained, the male nurse explained. What if I need to use the bathroom? Chen Moxian inquired. There's a button beside the bed. Just as the nurse finished speaking, the button made a soft ding, and it seemed something in his pocket started vibrating. Do you need to use the bathroom right now? The nurse asked, puzzled. No, I just wanted to see if it works. The male nurse clearly grew impatient, and his movements to secure the restraints became quicker. When can I get out? Chen Moxian threw out another question. You'll have to ask your attending physician. The male nurse had finished securing him and seemed eager to leave. Turning around quickly. Wait, Chen Moxian called out. What now? The nurse turned his face halfway, irritation evident in his tone. Don't I need to change clothes? Are you sick or something? The nurse couldn't help but curse. With a loud bang, the heavy alloy door was slammed shut, and the room instantly fell into silence. Without the fluorescent lights outside, the only light source was the faint glow filtering through the security window, with an endless expanse of darkness beyond. So, what should I do next? Chen Moxian lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, deep in thought. He had followed the advice of a girl named Song Moxian, not resisting along the way, and had ultimately been brought to this ward. If Song Moxian hadn't betrayed him, then coming here must have been within her expectations. Insane asylum. Are all the people in this organization mentally ill? This thought flashed through Chen Moxian's mind. He felt that daydreaming here wasn't a solution. So he decided to get up and explore the room. The restraints on the bed were more than sufficient to hold an ordinary person. But Chen Moxian had trained in martial arts, and his strength was beyond that of an average person. He merely tightened his abdomen slightly, with his powerful core strength. He suddenly sat up, and the restraints were easily torn apart. Chen Moxian got out of bed and walked slowly toward the depths of the room. Although the room was pitch dark, his enhanced senses from his martial arts training allowed him to barely discern the path ahead. Each bed seemed to have a patient lying on it, with snores echoing throughout. They all appeared to be sleeping soundly. Strange, why is everyone sleeping at this hour? It had only taken about half an hour to fly here by helicopter. It should only be around 4 in the afternoon. Yet the patients in the ward were all in deep slumber, which was rather puzzling. Suppressing his confusion, Chen Moxian continued to walk deeper into the room when suddenly he kicked something with his foot. He bent down to feel around and found a rectangular object. Chen Moxian brought it to the iron window, and with the faint light coming through, he finally saw what it was. A remote control? Is there a TV here? Thinking this, Chen Moxian pressed several buttons on the remote control. In an instant, a light source illuminated the area in front of him, revealing a television. At that moment, the television was broadcasting a news channel. This afternoon at 3:20 p.m., a tragic incident occurred at 3rd Middle School in City C. A B-class threat-level monster was quietly hiding in the 3rd grade class of Class 2. The Hero Association, upon detecting the monster's presence and identity, quickly evacuated the other class's students and immediately dispatched A-class hero Wan Charan to the scene to eliminate the monster. However, unfortunately, before the action could be carried out, the monster sensed the danger. Realizing escape was impossible, the monster crazily retaliated, ruthlessly attacking the students of Class 2, resulting in a brutal massacre. Ultimately, Wan Charan arrived in time and successfully killed the monster. However, it is heartbreaking that only one student from Class 2 survived. It is reported that this survivor is likely to have suffered severe psychological trauma and is currently undergoing treatment for mental pollution. Listening to the news report, Chen Moxian understood why, on the same floor, the other classes had suddenly switched to physical education. Ironically, his confusion at that time was brushed off by Teacher Ma with the excuse that their PE teacher had been sick too many times. And you guys hadn't missed a single PE class. The news anchor continued with another report. After covering the incident at 3rd Middle School, the anchor turned to the camera to report the next news. Only 5 days remain until the 99th Continental Carnival. Regarding this year's carnival content, citizens have eagerly participated in voting online, showing unprecedented enthusiasm. Hearing this, Chen Moxian felt a wave of annoyance and pressed the remote lightly, causing the television screen to go black instantly, plunging the surroundings back into silence. Almost forgot about this morbidly amusing thing. The so-called Continental Carnival was a proposal passed by the ruling organization of the continental nation, the Super Ability Association, 99 years ago. The proposal claimed it was to alleviate the growing negative emotions of the citizens. Every year, one city from the millions in the continental nation is randomly selected to hold a 3-day carnival, which is broadcast live throughout. The activities during the carnival are chosen by the citizens through voting with a wide variety of options, but most are aimed at venting the darker sides of human nature, essentially leading to entertainment at the cost of life. For example, one of the activities is called lawlessness. The content of this activity is to completely remove legal constraints from a selected city, allowing anything to be done without being considered illegal. It also releases criminals from various prisons in that city, allowing them to clash with the imprisoned transgressors and the severely mentally polluted patients. Under such circumstances, the selected city often experiences a massacre lasting 3 days, and after the event, the city is essentially destroyed. Chen Moxian still couldn't understand how such an outrageous proposal could be passed, attributing it only to the perverse interests of the nation's transgressors. Even with the television volume being loud, everyone continued to sleep soundly. Chen Moxian explored the room thoroughly and found nothing unusual. So he returned to his bedside in the dark. Since he had some time to spare, he decided to test the effects of the blood energy potions. The people here had neither searched him nor made him change clothes. The 2 blood energy potions he brought from a martial arts world were safely tucked in the inner pocket of his clothing. Chapter 33. Analysis, Acceleration, and Breakthrough. Chen Moxian originally planned to wait until the martial arts and youth body refining method was completely analyzed, and then cultivate with the perfected body refining method, using the A-level blood essence potion as assistance. However, it had only been a day since he started analyzing the body refining method, and it would still take nearly an hour and a half to complete the analysis. With his current mental strength at 100, the all things calculation ability could only operate for 16 minutes in a non-limit state. To finish the analysis, it would take at least 5 more days. With plenty of time on his hands and nothing to do, he decided it would be better to start cultivating. After all, the effects of the A-level blood essence potion could last a month in his body, so he didn't have to worry about wasting it by not absorbing it all. Thinking this, Chen Moxian decisively removed the stopper from the blood essence potion bottle and drank the fiery red liquid in one gulp. The taste was like liquid jelly, completely different from those blood essence drinks, Chen Moxian thought to himself. As the liquid entered his mouth, he expected a burning sensation, but instead, he felt an unprecedented coolness rising slowly from his lower abdomen. What a gentle medicinal effect. Unlike before, when he drank the blood essence drinks and D-level blood essence potions, which caused a chaotic feeling in his body. At this moment, he felt the medicinal power like a pair of gentle hands, soothing every cell in his body. Chen Moxian stood with his feet apart, took a deep breath, and began to perform the body refining method, which consisted of 108 movements aimed at tempering his entire body. As he progressed through the movements, the qi and blood within him surged like a boiling furnace, hammering at his internal flesh vigorously and actively. By the time Chen Moxian finished a complete set of the body refining method, he was drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. He felt much better than he did after his previous practice, Chen Moxian marveled. He could clearly sense that the medicinal power of the blood essence potion was continuously pouring into his limbs and bones, rapidly replenishing his depleted qi and blood. It was nothing like before, when he almost collapsed from exhaustion after finishing the practice. At this rate, he would probably be fully recovered in about an hour and could start practicing the next set of body refining methods. This was the power of the A-level blood essence potion. In the past, without the supplement of a blood essence potion, he would need at least 3 days to recover his vitality after completing this set of body refining methods before he could continue to the next round of practice. Just as he was on the 3rd movement, his muscles seemed to be slightly out of sync. Taking advantage of the time, while his qi and blood were recovering, Chen Moxian calmed his mind and carefully reviewed every detail of the body refining method he had just performed. Although the martial arts practice level of his classmates in Class 2 of traditional martial arts was not profound, the variety was rich and diverse. After analyzing and mastering their martial arts one by one, Chen Moxian's understanding of martial arts had improved significantly. During this practice of the body refining method, he keenly noticed several areas that needed improvement. While pondering, he turned his thoughts, and his ability, all things calculation, simultaneously operated. Diving into the continuous analysis of the body refining method. Analyzing the body refining method. Estimated time required. 1 hour 17 minutes. Huh? The required time is shortened? At the moment the information appeared, Chen Moxian stopped the operation of his ability, looking at the illusory panel information in his mind. He was surprised to find that the originally estimated analysis time of 1.5 hours had suddenly decreased by 13 minutes. Chen Moxian immediately thought of a possibility he had long overlooked. The insights he gained could be synchronized in real time with his ability to reduce calculation time. Yes, it would be strange if it couldn't. His ability, all things calculation, essentially processes and analyzes the information obtained. The scope of information that can be analyzed would naturally expand as his understanding and experience grew. Similarly, the information being analyzed would also speed up as his familiarity with it deepened. However, he had previously used all things calculation to analyze information that mostly took only a few minutes or even seconds to complete, which was too short for him to notice this key characteristic. To explain it metaphorically, if the information to be analyzed is compared to a complex maze, all things calculation acts as an intelligent robot responsible for finding the way. When you are completely unaware of the maze's entrance, you have no idea where to deploy the robot. If you know where the entrance is but are clueless about the maze's layout, The robot can only check each branch one by one until it finds the correct exit, which undoubtedly consumes a lot of time and computing power. However, once you have some understanding of the maze's geographical features, can eliminate some incorrect paths in advance, or know the general direction of the exit, and input this key information to the robot, you can greatly shorten the time needed to find the exit. With my practice, the analysis progress will also accelerate. Chen Moxian couldn't hide his excitement. If every practice session could reduce the time by 13 minutes, perhaps he could finish analyzing the body, refining method tonight. Suppressing the surging excitement within, Chen Moxian calmed down, focused his mind, and tried to adjust the visualization panel information of all things calculation. He planned to add the time reduced by each active practice to the panel prompts, to more intuitively grasp the changes in the analysis progress. After making the adjustments, Chen Moxian slowly regulated his breathing and quietly waited for his qi and blood to recover. An hour later, Chen Moxian took a deep breath and once again immersed himself in the practice of the second set of body refining methods. You have gained some insights while practicing the body refining method. Analysis progress accelerated by 6 minutes, huff, huff. Indeed, this isn't a game. It won't be fixed like gaining experience points. Chen Moxian raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead and murmured, "Continue." Time passed quietly as Chen Moxian repeatedly practiced, reviewed, and waited for his qi and blood to recover. Until 6 hours later, you have gained some insights while practicing the body refining method. Analysis progress accelerated by 11 minutes. You have gained significant insights while practicing the body refining method. Analysis progress accelerated by 20 minutes. You have no clue while practicing the body refining method. Analysis progress unchanged. You have gained considerable insights while practicing the body refining method. Analysis progress accelerated by 8 minutes. You have gained some insights while practicing the body refining method. Analysis progress accelerated by 5 minutes. You have gained some insights while practicing the body refining method. Analysis progress accelerated by 3 minutes. I can't go on. My whole body feels powerless. After completing 6 more sets of body refining methods, Chen Moxian lay flat on the ground, his chest heaving violently. The medicinal power of the A-level blood essence potion seemed like an endless pit. Replenishing the qi and blood, he had consumed 8 times without him noticing how much was depleted. However, although his qi and blood had been restored, the muscle soreness had accumulated significantly, and Chen Moxian now felt exhausted even lifting his hand. However, the effects during this period were also remarkable. Analyzing the body refining method. Estimated time required, 24 minutes. The time that could be reduced by active practice decreased increasingly. So there was still some gap from his original plan to finish the analysis tonight. However, with the remaining time, he only needed to sleep to recover his mental strength, and he could finish the analysis tomorrow. Moreover, the biggest gain was he had broken through to the 7th stage. Chen Moxian slightly clenched his fist, feeling the qi and blood slowly recovering within him. At this moment, the qi and blood, compared to before, was obviously more refined, flowing with a more vigorous aura. This was the intuitive change brought by the breakthrough in realm. Chapter 34. Breaking out, it seems that as the proficiency of the body refinement technique improves, its effects also get better. Chen Moxian marveled inwardly. The difference between the 6th and 7th levels of the first realm appears to be just 1 level, but in reality, it represents a watershed moment between the mid-stage and late stage of the first realm. Achieving the 7th level of the first realm means that the warrior's blood strength and physical quality have improved more than the total enhancement from the 4th to the 6th levels of the first realm. Originally, according to his estimates, it would take a full 2 months, undergoing 20 sets of body refinement techniques, to hope for a breakthrough to the 7th level of the first realm. However, at this moment, after just 8 hours and completing 8 sets of the body refinement technique, he successfully achieved this breakthrough. Such an astonishing speed of cultivation would undoubtedly shock anyone in the martial arts world. This was a feat achieved by the combination of the A-grade blood tonic and Chen Moxian's exceptional martial skills. Chen Moxian was now increasingly looking forward to how terrifying his cultivation speed could become when the body refinement technique was fully perfected. Chen Moxian laid down on the ground, breathing slightly, feeling his blood and stamina slowly recovering. With the absence of his training noise, the entire room once again fell into a dead silence. It seemed that the wind outside had picked up, and he could faintly hear the rustling of leaves. Chen Moxian turned his head and looked out the window. Dark clouds surrounded the moon, making the moonlight hazy and indistinct and his thoughts began to drift away uncontrollably. He thought about the mundane bits of life since his rebirth in this world, the series of events that had occurred in recent days, and the expression of his homeroom teacher after her death. After arriving in this world and facing beings he could hardly have encountered before, he subconsciously associated these individuals with superheroes from movies and comics in his past life. He never expected that one superhuman would ruthlessly attempt to kill him, and simply out of inconvenience, massacre all his classmates. Now that he thought about it, even in the martial arts world, those born into noble families or with higher cultivation levels would not regard you as their equal, let alone a transcendent being whose physiological mechanisms completely overshadow ordinary people. One superhuman. I will definitely make him pay for this debt later. Chen Moxian clenched his teeth, his hands balled into fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. An A-grade transcendent, according to Chen Moxian's estimation, was probably equivalent in strength to a fourth-level martial artist in the spirit elevation realm. In his memory of the martial arts world, the youngest fourth-level martial artist in history was 20 years old. With his universal calculation, if he couldn't be just a bit more talented than that youngest fourth-level martial artist, it would be better to start over. He reached the fourth realm at 20. He was now 18 and would turn 19 in 3 months. Reaching the fourth realm at 19 shouldn't be too much to ask, right? He didn't have the patience of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Even if he disliked holding grudges, he could endure just 3 months. However, what Chen Moxian didn't know was that the so-called youngest fourth-level martial artist was born into a martial arts family and had devoted himself to martial arts training at the age of 12, practicing the newest martial arts that yielded the fastest results. By 18, he had already become a third-level martial artist. If anyone claimed they could jump from the first realm to the fourth realm in just 3 months, anyone from the martial arts world who heard it would think it was a pipe dream. Chen Moxian lay quietly, waiting for his stamina to recover, calming his mind. Gradually, he began to smell a pungent odor. How terrible! He couldn't help but cover his nose. After 8 hours of intense body refinement technique training, his clothes were completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his skin as if welded together. Not only that, during the body refining process, impurities were continuously expelled from his body, adhering to his skin. He looked as if he were wrapped in a layer of black grime, his skin darkened, exuding a nauseating odor. I need to take a shower. Chen Moxian found himself in a bit of a dilemma. When he previously surveyed the room, he seemed to find no place to wash up. Now, with a terrible smell emanating from his body, he felt extremely uncomfortable. After pondering for a moment, his gaze unconsciously shifted to the black divine bracelet on his wrist. Xiaobo, can you turn to a towel? Chen Moxian asked the bracelet. However, there was complete silence on the other end of the bracelet, not even a peep. Since returning to this world, Chen Moxian had noticed that he could not connect to Xiaobo's consciousness. He speculated that perhaps it was because he was influenced by the interdimensional traveler that allowed him to traverse, while other conscious beings could not normally come from the martial arts world to hear, right? Chen Moxian quickly walked to the bedside and pressed the buttons beside the bed repeatedly. Beep, 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 beep. He pressed for a long time, but there was still silence outside with no response. Forget it. I'll wait until tomorrow. Chen Moxian sighed mildly in annoyance and lay heavily back on the bed. He already had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and now feeling sticky all over made him very uncomfortable. To fall asleep, he decided to consume some mental energy and continue to delve into the analysis of the body refinement technique. As his mental energy poured in continuously, time quietly passed. 10 minutes flashed by, and there were only 14 minutes left until the body refinement technique was completely analyzed. During this process, Chen Moxian consumed a full 50 points of mental energy, and his remaining mental energy had dropped to 20. Past experiences told him that in this state of mental exhaustion, he would easily fall asleep. Sure enough, a wave of drowsiness surged over him like a tide, his head feeling heavy, and his eyelids began to flutter. However, he still couldn't sleep. Despite feeling very drowsy, the sticky sensation and foul smell surrounding him constantly stimulated his senses. Every time he moved his body, the friction between his skin and clothing made him acutely aware of the layer of grime. For the first time, Chen Moxian found it so difficult to fall asleep. Those without cleanliness obsessions might not understand that this feeling is more unbearable than death for someone with such tendencies. His cleanliness obsession overpowered his drowsiness, while the extreme lack of mental energy easily bred irritability. In short, in this state, he was prone to losing his rationality. Damn it, I'm not sleeping anymore. Chen Moxian, feeling extremely agitated, suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes locking onto the tightly closed metal door. I can't hold it in anymore. Although the girl named Song Xin had warned him not to resist, Chen Moxian had also planned to wait until daylight to observe the situation. But right now, everything here felt strange, and he didn't know how much of what that girl said could be trusted. Under the dual pressure of his cleanliness obsession and mental exhaustion, Chen Moxian impulsively decided to leave this place first. His blood had not fully recovered, and his muscles were still sore, but with his current state, he could still perform a martial technique. Chen Moxian strode to the metal door, firmly planting his feet, taking a deep breath as his aura quickly coalesced, and he assumed the starting stance for the thunder punch. Boom! With a loud bang like thunder, Chen Moxian threw a punch, the wind from his fist howling, as if carrying the power of a thunderstorm. This metal door, which could easily block a rampaging mental patient, was as fragile as paper before the thunder punch, directly shattering and flying out. Chen Moxian, anxious and burning with urgency, quickly ran out. Chapter 35. B-Class Transcender Yongshan outside the door. A long corridor twisted into the distance. The sound of the alloy door being crashed open surprisingly did not disturb anyone. The scene of staff rushing out to check the situation did not occur. The surroundings remained eerily silent, with only the sound of Chen Moxian's footsteps echoing in the corridor, clear and distinct. Soon, Chen Moxian's gaze locked onto a room that resembled a staff room. He quickly stepped forward, reached for the doorknob, and twisted it forcefully, only to find that the door was locked. Anxiety and irritation surged within him instantly. Chen Moxian could not care much. His arm muscles tensed as he yanked the handle down hard. With a crisp snap, the doorknob along with the lock was pulled off by him. Chen Moxian rushed into the room, only to find the lights inside were also on. Upon closer inspection, he saw the male nurse who had previously led him to the ward, sprawled on the table, fast asleep. Even such a commotion couldn't wake him. He was sleeping like a dead pig. No wonder there was no response after ringing the bell for so long. Chen Moxian murmured quietly, glancing at the male nurse hastily. The next moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. There was a bathroom just right in this room. I'll just borrow the bathroom. Without any hesitation, Chen Moxian stepped inside quickly. He impatiently tore off the clothes that were sticking to him due to sweat and dirt and tossed them on the floor, swiftly turning on a shower. With a whoosh, warm water cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly enveloping him. Chen Moxian closed his eyes and tilted his head back, thoroughly enjoying the wash of water. 10 minutes later, Chen Moxian emerged from the bathroom, looking content. Glancing at the pile of dirty clothes on the floor that were no longer wearable, he raised his hand and shook the black divine wristband on his wrist, activating the preset program with a thought. In the blink of an eye, a set of black battle attire swiftly covered Chen Moxian's entire body like a tide. Although it was battle gear, Chen Moxian had specially designed it to be more akin to casual wear. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary black tracksuit. After all, Chen Moxian believed that the battle suit mode was quite impractical, so its design was merely to avoid the situation of being inadequately clothed during a fight. Transforming the black divine wristband into a suit that enveloped his whole body did enhance his overall defense and speed, but compared to the speed of energy consumption, it was not worth it. It is important to know that the total amount of nanobots is fixed. If evenly distributed across various parts of the body, their strength would inevitably be greatly reduced. In battle, the most effective way to use the black divine wristband is to adapt to the situation, allowing the nanobots to form compact weapons. Alternatively, they could be used to cover only the areas about to be attacked to enhance defense. However, this kind of adaptability can only be led by the mechanical clan Xiaobo. For now, Chen Moxian could only change according to the set program. Finally feeling comfortable, Chen Moxian couldn't help but express his delight, then slowly began to examine the room. The anxiety brought on by his obsessive cleanliness had prevented him from settling down until this moment, when he could finally calm his mind and observe properly. It was then he noticed that along one side of the wall were neatly hung rubber sticks, explosive shields, and other equipment. On the other side, multiple displays were closely arranged, densely covering the entire wall, with flickering images on the screens seemingly showing surveillance from various rooms. They were all sleeping? Chen Moxian's brows furrowed, a sense of inexplicable alertness rising within him. The noise he had made was not small at all. Logically, it should have been enough to wake everyone in the psychiatric hospital. Both the patients who had fallen into deep sleep in the previous room and the male nurse in front of him, who was soundly asleep with the lights on, were highly suspicious. As he looked at the screens, he found that the entire psychiatric hospital was devoid of anyone awake, a dead silence that was chilling. Chen Moxian walked over to the male nurse sprawled on the table and tentatively reached out to push him. Hey, wake up. The male nurse remained motionless, showing no reaction to his actions. Hey, Chen Moxian pushed again. You're really noisy. I'm getting old and my sleep is quite light. In an instant, a chilling voice echoed from behind Chen Moxian. He did not turn around. Instead, he swiftly pivoted and kicked backward. In a place like this, at such a time, anyone suddenly appearing behind him could only be an enemy. The kick, enveloped in a gust of wind, was fierce, but the newcomer managed to catch the kick steadily, only being pushed back a few steps by the impact. At that moment, Chen Moxian finally saw the appearance of the person. It was a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and a face covered in scruffy stubble. Heavy dark circles hung under his bloodshot eyes, exuding an indescribable madness. This kind of strength. You are a transcender? No wonder you're not asleep. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his voice trembling slightly, unable to hide his excitement. Chen Moxian did not hesitate for a moment. He exerted force with his legs and attacked the middle-aged man again. Since the other party could catch his kicks steadily, he was most likely a transcender. Fighting a transcender must be quick and decisive, launching a rapid offensive to catch the opponent off guard and prevent them from unleashing any unknown abilities. However, as Chen Moxian closed in on the middle-aged man, only a few steps away, a strong sense of abnormality suddenly surged over him. In an instant, he felt his mind become dazed, his thoughts turning chaotic, and his body seemed no longer under his control, every muscle feeling as heavy as if filled with lead. A wave of powerful drowsiness surged over him, and Chen Moxian's legs went weak, causing him to fall straight to the ground. This drowsiness. Something's wrong. Is it his ability? Chen Moxian pinched his thigh hard, tried to use pain to fight against the drowsiness, but it was ineffective. His eyelids grew heavier, and his vision gradually blurred. It's useless. At this close distance, you cannot resist my ability. The middle-aged man said softly. No matter who you are, disturbing my sleep will have serious consequences. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, Chen Moxian's blurred vision caught sight of the middle-aged man's bloodshot eyes. His eyes sparkled with a fervent light, as if he had seen a plump prey. The man's name was Yang Shan, the actual manager of this Qingqiu psychiatric hospital, with a comprehensive transcender rating of B. His ability, Endless Nightmare, could put people within a certain range into a deep sleep. The closer they were to him, the stronger the sleeping effect. At the closest distance, only those with significantly higher mental strength than him could resist. Those who fell into a deep sleep under his influence would have their deepest fears manifested as dreams. He could enter these dreams to influence and torment the person until their mind collapsed. To Yang Shan, this psychiatric hospital was his exclusive playground. His greatest hobby was to put all the patients in the hospital to sleep using his ability just as he drifted off, randomly selecting some to quietly invade their dreams and torment them at will. Because of this, Yang Shan's sleep was very light. Even the slightest noise could easily wake him. Therefore, Yang Shan enjoyed the quietness of the entire psychiatric hospital. At specific times, he would even make all the staff fall asleep to ensure a peaceful slumber. After tormenting ordinary people for so long, I still don't know what it's like to torment a transcender. Yang Shan murmured softly. I really look forward to the expression when they collapse. Having said that, Yang Shan grabbed Chen Moxian's leg with one hand, dragging him out step by step like a piece of luggage, heading toward a room marked treatment room. Chapter 36. Chen Moxian's nightmare. Yang Shan felt very bored now. After locking Chen Moxian in the treatment room, he entered Chen Moxian's dream through his abilities. He was full of anticipation, eager to witness the fear that Chen Moxian would fall into, but what he saw was a mundane daily life. He saw Chen Moxian going to school in an orderly manner, attending classes, and then getting accepted into an ordinary university. As graduation approached, he rushed to complete his graduation project and sent out resumes in search of a job. Chen Moxian's nightmare flashed by in these daily routines like scenes from a movie. However, this was vastly different from Yang Shan's preconceived notions. In his imagination, Chen Moxian's dream should be filled with horror and despair. Perhaps he was being relentlessly chased by some indescribable, terrifying entity deep within his heart, with every step of his escape accompanied by the threat of death. Or maybe he witnessed his loved ones and friends dying tragically before his eyes, with bloody scenes dragging him into a painful abyss. At the very least, dreaming of natural disasters like floods, earthquakes, and fires ravaging around him, where he could only flee amidst ruins and calamity, will be far more interesting than this mundane daily life in front of him. Nevertheless, he could indeed feel that Chen Moxian was deeply trapped in fear, especially during the time frame of Sunday night to Monday. This lifestyle resembled those who were called the Nine Spirits and lingering after the Great Annihilation period, but compared to the daily lives of the powerless in the Dazhou Nation, it was merely a slight difference. What exactly was he afraid of? Yang Shan felt he couldn't understand, although he was a naturally awakened transcendent. Recognized as such at birth, his identity was kept secret until he turned 12, living among ordinary powerless people. In Yang Shan's eyes, Chen Moxian's so-called nightmare was clearly just the everyday life he was familiar with as an ordinary person. Was merely living a nightmare for ordinary people? Then what did the true horrors he saw in the dreams of others count as? No, this is too boring. I need to intervene. Yang Shan decided to spice up Chen Moxian's dream. In the current scene, Chen Moxian was reporting on work at a meeting. Just as he finished his report and the leaders below began to comment on his work, a sudden change occurred. One of the leaders' mouths suddenly stretched to his ears, and countless writhing tentacles surged from his throat, invading the mouths, nostrils, and ear canals of those around him. In the blink of an eye, those people turned into skin and bones corpses, leaving only Chen Moxian behind. Take a good look at this tragic scene around you, and slowly experience the fear of walking towards death alone, Yang Shan thought, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This terrifying scene was derived from a nightmare he had witnessed in others' dreams not long ago. In Yang Shan's mind, in terms of horror level and atmosphere of despair, this nightmare segment could rank among the top 10 of the many terrifying dreams he had encountered. But what he didn't expect was that after he intervened in Chen Moxian's dream, he found that Chen Moxian's level of fear actually decreased. The next moment, he saw Chen Moxian actually grab a chair from the conference room and smash it towards the indescribable monster. Even after being penetrated by the monster's tentacles and turned into a dried corpse, Chen Moxian's fear did not increase at all. Moreover, he even detected a faint hint of excitement from Chen Moxian during this period. No, can you actually enjoy yourself in the nightmare created by my powers? Yang Shan was skeptical and tried again several times. He found that as long as he intervened, Chen Moxian's level of fear was still lower than those mundane daily segments. For example, once when Chen Moxian dreamed of school scene, Yang Shan deliberately arranged a battle royale segment for him. He completely sealed off the campus and arranged for several butchers with powers that ordinary people could hardly resist to act as evil spirits chasing the students, creating a ghost-catching game. With a time limit of 1 day, and setting that the evil spirits could not attack another person within 1 minute after killing one. This way, in order to survive, the students would inevitably fall into a situation of mutual betrayal. Yang Shan put a lot of thought into this segment, wanting to vividly showcase the fear of watching classmates, who accompanied him day and night, die one after another and betray each other. As the protagonist of this play, he naturally wanted to keep Chen Moxian for last, allowing him to slowly savor the fear. However, when this guy witnessed the evil spirit tearing his homeroom teacher into pieces, instead of panicking and fleeing like the others or standing frozen, he began to observe the evil spirit's actions, trying to find patterns. Instead of trying to escape, he focused on wanting to take down the butcher and directly overturn the board. This left Yang Shan frustrated, constantly pondering how to cleverly arrange the layout to keep Chen Moxian in the game until the end. Where did this guy get the confidence to think he could fight against these monsters? In the carefully orchestrated nightmare he created, he emphasized more than once that the butcher was powerful to the point of being nearly invincible. Meanwhile, Chen Moxian was just an ordinary person in the nightmare, even one with slightly weaker physical abilities. Fire attacks, traps, design mechanisms, using chemical agents to create explosions. When he found it ineffective, he continued to think of the next move, trying every conceivable method recklessly. After all this effort, Yang Shan felt drained, and in the end, he couldn't see a shred of despair on Chen Moxian's face. Instead, it brought him a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. Yang Shan couldn't help but wonder if Chen Moxian was actually not afraid of death at all. Was there a real person who had mixed in with his mental hospital? With such thoughts, Yang Shan felt powerless and simply gave up on intervening, allowing Chen Moxian's nightmare to develop on its own, returning to those mundane, repetitive daily scenes. Sure enough, he clearly noticed that Chen Moxian's inner fear quickly grew, yet his expression remained too bland. This is definitely the most boring nightmare I have ever seen in my dream-making career. Yang Shan's face was filled with disdain. He found it utterly uninteresting and really couldn't muster the energy to continue observing. However, feeling unable to see Chen Moxian's breakdown made Yang Shan feel extremely uncomfortable, and all his expectations fell flat. No hiti. Tomorrow morning in the treatment room, I'll let him experience the power of the spirit electric chair. That kind of pain that strikes at the soul is the real hell. A fierce glint flashed in Yang Shan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and plotted maliciously in his heart before leaving Chen Moxian's dream space. Meanwhile, Chen Moxian continued to cycle through the mundane daily scenes, replaying the nightmare that was coming for him. In the early morning, a heart-wrenching howl broke the tranquility. Chen Moxian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with exhaustion. After a moment of blankness, he gradually focused and slowly regained a bit of spirit. Then he realized he was sitting on a uniquely shaped metal chair, with the armrests extending mechanisms that tightly bound his hands and feet. As Chen Moxian turned his gaze, he saw a man next to him, also firmly shackled to the chair. The man had a metal ring around his head, with arcs of electricity dancing like snakes inside the ring, making crackling sounds. His body twitched violently, and he let out continuous wails filled with pain and despair. From the contours of his brows and eyes, Chen Moxian recognized him as the masked male nurse from last night. "Did you sleep well last night?" A faint voice emerged from a speaker above in the corner of the room. Chapter 37, He's Playing You. "My lord, was last night's nightmare you're doing?" Chen Moxian's eyes turned icy, his face flushed with anger. The speaker was silent for a moment before responding. "That's right." Chen Moxian's blood surged, veins bulging on his arms as he struggled to break free from the shackles. His face was red from the effort, his teeth grinding audibly, but the shackles seemed to have taken root, not moving an inch. These shackles were sturdier than he could have imagined, and his body was firmly bound to the chair, making it impossible to exert any force in his current position. In the monitoring room upstairs, Yang Shan stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with surprise. He had been extremely reluctant to admit that such a boring dream was his doing. But now, watching Chen Moxian's nearly frantic struggles on screen, he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. It seemed that last night's dream was quite effective. A cold smile crept onto Yang Shan's lips as he spoke into the microphone at the control panel. "Stop wasting your energy. The chair you were sitting in was specially prepared for you. Even a B-level transcendent from the enhancement system cannot break free once bound. You bastard. Once I'm out, you'll be the first one I take down." Chen Moxian's eyes were bloodshot as he continued to struggle, shouting in anger. Seeing this, Yang Shan finally laughed with satisfaction. "Huh? Yes, this is the reaction I wanted." After laughing, his expression suddenly turned sinister. "Out? You can't be naive enough to think you still have a chance to leave, can you? I couldn't find your information in the Transcendent database. Your identity is simply that of an ordinary citizen. Once you fall into this place, you become my toy. There are only two ways to get out of here. Be my dog or be broken. However, from the fact that you dared to fight me up close from the very beginning, it seems you're likely a physical enhancement type ability user, which could be a bit dangerous. I can't keep a dog that might bite its owner close to me, so you have only one path ahead. In the days to come, during the day, you'll be my little guinea pig, testing the treatment plans I design, and after exhausting your body and mind, you will continue to sink into endless nightmares until your soul collapses. I never expected to encounter an unregistered transcendent. Transcendents are great. They allow me to torture them for a long time. Ha ha ha." While Yang Shan rambled on, Chen Moxian had already regained his composure. Coldly staring at the speaker that was laughing maniacally, his eyes filled with disdain. Seeing this, Yang Shan stopped laughing and said in a chilling tone, "Keep a good eye on the man next to you. That will be your fate." As soon as he finished speaking, the male nurse, who had previously stopped being electrocuted by the circular device on his head and was able to catch his breath, suddenly screamed in terror, "Lord Yang, I really don't know anything. I was just following orders from above to hurry and bring the person into that long-term ward." The next moment, the circular device emitted a blinding arc of electricity again, cutting him off. Ah! The male nurse's shrill screams echoed in the confined space. This time, the current was much stronger than what he had suffered before and was no longer intermittent. The man convulsed violently, foam uncontrollably spilling from his mouth. In just a few seconds, he rolled his eyes back and fainted, his body still trembling slightly from the residual effects of the electricity. "Director, what are you doing? I said to take it slow." Yang Shan glared at a man in the monitoring room who was operating the electric chair switch. This man had graying hair and looked to be at least in his 50s. He was the director of the mental hospital. Faced with Yang Shan's inquiry, the director trembled like a frightened mouse, his body shaking uncontrollably as he hurriedly explained, "Lord Yang, I'm really sorry. I lost my head in anger and lost control." A new patient suddenly arrived at the hospital, without going through the usual procedures, and no one informed me, so I was completely in the dark. By the time I realized, the person had already been sent to the long-term ward. The patients in the long-term ward have been here for too long, and they've long lost their vitality. They're all people Lord Yang has lost interest in. We rarely get a new patient in our hospital. How could I allow them to be arranged in such a place? The appearance of such an inconsiderate person under my watch is due to my usual negligence, and I feel deeply guilty towards Lord Yang, wishing I could skin this inconsiderate fellow alive. As the director spoke, tears streamed down his face as if he were speaking from the heart, making it hard for anyone to doubt his sincerity. All right, Yang Shan waved his hand. You're the only one managing this entire mental hospital. It must be tough. In the continent of the Zhou, the rights of transcendence are above all powerless individuals. Ultimately, the work that ordinary citizens engage in is all to serve the transcendent. This Qingxiu mental hospital became his private playground the moment Yang Shan chose to come here. Here, Yang Shan could fully indulge his interests, which was also the reason he did not choose to become a professional hero. He left the mundane tasks of the hospital's operations to the director. He only had to focus on his enjoyment. He was not interested at all in what kind of dark dealings were hidden behind Chen Moxian or what purpose they served. What he eagerly anticipated was simply seeing Chen Moxian completely collapse under the torment, revealing that expression of despair. Thinking of this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yang Shan's eyes. Let us get straight to the main course. Hearing this, the director hurriedly raised his hand and skillfully pressed several buttons on the control panel. The next moment, a faint mechanical sound came from above Chen Moxian's head, and a cold metal ring slowly extended, then quickly descended, accurately encircling his head. This time, remember to take it slow. Yang Shan's gaze was fixed on the monitor screen, a cruel curve forming on his lips. As the director operated the mechanism, the ring that encircled Chen Moxian's head suddenly emitted a ghostly blue arc of electricity, which threaded its way toward Chen Moxian's temple. Chen Moxian's body immediately trembled slightly, his brow furrowing. Then, it was only a slight furrow of his brow. Huh? A hint of doubt crossed Yang Shan's face, which had originally held a mocking smile. It should be noted that the electricity used by the electric chair in this mental hospital was no ordinary current. It was a special electricity generated by a transcendence ability, designed to minimize physical harm while greatly enhancing pain sensitivity. The reaction to electricity on a person should not be like this. Are you using too low a power? Turn it up. Yang Shan shouted at the director. Wasn't it you who told me to take it slow? The director muttered in his heart, but didn't hesitate. Doubling the power. The arcs of electricity on the ring visibly thickened, but Chen Moxian's brow began to relax, instead revealing a very enjoyable expression. Seeing this, Yang Shan couldn't help but suspect that Chen Moxian might have some special preferences. Turn up the power, even more. As the arcs became more violent, it seemed that Chen Moxian realized his expression was inappropriate, his features exaggeratedly contorting as if trying to show he was in great pain. However, the performance was too exaggerated, coupled with his consistently dull eyes, making it look fake at first glance. What is he doing? Yang Shan stared at the screen, dumbfounded. He's playing you, my lord. The director quietly replied. Chapter 38, Perfecting the Body Refining Method, Cultivation Source. Pain perception, in essence, is a type of sensory information transmitted to the brain by pain receptors. Chen Moxian achieved the effect of shielding pain by passing this sensory information to all things calculation and allowing it to accumulate in the background without analysis. Aside from the initial electric shock being somewhat unexpected, the subsequent shocks felt like a gentle breeze to him, causing no pain whatsoever. Moreover, during the continuous electric shocks, Chen Moxian suddenly discovered that his mental strength was recovering at an astonishing rate. Originally, his mental strength had dwindled to just 20 points, and due to the influence of nightmares, he had barely recovered 3 points after waking from a restless sleep. Yet, within just a minute of electric shocks, his mental strength had already recovered to 35 points, surpassing the consumption rate of his abilities. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Moxian naturally did not hold back and began to continue analyzing the body refining method. Analyzing body refining method. Remaining time 13 minutes 36 seconds. After shielding his pain perception, Chen Moxian felt that the electric currents were stimulating his soul, continuously strengthening it. However, he quickly realized that the other party was there to torment him. If they noticed that the current was beneficial and harmless to him, they might stop the shocks, which would be disastrous. Thus, Chen Moxian immediately put on an exaggerated expression, distorting his features and letting out groans of feigned pain, starting an extremely exaggerated performance. However, having seen countless expressions of pain, Yang Shan could easily recognize this exaggerated act. Yang Shan felt that Chen Moxian was provoking him. His bloodshot eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. This feeling of being mocked made him feel unprecedentedly insulted. "Damn it, crank it up to the maximum," Yang Shan shouted hoarsely, his voice strained with anger. Maximum? The dean hesitated upon hearing this. Until now, no one had ever lasted even 2 seconds at half power, let alone full power. "Shut up, just do as I say." The dean dared not say another word, gritting his teeth and with determination. He abruptly pushed the lever controlling the electric chair's power to the maximum. In an instant, the arcs released by the ring erupted violently, transforming into a surging torrent of electric light in the blink of an eye. The blue light was dazzling, like a miniature blue sun exploding above Chen Moxian's head, enveloping his face in an instant and causing the surrounding air to sizzle. If not for the special nature of the current, Chen Moxian would have likely been turned to charcoal in an instant. Under this powerful current, his mental strength recovery speed surged several times faster. Then let's use the overclocked calculation. Chen Moxian's gaze sharpened. To double the calculation speed, the mental strength consumed would be nearly twice as much as usual. And the greater the acceleration, the more the consumption would grow exponentially. If it weren't for this life and death situation, overclocking wouldn't have any practical value. But at this moment, with mental strength recovering like a geyser, sufficient fuel for overclocking was prepared, and this excellent opportunity could not be missed. Calculation speed has been increased to x3. Analyzing body refining method. Remaining time, 4 minutes 32 seconds. On the monitoring screen, the electric light dazzled, and Chen Moxian's body trembled violently, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. The dean instinctively licked his dry lips and couldn't help but advise, "Should we lower the power a bit? At this rate, I don't know if the power supply in the Institute can handle it." This current, transformed by a special device, is called spirit electric, requiring multiple times the power to convert, and it had never operated at full power for an extended period before. Then shut down all other devices. Yang Shan's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the screen. No stopping until he lets out the first scream. Upon hearing this, the dean quickly operated the control panel. All devices in other rooms stopped running, and all monitoring screens were turned off, leaving only the monitoring screen in Chen Moxian's room. In this way, Yang Shan and the dean held their breath, staring unblinkingly at the screen as time ticked by. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. For minutes until body refining method analysis completed. At this moment, the body refining method for martial arts youth, known as the Bible for martial artists, was completely analyzed by Chen Moxian, and countless insights surged forth. So this is how it is. I seem to gradually understand everything. The so-called body refining method is a way for martial artists to refine their bodies by guiding the internal energy through specific movements. However, when Chen Moxian's understanding of the body refining method reached perfection, he no longer needed to guide it through movements. With just a thought, the internal energy began to refine his physical body on its own. Every bit of energy was utilized perfectly without any waste, far surpassing the efficiency and speed of before. Just as he operated the perfected body refining method and the internal energy refined his body, a sudden change occurred. The wildly surging current seemed to create a wonderful connection with Chen Moxian's body at that moment. Under the stimulation of the current, the speed of his energy refining increased rapidly, eventually like a runaway wild horse, galloping freely within him. Moreover, the A-grade energy potion that had already merged into his body was replenishing at an astonishing speed, instantly restoring the consumed energy. Not only that, but during the process of continuous energy refining, strands of current quietly flowed into Chen Moxian's body, being absorbed and assimilated by him. The A-grade energy potion, the perfected body refining method, and the spirit electric seemed to form a chemical reaction at this moment. However, what followed was a pain that even all things calculation could not shield, penetrating deep into his soul. This pain felt like thousands of steel needles piercing deep into his soul, each stab causing his consciousness to tremble. Heart-wrenching screams suddenly erupted from Chen Moxian's mouth. Yang Shan, watching this scene in the control room, displayed extreme excitement, laughing maniacally. "That's right, that's it. Haha. All right, you can turn it off now." But after a while, Yang Shan noticed that the screen was still flashing with electric light and turned his head in confusion, asking, "Didn't I say you could turn it off?" The dean, with a face full of terror, trembled as he pointed at the lever that had already returned to its original position. His voice shaking as he stared at the screen. I already turned it off, but it seems to have malfunctioned. Immediately after, the dean seemed to realize something terrifying, his eyes widening as he screamed. No, he is actively absorbing electricity. As soon as he finished speaking, the electric light on the screen suddenly surged, instantly filling the entire monitor. The power level of the electric chair skyrocketed, far exceeding what the equipment could withstand. And the entire screen was illuminated by blinding blue light as if it were daytime. Chen Moxian gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain. He could feel the potency of the potion being absorbed at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, his energy intensity was soaring at a terrifying rate. First stage, 8th level, 9th level. As the current and potion power were quickly absorbed, Chen Moxian's cultivation soared, reaching the perfection of the blood concealment realm. Suddenly, the monitoring screen went dark with a loud crack, plunging into utter silence. The already confined control room was instantly engulfed by thick darkness, rendering it impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. A power outage? Yangshan said incredulously. However, before Yangshan could recover from his shock, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently. Then, with a loud bang, a blindingly bright blue light surged through the floor, illuminating the entire room. In the strong light, a figure slowly emerged. It was Chen Moxian. At this moment, he was surrounded by violent arcs of electricity, his hair standing on end, radiating a blue electric glow, resembling a deity. His eyes were sharp as knives, fixed intently on Yangshan, with a surge of killing intent in his gaze. I already said, I'll take you out first. As the words fell, Yangshan felt a flash of blue light in front of him and instinctively blinked. A hand covered in electric light had already appeared before him, firmly gripping his face. Chapter 39. Yangshan's living hell. The incident happened suddenly. Yangshan's mind went blank in an instant, leaving him no time to react at all. He was a B-level transcendent of the peculiar type, and due to his unique abilities, his basic physical fitness was only comparable to most C-level transcendent individuals. At that moment, Chen Moxian's speed exceeded the limits of Yangshan's reaction. Before Yangshan even had the thought of using his powers, he was pressed to the ground by Chen Moxian. A blinding flash of electricity roared past as Chen Moxian held Yangshan's face, single-handedly pressing him down and rubbing him against the ground. The bricks and stones broke apart, and sparks flew everywhere. Chen Moxian used Yangshan's face like a plow, carving a shocking deep trench in the ground. Then, with a violent swing of his arm and a whoosh, Yangshan's body was flung away. Bang! Yangshan crashed heavily against the wall, which could not withstand the impact and instantly collapsed, leaving a human-shaped hole. Chen Moxian stood still, a flicker of electricity flashing in his pupils. Even in the surrounding darkness, he could clearly see Yangshan struggling in the rubble of the wall. Half of Yangshan's face was mangled, turning into a blur of raw flesh. His already bloodshot eyes widened even more due to the unbearable pain, as if they were about to burst from their sockets. I don't know how you managed to absorb the ethereal electricity, but that was your only chance. Yangshan roared, spreading his 5 fingers towards Chen Moxian, sending out an invisible wave from his palm. You will regret not taking the chance to make me lose consciousness in the days to come. Yangshan laugid maniatali, as if victory was in his grasp. Yangshan's physical fitness was only at C level. The reason he received a B-level comprehensive rating among transcendents was due to the power of his unique abilities. Normally, his abilities could cover the entire psychiatric hospital. And when he concentrated this power, even A-level transcendents would be affected. Those with less mental strength than A-level transcendents would directly fall into a deep sleep. However, when this wave passed through Chen Moxian, it merely caused the arcs of electricity surrounding him to sway slightly, as if brushed by a gentle breeze. Chen Moxian remained unfazed, slowly approaching Yangshan and shaking his head, saying, "The doctors here say I have severe violent tendencies. If I were to end you in an instant, it would be too easy for you, not enough to vent my anger." Upon witnessing this, the crazed smile on Yangshan's face froze in an instant. How is that possible? Chen Moxian seemed to ignore Yangshan's shock, his expression cold as he steadily approached Yangshan. Impossible. It can't be. Yangshan was completely engulfed in madness, wildly waving his hands and continuously releasing waves of power towards Chen Moxian. He could not accept that his once proud abilities were now utterly ineffective against Chen Moxian. Although you've improved a bit, your mental strength is clearly only at most B level. The invisible wave surged like a tidal wave, crashing towards Chen Moxian, but it only stirred up a layer of electric arc ripples. The electricity surrounding Chen Moxian seemed to form a force field that completely blocked Yang Shan's abilities from the outside. Yang Shan's powers were essentially a strong electromagnetic wave carried by mental energy. Therefore, besides relying on greater mental strength to resist, physical methods could also work, such as an electromagnetic barrier. Suddenly, Chen Moxian stepped forward, and in a flash of electricity, he seized Yang Shan's flailing arm. Then, a chilling crack of bone echoed suddenly, accompanied by Yang Shan's screams of agony. "Ah, very good, very spirited." Chen Moxian's gaze was icy as he quietly watched Yang Shan rolling on the ground, clutching his arm, his words filled with mockery and derision. Without the support of his abilities, Yang Shan was just an ordinary person with brute strength in front of Chen Moxian, who had mastered multiple martial arts. The calmness and disdain in Chen Moxian's words ignited Yang Shan's fury. As a B-level transcendent, Yang Shan was accustomed to looking down on others from high position, commanding others with a strong demeanor, and had never experienced such contempt. "I am a B-level transcendent. Do you know what B-level means? How dare you?" Yang Shan instinctively roared at Chen Moxian again. However, when he met Chen Moxian's cold, deep gaze, the arrogant words at his lips instantly choked in his throat, unable to be uttered. At that moment, an unprecedented fear surged from the depths of his heart, quickly spreading throughout his body. If there were a mirror at this moment, allowing Yang Shan to glimpse his own expression, he would surely find that the fear in his eyes was identical to that of those he had tortured in his nightmares. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Yang Shan's voice trembled involuntarily. "As I said from the beginning, I will cripple you." Chen Moxian's voice was low and cold as he suddenly lifted Yang Shan, making him hover in midair. In the next moment, arcs of electricity surged, and Chen Moxian's fists, enveloped in electricity, instantly transformed into countless afterimages, wildly striking towards Yang Shan's body. Each punch was infused with terrifying power, and wherever they landed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. In that fleeting moment, Yang Shan felt as if his body was being subjected to a torrential storm. All his ribs, under this relentless assault, snapped one by one like fragile twigs. Intense pain converged at the same moment, rushing towards his brain as if it were about to tear his head apart, pushing his thoughts to the brink of collapse. With each punch Chen Moxian threw, the lightning pierced into Yang Shan's body, stirring his nerves like a steel knife, keeping him conscious. At that moment, Yang Shan could only scream at the top of his lungs, finding no other way to vent his pain. His cries echoed in the room, chilling and desperate. When Yang Shan crashed heavily back to the ground, he was like a rag. His limbs twisted as he lay on the floor. He slightly moved his lips, wanting to say something, but all that came from his throat were a few indistinct gasps. "Kill me." Even though his whole body ached like madness, he still remained conscious under the influence of the ethereal electricity. At this moment, Yang Shan, who enjoyed torturing others for fun, truly understood the concept of being worse than dead. "By the way, I must thank you." Chen Moxian looked down at the barely breathing Yang Shan, his voice calm to the point of indifference. "You made me realize that what I truly fear is living an ordinary, mundane life." With that, he slowly crouched down and gently placed his palm on Yang Shan's head, a faint electric glow beginning to stir beneath his hand. "So, as you wish." Chapter 40. Blood flowing from all 7 orifices. "Wait, don't kill him." At that moment, a familiar female voice suddenly echoed in the dark, confined monitoring room. However, Chen Moxian seemed oblivious, his actions showing no sign of stopping. From the very beginning, Yang Shan had regarded himself as a toy that could be tortured at will. If it weren't for the unexpected and peculiar changes that had arisen after he perfected his body tempering technique, changes he himself had yet to fully comprehend, today, it would likely be him suffering a tragic fate. He didn't like holding grudges. He believed in taking revenge on the spot. With this in mind, the lightning surging in Chen Moxian's palm grew increasingly violent, continuously flooding into Yang Shan's head. But in that moment of dazzling electricity, the previously weak Yang Shan slowly raised the corners of his mouth in the darkness, revealing a sinister and eerie smile. In the continent country, it is strictly forbidden for transcendents to kill each other. Every transcendent above sea level, when registering their transcendent identity, has a mark imprinted in their body from some S-level transcendent ability. This mark will attach itself to the murderer when the transcendent dies an unnatural death and their soul dissipates. The murderer will then find no place to hide under this mark and will face relentless pursuit from the entire Superpower Association. If they die, it's fine. But if captured alive, the outcome will only be more tragic. This is a consensus among all transcendents in the continent country. But Yang Shan was betting that Chen Moxian was unaware of this. Yang Shan knew that Chen Moxian had not undergone the transcendence identification at all. Next, just wait to suffer endless pursuit from transcendence and regret and pain. You will die 1,000 times more tragically than I. However, as the lightning in Chen Moxian's palm continued to flood into Yang Shan's brain, the smile on Yang Shan's face suddenly froze. He was astonished to find that this lightning did not violently destroy his brain tissue as he had anticipated. Instead, it bizarrely clung to the surface of his brain, as if waiting for something. You don't really think I would let you die easily, do you? Chen Moxian said lightly. The next second, pain, endless pain, maddening pain, flooded Yang Shan's entire perception through the bridge of lightning. This was the pain sensation that Chen Moxian had previously shielded using all things calculation. After his body absorbed the alien electric energy, he discovered another way to use all things calculation. Through this magical lightning, he could convert the information that all things calculation had yet to analyze into electrical signals and directly transmit them to others. However, this transmission required the lightning to make direct contact with the brain, and such opportunities might be rare in battle, making this moment the best chance. Yang Shan opened his mouth wide, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, his body convulsing uncontrollably on the ground, as if making a final struggle in pain. God! In his moment of utmost despair, Yang Shan could only pray to the divine. The actions he once viewed as entertainment now transformed into the sins of his repentance. Soon, Yang Shan stopped struggling, his consciousness fading away. Point light technique. As that female voice sounded again, a light orb appeared out of thin air in the room. This light orb, initially no larger than a grain of rice, rapidly expanded in an instant, illuminating the entire room in the blink of an eye. Chen Moxian then realized that the familiar female voice actually came from the old man who had been standing nearby before. Too late. The old man slowly shook his head, his movements revealing a hint of helplessness. The hair that had stood on end due to the electric shock gradually fell, and the arcs of electricity surrounding him dissipated, returning him to his former appearance. He looked at the old man in front of him, confusion filling his eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you Song Xian?" The old man nodded helplessly, and in the next second, his figure became ethereal, replaced by a graceful young girl. After Song Xian appeared, the grievances that had been building up for a long time surged forth like a flood. "I told you not to kill him. Not to kill him. Don't you realize how much trouble this will bring? Also, I must say, your luck is simply against the heavens. Most of the mental hospitals in City C have been infiltrated by the Madman Society, and with so many places, you just had to enter this one. Secretly replaced the director here, and carefully arranged a room for you that no one would notice. You just had to stay there quietly for a few days, and then I could find an excuse to let you out. Yet you had to go out at night and stir up trouble with Yang Shan. Now look, you've completely ruined my plan." The girl's words came out like a rapid-fire barrage, her speech fast and filled with complex content. Chen Moxian momentarily didn't know where to begin to respond, and after a brief daze, he asked, "What trouble? What trouble?" Upon hearing this, Song Xian's eyebrows shot up, feeling a surge of inexplicable anger rise from her heart. Wherever you go, as long as you're in the continent country, the Hero Association will find a way to sense your presence. You will end up on their death list, and it won't matter where you escape to. After saying this, Song Xian suddenly seemed to remember something, her expression paling instantly, and she said anxiously, "No, I have to run too. It won't be long before at least a level transcendence come here. You're on your own." As she spoke, Song Xian hurriedly turned around, her footsteps quickening towards the door. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, Chen Moxian's next words halted her in her tracks. "I didn't kill him." Song Xian was taken aback, then stopped, slowly turning back. Her gaze fell on Yang Shan lying on the ground, and with a completely disbelieving look, she retorted, "You didn't kill him. He died by himself. Look at him. Blood is flowing from all 7 orifices. Does it seem like he is just bleeding for fun?" Chen Moxian shook his head slowly, calm in demeanor, his tone carrying a hint of certainty as he said, "Blood flowing from all 7 orifices is blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Death is death. They cannot be confused. However, given his current condition, he should be in a vegetative state. Speaking of which, it seems you really don't have the fluctuations of a tracking mark on you." Shangxin stipet gelo, examining Chen Moxian closely. Chen Moxian slightly raised his head, meeting Song Xian's gaze, and said unhurriedly, What do you mean by the plan you mentioned earlier? Song Xian took a step back, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly as she slowly tossed her long hair, which flowed like a waterfall behind her, and said, Chen Moxian, are you interested in being a real mental patient for a few days? Chapter 41, a bold guess. What does it mean to be truly mentally ill for just a few days? Chen Moxian asked in confusion. Although he was sure he wasn't really mentally ill, can someone really be mentally ill for just a few days? Song Xian seemed to see through Chen Moxian's doubts and explained, what I'm referring to are those who truly suffer from mental illnesses, not just those with high levels of mental pollution. Mental hospitals only admit those with high levels of mental pollution. If an adult merely has a mental illness, they would be sent to a mental health treatment center for treatment. However, if it's a student who hasn't taken the college entrance examination yet, they would first be sent to a special school that accommodates various problematic students until after the exam. Song Xian paused slightly and continued, in City C, there is a school called Second Hope Middle School, which serves this purpose. Song Xian looked at Chen Moxian seriously and said, in the next few days, I will find a way to have your mental pollution reported as a false alarm, but keep your mental illness report. After that, you will enter Second Hope Middle School as a patient with post-traumatic stress disorder. I need you to help me find someone there and give him something. Chen Moxian frowned slightly and asked, why don't you go yourself? With your abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for you to blend in, right? After the last time I was exposed for no reason, I suspect there is a perceiving type transcendent in the city who can see through my illusion disguise. Song Xian sighed helplessly and shook her head before I figure out who this perceiving type transcendent is and how their abilities operate. I really can't dare to infiltrate the city again. After all, my face is currently on the wanted list of the Hero Association. Saying that, Song Xian added, of course, there's no problem here. This is the suburbs. If that perceiving type transcendent had such a wide range of perception, I would have been exposed long ago. Chen Moxian nodded slightly. I see. Song Xian then took out a delicate small box from her pocket and handed it to Chen Moxian. You must not open it before handing over the item. Chen Moxian nodded and took the box. What is that person's name? His name is... Suddenly, Song Xian's expression became extremely complex as she hesitated to speak. Although it's a bit awkward for me to say this, as someone who has always been familiar with you, I really can't hold it in anymore. By the way, did you agree a bit too quickly? You should understand that I belong to an anti-transcendent organization, and helping us means openly opposing the Supernatural Association. Even if you don't hesitate for a while, you should at least ask a few questions, like proposing conditions or asking for some benefits, right? What do I have to hesitate about? Chen Moxian replied, looking at her as if she were foolish. Being brought here? If I don't rely on you, trying to return to society through normal means would be a very troublesome matter. Chen Moxian's gaze slowly shifted down to Yang Shan lying on the ground. Besides, I've already done something against the transcendent. I will only do more in the future. I was probably brought here due to the machinations of the Hero Association. I have long been at odds with them. Chen Moxian paused and added, besides, didn't you save me? Hearing this, a brilliant smile blossomed on Song Xian's face as she quickly walked up to Chen Moxian, patted him on the back repeatedly, and laughed heartily. I knew I didn't misjudge you. I'm really starting to appreciate you more and more. Chen Moxian felt as if his back was being patted painfully, as if his lungs were about to be knocked out, and hurriedly stepped aside. So, what is that person's name? Zhang Qing, a student there, probably around 18 years old, Song Xian replied. Zhang Qing. Upon hearing this name, Chen Moxian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Could it be that someone he encountered in the martial arts world also has a corresponding existence in this world? Do you know him? Chen Moxian shook his head and explained, not exactly, but I've heard that name in the martial arts world, which is the other world you sent me to using your ability. That is probably just a person with the same name. In the other world, it's almost impossible to encounter someone similar to the main world. Is that probability really that small? I've already met several people there who have the same appearance and even the same name. How could that be possible? Upon hearing this, Song Xian's eyes widened, her face full of surprise. My ability uses you as a reference point and the phenomenon of dimensional fusion as the starting point, filtering through countless parallel dimensions to select one for traversal. These parallel dimensions differ greatly from each other, let alone encountering someone similar to the main world. The probability of meeting one is infinitely close to zero, let alone many. Is it really that exaggerated? It is. Take the other world I'm in as an example. The technological level of humanity has severely regressed, even back to ancient times. If it weren't for the fortunate acquisition of divine enlightenment and mastering the method of cultivation. Humanity would have probably been extinct long ago. As Song Moxian spoke, her expression became serious. Even so, only a small portion of those with spiritual roots can embark on the path of cultivation. Those ordinary people who cannot cultivate refer to the other races as monsters, relying on cultivators to pacify the chaos caused by these monsters. But the number of cultivators is too scarce, and many ordinary people die every day in the chaos. With such a basic worldview discrepancy, how could one possibly encounter someone similar? After hearing this, Chen Moxian couldn't help but show a look of doubt. Not only had he frequently encountered familiar faces, but Ma Jingyuan and Peng Jie from there had relationships with him that were identical to those in this world. Moreover, Lin Muhan, whom he met there, also bore a resemblance to Song Moxian here. Although the names were different, Lin Muhan might not be that blood clan's real name. Thinking carefully, it indeed seemed very incredible. Let me tell you about the world I'm in. In the span of a tea's time, Chen Moxian roughly described the martial arts world he understood to Song Moxian. As Song Moxian listened, her expression of surprise grew increasingly serious, and in the end, she murmured, "There are actually parallel dimensions so similar to the main world. I've used my abilities on many people and have never encountered such a situation. The other dimensions they traversed to were completely different from the main world, and martial arts never existed there. But the dimension you mentioned has a historical development that closely matches. Aside from the appearance of transcendent beings, it's nearly indistinguishable from the main world." Suddenly, Chen Moxian's heart stirred, and a bold guess emerged. "You said your ability is based on the time of the dimensional fusion phenomenon. Can I understand that no matter which dimension it is, there must exist countless races through your ability to traverse?" Seeing Song Moxian nodding, Chen Moxian continued, "Based on that time, as a starting point, countless parallel dimensions have emerged. Then, among these parallel dimensions, could there exist one that is exactly the same as the current world? The only difference being that at the node of the year of the God's child 2061, there was no birth of the child of God, and there are no transcendent beings. And I just happened to go to such a parallel dimension." Chapter 42. The comprehensive guide to cultivation. The speculation put forward by Chen Moxian has always been his viewpoint. Before returning to this world again and learning that his reincarnation was due to Song Moxian's ability, Chen Moxian believed that the place he had arrived at was merely a parallel world without transcenders, rather than another realm. Although there is only a one-character difference between parallel worlds and parallel other realms, their essences are entirely different. It is like numerous tributaries emerging from the same water source. Parallel other realms are these tributaries flowing in the same direction, but completely independent of one another. In contrast, a parallel world is more like a branch stream that diverged after colliding with a reef. Only a parallel world can explain why he encounters so many familiar faces in this martial arts world. However, if it must be considered another realm, one can only hypothesize that among countless tributaries, there exists one whose flow rate, water quality, and volume of water are consistent with those corresponding to the current superpowered world. After all, the number of parallel other realms is nearly infinite. Even if the likelihood of such a situation occurring is minuscule, there is still a possibility. Existence is reasonable. Hearing you say that, it does seem possible. Song Moxian lowered her head, as if deep in thought. Although she was merely listening and found Chen Moxian's points reasonable, she cared little about these matters. Just as she did not understand why the leader of her organization was so adamant about seeking the truth of the merging of other realms. When hungry, eat. When thirsty, drink. Compared to getting entangled in such things, Song Moxian preferred to think about lunch. At that moment, Chen Moxian glanced at the glowing orb illuminating the entire room and asked, "Can you teach me this celestial technique?" "No way." Song Moxian raised her head, decisively stating, "I could tell at first glance that you lack a spiritual root. Almost no one in this world possesses a spiritual root. I have a higher life form covering my original body due to being an inter-realm traveler, and my physical structure is already different. Even if you had a spiritual root, the spiritual energy in this world is too thin to support the cultivation of celestial techniques. Is there any record of celestial techniques? Even if I can't learn them, at least I can know what they are," Chen Moxian persisted. As long as there is information, using universal calculation to analyze it, he might come up with a method. However, Song Moxian was unaware of this and thought Chen Moxian was merely curious. "All right." Song Moxian reached into the pocket of her pants again and pulled out a thick book that could not possibly fit in there. "This is the comprehensive guide to cultivation. which records how to channel energy into the body and some common spells. Wait, how did you fit this in there? Chen Moxian took the book, a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't noticed when she took out the box intended for Zhongqing earlier. Now it seemed that her pocket could barely hold a mobile phone, and from the outside, it looked completely flat without any signs of holding anything. This, Song Xin pointed to her pocket. This is disguised as a storage bag I brought from the other realm. It probably has about a cubic meter of space. That's great. Seeing the almost envious look in Chen Moxian's eyes, Song Xin instinctively covered her pocket and took a step back. This item isn't particularly precious, but I only have one with me now, and without mana, it can't be used. If you really want it, you'll have to wait until I return to the other realm next time to bring you one. I severely overstayed my last visit there, and now I have to wait over 20 days to go back. Over 20 days? Isn't it 3 days? Chen Moxian asked, puzzled. That's for you guys. As an ability holder, I have a different experience. Song Xin explained matter-of-factly. Just like I mentioned last time, the time spent in both worlds needs to be balanced. For you people whom I use my abilities on, if you stay in the other realm for more than 3 days, you will be forcibly sent back by the repulsion between the realms. But for me, I can exceed the time limit by up to a month. Song Xin's tone carried a hint of pride. These theories were something she had spent a lot of time developing through repeated practice, which was no easy feat. After hearing this, Chen Moxian pondered and said, so, if I want to return to that other realm again, I have to wait 3 days in this world to repay the time spent in the other realm. Once the time is compensated, I can go to the other realm for another 3 days. However, if after compensating the time, I don't immediately go to the other realm but continue to stay here, then the next time I go to the other realm, the time I can stay will be the original 3 days plus the number of days I continue to stay here. Did I understand that correctly? You understand so quickly. This time, it was Song Xin who was taken aback, her face filled with disbelief. What Chen Moxian was saying was key information she had taken a long time to figure out after discovering the balance of time. She never expected that he could deduce it just from her descriptions. It must be said that those who usually delve into various odd theories are indeed stronger than her in logical reasoning. Chen Moxian was puzzled by Song Xin's astonishment, and his gaze quickly focused on the book in his hands. Then he began to rapidly flip through its pages. What are you doing? Chen Moxian's eyes darted back and forth across the pages as he replied at lightning speed, reading. This is reading? Song Xin was completely stunned, her voice inadvertently rising a few octaves. To be fair, it wasn't wrong to say he was reading, but what she couldn't understand was how he could genuinely remember even a little bit of the content at such a speed, aside from skimming through the pages. This is my ability. It can be understood as a photographic memory, and my brain works quickly, Chen Moxian explained while continuing his actions. The book wasn't thick, and in less than 10 seconds, he had flipped through the entire book. I see. Song Xin felt her brain lagging, unable to react for a moment. Hey, you have an ability? Upon hearing this, Chen Moxian looked up, his face filled with confusion. You didn't know? I didn't know. Weren't you looking for me because I was an awakener? In a continent country, those with abilities are called transcenders. However, to further distinguish, those who became transcenders through later awakening of abilities can also be called awakeners. Song Xin gently shook her head. I mentioned before that I was undercover in your class because a member of our organization predicted that they could find the next great sinner. But his predictions are wrong 9 times out of 10, so it was just a trial and error attitude. Then, I really appreciated your attitude towards that Wan Chao, so I used my ability to save you. Before that, I didn't know you at all, nor would I know you have abilities. As she spoke, a layer of strange, illusionary gauze covered Song Xin's eyes as she looked Chen Moxian up and down. Moreover, your soul fluctuations don't give me the feeling of having abilities. No abilities? Chen Moxian was taken aback. If he didn't have abilities, then what was in his head? Analyzing the Comprehensive Guide to Cultivation. Progress 70. 80. Comprehensive Guide to Cultivation Analysis complete. Chapter 43, Do I Have a Split Personality? As the prompt appeared in his mind, the knowledge recorded in the book Introduction to Cultivation was instantly integrated by Chen Moxian. However, he didn't have the time to focus on that. He was more concerned about what Song Xin had just said. What do you mean my soul fluctuations don't seem to have abilities? Song Xin pointed to her own eyes and explained. There is a spell called Spirit Vision that can see through disguises and reveal the essence. Specifically, it allows one to see the appearance of a soul. So far, I haven't found anyone here who knows how to conceal it, so I've basically seen everyone. The appearance of most ordinary people's souls is just a constantly flickering white shadow without facial features. The stronger the mental power, the larger the shadow. The souls of transcenders have some peculiarities like a pointed head or a flame seemingly burning on their head. In short, they're all sorts of strange. And your soul shadow is several times larger than an ordinary person's, but in shape, it isn't much different. I can't directly show you, but I do have abilities. Chen Moxian shrugged helplessly. If he were to say he had no abilities, how could he explain his photographic memory? The ability to process large amounts of information instantly, and even deduce and master martial skills? These were things he could never do before. He couldn't just say he was actually a once-in-a-lifetime genius, and that the genius side of him had transformed into a second personality disguised as the ability, all things calculation, to communicate with him. He had long since passed the phase of such delusions about hidden personalities. Listening to Chen Moxian's confident tone, Song Xian couldn't help but carefully scrutinize the general outline of his soul again. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a flash of red light at the chest position of the soul shadow. She blinked rapidly, but the red light had already vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Did I see it wrong? Song Xian thought to herself. After returning to the main world, her magical power could not be replenished. After this period of depletion, she had only about 10% left. In such an unstable state of magical output, it was impossible for the spell to have some deviation. With that in mind, Song Xian decided to switch to a more accurate identification method and took out a cleverly constructed small device from her pocket. This was a device commonly used by the Hero Association to detect special abilities. As she handed the device to Chen Moxian, she explained, "You just need to gently place your index finger on the groove above and then activate your ability." She pointed to the electronic screen at the top of the device, adding, "If the numbers on the electronic screen fluctuate, it proves you indeed have abilities. If there is no response, then you don't." Hearing this, Chen Moxian followed her instructions, placing his index finger in the groove and activating all things calculation. He used the most conventional method, inputting information observed through his 5 senses into all things calculation in real time, achieving constant alerts and predictions. The mental power consumption of this mode wasn't as great as when analyzing information in the background. It also significantly enhanced his insight, making his perception sharper than before. He had used this mode when initially dodging the chalk thrown by the homeroom teacher and predicting his opponent's attacks. However, after a few seconds, the electronic screen on the device showed no response. Chen Moxian, not wanting to give up, increased the output power of all things calculation, feeling a noticeable drain on his mental power. After another 10 seconds, the electronic screen remained unchanged. Is this device broken? It seems you really don't have abilities, but you don't look like you're faking it. Song Xian retracted the device, her tone filled with concern as she said, "I once infiltrated a mental health center, and there was a patient with delusional disorder who was a lot like you. Perhaps you really need to seek proper treatment." Before Song Xian could finish her sentence, a faint electric arc suddenly erupted from inside the device, followed by a crisp electronic voice interrupting her. Instinctively, she turned her gaze to the device in her hand, only to see the numbers on the electronic screen starting to fluctuate. This thing has a delay? Chen Moxian breathed a sigh of relief, focusing on the electronic screen. If he really had no abilities, he might need to seriously consider seeing a psychiatrist. The numbers on the electronic screen began to slowly rise from 0, 1, 2, finally stopping at the number 9. "It's actually 9. Song Xian exclaimed in surprise. "This number is surprisingly high." Seeing Song Xian's reaction, Chen Moxian asked, "Surprisingly low." Chen Moxian fell into silence. Song Xian, however, seemed oblivious to his silence and continued, "I've never seen one this low. Even D-class transcenders have an ability index above 10. With such a low number, it's no wonder it took so long to detect. And no wonder I couldn't see it." Changing the topic, Song Xian's face broke into a radiant smile as she cheerfully said, "But it's great. You really do have abilities, so you don't need to see a doctor. You're not hiding something dark inside, are you?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Song Xian asked in confusion. "It's nothing." Chen Moxian sighed. He had always thought his ability level was quite high. If he were to get certified as a transcender, he would at least be a B-class. However, upon reflection, transcenders with various strange abilities also have significantly enhanced physical qualities. But after gaining his abilities, his physical condition hadn't changed at all, leaving him mentally exhausted every day and struggling to control his emotions. If it weren't for the fact that he had crossed over to the martial arts world and his mental power had significantly increased, given his ability to consume mental power, he would be nothing but a burden. However, as the saying goes, there are no useless abilities, only useless users. Regardless of how the Hero Association defines ability levels, Didn't he know whether all things calculation was useful or not? The four essential elements of martial arts cultivation are law, wealth, partners, and land, with law being the core. With all things calculation, he would hardly encounter bottlenecks in the most essential aspect of law. With that thought, Chen Moxian quickly felt relieved. Suddenly, several strong beams of flashlight light swept in from outside the room, and he could vaguely hear footsteps approaching. Sir Yang, Dean, is something happening? Song Xen hurriedly transformed back into the appearance of the Dean, dispersing the light created by the point light technique. Someone is coming. Just stick to what we agreed upon and return to the previous ward to wait for my news. What about him? Chen Moxian pointed at Yang Shan, who was unconscious on the ground. I will handle it. Chen Moxian nodded, no longer asking questions, and blue electric arcs erupted from his body once again. In the blink of an eye, his figure flickered and vanished into the room through the hole left by the earlier broken floor. Seeing this scene, Song Xian, who had disguised herself as the Dean through illusion, clicked her tongue in surprise. I'm quite amazed. He actually isn't afraid of even spiritual electricity. Martial arts might be quite extraordinary. She skillfully dragged Yang Shan, who was lying on the ground, back to a chair and began to cast illusions to conceal Yang Shan's injuries and the traces of the fight in the room. I really am diligent. The title of lazy person should be given to someone else. While mumbling to herself, she looked at her work with a satisfied expression, clapping her hands and nodding emphatically. For some reason, she suddenly had the urge to use spirit vision to check Yang Shan's current soul state. As she concentrated and activated spirit vision, the scene before her made her pause slightly. On the shadowy figure of Yang Shan's soul, there were countless cracks densely scattered, and countless tiny soul particles were continuously drifting out from these cracks. Has the soul collapsed? Isn't this the same as being dead? Song Xen furrowed her brows and murmured to herself, can this really bypass the S-class mark of the Hero Association and allow one to kill the registered transcenders? Song Xian lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Forget it, I can't be bothered to think. Chapter 44 changes after the breakthrough, so boring. In the hospital room, Chen Moxian sighed sincerely. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that no one had come to question him, Chen Moxian knew that the earlier incident had been cleverly glossed over by Song Xian. Although he didn't know exactly how Song Xian had managed it, he could roughly guess after recalling how he had seen her disguise herself as different staff members to contact him multiple times. After all, apart from her disguise magic, Song Xian also had spells that could influence ordinary people's perceptions. These 3 days had been the most leisurely days for Chen Moxian since he had been attacked by the wand superhuman. There were no alien races chasing after him, nor were there any idiots provocatively getting in his face. Nothing happened at all, but with nothing to do, it was easy to overthink. Even though Chen Moxian constantly adjusted his mindset using the psychological knowledge he had acquired, the tragedy in class still lingered in his heart like a shadow that wouldn't dissipate. To divert his attention on the first day, Chen Moxian began to study the changes in himself after his breakthrough, along with the already analyzed introduction to cultivation. First, regarding physical changes. After breaking through to the peak of the first realm, Chen Moxian's basic punching power had reached 2,000 kilograms without using any martial techniques. Basic punching power refers to the strength of a punch generated solely by tapping into a limited amount of blood and energy without any martial arts techniques. If he were to use martial techniques, such as the powerful thunder punch, his punching power could exceed 6,000 kilograms. Typically, the standard for basic punching power at the peak of the first realm is 1,000 kilograms, but after perfecting his body tempering technique, Chen Moxian's quality of blood, energy, and control over it surpassed that of others in the same realm. The body tempering technique, martial movement youth, could be said to represent the pinnacle of the blood-infused realm. After mastering this technique, Chen Moxian gained a clearer understanding of the essence of blood energy. It was now like a third hand to him, easily manipulable within his body. At the same time, his physical body seemed to have mutated in a way that allowed it to absorb and store energy. Chen Moxian was unsure whether this mutation was due to the perfected body tempering technique or the strange current he had experienced earlier, or perhaps both. During this time, he had an opportunity to ask Song Xian about the electricity released from the electric chair, and the answer he received was, I don't know either. It's a device created by the Hero Association that can convert ordinary electricity into otherworldly electricity, which is just really painful for people. In any case, all the cells in Chen Moxian's body now contained otherworldly electricity, which he could release at will with just a thought. He referred to this state as Thunderbody. In the Thunderbody state, the cells throughout his body became more active under the stimulation of the electric current, with speed and reflexes twice as fast as usual, making his punches hurt more. As for the downside, the physical energy consumption was a bit high, and prolonged use would drain the electricity, requiring a recharge. Now, regarding the introduction to cultivation, Chen Moxian's speed in analyzing it was quite fast, only slightly slower than analyzing a history textbook, as the content was rather vague. It could essentially be called a feeling-based approach, describing the process of first sensing spiritual energy, then guiding it through imagination, and finally reciting incantations to release spells. This not very thick book recorded how to sense spiritual energy and various spells, while a low-grade martial technique in a martial arts world would be 3 times thicker than this. From this point, Chen Moxian realized the true advantage of martial arts lay in its accessibility to everyone. Unlike cultivation, if one lacked a spiritual root and couldn't sense spiritual energy, they couldn't even enter the door. While there were still gaps in talent in martial arts training, as long as one was willing to practice, there would definitely be results. However, Chen Moxian did not lose hope. He planned to find an opportunity later for Song Xin to use celestial magic on him to see if he could also absorb a certain amount of spiritual energy. After burying this thought in his heart, Chen Moxian spent his free time practicing the body tempering technique and using calculation of all things to improve and refine some martial techniques. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of the first realm, to break through, he needed to master the breathing techniques of the Qi control realm. However, Chen Moxian discovered that while his cultivation could not be improved, continuing to operate the body tempering technique allowed his cells to store more energy. Later, out of boredom, Chen Moxian began observing the patients in his hospital room. He found that the patients here had very regular daily routines, basically either eating or sleeping. Even though the alloy door of this room was damaged, no one seemed to think about escaping. They simply woke up in the morning, started daydreaming, went to eat lunch delivered by the staff at noon, and then went back to sleep. They did nothing else. There was no communication among them. And even when spoken to, they ignored it as if they were walking corpses. Regarding this, Chen Moxian raised his doubts in a conversation with Song Xin yesterday. Do these people in a long-term ward just stay here forever? Don't their families care? The ones left here were all declared by the outside world to be patients suffering from severe mental pollution, in a state of long-term isolation from the outside world. Even if their families wanted to intervene, they would be helpless. Wasn't the concept of mental pollution just something fabricated by the Hero Association? Upon hearing Song Xin's response, Chen Moxian realized that the mental pollution level seemed to be different from what he had originally imagined. Song Xin explained, mental pollution levels do exist. Mental hospitals do indeed take in patients who are polluted and impose certain control measures on them. After all, those whose mental pollution reaches a critical value have a certain probability of awakening abilities under high-pressure environments, becoming awakened ones, although this probability is quite low. Therefore, patients who have not awakened after a certain period of time will still return to society. However, this Qingqiu mental hospital is quite special. Due to Yangshan, the patients sent here have basically been tortured into fools. Hearing this hidden truth, Chen Moxian was greatly shocked. But then, another question arose in his mind. Aren't they afraid of retaliation from those awakened ones? Song Xin replied, what do they have to be afraid of? Not to mention the power of the Hero Association itself. The people who directly control the patients in the mental hospital are ordinary people. Moreover, the mental hospital also secretly incites patients to persecute each other, shifting their hatred. Furthermore, as long as one registers as an awakened, they can immediately enjoy privileges and become superior beings. Would you say they would choose to resist or join? Song Xin then changed her tone and continued. However, there are indeed some who choose to resist, which is also the reason we, the Madman Society, choose to infiltrate mental hospitals. Upon hearing this, Chen Moxian seemed to understand the origin of the name Madman Society. Only a madman would choose to oppose a colossal superhuman system instead of becoming a good superior being. As for him, he simply wanted to kill one superhuman, but because the Hero Association wanted to play with one superhuman, he also had to deal with the Hero Association. And behind the Hero Association was the Superpower Association, so he would likely have to deal with the Superpower Association as well. Perhaps I was quite mad too. By the way, do I now count as a member of your organization? Of course you count. The Madman Society welcomes anyone who opposes awakened ones, but you still need to register formally. Recalling this, Chen Moxian took out a new phone from his pocket, which Song Xin had quietly sent him last night. His original phone in this world had been lost along with the cover body, and the phone from martial arts world had to be left at home because students were prohibited from using phones on campus. However, even if he brought that phone over, it wouldn't be able to connect to the internet. This new phone had an app already downloaded called MadGap. Its icon consists of a broken black chain, for which a white pulse of light emerges through the crack. Overall, it looks like a cloak. Chen Moxian paused for a moment and opened the app. Chapter 45. The Madman, the Lunatic, and the Crazy One. Just as Chen Moxian clicked to open the app, the black chains on the icon suddenly shattered, revealing a strange eye. This eye rotated randomly, and Chen Moxian felt an intense sensation, as if an invisible gaze was scrutinizing him from head to toe through this peculiar eye. A chill surged from his feet, and goosebumps instantly covered his body. Soon after, the eye slowly closed, and the phone screen flickered and switched to an interface based on black, red, and white colors. In the center of the screen, white text kept popping up, registering information for newly verified members. Registration completed. Name, Chen Moxian. Level, Madman. Welcome to the Lunatic Society. As the information popped up, the interface switched again, resembling a forum. Seeing a section on organizational structure, Chen Moxian curiously clicked in. The Lunatic Society had surprisingly many members. Chen Moxian first noticed the member count, which astonishingly reached 7 digits, totaling over 1 million. An anti-government organization with a membership in the millions would have been considered a group of traitors in ancient times on his blue star. However, upon reflection, given the exaggerated land area of the continent, finding 1 million people wasn't unreasonable. After browsing the app carefully, he discovered that the members of the Lunatic Society could generally be divided into 4 levels. The lowest level was the Madman, followed by the Lunatic, the Crazy One, and the highest level, the Sinful Madman. The IDs for madmen and lunatics in the app were named after their surnames. For instance, his ID was Chen Madman 23333. The numbers at the end likely indicated that there were 332 others with the same surname in the organization. The Crazy Ones had titles prefixed to their names, mostly named after emotions, such as Happy Crazy One, Melancholy Crazy One, and Red Hot Crazy One. Chen Moxian also noticed a few named after animals. There were only a few hundred Crazy Ones. At the top of the organizational structure were the Sinful Madmen, with only 7 members, seemingly corresponding to the 7 deadly sins. Chen Moxian speculated that the Wrathful Madman, positioned at the center, was likely the founder of the Lunatic Society. Below him were the Gluttonous Madman, the Lustful Madman, the Envious Madman, and the Slothful Madman. The positions for the Greedy Madman and the Proud Madman showed no candidates. That carefree guy is actually a sinful madman? Chen Moxian stared at the information for the Slothful Madman, finding it hard to accept that this laid-back person could be a leader of a 1 million-member organization. The app allowed users to fill in their personal information and choose whether to make it public. He recognized Song Xin as the Slothful Madman because she was the only sinful madman who had her profile picture as her avatar. He also noticed that many members at the crazy level had an ability rating of A, although Chen Moxian didn't know the rating criteria for sinful madmen. As the highest-ranking leaders, they wouldn't be weaker than most crazy ones. Could that guy actually be pretty strong? Just as Chen Moxian was about to delve deeper into the app, a chat window popped up. Slothful Madman. Hello, Chen Madman 23333. The avatar of the chat window belonged to Song Xin, whom he had just criticized. Chen Madman 23333. Slothful Madman. What do you mean? I have good news to tell you. Chen Madman 23333. What news? Slothful Madman. You can prepare to be discharged. I've already taken care of the paperwork for you. Slothful Madman. I also sent you the task information. You can take a look. The rewards are quite generous. Slothful Madman. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'm very patient when it comes to helping juniors. Chen Moxian closed the chat window and found the task information section in his personal center. Task name, Awakening. Task content, infiltrate Second Hope High School in City C, find a person named Zhang Qing, and deliver a token to him. Task time, limited to 3 days. Urgency level, a danger level, C. Reward points, 200 points. Chen Moxian remembered seeing this point system earlier. He knew that in the internal mall of the app, points could be exchanged for various items, and member level upgrades also depended on points. Just as he was about to explore the specifics of the app's internal mall, a staff member from the mental hospital walked in. Which one is Chen Moxian? Please come with me. G District Hero Association Branch, Hero Residential Area. A robust man with a square face was alone in a spacious hot spring pool, enjoying the tranquil moment amidst the steam. He had removed his hero uniform, which bore a prominent letter O emblem. In this area, only one person dared to mark such a unique symbol on their uniform. Ranking 3rd on the G District A-level hero leaderboard, Wan Chaoran. The doors separating the bathhouse from the indoor area slowly opened, and a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite cultured, entered. "Sir, I apologize for the interruption, but there's something I think I should report to you. Please go ahead." Wan Chaoran did not turn around. "Previously, there was a survivor at the location where you were on a mission. Do you remember this?" "Ah, I remember. Didn't you send him to that nightmare guy's mental hospital?" Wan Chaoran had some impression of Chen Moxian, who had defied him. He controlled his strength when he punched Chen Moxian to avoid directly smashing through his body. With his supervision, he confirmed that all of Chen Moxian's internal organs were damaged, and a normal person's vitality could not sustain life under such conditions. Therefore, when he heard that there was a survivor in that classroom, he sent his assistant, the bespectacled man standing before him, to investigate. Regarding this matter, he had just received news that the mental hospital was processing the discharge for that survivor. Discharge? That nightmare guy is actually letting people go? Wan Chaoran found it somewhat surprising. "Sir, do you need me to—" As the bespectacled man began to speak, Wan Chaoran waved his hand to stop him. "For an ant, if you didn't T-step on it, would you still need to chase after it to stomp on it? Let him go." "Understood." The bespectacled man nodded respectfully and was about to turn to leave. "Wait." Wan Chaoran spoke again, and the bespectacled man immediately stopped. "This time, the continent's carnival. It's our G district's turn, right?" "Yes." "Isn't it still undecided which city to choose?" Wan Chaoran's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "I think we should choose City C. Chapter 46, Third Hope Middle School, City C. On the outside, the school looks no different from an ordinary middle school. However, upon entering the school, one will find that it is filled with almost all the negative phenomena that could occur in a middle school. From smoking, perming hair, social tattoos, to early love, bullying, group fights, everything is present. However, the school has not taken any mandatory measures against these issues, choosing instead to let things run their course. Most of the students here suffer from various mental illnesses, including those with hyperactive syndrome, as well as students who rank in the bottom one of academic performance in the city. If anyone is looking to collect a diversity catalog of humanity, this is a good place to come. The school's only requirements for these students are 3 points. No skipping classes, no hitting teachers, and no causing fatalities. Other than that, they don't interfere. Under Song Xian's arrangement, Chen Moxian completed his transfer procedures this morning, arriving at the school with the labels of post-traumatic stress disorder and violent schizophrenia. Coincidentally, he was placed in Class 2 of the 3rd year again. When the homeroom teacher introduced him and mentioned his violent schizophrenia, Chen Moxian glanced nostalgically at his previous seat. The back row by the window, the hometown of kings. Unfortunately, someone was already sitting there. Sensing Chen Moxian's gaze on his seat, the student sitting there stood up enthusiastically, generously giving up the seat. Enthusiastically, Chen Moxian was quite puzzled. "Aren't you going to sit?" No, that spot gets too much sun. I've been wanting to switch." After saying that, the student quickly left, never daring to make eye contact with Chen Moxian. At this point, Chen Moxian confidently sat in the familiar position. After that, the homeroom teacher began a lesson, while many students in the audience seemed indifferent, chatting freely among themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Moxian took out his phone and reopened the app Crazy Gap, sending a message to Song Xian. "Chun Dianji 23333. Is there no other information about this Zhang Qing besides his name? Like what class he's in or a photo or something?" Within a second, he received a reply. Sometimes, Chen Moxian suspected that Song Xian had hired a dedicated customer service representative to reply to her messages. Otherwise, given her busy and elusive nature, it wouldn't be possible for her to respond so quickly. Lazy maniac. No, just a name, nothing else. Chun Dianji 23333. Why is there a 3-day time limit? What happens if he isn't found within 3 days? Lazy maniac. If he isn't found within 3 days, that place won't have Zhang Qing anymore. No clues at all. Chen Moxian closed his phone and sighed. If Zhang Qing in the martial arts world looked the same as the one here, he might be able to find him. But unfortunately, he had never seen Zhang Qing in the martial arts world. Chen Moxian turned his attention to the surrounding students' conversations, hoping to hear some useful information. With his keen hearing, their dialogues clearly entered his ears. "What activity did you vote for in this year's Continental Carnival?" "I voted for unarmed combat. The thrill of watching punches land live is the best." "Boring, what's so great about boxing?" "I voted for Bloody Judgment. I want to see rivers of blood." "I think Battle Royale is also good. The last round of the 69th was so exciting." "I don't know which city will be chosen this year. It's hard to guess." "Anyway, I want to see rivers of blood." After listening for a while, Chen Moxian realized they were only discussing the Continental Carnival, so he stopped paying attention. This school doesn't care about anything else, just can't skip classes. Chen Moxian planned to wait until lunch break to see if anyone knew Zhang Qing. Sitting in the familiar position, surrounded by the teacher's lecture and the whispers of classmates, a familiar drowsiness washed over him. After being discharged from the hospital last night, he returned home and researched the Crazy Gap app as well as optimized the martial arts techniques he analyzed from his classmates in a martial arts class. Although his mental power limit had increased to 120 points after the breakthrough, the recovery speed of his mental power had not changed. He still needed a lot of sleep to recover his mental power. Let's take a nap for a bit. Chen Moxian propped his head up with his arm, turned his face toward the window, and closed his eyes in the most comfortable position. Meanwhile, at the G District Hero Association branch, in a large conference room completely shielded from external signals, more than 50 people with various appearances and clothing were seated around a large long table. If there were any hero fans present, they would find that all those present were B-level or higher heroes. The meeting was hosted by the vice president of the G District Hero Association, a bald man who appeared to be in his 50s. In the Hero Association, the visible managers and those handling various trivial matters daily are mostly ordinary people without abilities. The real power behind the scenes, making decisions, has always been those high-ranking heroes. The heroes present are ranked within the top 50 of the G District Hero Association. The vice president looked at Juan Super, who was seated in the front row. With the first and second-ranked heroes not attending meetings, Juan Super was the primary decision-maker. Seeing him nod, the vice president spoke. Besides malicious mask and sewing man who are regularly absent, everyone else is here, so let's officially start the meeting. The theme of this meeting is to discuss the arrangements for the upcoming 99th Continental Carnival to be held in our G District. First, regarding the selection of the city, does anyone have good suggestions? H City. There are many criminals there. It would be quite a spectacle, said a scruffy-looking man who resembled a homeless person. I think S City has the largest population. Such events need a grand stage, interjected a hero who looked like a young boy. N City has seen a decrease in hero funding recently, so let's go with that. The heroes debated passionately, each holding their own opinions. Everyone at that moment. Juan Super slowly spoke, and the previously noisy scene fell silent. All eyes focused on him. What do you think about C City? C City not bad. C City is good. I was thinking about C City too. Juan Super did not elaborate on any reasons, merely throwing out an option, and the heroes all responded in agreement. The vice president, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction, then reached out to press a switch. In an instant, the previously darkened large screen suddenly lit up, blinding light illuminating the entire conference room. Now that the city has been decided, let's finalize the activity content. The vice president's voice echoed in the conference room. The screen displayed the voting results for this session's activities, with the top 3 being Lawless, Bloody Judgment, and Battle Royale. These 3 activities had already been held in other districts and had been particularly successful in previous years. It would be difficult for us to surpass those editions. My suggestion is, can we add some innovation to this 99th edition? Upon hearing this, the heroes fell into a brief silence. In past events, they merely watched the live broadcast, cheering along, and had never paid attention to the specific activity content. Suddenly being asked to think of innovations left their minds blank. Just then, a voice rang out from the corner of the conference room. Hey, I have an idea. Chapter 47, The Annihilation Plan in the Quiet Conference Room. A vibrant voice suddenly rang out. However, the heroes present seemed to be deaf to it, even unwilling to turn around to avoid making eye contact. The vice president cleared his throat and asked, does anyone have any good ideas? Come on, Lao Tai. I've been sitting on this idea for a long time. You should at least listen. The voice reappeared. The vice president's face darkened as he looked at the young man who had spoken. This was a youth with dyed yellow hair and sunglasses. His registered hero name was a bit hard to pronounce, so everyone generally referred to him by his real name, Wang Puchuan. This guy was an awakened who had joined the Hero Association about a year ago. He liked obscure terms from the era before the Great Annihilation that he had learned from who knows where, and he often proposed some outrageous ideas. There's a saying, it's not the scheming enemy you fear, but the foolish person having a stroke of genius. The G District Hero Association had suffered greatly from several of his shocking ideas, leading them to avoid him. Even the vice president didn't want to give him a pleasant look. Wang Puchuan, if it weren't for the fact that no one is speaking, I really wouldn't want you to say anything. The vice president couldn't help but say, I'll give you 3 minutes. You better finish your idea quickly. Wang Puchuan confidently patted his chest. Lao Hui, everyone is definitely going to like my idea this time. Children make choices. Adults want everything. Why don't we combine all 3 activities? Why should we innovate ourselves? Isn't it new to just copy the strengths of other activities? The vice president's eyes lit up. Go on, how exactly? By combining the killing point system from Bloody Judgment, the toxic circle mechanism from Battle Royale, and the lawless zones from Beyond Reason, we could create an activity like this. First, everything in the city would be legal, and all criminals would be randomly dropped in various places. Then, strategic supplies would be periodically dropped, while the toxic circle would continue to shrink the survival area. Killing would earn points, which could be exchanged for money or weapons through a terminal. Wang Puchuan paused here. In previous continent carnivals, only ordinary people could participate, right? I propose that this time, the awakened can join in too. Hearing this, the heroes who had originally been skeptical of Wang Puchuan's ideas suddenly became interested. In previous continent carnivals, they could only watch powerless ordinary people fight each other. After all, if awakened participated, ordinary people would have no chance of resistance. The whole event would lack excitement. Feeling the focus of the room shift to him, Wang Puchuan raised his eyebrows and continued. Once participants accumulate enough points, they can consume points to summon heroes to help them fight. Someone suddenly interjected. But wouldn't that mean they would encounter other people who have summoned heroes? Fighting between awakened is prohibited. Wang Puchuan sighed. Lao Di, you must not have been listening to me carefully. Didn't I say that everything in the city will be legal? If two heroes meet, it will depend on who is stronger. The points consumed to summon heroes are calculated based on their ranking, so those who consume more points will naturally have more advantages. But since the participating heroes are all our brothers, they wouldn't really kill each other. Wang Puchuan's logic made the person who had just voiced doubts fall silent, their gaze flickering as they pondered. The other heroes also remained silent, not opposing him. In fact, each one was proud, deep down believing that their own abilities were impressive, and they were secretly dissatisfied with the current hero rankings. This was a good opportunity to change their rankings. Wang Puchuan seemed oblivious to the various thoughts of the heroes present and continued to speak passionately. Next, let the audience watching the live broadcast have more of a sense of participation, allowing them to influence the event by sending gifts or voting, adding some variables to the activity, such as Wang Puchuan elaborated on many novel settings related to the event, covering all aspects with great detail. It wasn't until he had spoken for over 10 minutes that he finally stopped. Not bad. Wang Puchuan's proposal this time is quite outstanding. A steady and powerful applause rang out from the front of the conference room. Soon after, the other heroes joined in, applauding in support. Wang Puchuan's face was filled with pride, his chest puffed up, arms wide open, savoring the praise from everyone, basking in the glory. After the vice president diligently recorded all the details mentioned by Wang Puchuan, he raised his head and asked, "This is already a completely different activity. What should we call it? How about?" Just as Wang Puchuan was about to showcase his wit, Wan Chaoran spoke up first. "Let's call it the Annihilation Plan." The vice president nodded. If there are no objections, then the meeting is adjourned. 2 days later, the Annihilation Plan would officially launch. As the heroes gradually left, Wang Puchuan hurriedly caught up with a young man who looked only 18, draping his arm over his shoulder and saying, "Wow, I didn't expect you, Lao Ge, to agree to my proposal this time." The young man gently moved aside, Wang Puchuan's hand resting on him. A faint smile on his face as he replied, "Your idea this time is indeed quite good." He was Wan Chaoran's younger brother, known as Flame King, ranked first among B-class heroes. "Lao Di, why are you in such a hurry?" Wang Puchuan called after him. "Going to City C," Flame King said briskly without looking back. Wang Puchuan was puzzled and asked, "What are you going to City C for? The event doesn't start for another 2 days." Flame King ignored him, his pace quickening until he soon disappeared from Wang Puchuan's sight. After exiting the building and arriving at an open area, Flame King's body suddenly ignited in flames, a scorching wave of heat rolling fiercely. Since City C has been chosen as the venue for the Continent Carnival, it wouldn't be a problem for me to go ahead and erase his stain. The once calm youth now had a terrifying and grim expression. He had learned from his brother's assistant that the despicable person who defied his brother had come out of the psychiatric hospital unscathed. His brother should be perfect. He would not allow such a stain to exist. Fueled by inner rage and obsession, he transformed into a dazzling meteor of flames, engulfed in a torrent of heat, flying towards City C. Chapter 48. A single slap silenced them. Why do these people look like they've seen a ghost when Zhang Qing is mentioned? During lunch break, Chen Moxian tried to gather information about Zhang Qing for his classmates, but everyone he asked reacted strongly and quickly shook their heads. Some even looked nervous and made a shushing gesture, indicating he should stop asking, as if mentioning Zhang Qing was some kind of taboo in this school. 3 days of waiting had passed, and he just wanted to complete this task quickly, repay Song Xian's favor, and ask her to help him return to the martial arts world. If he stayed here any longer, all he could do was continuously optimize the martial arts techniques he had mastered, perfecting those he had analyzed from the students of Class 2 of traditional martial arts. However, at this point, continuing to master more perfected techniques wouldn't significantly enhance his strength. After all, he couldn't perform more than one martial arts technique at a time. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and to break through, he needed to master a breathing technique. Even if he could only stay for 3 days, it would be enough time to master a breathing technique and break into the Qi control realm. After failing to gather any useful information, Chen Moxian began to think that the most efficient method might be to go to the school's broadcast room and announce a missing person. But considering the task required stealth, that approach was too conspicuous. At present, he still didn't understand what the C-level danger rating marked in the task represented. With plenty of time on his hands, it was better not to use too loud of a method. Chen Moxian went to the rooftop of the teaching building, hoping to capture any clues from the excellent vantage point. The wind howled as he stood at the edge, overlooking the entire campus, his clothes fluttering in the breeze. It was truly a scene of chaos. Chen Moxian couldn't help but exclaim. Generally, people rarely describe a school as chaotic. However, wherever he looked, he could see a series of disorderly events on campus. During lunch break, students at Third Hope High School were acting like they had gone mad. Some gathered together smoking, while others openly bullied their classmates. The playground was even more chaotic, with a group of students fighting, throwing punches and kicks, and the scene was out of control. That scene was something Chen Moxian had only seen in action films featuring delinquent students. It gave him a strong sense of DJVU from Linglong High School. He even caught sight of a peculiar-looking punk, flanked by 2 girls, heading towards a grove. However, he had no idea what they were up to. His vision was stronger than before, but he didn't have the ability to see through walls. Without seeing it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe any rumors. Who knew if they were just going to play cards? After all, that punk's hairstyle looked like someone who would be good at playing cards. Before long, Chen Moxian's attention shifted to a corner below the teaching building, where a fight was breaking out. To be precise, 2 fierce-looking students dressed like delinquents were surrounding a handsome male student. He had no intention of intervening. Such phenomena were common in this school, and he couldn't possibly manage them all. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. The earlier reactions of those people, when Zhang Qing was mentioned, could mean that starting with the school's delinquents might yield some information. With that thought, Chen Moxian leaped down from the rooftop. Arc-like electricity crackled from his feet, firmly attaching his soles to the wall. The load-bearing wall of the teaching building contained rebar, and the magnetic force generated by the electric arc, along with his perfected body technique, allowed him to run down the wall as if it were flat ground. As for why he didn't just jump down, with his current body, he could withstand the impact. It was just that such a move would create too much noise and leave a dent in the ground. When he was about 5 meters above the 3, he suddenly kicked off the wall, did a somersault in midair, and landed steadily behind them. This scene was perfectly witnessed by the male student facing that direction, leaving him stunned. You're going against us, the Longhu brothers, and you dare to be distracted? One of the delinquents seized the opportunity and threw a powerful punch at the male student's face. Oh no! The male student snapped back to reality and hurriedly tried to dodge to the side. But in the next moment, he realized that the other delinquent had blocked his escape route and was throwing another punch at him. In a moment of panic, the male student instinctively closed his eyes and protected his head with his hands. However, the anticipated pain didn't come. He only felt a powerful gust of wind rush towards him. Filled with confusion, he slowly opened his eyes to see a tall young man with black hair standing in front of him, having somehow blocked the punch. The black-haired youth expertly caught the delinquent's fist, his side profile smooth and sharp like it had been carved from stone. The male student swore he had never seen such a perfect profile in real life. Not knowing whether it was because he had escaped a disaster or for some other reason, his heart raced noticeably. The 2 buzz-cut delinquents turned red in the face, desperately trying to pull their fists from Chen Moxian's grip. Hearing their heavy gasps, Chen Moxian suddenly realized they were actually exerting force, and he promptly released his grip. The 2 delinquents lost their balance and nearly fell flat on their backs. They cursed, "Damn it, where are you from? Don't you know the rules of the street? You can't interfere in a one-on-one fight. You guys, we're just having a one-on-one fight?" Chen Moxian raised an eyebrow. "We, the Longhu brothers, are 1 mind and 2 bodies, so naturally, we count as 1 person." "Well, okay, I want to ask, do you know Zhang Qing?" Chen Moxian decided not to get entangled in their logic. "With you want to find Zhang Qing?" The 2 delinquents suddenly burst into laughter, their tone full of mockery. "Haha, bro, this person actually wants to find Zhang Qing. Pretty boy, is it your first day at this school? Don't you know that name shouldn't be mentioned casually? Looks like you know him. Where is he? Chen Moxian's eyes lit up. Oh no, you first have to beat us, the Longhu brothers. Do we have to fight? No negotiation? No negotiation. Pretty boy, let you know how serious the consequences of disturbing us are. The two delinquents stood shoulder to shoulder, raising their fists and adopting a fighting stance. We, the Longhu brothers, are ranked 36th in the fighting leaderboard, and we want. One of the delinquents hadn't finished his sentence when Chen Moxian slapped him hard across the face, causing his head to snap to the side like a drum. The force of that slap hadn't dissipated, and he followed through with another heavy slap to the other delinquent's face. Both of them flew backward almost simultaneously, describing a brief parabola before crashing heavily to the ground. They lay there, soft and motionless, slipping into a baby-like slumber. Oh no, I used too much force, Chen Moxian said with some regret. This was why he didn't want to fight. Ever since he began practicing martial arts, he had only fought against martial artists or transcenders. He still couldn't gauge how much force was appropriate when dealing with ordinary people. For instance, he could precisely control his strength to avoid breaking an egg, but he wasn't sure what level of force an ordinary person could withstand without fainting. In short, he had somewhat overestimated the Longhu brothers. Turning his head, Chen Moxian looked at the shocked male student, who was staring with his mouth agape and eyes dazed, and asked, "Do you know where Zhongqing is?" Chapter 49, The Legend of Fast Domination at the Third Hope High School. There is another nickname in the delinquent circles, Extreme Evil High School. Here gathers the most belligerent delinquent students in City C. It is rumored that whoever dominates Extreme Evil High School will reach the peak of all delinquents in City C. The delinquent students who achieve this feat will be given the name Qing. This year's conqueror of Extreme Evil High School, crowned with the name Qing, is Zhang Qing, ranked No. 1 on the fighting leaderboard. He is said to be the strongest and most wicked high school student in nearly a decade. Consequently, countless delinquent students from other schools flock to challenge Zhang Qing, harboring dreams of becoming famous overnight by defeating him. However, they fail to even see Zhang Qing's face before suffering a crushing defeat under the 4 major kings factions led by him. This does not extinguish the ambitions of these delinquent students. Instead, it fuels their curiosity and desire to conquer even more, wanting to catch a glimpse of this legendary man. Over time, mentioning Zhang Qing on campus has become a taboo. If someone accidentally utters the name Zhang Qing, they are highly likely to be seen as a challenger, drawing the ruthless punishment of the 4 major kings factions. The handsome male student explained this to Chen Moxian. The strongest and most wicked. Is that Zhang Qing an overcomer? Chen Moxian asked. How could he be an overcomer? The male student quickly shook his head. An overcomer wouldn't attend classes in a school like this. Zhang Qing is an ordinary person, but it is rumored that he is very good at fighting. Some say they've seen him go into the deep mountains alone to train by fighting a bear. An overcomer is a rarity, appearing only once in a million people. Although there are many due to the vast population of the continent country, they are not common. After all, the continent country has millions of cities, but the number of registered overcomers is not in the millions. It's unlikely that a single city would have even one overcomer. This is why, when the male student witnessed Chen Moxian display extraordinary agility, he did not associate it with being an overcomer. He merely regarded him as someone particularly good at fighting, like Zhang Qing. He is wearing our school uniform. He must have transferred here specifically to defeat Zhang Qing, the male student thought to himself as he observed Chen Moxian. Feeling the gaze of the male student, Chen Moxian looked back, only to see him hurriedly avoiding eye contact, his ears turning red. This male student had soft facial features, without obvious angles, with long eyebrows that made him appear quite effeminate. If Chen Moxian had to describe his first impression of him in one word, it would be 0. He felt a bit uneasy and asked, "Do you know how to find Zhang Qing?" The male student's gaze darted around as he replied, "Only the 4 major kings know where Zhang Qing is, but they won't tell you unless you can defeat them in a direct confrontation and earn their recognition. However, not everyone can challenge the 4 major kings. According to the rules, only those ranked in the top 10 of the fighting leaderboard are qualified to challenge them. If you go without this ranking and manage to win, you still won't earn their recognition." Chen Moxian then asked, "So, I first have to get into the top 10 of that leaderboard, then defeat the 4 major kings, and only then can I see Zhang Qing?" The male student nodded slightly. Chen Moxian raised a hand to rub his forehead, feeling a wave of frustration. These delinquents have so many rules. Can I get into the top 10 by taking down those guys fighting on the playground? Suddenly, the scene of the previous brawl on the playground flashed through Chen Moxian's mind as he asked, That's the Qin Zhe Corps and the Yuanji Corps. Their leaders are ranked 6th and 7th, just below the 4 major kings. Defeating them would indeed get you into the top 10, but they are currently engaged in a faction duel, and others cannot interfere. If you go challenge them now, you will definitely be surrounded. Just getting into the top 10 is enough. With a clear answer, Chen Moxian immediately set off towards the playground. There was only half an hour left of lunch break. If he missed this opportunity, school would end shortly after. And finding Zhang Qing would likely be pushed to tomorrow. Watching Chen Moxian turn and leave, the male student was taken aback and hurriedly followed. He had previously fought with the Longhu brothers to improve his ranking. Unlike those who were focused on dominating extreme, evil high school, he had no interest in campus supremacy. He was just eager to see with his own eyes what the legendary figure, claimed to be the strongest and most wicked high school student, looked like. From the moment he saw Chen Moxian, the male student felt his heart race, an inexplicable premonition rising within him. He felt that today, he might witness the birth of a new campus legend. However, Chen Moxian's steps seemed slow but were actually quite fast, quickly leaving the male student behind. By the time the male student arrived at the playground, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. One after another, people were sent flying like deflated balloons, crashing down hard after being knocked into the air. Moments later, the only person standing in the center of the playground was the black-haired youth. To think he could take us all down alone. I have no problem giving you my ranking. I recognize your strength, our unfinished dream. Damn it, you go ahead and realize it. 2 individuals lying on the ground said passionately. As Chen Moxian sent people flying, he had already skillfully controlled his strength, ensuring that those who could take a hit wouldn't fall into a coma. Where are the 4 major kings? Chen Moxian inquired. The 2 pointed in unison towards a direction, and Chen Moxian followed their gaze. There was a stand where a man in white was sitting with his hands in his pockets. Noticing the crowd's attention on him, he stood up nimbly, resting one hand on the railing, and with a flip, he leaped over the fence separating the playground from the stands. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since Extreme Evil High School has had a challenger like you, the man in white clapped. However, don't get too carried away. You little brat, the strength of the 4 major kings is on a completely different level from others. The man in white suddenly shouted, charging towards Chen Moxian. Slap. Then, the battle ended with a crisp slap. So, where is Zhang Qing? Chen Moxian was slightly impatient now. We each have only partial clues about the kings. If you want to find him, you must defeat each of us, the man in white said, covering his swollen face. Don't get too cocky. I'm just the weakest of the 4 major kings. Enough nonsense, lead the way. Yes. Before the male student could react, Chen Moxian had already left with the man in white, and he hurriedly followed. You're the newcomer who defeated the 4th one? You don't look that impressive. Another slap ended the battle. Lead the way. Meeting me means it's the end for you. Slap. Lead the way. I'm the final gatekeeper. Unless you show enough strength, I'll 1T let you see the boss. Slap. Finally, Chen Moxian was followed by 4 bruised men and the observing male student, arriving at an abandoned warehouse. Inside, there was a burly man with a scar over his right eye, lounging on a sofa. Seeing Chen Moxian, the man slowly stood up and said, just from your stance, I can tell you're very strong. I'm lucky to encounter such a valuable opponent right before graduation. The man suddenly took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. He spread his arms wide, his back muscles taut, resembling the face of a devil in motion. Come on, let us have a century battle between men. The fight ended within 3 punches. I must say, this man is very strong, with a gap in strength that is on a different level from others. Chen Moxian realized that the force of his previous strike, which was enough to take down the 4 heavenly kings, couldn't defeat this man, so he adjusted his strength again. In the end, it took 3 punches to bring him down. Almost forgot the main task. Caught up in the moment, Chen Moxian nearly forgot that his mission was to find Zhang Qing, not to dominate the school. He reached into the inner pocket of his clothing to retrieve the small box that Song Xin had given him. Just then, the man, who was holding his stomach and recovering, looked up at Chen Moxian and said, with this kind of strength, you haven't used your full power, right? Junhu. I'm willing to call you the strongest. The name of Qing will be entrusted to you from now on. Chen Moxian's movements suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say your name is? Chapter 50. For the supremacy of the entire district, I said, my name is Zhang Hu. The man looked a bit stunned. Aren't you Zhang Qing? Only someone at the pinnacle of Extreme Evil High School deserves to be called Qing. That title is yours now. If you don't like it, as the ruler of Extreme Evil High School, you can also be called Extreme. Well, you don't need to say the latter part. Chen Moxian felt a bit of a headache. After all this fuss, it turned out to be a misunderstanding? In his memories of the martial arts world, he had never seen Zhang Qing in person, but he had heard descriptions of him. In his impression, Zhang Qing should belong to the type of a scholarly young man. Seeing this rough-looking person in front of him, he thought that this Zhang Qing might indeed just be someone with the same name, as Song Xian had said. Now, upon hearing the name Zhang Hu, he felt that the appearance of the other party made sense. Is there anyone else in this school named Zhang Qing? Chen Moxian asked Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was slightly taken aback and replied, "Before me, I'm afraid no one else dared to call themselves Zhang Qing. This is troublesome." Chen Moxian murmured to himself upon hearing this. The name in the mission was the only clue, but now, due to the mess created by these delinquents, even a person originally named Zhang Qing might have changed their name. At this point, the only entry point is still the name. Perhaps the only way is to find all the people with the surname Zhang in the school and show them the token one by one to observe their reactions. However, even if the likelihood is low, one cannot rule out the possibility that the surname has also been changed. Otherwise, he could only find a way to expose himself and let the other party come to him. While Chen Moxian was deep in thought, Zhang Hu spoke again. Qing is derived from blue, and it is bluer than blue. This is the value behind the name Qing. Only someone stronger than the previous Qing can become the new Qing. Boss, now that you have inherited the name Qing, what are your plans next? I think it's time to set our sights beyond City C and venture into other schools. Zhang Hu looked at Chen Moxian with fervor in his eyes. Only by achieving supremacy over the entire G district can we be worthy of the boss's ambition. Supremacy over the entire district? The white-clad man among the four heavenly kings looked at Zhang Hu with a complex expression and said, "Hugo, it turns out you never forgot." "How could I forget?" Zhang Hu touched the scar on his right eye and smiled bitterly. "I was just hiding here alone, escaping. All this time, I still wake up in the middle of the night. Until today." Zhang Hu suddenly bowed deeply to Chen Moxian, lowering his head, which he had never lowered before. "I implore you, boss, to lead Extreme Evil High School to the true pinnacle, to achieve supremacy over the entire district. I vow to follow you to the death." The bruised four heavenly kings also bowed with Zhang Hu at this moment, tears brimming in their eyes. Supremacy over the entire district. The factions of the four heavenly kings are willing to follow the boss to the death. Perhaps among the five of them, there's an unknown story of youthful passion. However, the joys and sorrows of people do not connect, and Chen Moxian only felt that they were noisy at this moment. However, he did hear a useful piece of information, which made his time today not completely wasted. "So, you will follow my orders? As long as it is to achieve supremacy over the entire district, no matter what the boss says, we will complete it to the death. Then, you first help me find all the people with the surname Zhang in the school, and have them come to see me alone tomorrow. I want to question them one by one. If there are extra hands available, then the previous clumsy method is also worth trying. Even if Zhang Qing really changed his name and surname, trying this option wouldn't take too much time." After saying that, Chen Moxian added, "To achieve supremacy over the entire district." "Yes." The four heavenly kings and Zhang Hu replied in unison and turned to leave in a hurry. "Wait." Chen Moxian stopped them and directed his gaze towards a male student hiding behind a trash can in the distance, peeking at them. "You over there, come here." The male student pointed at himself in disbelief. When he saw Chen Moxian nod, he timidly stepped out from behind the trash can and slowly walked over. Due to his own weakness, he greatly admired powerful people. He had been following behind, wanting to see what the rumored Zhang Qing was like. But he didn't expect that the idol he had fantasized about in his heart would turn out to be so vulnerable in front of Chen Moxian. The male student had completely turned into Chen Moxian's little fanboy. The closer he got, the more he felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest. May I ask what you need me for?" The male student's voice trembled as he cautiously asked. "In the future, you will supervise them, making sure they don't act too flamboyantly, and report to me if there are any issues." "Me?" The male student pointed at himself again in disbelief. Chen Moxian nodded and turned to Zhang Hu and the others. "In the future, he will be the fifth heavenly king. When I'm not around, you will listen to his arrangements." "Me? I can't do it." The male student was about to refuse, but when he saw Chen Moxian looking at him sincerely, he patted his shoulder. "I don't trust them, but I trust you more among this group." After all, this male student looked clever, like he had some brains. "Trust me the most." A light remark felt like a giant stone being thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves of emotion in the male student's heart, and a surge of unprecedented courage flooded through him. "Okay." The male student gritted his teeth and responded firmly. Watching the male student set off with Zhang Hu and the others, Chen Moxian remained alone in the abandoned warehouse, lost in thought. These people, perhaps due to long-term fighting, had physical qualities stronger than most. especially that Zhang Hu, with a heavy bone structure. If he were born in the martial arts world, he would surely be a good candidate for martial arts training. If martial arts still existed in this world, perhaps he would have already become a martial arts powerhouse. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang. Let's head back to class. With the bell, Chen Moxian casually returned to the classroom. No one knew that within just one lunch break, this new student who had just transferred today had already risen to the top of all the delinquent students in the school. As for what the one-hit man, the fastest man, and the ruler of the extreme were, those became campus legends that circulated in the following days. Chapter 51. The Pillars of Fire. The afternoon class was still the same, as usual. The teacher on stage spoke as if he were a robot, completely ignoring whether the students below were listening. Unable to act freely, Chen Moxian opened the internal app of the Mad Society again, trying to analyze some clues from the task information. Why is the task named Awakening? Chen Moxian pondered to himself. From a literal understanding, he could think of two major possibilities. The first possibility is that the Mad Society has some kind of agreement with this Zhang Qing, needing to see a token before proceeding to the next stage of events, similar to starting a task. The other possibility is that this Zhang Qing himself is in an unknowing state and needs to see the token to awaken his memory. If it's the first case, it would be fine, but if it's the second case, it would be more troublesome. The only clue he had now was that name. But that name was also elusive. If even Zhang Qing himself was unaware, then the method of exposing himself to attract the other party to come forward obviously wouldn't work. He could only hope that tomorrow, by searching among all the students with the surname Zhang in the school, he could find the real Zhang Qing directly. Song Xin still hadn't replied. Chen Moxian was somewhat surprised. Half an hour ago, he had left a message for Song Xin regarding some doubts he was encountering. But this time he had not received a reply for a long time. Before this, Song Xin had almost always replied to his messages immediately, making him feel at one point that she might have arranged a dedicated customer service for him. However, considering Song Xin's elusive demeanor, if she were able to reply as quickly as before, he would actually find that strange. Chen Moxian put away his phone, stopped daydreaming, and turned his head to look out the window, planning to continue resting his eyes, but he saw several pillars of fire rising into the sky in the distance. That direction is the psychiatric hospital? Fast forward half an hour. Inside the Qingqiu Psychiatric Hospital in the suburbs of City C. After being busy for quite some time, Master Song stretched lazily and said with satisfaction, finally done. She had been infiltrating this psychiatric hospital for a while, either disguising herself or altering perceptions, quietly achieving deep penetration into the hospital through various means. At the same time, she had recruited more than a dozen potential madmen for the Mad Society. Joining the Mad Society does not necessarily require having superpowers. As long as one has irreconcilable conflicts with the transcenders or genuinely desires to change this country, such individuals are qualified to become members of the Mad Society. Nowadays, this Qingqiu Psychiatric Hospital appeared to be under the control of the Hero Association, but in reality, it had completely fallen into the hands of the Mad Society. In the future, once an awakener is born here, the Mad Society could smoothly guide them to join, and if the individual tends to lean towards the transcender camp, they could also eliminate potential hazards before the other party makes a choice. Song Xin transformed into the appearance of the hospital director and walked steadily towards the office that belonged to Yang Shan. Before leaving, she planned to take Yang Shan, who was lying inside in a vegetative state, away with her. Yang Shan's soul had already collapsed under the erosion of the alien spirit electricity. Apart from having basic physiological functions, he was no different from being dead. She still hadn't figured out why the tracking mark hadn't been triggered. After all, this was a mark belonging to an S-level transcender of the elder level of the Superpowers Association, and it couldn't be avoided by simply bypassing the body and directly destroying the soul. Those monsters had lived for nearly thousands of years and could not possibly leave such loopholes. Song Xin felt that she couldn't understand it on her own, so she thought about bringing back this precious specimen of Yang Shan to let the other madmen in the Mad Society conduct in-depth research. However, the moment she opened the door, the scene inside the room made her heart tighten. Inside the room, there should have only been Yang Shan, who was lying on the bed receiving nutrient solution, but there was now a young man with fiery red hair. She instinctively looked up and saw a large hole in the ceiling, with scorching lava slowly dripping from the opening. Witnessing this scene, Song Xin immediately understood. You all talk. I won't disturb. She quickly closed the door and turned to run. She immediately recognized that the red-haired young man was the Flame King from the G-District Hero Association branch. Excluding S-level, hero ratings and transcender ratings are two different concepts. The transcender rating considers overall capabilities. For example, Yang Shan, a non-combat B-level transcender, could inadvertently affect even A-level transcenders with his powers. If there were ways to resist his abilities, then Yang Shan's physical capabilities would only be at the lower end of most C-level transcenders. But the hero rating standard only depends on achievements and strength. A B-level hero is powerful in all aspects and represents the best fighters among B-level transcenders. Not to mention that Flame King is the first B-level hero in the G-District branch of the Hero Association. His ability, Formless Catastrophic Flame, can release high-temperature, explosive flames from any part of his body and can be controlled at will. In terms of destructive power, many A-level heroes cannot compare to him. How did I expose myself again? The current situation left no room for Song Xian to think too much. She immediately cast her invisibility technique to escape quickly. On the other side, after a brief moment of daze, Flame King reacted. So that's how it is. He came here purely to find Yang Shan to clarify the situation. Initially, Chen Moxian was sent to this psychiatric hospital because he instructed Wan Chaoren's assistant to do so. At this moment, he fell through the hole in the ceiling into the room, saw the unconscious Yang Shan, and caught a glimpse of the panicked director rushing out. Instantly realizing the truth, he had always been particularly concerned about his brother Wan Chaoren, and naturally knew that the last time Wan Chaoren requested to deal with a monster, it had the ability to disguise its appearance. It seemed that there was another stain to clean up. Flame King muttered to himself, clenching his fist with one hand. In an instant, flames erupted from various parts of his body, surrounding him and quickly forming a scorching vortex of flames. Flamme explosion. A blindingly bright pillar of fire swept toward him, and the flames that had originally surrounded him began to expand rapidly at an alarming speed. Everything within a radius of 50 meters, whether it was heavy tables and chairs, sturdy walls, or the unconscious Yang Shan, was instantly engulfed in flames, turning into burning ashes. The building that had originally stood there was gouged out by the flames, revealing a shocking hollow. As the raging flames gradually dissipated, the place had already turned into a desolate ruin. In the sky, black ashes fell like snowflakes, and thick black smoke pervaded the area, filling the air with a pungent burnt smell. Did it actually block it? Flame King, with flames spewing from beneath his feet, floated in the air in surprise. Among the ruins, Song Xian was seen pushing her palms forward with all her might, forming an invisible barrier that blocked the recent explosion of flames. Fortunately, I managed to retract all my avatars in time. Song Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For efficiency, she usually manifested over a dozen avatars to help her work. Now, dispersing the avatars and consolidating her magical power barely allowed her to block the explosion of flames. Amidst the ruins, a few weak groans could be heard, but soon fell silent. The raging flames spread, and it was clear that the entire psychiatric hospital was about to be turned into a sea of fire. Flame King slowly descended from the air, ignoring his surroundings, and coldly stared at Song Xian. Damn monster, if you had the sense to end it yourself, you wouldn't have caused so many deaths. Are you out of your mind? Aren't you the one who kills people? Song Xian retorted without backing down, having retracted her transformation technique to reveal her true appearance. Immediately, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a slender sword, its cold gleam pointing straight at the Flame King. She angrily scolded, "You and that Wan Chao are truly cut from the same cloth. If it weren't for the fact that I've used up too much magic lately, I could slay you with one strike. You idiot! What did you say?" Upon hearing this, the Flame King was instantly enraged. In his mind, he and his brother were already blood-related, so being told they were alike was something he considered a form of recognition. But then, Song Xian actually insulted him, which was equivalent to insulting his brother. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and flames surged around him like a raging sea of fire, rushing towards Song Xian like a swift tongue of fire. Chapter 52. Renaming you to Explosive King in the distance. The fire pillar loomed like a rampaging beast, drawing ever closer. Chen Moxian could faintly catch the dull roar of explosions. Could it be? He instinctively frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. From a moment he caught sight of the towering fire pillar, he had a nagging feeling that its location was highly consistent with the direction of the Qingxiu Psychiatric Hospital. As time passed, the fire pillar became increasingly discernible, as if one side of a battle was being forced to retreat toward this direction. Gradually, it wasn't just Chen Moxian who sensed something unusual. The other students in the classroom also began to notice the fire pillar in the distance. My God, this must be a fierce battle involving heroes. Someone exclaimed in the crowd, their voice filled with shock and excitement. At that moment, air raid sirens began to sound throughout the city. Attention citizens, B-class hero Explosive King is engaged in combat with a villain. Please do not approach the scene. It's actually Explosive King. How long has it been since a villain caused trouble in the city? Awesome, I want to see blood flowing like rivers. Hearing the alarm, the students showed no signs of panic. Instead, they looked excited. Such events occurred a few times every year, and they usually ended within minutes. More importantly, once the alarm sounded, the school was required to lead all students to the nearest air raid shelter for safety. That meant they wouldn't have to attend class. Chen Moxian blended into the crowd of students, quietly making his way toward the air raid shelter. He concealed his figure like a ghost, gradually erasing his presence and retreating to the back of the crowd. In an instant, a faint blue light flashed like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Moxian disappeared. None of the people present noticed his departure as they continued to move orderly toward the air raid shelter. In an area of abandoned, unfinished buildings in the city, a series of muffled explosions echoed one after another. Countless rubble and bricks flew in all directions, and the air was filled with a pungent dust. A striking figure suddenly burst through the rolling smoke. She moved fluidly, quickly turning around, and with a long sword in hand, unleashed a fierce strike behind her. A massive crescent sword energy howled out, aimed directly at the relentless Chihuahua meteor trailing behind her. At the moment the sword energy collided with the Chihuahua meteor, a deafening explosion erupted between them. A scorching shockwave radiated outward from the point of explosion, creating a powerful wind that could sweep away debris. Song Xin took advantage of the wind cover to quickly move to another unfinished building, hiding within. Since the battle began, her opponent seemed intent on pushing her toward the city center, leaving her no choice but to hide in this deserted area of unfinished buildings. She suspected that the enemy's goal was to use the chaos of the battle to lure out her allies in the city. However, she had not returned to the other world for a while, and her magical power was running low. Even if she knew Explosive King's intentions, she couldn't confront him head-on and could only fight while retreating. I wonder how much longer you can hide. Explosive King unleashed another wave of flames around him, dispersing the dust and smoke. He quickly raised both hands to his chest, and in his palms, fiery explosive balls, like arrows released from a bow, shot straight toward the building where Song Xin was hiding. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions erupted, like thunder cracking around the building. The entire structure shook violently under the impact of the explosions, and bricks began to peel off the surface, sending up clouds of dust, as if it could collapse at any moment. You've done all the work for the demolition crew. Song Xin muttered curses under her breath as she sprinted toward the higher floors. She knew very well that only by reaching the upper levels could she quickly escape if the building collapsed from the explosions, preventing her from being buried under the rubble. At that moment, she tightly gripped a small sword in her hand, which emitted a translucent glow. This was a magical artifact she had brought from the other world, but due to her current lack of magical power, she needed to concentrate her energy to activate its full potential. She was waiting for the right opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to Explosive King with her artifact. However, after a while, Song Xin noticed that the shaking of the building and the explosions had abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into silence. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she immediately focused her magical energy, concentrating on her eyes. Using her magical vision, she peered through the walls and saw Explosive King hovering above the rooftop. He raised his hands high, fire arcs continuously gathering in his palms, gradually condensing into a large fireball. This fireball kept expanding, its intense heat distorting the surrounding air, as if it were a small sun. If Explosive King unleashed this charged attack, there was no doubt that the building would become her tomb. But you're a sitting duck right now, just when I was looking for an opportunity to strike. Go, my 3-rank flying sword. Song Xion's eyes sharpened, her left hand quickly forming a sword gesture, lightly waving in the air. The small sword, which had been lying quietly in her right hand, seemed to be infused with a vibrant soul, moving energetically as it searched for a target in the air. A dazzling streak of light flashed by, and the small sword transformed into a cold ray, piercing through thick walls with unstoppable force. Its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, carrying a fierce momentum as it aimed straight for the vital area below Explosive King. I'll rename you to Explosive King from now on. Chapter 53 behind you based on the innate instinct of transcendence. The Flame King suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. Without the time to gather strength, he decisively threw the blazing fireball in his hand downwards. At the moment he threw the fireball, Song Xian's flying sword had already reached him, crashing into the fireball with a thunderous sound. The cold light of the flying sword pierced through the gigantic fireball, shattering it into countless small fireballs that scattered in all directions. The brilliance on the flying sword dimmed slightly, but its murderous intent did not wane, still locking onto the vital points of the Flame King, stabbing towards him swiftly. This strike was Song Xian's desperate, all-or-nothing killing move, containing most of her remaining magical power. Its success or failure hinged on this one blow, either severely injuring the enemy or putting herself in a dire situation. However, just as the tip of the flying sword was less than half an inch from the Flame King, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his body once again, with speed and impact far surpassing before. Anyone who knew the Flame King well would understand that the true terror of his ability, Formless Catastrophe Flame, did not lie in the flames themselves, but in the shockwave generated when the flames gushed out from his body. The closer one got to his skin, the exponentially greater the shockwave became. If you were to grab someone's head with one hand, the surging shockwave of flames would be enough to turn any B-rank hero's head into a mist of blood. This was the reason he had consistently held the top position in Zone G without dispute for many years. Under the powerful shockwave of the erupting flames, the flying sword, which had slightly diminished in power due to their earlier collision, only held for a moment before being blown far away by the engulfing flames. Then the Flame King waved his hand, and those fireballs that had originally scattered in all directions instantaneously changed trajectory, roaring towards the building where Song Xian was located in a neat formation. Oh no, I've been tricked. Song Xian had already grasped the situation through her perspective and immediately understood that she had fallen for a trap. At this moment, the terrifying shockwave of flames exhibited by the Flame King, as well as his ability to manipulate the detached fireballs at will, were all his previously hidden trump cards. She felt that she could no longer evade, gathering all her remaining magical power to deploy a magical barrier. The fireballs, engulfed in blazing flames, crashed onto the building like shooting stars in an instant. The already precarious building, due to the earlier explosion, collapsed with a deafening roar, completely reduced to a heap of ruins interwoven with debris. Amidst the ruins, a disheveled Song Xian struggled to crawl out, her hair in disarray, and her face nearly devoid of color. To withstand the previous attack, she had nearly drained all her magical power, nearly out of energy. Unexpectedly, she was going to fall here, she muttered as she looked ahead. With her magical power exhausted, she could not use any of her means. She was starting to think that she shouldn't have squandered her magical power so casually during that earlier time, looking for fun everywhere. Ahead, the Flame King raised one hand, a tongue of fire brewing in his palm, ready to burn Song Xian to ashes at any moment. It's a pity that I waited so long without seeing your accomplices. Are they not in the city, or are they too afraid to come? Right behind you. Song Xian suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs. Do you think I'm stupid enough to turn around and look? The Flame King's gaze turned cold. He was a radical within the Hero Association, having exterminated countless individuals who opposed it. With the instincts honed through countless battles, if he couldn't even detect an enemy lurking behind him, then being the top B-rank hero would simply be a joke. Such a clumsy child's trick of having someone behind him. Even the slightest reaction would be a huge insult to his intelligence. It's over, Before the flame in the Flame King's hand could erupt, a fist, accompanied by rolling thunder, suddenly crashed into his cheek like a cannonball. The sudden force of the punch was astonishing, instantly distorting his face. Caught off guard by the impact, the Flame King flew backwards uncontrollably, like a kite with a broken string, directly crashing into the ruins. Go! Chen Moxian activated Lightning Body, pulling Song Xian up and turning to run into another unfinished building. From just that one punch, he already knew that the physical strength of the Flame King was even greater than that of Vice Principal Wang, whom he had beaten before. B-rank heroes, based on what he had seen, were roughly on the same level as the celestial boundary martial artists in the martial arts world. With his current strength, he believed that with all his effort in activating Lightning Body, he could fight against a late-stage Chi control martial artist. However, there was still a considerable gap to a celestial boundary martial artist. What did you just shout? While running, Chen Moxian frowned and scolded. He had just used psychological tricks to eliminate hostility and approached the Flame King, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. As a result, he was startled by Song Xian's loud shout and hastily acted in a panic. I was a bit excited under the unexpected circumstances. A hint of embarrassment colored Song Xian's face as she chuckled awkwardly, adding, besides, he didn't believe it anyway. Chen Moxian's appearance was a pleasant surprise for Song Xian. Her phone had always been kept by a magical clone. However, in her moment of urgency, she had dispelled all her clones to concentrate her magical power for self-defense, naturally leaving her phone with the original clone, making it impossible to contact anyone. How did you know I was here? Song Xian asked curiously. I guessed it from the broadcast, Chen Moxian replied. From the broadcast? But the broadcast only mentioned that the Flame King was fighting against the monsters. How could you know it was me? I don't know. I just thought it was necessary to come over when I initially saw the fire column coming from the direction near the mental hospital. Chen Moxian paused and continued. You're very important to me. In this world, he couldn't continue to improve his strength, and returning to the martial arts world depended on Song Xian's abilities. Is that so? So I'm that important. Song Xian's lips curled up as she joked. Unintentionally said, unintentionally heard at this moment. These two displayed a high level of tacit understanding over what could easily be misunderstood. Just then, a pillar of fire surged into the sky, piercing through one floor after another, blocking Chen Moxian's path. Following that, a figure engulfed in dazzling flames swiftly leaped out from the gaping hole created by the fire, hovering directly in front of Chen Moxian. The scorching airflow spread out, distorting the surrounding air. That punch you threw earlier hurt me a lot. The Flame King's eyes were bloodshot, revealing a terrifying ferocity, and the flames around him surged, ready to erupt at any moment. Although Chen Moxian's punch had not left any significant marks on his body, the lightning wrapped around his fist had deeply pierced his nerves. Can you still use your abilities? Chen Moxian's gaze sharpened as he asked Song Xian. Song Xian was taken aback for a moment and nodded. Use interdimensional traveler on me now. Chapter 54, Arrogance Now? Song Xian asked in surprise. Chen Moxian was about to respond, but the explosive Flame King ahead had no patience to wait for them to discuss. He held his hand behind him and suddenly detonated a blast of flames, propelled forward by a strong recoil, charging directly at Chen Moxian. Though the speed was extremely fast, the movement was quite simple. Chen Moxian kept his eyes fixed on the explosive Flame King's actions, quickly grabbing Song Xian and stepping lightly to narrowly avoid the attack. The explosive Flame King smashed through several walls in succession, reaching out to release another blast of flames ahead, countering the immense inertia, and immediately turning to hurl a fireball at Chen Moxian. The fireball arrived in the blink of an eye, and the black divine hand ring on Chen Moxian's wrist transformed into a long spear, swiftly sweeping upwards. The spear tip darted like a nimble snake, accurately piercing into the center of the fireball. His spear technique seemed to embody the essence of flowing water, infused with incredible flexibility, skillfully deflecting the fireball's trajectory and sending it flying toward Chen Moxian's side. If any student from Class 2 of the Martial Arts Department were present, they would recognize this as a signature martial skill, an intermediate yellow-grade spear technique that integrated offense and defense. However, Chen Moxian executed it far better, displaying even more agility and fluidity. During his free time in the past few days, he had perfected all the martial techniques he had observed, making his mastery of yellow-grade techniques truly comprehensive. The fireball flew a distance before crashing into a stone wall, instantly erupting in a dazzling flash of fire and a powerful gust of wind. The flames illuminated the dimly lit building in an instant, casting a precise outline of Chen Moxian's stern face. The fierce wind howled past, recklessly tousling his short hair, strands flying wildly. The explosive Flame King's pupils constricted, and he squinted, saying, "You lowly commoner." He had only caught a glimpse of Chen Moxian in a photo, and due to the dimness inside the abandoned building, he only felt that this person looked familiar. It was not until the explosion's light illuminated the area that he recognized Chen Moxian. So you're also a weirdo. The definition of a weirdo is broad, as long as one is not an ordinary citizen, whether they're transcenders or otherworldly beings. Anyone opposing the Hero Association is considered a weirdo. As for ordinary citizens, they lack the ability to oppose the Hero Association and are merely seen as rebellious lowly commoners. Why did Chen Moxian survive a punch from his brother? Why did that female weirdo infiltrate the Qingqiu mental hospital? The explosive Flame King felt everything was coming together. What is your ability? Transformation type or special type? The explosive Flame King asked. Both Chen Moxian and the earlier female weirdo used methods that he could not find a corresponding category for in the abilities he was familiar with. However, abilities can be bizarre and varied. He did not pay it too much mind, nor did he expect Chen Moxian to honestly answer him. At that moment, he was in a good mood and naturally wanted to say more. With these two gathered here, he could eliminate them together, saving him a lot of effort. Chen Moxian ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on the explosive Flame King, and quietly said to Song Xin, "Get on my back." While Song Xin was momentarily stunned, Chen Moxian bent down and swiftly hoisted her onto his back. Lightning body activated again, and they dashed away from the spot in an instant. The speed was so fast that Song Xin couldn't help but wrap her arms around Chen Moxian's neck, struggling desperately. The explosive Flame King's mouth curled into a smile, clearly enjoying the game of cat and mouse. He leaped suddenly, flames erupting from his feet as he chased after them. For Chen Moxian, Song Xion's weight was practically non-existent. Aside from some movements being difficult to execute, it had little impact on his speed. As they sped along, Chen Moxian continued the earlier conversation. "Is there a problem with using abilities now?" Song Xion's expression grew serious as she urgently replied, "The problem is significant. My ability can't be released immediately, and when you return from the other world, your consciousness will definitely fall into a brief coma. Although it won't be as long as the first time, in this situation, it would undoubtedly be asking for death." Hearing Song Xion's words, Chen Moxian pondered for a moment and asked, "Will your consciousness fall into a coma? What about your body?" "The body can synchronize in real time, and there's no problem. Just focus on charging your ability. I'll figure out the rest." "Figure out what? What do you plan to do?" Song Xian asked, filled with confusion. It wasn't her fault for being so inquisitive. Her ability had the powerful functionality of allowing people to traverse different worlds, and it wasn't something that could be used casually. Using it once would drain most of her mental energy, and in her current state, using it would effectively make her a burden. At that time, Chen Moxian would also fall into a brief coma due to the discomfort of his soul crossing between worlds. They would be left with no choice but to wait for death. "Increased strength. Counterattack," Chen Moxian succinctly stated. "Increased strength? You've only been back here for 5.5 days. What can you do in such a short time?" Since leaving the hospital, Chen Moxian had waited another 2 days to transfer schools, and today he had only attended half a day's class. According to the principle of time balance between the two worlds, he could only stay there for 5.5 days. Although she didn't understand martial arts. If martial arts could significantly increase one's strength in such a short time, it wouldn't have been lost to history. "I don't know where your confidence comes from. This is too arrogant." She couldn't understand the source of Chen Moxian's confidence, but this idea was undeniably too arrogant. Arrogance. At that moment, the word suddenly popped into Song Xion's mind. Initially, she had hidden in Chen Moxian's class to find the next candidate for the great sin madman mentioned in the prophecy by the melancholic madman Fong Bai, which predicted a 9 out of 10 failure rate. If the prophecy were true, then Chen Moxian undoubtedly fit the profile of an arrogant madman. With the frail body of an ordinary person, he dared to openly provoke an A-rank hero, which could be considered the height of arrogance, truly mad. Indeed, quite arrogant. Chen Moxian chuckled self-deprecatingly. If transcenders were likened to deities, from the moment he refused to bow his head, he was undoubtedly committing the sin of arrogance due to his disrespect towards the gods. This arrogance angered the divine majesty, inviting divine punishment, and even spreading unjustly to others. Thinking of this, Chen Moxian unconsciously clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. But 5.5 days is enough. As Song Xion's gaze fell on Chen Moxian's determined expression, the words that were about to escape her lips were swallowed back. She bit her lower lip slightly, her expression complex, and finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "Whatever, I trust you." She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and a point of light distorting space slowly emerged from her palm, gradually expanding. Chapter 55. The Sin of Pride. As Song Xion's supernatural ability was charging up, Chen Moxian continuously darted around, using rapid thunder body to dodge the attacks of the explosive Flame King. Initially, the explosive Flame King maintained a playful attitude, treating the situation like a cat playing with a mouse. However, as time passed, his patience began to wear thin, and his emotions shifted from lightheartedness to extreme agitation. In terms of direct speed, he was indeed superior, but the obstacles in the dilapidated building were too numerous, and Chen Moxian's movements were strange and agile, allowing him to narrowly evade each of the explosive Flame King's attacks. Each time he struck, he missed completely, and his anger grew stronger. "Slippery little rat." In his fury, he unleashed his explosive power without reservation, and flames surged around him, rising several feet. Then, with a sudden movement, he transformed into a blazing fireball, hurtling towards Chen Moxian with a destructive momentum. Just as he was about to reach Chen Moxian, the latter suddenly changed direction, pushing off the wall with his feet and sprinting up it like a gecko. Using a wall corner, he executed an almost 90-degree turn, causing the explosive Flame King to miss again. Caught off guard, the explosive Flame King crashed into empty space, and the powerful impact caused the surrounding walls to collapse, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Damn it, he had used explosions to blow away the tiles, killing so many people, and yet he still had the audacity to run away without shame. What did you say? Chen Moxian paused, stopping at a distance from the explosive Flame King. Seeing that his words had an effect, the explosive Flame King smirked. He secretly placed one hand behind his back, adopting a superior posture, and continued. You still haven't realized that the deaths of your classmates and teachers were all because of you, have you? My brother, the perfect man, is a flawless hero. You mortals should be grateful to him. You should be thankful that he didn't make you kneel, and yet you dared to disrespect him. The 50 lives in your class. Wasn't each one lost because of your foolish actions? They were all killed by you. Chen Moxian's lips were tightly closed, his expression as cold as ice, his eyes flashing with a piercing chill. The explosive Flame King noticed that Chen Moxian remained standing, and his smile widened. The hand he had behind his back was filled with a swirling mass of flames, compressing and accumulating immense destructive power. He calculated that he would compress the explosive force to the extreme, so that the eruption would occur before his opponent could react. The explosive Flame King believed that his words had successfully disturbed Chen Moxian's mind. To buy more time, he continued to speak with venomous accusations. To tell you the truth, this city has been chosen as the venue for the continent's carnival. And it's all because of you, you lowly scum. If you had stayed quietly in the mental hospital and honestly accepted the treatment for your mental pollution, my brother wouldn't have whimsically chosen City C after hearing you were discharged. Killing your entire class wasn't enough. Now, countless innocent people in this city will suffer misfortune because of you. What face do you have to make such a meaningless struggle here? The most useful thing you can do for this world now is to disappear from it as soon as possible. Feeling the surging flames in his palm compressed to their limit, the explosive Flame King sensed it was almost time. Are you done talking? At that moment, Chen Moxian gently placed the seemingly weak Song Xian down. Then, he took a few steady steps forward, his eyes like torches, fixed on the explosive Flame King. You're done talking, so consider all of this your last words. Upon hearing this, the explosive Flame King was taken aback for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Not only do you not run away, but you also dare to come closer to me. It seems you really don't want to live. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he thrust his right hand forward from behind his back. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from his palm, resembling a small sun exploding in his hand, dazzling enough to make one squint. Accompanied by a deafening explosion that seemed to tear the air apart, a wave of flames surged toward Chen Moxian, powerful enough to engulf him completely. Time seemed to pause at that moment. Facing the wave of flames, Chen Moxian raised his middle finger and relaxed his soul's resistance to the pull from the other world. He was not the only one buying time. During their conversation, Song Xian had completed the charging of her ability, sending a mass of distorted space energy into his body. As long as he responded to the pull from the other world, Song Xian's otherworldly traveler would take effect immediately. Let pride be pride. Perhaps that's just my nature. As his consciousness began to drift to the other world, Chen Moxian recalled his past life once more. Deep down, he always possessed an unfounded confidence. From kindergarten, when faced with bigger kids snatching his crayons, he would charge in without hesitation to bite them, only to end up pushed down and hitting the corner of a desk, requiring 3 stitches. When playing team competitive games, he preferred to join the weaker side, relishing the feeling of turning the tables. He used to love watching SHN manga, where the protagonists, facing dire situations, would become incredibly powerful through anger and determination, ultimately defeating formidable foes with a signature move. He believed he could become such a protagonist, but in reality, it seemed he was not the main character. During exams, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't solve the math problems he didn't know how to do. After entering university and arriving in the big city, he spent a month's living expenses on a dinner that cost $1,000 per person. The tall office building he worked hard to enter was merely a starting point for many others. His daily life consisted of sleeping, eating, working, and struggling with those meager expenses. No matter how desperate or unwilling he was, he found it hard to break the status quo. Even after being reborn into this world, he was still born at a disadvantage. The people around him seemed accustomed to his low status and advised him to join them. After spending 6 aimless years here, when facing one superhuman, all the pent-up emotions from the past suddenly erupted at that moment. He committed the sin of pride, claiming to be the protagonist. This sin, 5 days later, would be repaid with the blood of you self-proclaimed transcendent beings. But for you, it will be in the next instant. Chen Moxian stared coldly at the explosive Flame King. His consciousness felt like a bird breaking free, instantly soaring into that otherworldly martial arts realm. Chapter 56. As an extraordinary genius, when Chen Moxian came back to his senses, the surrounding scene had already changed. It was still that warm afternoon sun, casting a gentle light with a soft breeze flowing through. In the distance, the sounds of practice from Class 2 of the martial arts training were continuous and unending. Is it back? Chen Moxian looked up at the sun above, comparing its position with his memories. Through calculating all things, he had already determined that an hour had passed. According to Song Xin, time was nearly frozen during the transitions between the two worlds. In that case, the forced return to the main world must have occurred an hour after he fell asleep. There's no time to waste. Chen Moxian slowly stood up. Not far away, Zhang Chao, who was practicing the ethereal body step, caught a glimpse of Chen Moxian out of the corner of his eye. However, Chen Moxian was now wearing the school uniform of Third Hope High School, which was completely different from his previous clothes. Chen Moxian, when did you change your clothes? Zhang Chao asked, puzzled. Chen Moxian looked down his outfit, but did not explain, instead asking, has Teacher Ma come by? He vaguely remembered that the reason he was waiting here was that Ma Jingyuan had informed him that the principal wanted to see him. The immediate priority was to have Ma Jingyuan take him to the library within the school to learn the breathing technique to break through to the Qi control realm. I was just about to say. Zhang Chao looked at Chen Moxian with a somewhat complex expression. About 10 minutes ago, Teacher Ma came by, accompanied by Principal Li. Seeing you asleep, he told us to wait until you woke up before going to the principal's office. Zhang Chao still found it puzzling. Given Ma Jingyuan's character, it was already strange that he didn't immediately wake Chen Moxian when he saw him sleeping during study class. It was even more unreasonable to specifically instruct them not to wake him up, but to wait for him to wake naturally. I understand. Thank you. Chen Moxian nodded slightly and turned to head towards the principal's office. Watching Chen Moxian's departing figure, Zhang Chao secretly wondered, how come he looks more energetic after a nap? And he seems to have a heavy killing intent. He probably had a nightmare. I said that practicing martial arts can't be lazy, or else the state won't be right. Zhang Chao focused his mind again and threw all his attention back into practicing the ethereal body step. Soon, Chen Moxian arrived outside the principal's office. After gently knocking on the door and receiving permission, he pushed the door open and entered. Chen Moxian raised his eyes, and 2 piercing gazes instantly shot over. One was from Ma Jingyuan, and the other came from a middle-aged man with thick brows and big eyes. Chen Moxian had seen this middle-aged man at several school presentations. He was the principal of Honghua Martial School, Li Yuanshan. Li Yuanshan caught sight of Chen Moxian and instantly broke into a warm smile. Student Chen, I've already heard from Teacher Ma about the situation. Rest assured, Wang Minghui abused his power for personal gain and arbitrarily changed the rewards given to students by the military, seriously violating school regulations. I have already dismissed him, and he will face punishment according to the Martial Artist Management Act. As for Liu Kai, he forcefully took your blood-boosting potion first. It's understandable that you taught him a lesson. If the Liu family tries to make trouble for you over this, they'll have to ask me first. Li Yuanshan's sudden enthusiasm made Chen Moxian slightly taken aback, and he instinctively glanced at Ma Jingyuan. Ma Jingyuan's expression revealed a hint of unspeakable complexity as he nodded gently. Seeing Chen Moxian's puzzled look, Li Yuanshan took out a gold medal from his waist and excitedly said, Student Chen, I have more good news for you. Have you heard of Taichu Martial House? The first martial arts school? That's right. Li Yuanshan's voice suddenly rose, as if it wanted to break through the ceiling of the principal's office. And you have been selected by them to become a core student. As Li Yuanshan spoke, he solemnly handed a gleaming gold medal to Chen Moxian. Chen Moxian took the medal and examined it. Seeing his name clearly engraved on the back, he frowned and asked, why was I selected? He didn't think Li Yuanshan was trying to deceive him. He just recalled that he had never had any contact with Taichu Martial House. This. I'm not very clear either, Li Yuanshan replied. I only heard that the director of the Tianshu Academy specifically requested you. But that director is proficient in star observation techniques, with great insight, and acts with deep intent. Student Chun, why are you not even a bit excited? That S. Taichu Martial House. So many people are trying to get in. Li Yuanshan looked puzzled, his voice unconsciously rising a few notches. With this identity, even the Liu family wouldn't dare to do anything to you. In 5 days, a teacher from Tianshu Academy will come to the school to take you. Let us not talk about that. Principal, Chen Moxian suddenly interrupted. Previously, the school promised that I could choose any technique or martial skill from the library. Does that include the breathing technique? Li Yuanshan was taken aback by his words and replied, Of course, it includes that. However, the breathing technique requires at least reaching the first realm, 9 stage to master, and your current strength still. Before Li Yuanshan could finish, the next moment, the aura around Chen Moxian surged like a roaring tide, instantly bursting forth, revealing the vast power of blood and energy within him without reservation. He had no extra time to consider the matter of Taichu Martial House. Even with this identity, it wouldn't immediately enhance his strength. But this identity could serve as his backing. He had already decided that from now on, he would not conceal the astonishing speed at which he mastered martial skills. He would appear as an extraordinary genius, obtaining more resources from the school, thus achieving a rapid leap in strength. Within 5.5 days, he aimed to reach the strength comparable to a Tiangang realm martial artist. Complete mastery of the first realm. Sensing this overwhelming aura, Li Yuanshan's eyes widened in shock, disbelief written all over his face. He instinctively turned to look at Ma Jingyuan. As he had learned from Ma Jingyuan that Chen Moxian was only at the 6th stage of the first realm. At this moment, Ma Jingyuan also showed a look of astonishment, slowly shaking his head, clearly bewildered by this unexpected situation. It was just an hour ago that Chen Moxian had fought with Lu Kai. At that time, he had observed Chen Moxian's blood and energy strength, which was clearly only at the 6th stage of the first realm. Chapter 57. The body of a martial god. What lay before him was truly contrary to the principles of martial arts. The increase of vital energy could not be achieved overnight. Even with the best supplements, a martial artist needed to continuously temper their body to fully absorb the medicinal properties. Elevating from the 6th level of the first realm to the consummate level of the first realm in just 1 hour was undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, to say that Chen Moxian had been deliberately concealing his strength was even more absurd. With Ma Jingyuan's years of experience in martial arts education, if Chen Moxian could truly hide the fluctuations of his vital energy right under his nose, then his strength must be at least above Ma's. In his thoughts, Ma Jingyuan considered a possibility. The body tempering method had reached great mastery. No, could it be that you have perfected the body tempering method? Upon hearing this, Chen Moxian slightly nodded. He focused his mind, not moving a muscle, yet his internal vital energy surged and roiled, hammering away at his flesh in waves. In a moment, a faint flush began to appear on his skin. At the same time, Chen Moxian distinctly sensed that some cells within his body were like starving gluttons, frantically absorbing the surrounding air, emitting a strong signal of an intense desire to devour energy. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Previously, his cells had been filled with foreign spirit electricity, but it seemed that due to excessive consumption during the battle with the explosive Flame King, the cells had awakened a latent hunger instinct, once again developing an extreme craving for energy. Seeing this scene, Ma Jingyuan was already in a daze, murmuring, "Vital energy is tempered at will. It truly is the perfection of the body tempering method." President Li also wore a shocked expression. As a veteran in the field of martial arts education, he was very aware of what it meant for the body tempering method to be perfected. The next second, he hurriedly stepped up to Chen Moxian and reached out to directly probe Chen's lower abdomen. He wanted to precisely understand Chen Moxian's condition through direct perception of the flow of vital energy. However, at the moment his hand touched Chen Moxian's lower abdomen, he was horrified to find that his internal true energy was inexplicably uncontrollable, about to be drawn out through his palm. Out of instinct, he subconsciously retreated several steps. However, President Li quickly regained his composure from shock and was soon filled with excitement, his voice trembling slightly with enthusiasm. The body of the martial god. Our Hongwo Martial School actually has a body of the martial god. The body of the martial god? Chen Moxian asked in confusion, unable to help but voice his question. He understood in his heart that this term, which he had never heard before, was likely the key to unraveling the mystery of the strange changes within him after perfecting the body tempering method. At this moment, Ma Jingyuan also recovered from his astonishment and slowly explained. The body tempering method, at its root, was created by martial arts pioneers drawing from the characteristics of blood clans, based on human vital energy and through continuous tempering to strengthen oneself. The body tempering method of martial movement of youth is the culmination of countless martial arts pioneers' efforts, refined over generations, and can be considered an almost perfect method of body tempering. It is said that upon reaching perfection, the practitioner's body will produce wonderful characteristics, akin to the innate abilities of blood clans. This body that undergoes mutation under the perfected body tempering method is known as the body of the martial god. As Ma Jingyuan finished speaking, his gaze remained tightly locked onto Chen Moxian, filled with disbelief. The surprises Chen Moxian had brought him today were already numerous, but compared to this news, they paled in significance. The reason it was a rumor was that, after years of deep cultivation in martial arts education, he had never heard of anyone achieving perfection in the body tempering method, not even in Dongchang City, let alone throughout the entire Jiangnan province. Before the emergence of the new martial school concept, perhaps there were one or two geniuses who could spend over a decade in the blood-nurturing realm to perfect the body tempering method and achieve the body of the martial god. However, with the rise of the new martial school concept, universities across the country placed more emphasis on speed of cultivation and realm advancement. In the path of martial arts, youth is indeed the golden period for rapid advancement in cultivation. No student would easily forsake this precious time, spending over a decade merely to perfect the body tempering method. After all, this would mean staying in the blood-nurturing realm and actively giving up the chance to seek advancement, all in pursuit of an uncertain goal of achieving perfection in the body tempering method. Even if there were, they would likely only exist in the sacred ground of the traditional martial school, the Taichu martial mansion. Listening to this explanation, Chen Moxian's eyes sparkled as he pondered. It seemed that when he was bound to the electric chair and operating the perfected body tempering method, being able to absorb the A-grade vital energy agent without reservation and cleanly was indeed due to the special properties brought by the body of the martial god. His body not only achieved a qualitative leap in the rate of energy absorption, but also possessed the ability to actively devour and store energy. This feeling of being able to absorb my true energy, in my opinion, must be one of the 10 bodies of the martial god, the devouring heaven body. President Li's eyes shone brightly as he carefully examined Chen Moxian from head to toe, as if the person standing before him was not a student, but a priceless gem. Indeed, the Taichu martial mansion has an extremely keen eye. He now fully understood why the director of the Taichu martial mansion's Tianchu Institute would personally request Chen Moxian. With a body of the martial god like that of the martial emperor El Yuan, such a potential stock, as long as he grows steadily, might become a martial arts master in less than 10 years. Regardless of whether Chen Moxian would give back to the school in the future, the mere emergence of such an outstanding individual would undoubtedly elevate Honghua martial school status in Dongchang City and significantly improve the quality of student recruitment. With this in mind, President Li proactively brought the topic back to Chen Moxian's earlier question. The techniques and martial skills in the library naturally include breathing methods. However, student Chen, your talent is extraordinary. Choosing just one would indeed be underutilizing your abilities. President Li's gaze was intense, and with a grand wave of his hand, he said generously, "How about this? I'll make the decision. All the techniques and martial skills in the library, you, student Chen, can choose freely. Take whatever you want. If you have any other needs in the future, whether it's cultivation resources or anything else, just let the school know, and Honghua Martial School will fully support you." Upon hearing this, Chen Moxian's eyes lit up. Finally, we are getting to the main business. He actively showcased his abilities, suppressing his eager feelings, allowing the other party to immerse in their shock, all to ensure the school would pay him the attention he deserved. Then, without hesitation, he spoke. "Actually, I do have some needs." The library, as one of the core areas of the martial school, usually had strict access control. Without a teacher accompanying them, students would be stopped by the guards at the entrance if they approached even a little, and they would not be allowed to enter. However, at this moment, the scene before him was vastly different from the past. Groups of staff members, 2 by 2, 3 by 3, were carrying various pieces of furniture, streaming into the library. Busy and bustling. President Li stood to the side, pulling his gaze away from the busy staff, turning to Chen Moxian, and finally unable to hold back, asked, "Student Chen, I can understand your request for beds, tables, and chairs. It must be that you plan to stay in the library for an extended period to study the techniques and secrets within. But what do you need an electric chair? A torture device for? Chapter 58. Creating a breathing technique to refresh. Faced with Principal Li's puzzled expression, Chen Moxian succinctly replied, "Electric chair? Refresh?" Principal Li couldn't help but repeat these words. He understood their meanings separately, but together they were truly perplexing. Hearing such a nonsensical answer, Principal Li stopped questioning and silently murmured to himself, "Is he a genius? His ideas are truly unique." Once everything was ready, Chen Moxian, accompanied by Principal Li, stepped into the library. As soon as the door was pushed open, a unique scent of aged paper mixed with faint ink wafted over. Unlike the technological feel of the medicine store, the overall decorative style of the library was quite ancient. What came into view was an extremely spacious hall, with a 3-story vaulted ceiling overhead and bronze beast heads holding candelabras hanging down. Principal Li led Chen Moxian forward, introducing, "Our library has a total of 3 floors. The first floor mainly contains yellow-grade martial skills and some academic materials related to martial arts. The second floor is the reading room, with both public areas and private reading rooms. The items you requested earlier are placed in one of the largest private reading rooms. The third floor holds some rare techniques and martial skills, with mysterious-grade martial skills and breathing techniques located there. The library prohibits non-internal personnel from wandering freely. You only need to select books on the electronic screen in the reading room on the second floor. I have adjusted your account permissions. All selections are free, and once you decide, someone will deliver the books to you." While introducing, Principal Li had already led Chen Moxian to the designated reading room's door. He smiled and handed over a key card, saying, "Student Chen, this reading room is available for your use at any time, with no time limit. I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave you to it." Chen Moxian looked respectful, nodding slightly in gratitude, and took the key card, saying earnestly, "Thank you, Principal. I will remember the school's kindness. If a talent like Student Chen appears at our Honghua Martial School, and we don't put in the effort to cultivate him, that would truly be a crime against humanity." Principal Li waved his hand and smiled. He had always valued talent, especially geniuses who understood gratitude. Before that teacher from Taichu Martial Academy arrived here, Chen Moxian was still a student of Honghua Martial School. While this child's vision had not yet fully expanded, this opportunity to invest in him was one he couldn't miss, even if he didn't understand stock trading. Initially, when he learned that Chen Moxian had been selected as a core student of Taichu Martial Academy, he felt a sense of unreality. But after witnessing Chen Moxian display his martial god physique, all doubts in his heart vanished, replaced by complete certainty. To cultivate a martial god physique at such a young age is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime martial arts genius. He couldn't help but wonder what urgent matters that guiding teacher at Taichu Martial Academy could possibly have that were more pressing than welcoming such a genius. Why delay for 5 days? If it weren't for the confidentiality of the Starry Sky plan, he would really want to boast about it to his old buddies. Just thinking about revealing this shocking news in 5 days and picturing those old guy-stunned expressions, Principal Li felt secretly pleased, thinking to himself, "This year, our Honghua Martial School is bound to shine. The top school in Dongchang City. The other schools don't stand a chance." The smile on Principal Li's face grew wider, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he turned and walked away. After watching Principal Li leave, Chen Moxian's expression turned serious as he used the key card to enter the room. This room was particularly spacious, not only equipped with a desk and chairs for reading, but also having enough space for practicing martial arts. At his request, a comfortable bed was placed in one corner, alongside a large supply of food, enough to support him without leaving the room for quite some time. "Let us get started." Chen Moxian walked straight to the desk, sat down steadily, and controlled the electronic screen embedded in the desk. Without any hesitation, he decisively selected breathing techniques from the category on the screen. Yellow-grade martial skills were no longer of any use to him, and learning mysterious-grade martial skills required mastery of true energy. For him, at this moment, the urgent task was to learn a breathing technique to break through to the Qi control realm. C-grade breathing technique Spring Rain, original price 800,000. B-grade breathing technique Sunshine Formula, original price 1,500,000. B-grade breathing technique Thunder Sound Method, original price 2,000,000. Chen Moxian's gaze swept over the prices of the breathing techniques listed on the screen, and he couldn't help but gasp, feeling a renewed, deep sense of the financial burden of martial arts training. Comparatively, the 300,000 he had fought hard to earn before was simply not enough. Moreover, these breathing techniques are not even of a high grade. Chen Moxian frowned. The body tempering methods had gone through countless improvements by predecessors, approaching a perfect state, becoming the foundational technique for everyone. Breathing techniques, on the other hand, were entirely different. Their quality varied, each with unique advantages. Graded from S to D. In the library that Hunghua Martial School took pride in, the highest grade breathing technique collected was only B grade. On one hand, high-grade breathing techniques were almost monopolized by martial arts families, rarely seen in the outside world. Even if they occasionally appeared in black markets or auction houses, their prices were jaw-dropping, worth their weight in gold. On the other hand, the difficulty of cultivating breathing techniques above B grade was immense. Without guidance from someone experienced, merely getting started would require a significant amount of time and energy from the practitioner. For this reason, most people would first choose a relatively lower-grade breathing technique to start with, and once they successfully broke through to the Qi control realm, they would consider switching to other higher-grade breathing techniques if the opportunity arose. However, this approach would lead to compatibility issues, limiting the options in terms of breathing technique types. Of course, one could also choose to dissipate the true energy already cultivated and then spend a lot of time recultivating with a new breathing technique. However, regardless of whether there were high-grade breathing techniques available, Chen Moxian had made up his mind from the very beginning. He was aware that he had no time to weigh those compromise solutions. He needed to take decisive steps and avoid detours. To rapidly improve in a very short time, he had to use the best breathing technique for the breakthrough. With a determined gaze, Chen Moxian murmured to himself, "Since there are none readily available, I will create my own." He roughly scanned the electronic screen and then selected all 20 or so breathing techniques available in the library, regardless of their grades. The ancestors of humanity were able to discern the strengths of other races and explore the path of martial arts. Now, standing on the wisdom of these predecessors, drawing from various strengths, why couldn't he create a breathing technique that perfectly fits himself? This upcoming breathing technique, perhaps for others, might be difficult to achieve an S-grade evaluation. But for Chen Moxian himself, the efficacy he could unleash would undoubtedly far exceed that of an ordinary S-grade breathing technique. Chapter 59. The Indestructible Devouring Heaven Technique. Before long, more than 20 thick books were delivered by the staff, stacked high on Chen Moxian's desk. These books were divided into 4 piles, each almost as tall as a person. Chen Moxian quickly flipped through the pages with both hands, his eyes closely following, his pupils darting rapidly. Maintaining this state of intense concentration, even with his speed as a perfected blood Qi realm martial artist, it took him nearly an hour. Under the operation of universal calculation, the textual information of these breathing techniques surged into his brain. At this moment, he had a rough understanding of what true Qi actually was. If the power of blood and Qi was analogous to the blood energy of the blood clan, then true Qi originated from the study of the Orc clan's battle Qi. The essence of true Qi is to refine Qi with the abundant and perfected power of blood and Qi within the body, using breathing techniques to cultivate a trace of true Qi in the Dantian. This trace of true Qi is the foundation for martial artists in the Qi control realm. Knowledge is one thing, but to master it requires analysis. Breathing techniques cannot be created out of thin air. If one wants to create their own breathing technique, these 20-plus existing techniques are indispensable materials. Therefore, the urgent task was to fully comprehend all these breathing techniques. He immediately used his ability to analyze and deduce the breathing techniques in his mind, and a virtual light curtain appeared. Analyzing C-grade breathing technique, Spring Rain. Estimated time, 8 minutes 28 seconds. Indeed, it was not that easy. Without using super frequency, analyzing for 1 minute consumed 5 points of mental power. With his current mental power limit of 150 points, even without considering reserving 20, he could only hold out for 30 minutes before fainting. Although the difficulty of analyzing this breathing technique was much lower than the body tempering technique that took over an hour to analyze, this was just one of the books. To thoroughly analyze all 20-plus breathing techniques on the desk, with his current mental power reserves, he certainly could not sustain it under normal circumstances. Chen Moxian took a deep breath and glanced at the electric chair in the corner of the room. Earlier, on the electric chair in Qingqiu Psychiatric Hospital, the recovery speed of his mental power could even match 3 times the consumption rate. He powered up the electric chair, sat down directly, put on the electric ring, and decisively pressed the switch. As the electric arcs crackled within the ring, A strong stinging and numbing sensation immediately hit him. Chen Moxian quickly used his ability to shield the pain. However, indeed, he still needed that special current. Noticing that his mental power was still rapidly depleting, Chen Moxian murmured to himself. He had heard from Song Xin that the electric chair used in Qingqiu Psychiatric Hospital had a special device made by the Hero Association, which could generate a special current called extraordinary spirit electricity. Unfortunately, due to his unintentional use of the devouring heaven divine body earlier, that device was overloaded and had already broken down. However, there was another way. Chen Moxian's expression tightened, and his whole body suddenly erupted with sound, his hair standing on end, wrapped in a layer of electric light. Using the extraordinary spirit electricity stored in his body as a medium, he could transform ordinary current through it, which could also become extraordinary spirit electricity. However, taking this approach would subject him to pain that his ability could not shield, a pain that penetrated deep into his soul. Chen Moxian immediately let out a painful howl. The intense pain felt as if it were tearing from the depths of his soul, every nerve trembling in agony. Even though he had experienced it once before, enduring it again still made him feel unbearable torment. One step back, retreating step by step, Chen Moxian gritted his teeth, each word spat out slowly. Unable to tolerate it, just unable to tolerate it. Having the rare opportunity to live again. Why should he hesitate? In his previous life, he had suppressed his inner impulses for too long, until they were completely extinguished. In this life, he just wanted to release this impulse without reservation. He did not have the grandfather in the ring, nor the unknown power hidden within him, and knowing he could not win. Fighting to the death would only earn him a foolish evaluation. He knew this because he had evaluated others in the same way. Once, upon hearing that a colleague had quit in anger and, due to a poor environment, had been unemployed at home for a year without finding a new job, he evaluated it in the same manner, secretly glad that he had restrained his impulse, thinking it was wise. To hell with wisdom. Chen Moxian's face twisted in rage, his voice roaring as he tried to shout out all his pain and unwillingness. Whether foolish or arrogant, in this life, he would follow his heart, whether it was his own life or the lives of those around him affected by him. If these became chains that bound his spirit, then he would crush them with absolute strength. Chen Moxian activated the 3 times super frequency state, his mental power rapidly depleting like a tide, yet continuously replenished under the effect of the extraordinary spirit electricity. More than 2 hours passed, and during the 3 times speed analysis process, Chen Moxian conquered each of the 20-plus breathing techniques one by one, fully integrating them. Chen Moxian turned off the power, his eyes staring blankly ahead, his entire being sitting there in a daze. Although his mental power was still abundant, his feelings at this moment were completely different from the fatigue of mental power exhaustion. It was a sense of extreme emptiness, as if the fire of life was about to extinguish, and his soul was on the verge of collapse. His body and mind feeling as if they had been drained, leaving only an empty shell. After a long time, Chen Moxian's eyes gradually focused. Coming back to his senses, I cannot use this method again today. He understood that if he continued to endure the electric chair's shocks, he might follow in Yangshan's footsteps and become an unconscious vegetable. However, during the torment of that round of electric shocks, the extraordinary spirit electricity within him had once again filled up, and his mental power limit had increased to 180 points. At the same time, his tolerance for pain had greatly improved. Spring rain, sunlight technique, thunder sound method, blood glutton breathing technique. Chen Moxian recalled the more than 20 breathing techniques he had mastered to perfection in his mind, distinguishing their strengths and weaknesses. Although the highest grade among these breathing techniques was only B grade, most were C grade. After fully integrating such a large number of breathing techniques, Chen Moxian's understanding of breathing techniques had reached an unprecedented peak, achieving a state of transformation. The core essence of breathing techniques lies in utilizing specific breathing frequencies to induce a unique resonance of the blood and qi within the body, thereby nurturing a trace of true qi. Then, using this trace of true qi, combined with the breathing techniques, to absorb the wandering energy from the heavens and earth, strengthening oneself, while significantly enhancing a martial artist's strength. The effects of the true qi produced by different breathing techniques can vary greatly. Take the martial artists practicing the sunlight technique as an example. When in an environment abundant with sunlight, their cultivation speed and recovery rate of true qi would be greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, Martial artists practicing blood glutton or spring rain would have much stronger self-healing abilities compared to others. Breathing does not necessarily have to be through the mouth and nose. Chen Moxian pondered if there were a breathing technique that could work with his devouring heaven divine body, allowing every cell to simultaneously operate the breathing technique. The cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. The essence of true qi still originates from the nurturing of blood and qi, and the energy of blood and qi comes from food or rare treasures. The method of energy acquisition is too singular. Since sunlight technique can utilize sunlight, it indicates that the energy of heaven and earth can be absorbed, whether it be sunlight, moonlight, or lightning. The idea of spring rain using true qi to enhance cell activity is also quite good. Thus, Chen Moxian repeatedly contemplated deconstructing and merging the 20-plus breathing techniques, infusing his unique insights and concepts into them, continuously feeding this information into universal calculation. In the end, a breathing technique completely tailored to him, later known as the Heavenly Gateway Technique, quietly began to take shape, currently deducing the breathing technique indestructible devouring heaven method. Expected to take 2 hours and 28 minutes, Chapter 60. Never enough learning principle Lee. This time, it's all my son's fault. In a well-soundproofed room, a mature, middle-aged man with deep-set eyes was holding a phone, a faint smile on his face. Speaking very sincerely, I kindly asked Principal Lee to apologize to that student on behalf of the Liu family. As for the Crimson Blood Battle armor, he picked up. If that student likes it, let it be a gift of apology from us. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the other party, he hung up the phone. In an instant, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a serious expression as he stepped out of the room. He hurried along the corridor, quickly arriving in front of a large door, pushing it open and entering another room. This room was the Liu family's private medical facility, where several private doctors were gathered, discussing something. The most striking feature in the medical room was the hospital bed. Lying on the bed was a figure resembling a mummy, completely wrapped in bandages, with only a pair of eyes visible. Upon seeing the middle-aged man enter, the figure reacted strongly, opening and closing its mouth as if trying to say something, but the bandages muffled the sound. By the bedside, a richly dressed woman was wiping her tears. Seeing her son's reaction, she quickly turned around and spotted the middle-aged man who had just entered, shouting hoarsely, "Lu Zheng." The doctor said that no matter how quickly our son recovers, he definitely won't be able to participate in the martial arts examination. Has the background of that bastard who attacked been investigated? He must be torn to pieces. Seeing the woman's expression, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and said helplessly, "It has been investigated, and this matter is entirely Shao Kai's fault. We are not in the right, so let it pass." The woman froze at his words, disbelief in her eyes, and shouted sharply, "Just let it go like this? Lu Zheng, are you still a man? Your biological son has been beaten to this state, and you can say such cowardly words? Isn't he just a student? Go and ask the old man to put pressure on the school. I don't believe the school would dare offend our Liu family for a student. If worse comes to worst." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the woman's eyes. "I'll go find my elder brother. He has plenty of people who are willing to do dirty work. Can you stop causing me trouble?" Lu Zheng instantly exploded in anger, glaring at the woman. "Stop with those crooked ideas. That student has already been designated as a core student of the Taichu Martial Academy. If you dare to take action against him privately, it's equivalent to a crime against the family. At that time, the entire Liu family will be implicated because of you. Can you bear this responsibility?" The more Lu Zheng spoke, the more agitated he became, his chest heaving violently. Although the star plan was classified as confidential and required strict secrecy, Principal Lee knew in his heart that he could not suppress the Liu family with his own ability. Therefore, to simplify things, he subtly leaked some information to the Liu family, and Lu Zheng quickly discovered that Chen Moxian had been designated by the Taichu Martial Academy. The reason the star plan was kept secret was that there were many traitors within the human race who colluded with foreign races. These scoundrels viewed foreign races as deities, like fanatics, and in order to weaken the overall strength of the human race, they would not hesitate to risk eliminating emerging martial arts geniuses within the human race in their cradle. Thus, taking action against members of the star plan privately was undoubtedly akin to being a traitor to the human race. Once discovered, it would not be tolerated. You dare to shout at me?" The woman's eyes were misty. Seeing this, Lu Zheng's tone softened slightly, but still carried strong reproach. "In any case, none of you should cause me any more trouble. The old man is getting old. His health and spirit are not what they used to be. So don't provoke him again. Are we really going to let this go? The woman's eyes were filled with reluctance, still unwilling to give up. I just said that you all shoot in team metal, but I didn't say that person would be safe and sound. Lu Zheng's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, as if there was more to his words. What do you mean? The woman was taken aback. Lu Zheng did not respond directly, but turned his gaze to Lu Kai, who was wrapped like a mummy in bandages, his face darkening as he sternly reprimanded. You are incredibly bold, daring to use my things without permission. This time, you're lucky to escape with your life. Do you know that the Crimson Blood Battle armor harbors the mechanical race? The mechanical race? The woman frowned, asking reflexively. Lu Kai also showed a look of confusion in his eyes, clearly not fully understanding. Lu Zheng sighed and explained, do you know why the mechanical race, which once had a close relationship with the human race, suddenly perished? He paused slightly, his gaze shifting between Lu Kai on the hospital bed and the woman, continuing. The mechanical race was initially friendly towards the human race because they believed they could extract more knowledge from humans to enhance and strengthen themselves. However, during the Third 10,000 Races War, all members of the mechanical race were infected with a virus for an unknown reason. Because of this virus, once the mechanical race determines that the human individual they are connected to has no further learning value, they will without hesitation eliminate them completely. No matter how talented they are ultimately too young. Even the computational power of the mechanical race's juvenile form will likely determine that the student will no longer hold value within 3 days. You mean? The woman's eyes lit up, and her previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Lu Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I originally bought the Crimson Blood Battle armor for collection, but since it was picked up by that student, let it serve as an apology gift to him. As for the rest, the Lu family is completely unaware. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai's anger and resentment, which had been building up due to his father's intention to let Chen Moxian go, gradually faded. The only pair of eyes exposed outside the bandages kept flashing with malice. Chen Moxian, enjoy your few days of pride. The things you took from me with such delight will soon bring you despair. It's a pity that I can't see you being attacked to death by that thing, with that expression of regret on your face. At this moment, Chen Moxian, who was in the library, was feeling very regretful. I should have brought my phone. He could no longer use the alien electric stimulation to restore his mental strength today and could only use ordinary analysis speed, slowly waiting for his self-created breathing technique to finish its deduction. Out of boredom, he could only look at some unrelated material stored on the first floor. His supernatural abilities had been fully occupied, and he hadn't used the quantum wave reading method for a long time, instead choosing to read slowly by himself. Oh, here is some information about the mechanical race. Let me take a look. Once a juvenile of the mechanical race establishes a connection with a human, under normal circumstances, it can rapidly develop to an adult level of intelligence within just 1 hour. As it comes into contact with more knowledge, its intelligence will continue to evolve, ultimately becoming an extremely capable think tank for the connected individual. 1 hour. Xiaobo, why do I feel that even after such a long time, you're still quite foolish? Chen Moxian looked at the black god ring on his wrist, trying to communicate with Xiaobo in his mind, but received only incomprehensible babbling. However, Xiaobo truly had no way to express its struggles. Its intelligence was still in a juvenile stage. Almost all of its processor's capabilities were being used to learn the knowledge in Chen Moxian's mind. Until today, not only had it not finished learning, but the amount of knowledge had only increased. Never enough learning. Simply never enough. Chapter 61. The martial enthusiast Zhong Quandao. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Dongchang City, in a secluded, deep mountain forest hidden among the towering peaks. A sudden, thunderous roar startled all the birds in the usually tranquil forest. Ah, I've done it. An ancient elder in a white robe was joyfully laughing while staring at a large broken stone in front of him. The stone appeared to have been pierced through the center, leaving a fist-sized, deep hole. Surrounding the opening, strands of lightning flickered in and out of sight. If Principal Li were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this elder was Zhong Quandao, the Taichu Martial Academy teacher who had stopped him on the road previously. In fact, Zhong Quandao was an extreme martial enthusiast. The urgent matter he claimed required 5 days was merely a sudden flash of inspiration that struck him while he was hurrying along the way. He had been racking his brain to create a martial technique and was eager to put that flash of inspiration into practice immediately. Now, things seemed to be progressing even more smoothly than he had imagined. In just 2 days, he successfully devised this martial technique, only needing further refinement and optimization. He took down the token hanging at his waist and infused it with his spiritual consciousness as a martial master of the ascending spirit realm. Using the microarray within the token, his spiritual consciousness instantly crossed hundreds of thousands of miles, connecting him with a colleague and friend. The token floated in the air, projecting a spiritual consciousness avatar. The avatar was also an elder, but with a shorter beard and a rounder face than Zhong Quandao. "Old Huang, take a look at this." Zhong Quandao laughed heartily, his voice booming as he raised his right hand high. Majestic true energy rapidly gathered in his palm, with visible arcs of electricity weaving through it. In an instant, a dazzling ball of lightning formed and pulsed in his palm. As soon as the lightning ball appeared, a sharp thunderous roar echoed all around, as if thousands of birds were simultaneously calling, creating a piercing sound wave. The resting birds in the forest were startled again, darkening a small patch of sky. The avatar known as Old Huang widened his eyes, carefully observing the lightning ball, and said, "A martial technique that condenses lightning attribute true energy to the extreme." "You succeeded?" "That's right," Zhong Quandao said proudly. "In terms of requirements, it is only of high-quality Xian grade, but its power is comparable to an ordinary mid-grade earth technique. In terms of speed, it can be considered the pinnacle of its level." Furthermore, a glint flashed in Zhong Quandao's eyes as he suddenly flicked his wrist. The lightning ball shot out instantly, transforming into a lightning-long sword that slashed toward the boulder. The boulder was split in two by this fierce strike, leaving a smooth and flat surface behind. When practiced to a high level, it could also undergo form changes. If perfected, it could be manipulated at will, changing in myriad ways. Old Huang showed a hint of unmasked envy and then sighed. This can be considered a killing move for fighting above 1S level. If you submit this martial technique to the Tianshu Academy for registration, you could probably earn a considerable amount of academic points. Zhong Quandao chuckled and did not respond. "Old Huang, I didn't call you here to show off. Can you help me come up with a suitable name for this martial technique?" Hearing this, Old Huang stroked his beard and said, "Once this move is unleashed, the birds will fly away from the mountains, and the gathering of true energy will sound like 1,000 birds chirping. How about we call it Mountain Birds End?" "Great name, great name." "No, I meant to say call it 1,000. Old Huang, you really are good at naming. You can go back to your work now. I won't disturb you. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Zhong Quandao interrupted again, cutting off the spiritual connection. Old Huang's avatar instantly dissipated, and Zhong Quandao deftly caught the falling token. "I asked you to think, and you really did think." Zhong Quandao could no longer hold back and burst into loud laughter, shaking the surrounding trees and leaves. "I came here to show off. Naming a martial technique can also earn a certain degree of academic points, though far less than the points for creating a technique, but it counts as some extra." He could already imagine Old Huang's exasperated expression. This was a small return for the last time when the other had snatched away his favorite disciple. "All right, it's time to get down to business. I'll figure out how to improve it later when I return to the Tianshu Academy." Zhong Quandao was in a great mood, gently rubbing the token, and with a flash of light, a mobile phone appeared in his hand. This token was crafted by a highly skilled refiner commissioned by the Taichu Martial Academy, integrating functions such as communication and storage, making it a remarkable treasure. However, the communication function of this token had certain limitations. It could only facilitate contact between individuals who also possessed the token. If one wanted to make calls over extremely long distances, the user had to be a martial artist of the ascending spirit realm. Usually, for contacting others, a mobile phone was more effective. But Zhong Quandao had a rather reclusive personality, finding it difficult to be interested in things outside of martial techniques. This mobile phone had also been stored in his storage space for a long time. Today, he took it out purely because he was so obsessed with creating martial techniques that he had forgotten which direction the Hung Hua Martial School was in. He needed navigation. So many unread messages and calls. Zhong Quandao glanced hurriedly and was about to clear all the information when he noticed a rare contact. "Xia Haiping? Why is someone from the Tianyuan army sending me a message?" To his recollection, he had only met Xia Haiping once, and since their martial philosophies differed, they had almost no interactions. This message was from 3 days ago, and out of curiosity, he opened it. "Old Zhong, I recently discovered a martial arts youth with considerable potential and courage, but unfortunately, his realm is still somewhat low and does not align with our military philosophy. If you feel this young man is a talent worth nurturing, you might give him some guidance when you have the chance." There was also a video attached. Upon clicking it, it was the match between Chen Moxian and Lin Muhan, the new martial school recommending talent to the traditional martial school. Interesting. Zhong Quandao watched the video with great interest. However, as he continued to watch, he didn't find anything particularly unusual. At this age, mastering 2 yellow-grade martial techniques at the minor achievement level, with combat awareness and experience being quite mature, was decent in some remote areas, but far from qualifying for entry into the Taichu Martial Academy. Zhong Quandao shook his head, maintaining his stance until the end. Soon, he saw the moment when Chen Moxian used the perfected thunder punch to clash against Lin Muhan's longsword. How is that possible? Zhong Quandao exclaimed in surprise. He rewound the video and repeatedly compared Chen Moxian's movements. It was common to find students at the Taichu Martial Academy who had practiced one or even multiple martial techniques to perfection. It was not extraordinary. What astonished him was not that Chen Moxian had executed a perfected yellow-grade martial technique, but that in less than 30 seconds, his movements seemed to have completely transformed. With his keen eye, he could see that Chen Moxian had not hidden his abilities. Half a minute ago, his thunder punch was indeed only at the minor achievement level. Was it enlightenment? That couldn't be. How could one go from minor achievement to perfection directly? Chen Moxian. This name sounded familiar. He repeated it to himself, rummaging through his memories. Suddenly, Zhong Quandao slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Isn't this the student the principal asked me to recruit? I've wasted time. The principal is indeed the principal. This Chen Moxian is likely a phenomenal talent." Zhong Quandao immediately used his mobile phone to search for the location of the Hung Hua Martial School. As soon as the location appeared, his aura erupted instantly, and he transformed into a beam of light, flying swiftly toward the Hung Hua Martial School, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 62. The vision of the Great Path. At the same moment, Chen Moxian was still immersed in the library, quickly flipping through the pages of the book in his hands. For the past 2 days, he had been living and eating in the library. It is no exaggeration to say that in this short period, the number of books he read far exceeded the total he had read in this lifetime before. Not to mention, he even used his weekends for this. Throughout the reading process, his abilities were fully dedicated to deducing breathing techniques, relying solely on his own intellect to comprehend the texts. There is no longer the delightful feeling of using the quantum wave reading method as before. However, with the enhancement of his mental power, his memory had significantly improved. The efficiency of his reading was still quite high. Apart from some secret knowledge, he had a general grasp of certain information about the alien races in this world. It is worth mentioning that he seemed to understand why the blood clan that disguised itself as Lin Muhan was willing to expose itself just to eliminate him. Among the blood clan, there were some female members with particular psychological disorders. They regarded their hearts as the most sacred and inviolable existence. Chen Moxian's unintentional actions upon arriving had inadvertently touched upon this sensitive area. However, this information did not come from any authoritative source, but from a novel titled The Legend of Emperor Wu Lu Yuan. Whether it was fabricated or adapted from real events, Chen Moxian could not judge. But based on the blood clan's reaction, it was likely quite accurate. Almost done, Chen Moxian closed the book and sat back down in the electric chair. After 2 days of recuperation, he felt that his soul state had stabilized enough to withstand the next wave of electric shocks. Thanks to his mental power limit of 180 points, he only needed to spend half an hour daily on analysis, then recharge his mental power through sleep. Back and forth, the deduction of the indestructible devouring heaven technique was down to just over an hour remaining. Next, he needed to muster his energy and use triple speed to complete it. No matter how many times he experienced this feeling, it was always difficult to adapt. Taking a deep breath, Chen Moxian's gaze sharpened as he pressed the power switch, releasing the current from within. The electric shock generated by the alien spirit electricity surged instantly, and the pain came crashing like a tidal wave. Chen Moxian's face twisted in agony, his features seemingly about to contort together. All things calculated operated at triple speed, and he gritted his teeth, silently counting the passage of time in his heart. Martial arts schools have always strictly adhered to a weekend system. Training in martial arts emphasizes a balance between tension and relaxation. Solely engaging in high-intensity training is like a tightly strung bowstring that will eventually snap. For practitioners, rest is just as important as hard training. This rule applies to teachers as well. However, during this weekend, both Ma Jingyuan and Li Yuanshan stayed at the school. The reason, of course, was Chen Moxian. "Teacher Ma, isn't it strange that student Chen has been in the library for 2 days without any sign of movement?" Principal Li walked directly into Ma Jingyuan's office, pacing back and forth, his brows furrowed into a knot. Previously, A staff member from the library reported to him that there had been extremely tragic screams coming from the independent reading room where Chen Moxian was located. Upon hearing this, he rushed over anxiously to check, but when he arrived, the room was surprisingly quiet. With his keen hearing, he could barely make out faint breathing sound from within, confirming that Chen Moxian was alive. After much deliberation, worried that he might disrupt Chen Moxian's state of enlightenment, he decided against barging into the room. Later, he passed by the library several times, arriving outside Chen Moxian's room, unable to resist slowing his pace and straining to listen closely. But apart from the faint sound of pages turning from within, he never heard the imagined sounds of martial arts practice or the rush of airflow from the breathing techniques. Logically speaking, whether researching martial techniques or practicing breathing methods, the noise shouldn't be small. Principal Li's brows were tightly knitted, his face full of confusion as he muttered to himself. But why does it seem like he's just reading a book in there? This genius's training method is truly unfathomable. Ma Jingyuan, however, remained silent, still focused on the materials in front of him. Teacher Ma, what have you been researching since yesterday? Principal Li couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. I heard Chen Moxian mention that during the competition, the blood of the Blood Clan splattered onto his clothes. But strangely, those bloodstains later disappeared mysteriously. I always feel like this matter seems familiar, like I've seen relevant records somewhere, but I can't recall. So I want to look for clues in these materials. The blood of the Blood Clan contains blood energy and wouldn't just disappear unless. Principal Li lowered his head in thought, as if he was about to recall something. The next moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from outside the office. Boom! What happened? Ma Jingyuan and Principal Li exclaimed in shock at the same time. They clearly felt an extremely powerful energy wave surging from outside. Without delay, they hurried to the window to look outside. They saw a dazzling golden beam of light forcefully blasting off the roof of the library, shooting straight into the sky. The previously scattered clouds in the sky seemed to be drawn by a powerful force, rapidly gathering at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, they formed a heavy, dark cloud mass. The golden beam showed no signs of stopping, directly smashing through the cloud layer, creating an enormous hole in the sky. It's the commotion from the library. Principal Li stared blankly at the source of the golden beam, murmuring to himself. Although he had always wanted to see some action, this commotion was way too much. Meanwhile, Zhong Quandao, who was racing from the deep mountains, also happened to witness this shocking scene. Is this the vision of the Great Path? How could it appear in such a place? Zhong Xuandao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been fortunate enough to see such phenomena a few times during his time at the Tianshu Institute. The most impressive one was witnessing the principal successfully create a top-tier martial technique. But at this moment, the energy fluctuations contained in the golden beam's phenomenon were even more astonishing than that. Which senior is creating a law here? What could trigger such a shocking phenomenon? Zhong Xuandao's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement as he accelerated his flight speed. Chapter 63. Ninth stage of Qi control this time, spent deducing the indestructible devouring heaven technique, took nearly twice as long as the initial analysis of martial movement youth. However, it cannot be simply and crudely concluded that the profundity of indestructible devouring heaven technique is twice that of martial movement youth. It is important to note that Chen Moxian's calculation speed of his abilities is not constant, but changes as his understanding improves. His martial arts achievements today are no longer comparable to those of the past. Even so, deducing this breathing technique he created still took over 2 hours. The profundity of this breathing technique has far surpassed that of the body tempering method, which has been continuously refined by generations of pioneers and regarded as the holy scripture for martial artists. As soon as the deduction of indestructible devouring heaven technique was completed, Chen Moxian fell into a state of ethereality. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. He felt as if the entire world had stopped functioning, and his consciousness was drifting upward at an unimaginable speed, until he realized he was in an expansive starry sky. Looking up, a peculiar staircase constructed from stars appeared before him. The stars within the staircase intertwined, outlining complex patterns. In a vague sense, Chen Moxian felt that something at the end of the staircase was calling him. He slowly lifted his foot and stepped onto the first step. Suddenly, an ethereal voice that seemed to come from everywhere resonated through the starry sky. The next moment, Chen Moxian felt an irresistible pulling force surge towards him, as if a giant hand was ruthlessly grasping his consciousness and violently yanking it down. In an instant, Countless stars around him flew backward like arrows released from a bow. In this rapid motion, the flow of time was disrupted, and the barriers of space were torn apart, as if Chen Moxian's consciousness was transcending time and space. Was that just now? Chen Moxian regained his senses, his heart still pounding violently in his chest, the lingering fear difficult to shake off. He found it hard to distinguish whether that experience was a fleeting dream or a truly existing peculiar space. While his consciousness was in the starry sky, he instinctively turned back, trying to overlook the entirety of the world he had come from. The scene before his eyes completely overturned his past perceptions. It was not the planet he was familiar with, but rather countless fragments of worlds shattered by some mysterious force. These fragments varied in size, floating in the void, and between them, a brilliant river of stars twisted and connected. But there was no time to think further. He noticed a dazzling and warm golden light column tightly enveloping him. Unlike the grand spectacle outside, the light within the column was gentle, seeping into every cell of his body. What pure energy, just what he needed. Chen Moxian's eyes lit up. He was on the verge of a breakthrough and required a vast amount of energy. As the creator of the indestructible devouring heaven technique, the operation mode of this breathing technique had become instinctive to him. Unlike ordinary breathing techniques, indestructible devouring heaven technique was not limited to the mouth and nose. Every cell within his body could serve as an entrance to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. With a thought, the breathing technique spontaneously began to operate efficiently. In an instant, the immense energy contained within the light column surged into his body at a terrifying speed. The power of his blood and qi resonated with a sound like the voice of the great Tao. Without any pause, as if everything was falling into place, a strand of purest true qi suddenly condensed in his dantian. This meant that at this moment, he had officially stepped into the second realm of martial arts, the qi control realm. But this was just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, that strand of true qi began to expand at a visible rate. Like inflating a balloon, Chen Moxian's devouring heaven martial god body, under the influence of this breathing technique, maximized its devouring ability. The energy in the light column was being madly ingested by him, like a parched earth welcoming spring rain. In just a few breaths, Chen Moxian's aura surged once again, breaking through the barrier of the second stage of qi control. Then came the third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. Although the energy within the light column was rich and heavy, under Chen Moxian's frenzied absorption, it gradually became insufficient. As the energy was continuously extracted, the light column shrank further, and its originally dazzling brilliance gradually dimmed, until the last strand of energy was completely absorbed by Chen Moxian. The light column finally vanished, and the surging aura around him slowly calmed down. Is this true qi? Chen Moxian raised his hand, and a strand of colorless, true qi quickly condensed in his palm. He pressed his palm against the ground, not using any force, just resting it gently. The true qi in his palm expelled, and cracks spread across the ground like a spider web, quickly forming a large pit. This power, even without using any martial techniques, just casually throwing a punch while enveloped in true qi would exceed my previous full force strike. Chen Moxian brushed off the dust from his palm and released another strand of true qi. If my prediction is correct, then I can still do this. With a thought, the originally colorless and transparent true qi in his palm instantly ignited like flames, turning into a fiery red color. A scorching heat wave rushed towards him. Then, with a crackling sound, countless arcs of electricity danced and flickered within the true qi. Following that, Chen Moxian activated his mind again, and the ball of true qi transformed once more, turning into a blue color, emanating a gentle aura. Generally, the nature of breathing techniques varies, and true qi will also exhibit different attributes accordingly. Moreover, true qi with attributes cannot be easily practiced by everyone. Its selection must depend on individual constitution. If one chooses an attribute of true qi that does not match their own nature, it often results in half the effort for double the work. Therefore, when unable to discern their own compatibility, many people choose to cultivate attribute-less true qi. Even those who practice attribute-based true qi typically can only choose one. At most, when reaching the celestial realm, one can additionally cultivate a non-conflicting attribute true qi, obtaining two types of attribute true qi simultaneously. However, someone like Chen Moxian, who possesses both complementary and conflicting attribute true qi that can also transform, completely breaks the conventional understanding of martial arts and defies the common principles known to all. The principle is quite simple. Most breathing techniques can only accommodate one type of attribute true chi because they can only absorb specific types of heavenly and earthly energy. But can martial arts be so inconvenient? The indestructible devouring heaven technique created by Chen Moxian is a perfect match for his martial god body, granting him an unparalleled advantage. He can absorb any energy so naturally. He can use any attribute of true chi with ease. In future battles, the dominance of fire attribute true chi, the swiftness of lightning attribute true chi, the resilience of metal attribute true chi, the heft of earth attribute true chi, the recovery power of wood attribute true chi, can all change at will, adapting to the situation and no longer constrained by attribute limitations in learning martial techniques. Not only that, but he has also completely freed himself from the constraints of attributes in learning martial techniques, allowing him to explore various martial techniques and integrate them seamlessly. I don't even know what realm I am in now. Chen Moxian felt the true chi surging throughout his body, comparing his aura with the chi control realm he encountered earlier. He felt that his aura was clearly stronger than that of Wang Minghui at the 8th stage of chi control, but somewhat weaker than Ma Jingyuan, 9th stage of chi control. At that moment, Principal Li and Ma Jingyuan happened to rush to the scene, their eyes widening in shock. Chapter 64. The Everfire Martial School is going to win by lying down. Principal Li and Ma Jingyuan had come to investigate the extraordinary phenomenon along the path of enlightenment. At this moment, they were acutely aware of the vigorous true energy within Chen Moxian's body, and their hearts were once again tumultuous. Previously, they had witnessed Chen Moxian perfecting his body-forging technique, achieving the martial god body, and within just half a day, his cultivation had progressed from the 6th level of blood reservoir realm to perfection. They could still attribute this to the realm of a prodigy, barely comprehending it. However, the scene before them now completely exceeded their cognitive limits. For an ordinary person, breaking through from the blood reservoir realm to the chi control realm requires a long time, often taking half a month just to practice a breathing technique to sense the energy, and then painstakingly condensing a trace of true energy. Once they successfully condense a trace of true energy and enter the chi control realm, they must rely on the breathing technique to absorb the energy of heaven and earth day and night, mobilizing their internal energy and blood to nourish and strengthen the true energy. This process varies greatly in speed due to individual talent and opportunity, but overall, it is a gradual effort. In the blood reservoir realm, there are no significant differences between the traditional martial school and the new martial school. However, once they reach the chi control realm, the differences begin to emerge. The traditional martial school believes in a gradual and solid foundation, relying on one's own cultivation in harmony with nature. The new martial school, on the other hand, emphasizes efficiency and quick breakthroughs. But even with the new martial school's technological advancements, one must consider the human body's absorption and transformation efficiency. No matter how fast, it could never be as outrageous as Chen Moxian. Just 2 days ago, he was at the peak of the blood reservoir realm, and today, it seems he is on the verge of perfection in the chi control realm. Is there a way to practice martial arts like this? Where do the intermediate stages go? Are they treating major realms as minor ones? Even if the martial emperor were to return, he wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Without saying a word, Principal Li and Ma Jingyuan subconsciously exchanged glances, both feeling the shock in each other's eyes. Especially Ma Jingyuan, whose emotions were quite complex, an indescribable feeling. The good news was that the student he had always believed in had finally begun to shine in the past few days. The not-so-good news was that this student, after showing his brilliance, was about to graduate without even attending a single class from him. Chen Moxian had just immersed himself in sensing his transformation when he noticed Principal Li and Ma Jingyuan due to their earlier exclamations. He turned around to look and immediately noticed the chaotic scene in the room. The impact of the golden light beam was tremendous, causing books to scatter all over the place, and a large hole had been blasted through the ceiling. Fortunately, the reading room he was in was directly beneath an empty floor, with no books placed there, which avoided further damage. Principal Li, teacher Ma. Chen Moxian spoke, his voice slightly awkward. Although he still did not fully understand the reason for the appearance of the golden light beam, he knew it was related to him. Just as he was about to bring up the matter of compensation, Principal Li jumped in first. Student Chen, was that golden light produced by you? And how did you suddenly advance to the ninth level of the Qi control realm? In such a short period, impactful events were happening one after another, leaving Principal Li in shock and unsure which matter to be more astonished about. It might be related to the breathing technique I created, Chen Moxian stated directly. Over the past few days, he had studied many texts about this martial arts world. From these texts, he learned about information regarding foreign races that he had not paid much attention to before. He also understood that the martial arts prodigies of the human race were too exposed, risking assassination by foreign races and traitors within the human race, leading to premature demise. However, his time was pressing, and rather than trying to hide his talents and develop slowly, it was better to directly tell the world that he was a genius and gain more resources from the human race. Moreover, he did not like that method. Furthermore, he believed that his strength would increase faster than the spread of information. You created your own breathing technique. Principal Li's eyes nearly bulged out. Could such words really come from high school senior? Moreover, this answer exceeded Principal Li's understanding. In all his years, he had never seen anyone create a breathing technique that could cause a phenomenon in the world. Nor could he comprehend the connection between that and directly jumping to the ninth level of the Qi control realm. However, he knew that Chen Moxian's level of talent had surpassed his imagination. As long as he could hold on to this big leg, the Everfire Martial School would be able to lie down and win. Principal, I'm really sorry this time. I unintentionally made a mess of the library. Please tell me how much compensation is needed, and I will find a way to gather it in a few days, Chen Moxian said again, his tone sincere. He was inherently proud, but his pride was only directed at those who were more arrogant. He naturally knew right from wrong. Student Chen is joking. Principal Li waved his hand. I see that this library has indeed been around for a long time. The school should have allocated funds to repair it long ago. As he spoke, Principal Li secretly rejoiced. The more opportunities he had to gain favors, the better. He even felt regret that the library was only slightly damaged. If it had been more severely damaged, he could have asked for an even bigger favor from Chen Moxian. As for whether the damage to the library would affect other students studying here, Principal Li didn't care at all. He just wanted to tell those students. Do you understand? The person stayed in the library for 2 days, not only creating a breathing technique, but also breaking through to the ninth level of the Qi control realm. If he gave you 2 days, it would be impressive if you could remember all the characters. If Chen Moxian was previously a potential prodigy, now he had entered the first tier of the younger generation, becoming a true martial arts genius, excluding those from martial arts families who had never participated in martial exams. The highest cultivation level among martial arts champions in Jiangnan province over the past decade was only the 8th level of the Qi control realm. Previously, if the news that Taichu Martial Academy had designated a 6th level blood reservoir realm student as a core training target had leaked, it would have caused a storm among the martial arts prodigies in various provinces, leading to a wave of doubts and dissatisfaction. But now, they could only secretly rejoice that Taichu Martial Academy had not sent such a monster to participate in a martial exam. With nearly a month until the martial exam, who knows how much stronger Chen Moxian will become. By then, how many martial arts prodigies will have their hearts shattered and find it difficult to enter the spirit ascension realm? Principal Li was about to say a few more words to improve Chen Moxian's favorability when a powerful voice rang out from the sky. Junior Zhong Quandao, may I ask which sage from the profound realm is here to create a law? A rainbow light streaked across the sky, and in the next moment, with a flash of brilliance, an elderly man in ancient clothing appeared in the room. Chapter 65. The hidden hand. The old man's speed was incredibly fast. As soon as his voice reached everyone's ears, he had already appeared inside the room. He looked around, his gaze first sweeping over Principal Li and Ma Jingyuan, then briefly lingering on Chen Moxian before quickly moving away. Senior, where are you? I'm from the Tianshu Academy, completely devoted to martial arts techniques. The methods created by you are astonishing, and I truly wish to consult you in person. Zhong Quandao searched the room, not missing any corner, eager to find any trace left by the senior he admired. However, he found no clues. Strange. Could it be that the senior's escape technique has become so powerful that there are no remnants left? Zhong Quandao scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Senior Zhong, why did you arrive early? Principal Li asked cautiously, a bit anxious. Oh, you are Principal Li from Hunghua Martial School. Zhong Quandao recognized him after a moment. Have you seen that golden light from earlier? Principal Li was slightly taken aback and nodded instinctively. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhong Quandao's eyes as he eagerly pressed on. Do you know where the senior who created that golden light went? The senior. Not exactly, but the student who created that golden light is right there. Principal Li's expression turned complex as he pointed behind Zhong Quandao. Following the gesture, Zhong Quandao saw a student standing there, eyes filled with curiosity, staring at him intently. He recognized that this student was Chen Moxian, whom he was sent to guide. However, earlier he was so focused on seeking guidance that he temporarily set Chen Moxian aside and chose to ignore him. Are you sure that phenomenon was created by this student? Zhong Quandao couldn't help but confirm with Principal Li again. Seeing Principal Li nod seriously once more, Zhong Quandao suddenly vanished, appearing right in front of Chen Moxian. How fast? Chen Moxian was taken aback. This speed far surpassed anyone he had encountered before. He was also very curious about this elder dressed in ancient attire, emanating an otherworldly aura. In his previous life, he might have thought it was a role-playing game. But in this martial arts world, based on the style of dress, and combined with Principal Li's words, it was highly likely that this elder was from the Taichu martial house. He had learned from the texts he studied that the Taichu martial house had long adhered to ancient customs, and even today, the people there still cherished wearing ancient clothing. They firmly believed that such attire could better help them comprehend the natural principles of the universe, aligning their every move with that of ancient martial artists. Senior, you have great power. I was just unwise and didn't recognize you earlier, Zhong Quandao said respectfully to Chen Moxian. But does your disguise as a student relate to your cultivation abilities? That's right. I would rather believe that Chen Moxian is a disguised martial arts saint than accept that the earlier phenomenon came from a senior high school student, he thought, finding it simply too absurd. However, if Chen Moxian were indeed a saint in disguise, then everything would make sense. Why he could suddenly achieve perfection in a martial skill, and why the principal would suddenly want to guide a student at the blood-nourishing realm. It seemed that the Tianshu Academy wanted to recruit this strangely behaving senior. However, Chen Moxian was confused by this line of questioning and didn't know how to respond. Principality, acqualli perplexa, couldn't hold back and interjected. Although I do not know who Senior Zhong is looking for, this student is indeed Chen Moxian, who has been studying at Honghua Martial School for 3 years and is only 18 years old. He should not be the senior you're looking for. Zhong Quandao ignored him, staring intently at Chen Moxian, sincerely saying, since the senior is so low-key about your identity, you must have your own reasons. It is my fault for being too eager in seeking guidance and neglecting proper etiquette. How about this? I dare to propose a time and place to meet with the senior for a deeper exchange. At that time, I will prepare some small gifts as an apology to the senior. At this moment, Chen Moxian understood the situation. He realized that the commotion he caused made the other party mistakenly believe he was some great master. He gently shook his head, his expression calm as he explained, I am who I am, and I have not disguised myself as anyone. As for the golden light, that indeed came from me. How could it be? Zhong Quandao still couldn't believe it, gritting his teeth. If that's the case, I dare to use my spiritual sense to probe the senior's true form. If it offends you, I hope the senior can forgive me. Upon hearing this, curiosity surged in Chen Moxian's heart. He had never encountered spiritual sense before and was quite curious about what kind of power it was, so he nodded. He had no secrets hidden within him. His cultivation relied on abilities that others could not take away. Naturally, he felt no fear. Moreover, given how things had progressed, the elder would not give up without probing. In an instant, a familiar feeling of being scrutinized washed over Chen Moxian, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. He remembered this feeling from when he first opened the Mad Gap app, where that eerie gaze felt similar. Could it really be just at the chi control realm? Moreover, his bone age was indeed 18. The deeper Zhong Quandao probed, the stronger his shock became. The absurd idea he had initially dismissed was now being confirmed step by step. The one who created a method that could invoke a phenomenon in the world, surpassing high-level heavenly skills, was actually just an 18-year-old martial arts student. A sense of disappointment suddenly swept through Zhong Quandao's heart. He had dedicated his life to martial arts, pouring countless days and nights into research, yet he had never created a technique that could evoke a phenomenon in the world. In contrast, this 18-year-old student had effortlessly achieved the success he had long dreamed of. Compared to him, he felt like a failure. What a tragedy. However, Zhong Quandao quickly suppressed that feeling of disappointment. In an instant, his heart was once again filled with a passionate fervor for martial arts. Being in the same era as such a prodigy, perhaps he could witness martial arts reach a new and more glorious realm. The ultimate truths of martial arts he sought might be elevated by this favorable wind. How fortunate! In that fleeting moment, Chen Moxian's status in Zhong Quandao's heart skyrocketed. This was a prodigy that he must protect with all his might. However, Zhong Quandao believed in completing what he started. Although he had confirmed that Chen Moxian was indeed just a high school student, he still decided to investigate thoroughly. And it was through this careful probing that he suddenly discovered an unusual fluctuation at Chen Moxian's chest. Zhong Quandao couldn't help but exclaim, once again diving his spiritual sense deep to closely track that strange anomaly. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Senior, no, young friend, have you encountered a royal family member of the blood clan? As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. A blinding bloodlight erupted from Chen Moxian's chest without warning. In an instant, a piercing, bone-deep pain swept over him like a tide. His hidden hand, which had been weak for a long time, had been waiting for the right moment. As Chen Moxian absorbed a massive amount of energy from heaven and earth, it had quietly grown stronger. Now that it had been detected by Zhong Quandao, it could no longer hold back and erupted violently. Chapter 66. The devouring spirit blood curse. This pain was like maggots attached to the bone, penetrating deep into the soul and gnawing recklessly. However, over the past few days, Chen Moxian had developed a certain tolerance to this excruciating pain, preventing him from losing his mind under its impact. He let out a low groan, sensing the source of the pain. Immediately, his eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he fully circulated the true energy within his body towards the source of the intense pain, attempting to suppress it in one fell swoop. However, when the circulating true energy came into contact with the strange red light within him, the two momentarily held each other in a stalemate, and the true energy was instead devoured, becoming nourishment to strengthen the other. The red light seemed to possess a life of its own, growing increasingly rampant within Chen Moxian's body, wantonly expanding its sphere of influence. Wherever it passed, both flesh and meridians were ruthlessly eroded. This blood curse had long been lurking within you, fully aware of every meridian and fiber of your body. The true energy you recklessly manipulated could not harm it, but would instead become sustenance for its growth. Focus your mind and resist with mental strength. Do not confront it with brute force. A powerful voice suddenly appeared in Chen Moxian's mind. Without hesitation, he followed the advice. He withdrew his true energy, closed his eyes, and concentrated, attempting to focus his attention on the area around his chest, secretly harboring the thought of obstructing the rampage of the red light. He had seen the concept of mental strength in text before. It was the same as spiritual power. He carefully recalled the subtle feeling of mental energy consumption when he used his extraordinary abilities. Soon he found a way, guiding his mental energy to clash with the red light like a flood. Sure enough, the rate of erosion by the red light significantly slowed. However, in the long run, it was only a matter of time before the red light completely consumed his body. The change occurred in just a few breaths. Chen Moxian was fully concentrated, gathering all his mental energy to resist the red light, completely oblivious to the chaos outside, not knowing that it had already descended into turmoil. I remember now. It's the devouring spirit blood curse. Principal, he shouted with a face full of regret. Earlier, while conversing with Ma Jingyuan, a vague suspicion had arisen in his heart. However, the series of events triggered by Chen Moxian had impacted him too greatly, causing him to completely forget about it until this moment when it suddenly came to mind. It's over. It's over. A wave of pain, dozens of times stronger than that of a failed stock buy-in, surged up from Principal Li's heart. The devouring spirit blood curse was a forbidden blood curse that only the royal family of the blood clan could use. The blood clan had to pay a great price, sacrificing a wisp of their residual soul and using their own blood as a vessel to cast it. This blood curse was extremely insidious. After silently lurking within the victim's body, it inconspicuously absorbed the surrounding energy and quietly grew stronger. If the victim had no spiritual awareness, they would be completely unaware. When the blood curse completed its comprehensive erosion of the victim's body, the victim's mind would be entirely devoured, becoming a blood slave of the blood clan. Akin to being dead, this blood curse had a high cost and could only be cast by the royal family. And it was not very effective against martial artists above the spirit ascension realm, often used on martial arts geniuses who had yet to fully develop. Once it erupted, the victim could only rely on themselves to resist. Outsiders could hardly intervene. This move could be said to be specifically designed to kill martial arts geniuses of other races. The devouring spirit blood curse. The blood clan actually could be the royal family. Ma Jingyuan was filled with panic and self-reproach, his nails unconsciously digging deep into his palm, blood seeping out. He couldn't help but imagine that if he had noticed the anomaly earlier, perhaps he could have found a way to stop the outbreak of this blood curse. Endless regret and self-blame surged from the depths of his heart. But this matter was something they could never have anticipated. Among the royal family of the Blood Clan, there existed a lesser-known secret known as the Silver Moon Clan. In their understanding, the royal family only referred to the golden-haired, blue-eyed Eclipse Clan. No one would associate a silver-haired, red-eyed Blood Clan member with royalty. Even if they had detected the royal identity of the other party early on, they would have had no means to act. Once the devouring spirit blood curse was planted, unless the victim's soul strength exceeded that of the residual soul of the casting Blood Clan member, there was no solution. However, that Blood Clan member, under the suppression of the Great Formation, still had strength comparable to a celestial realm expert. The true strength and soul intensity were likely enough to match a martial arts master of the Spirit Ascension realm. For martial artists who had not yet reached the Spirit Ascension realm and had never actively cultivated mental strength, even a residual soul could be powerful enough to leave them helpless to resist. This move was a guaranteed kill for ordinary martial artists below the Spirit Ascension realm. Senior Zhong, please find a way to save this student. Ma Jingyuan had already lost his composure, nearly stumbling as he rushed to Zhong Quandao. He knew that the devouring spirit blood curse was nearly unsolvable, but at this critical juncture of life and death, he could not miss even the slightest glimmer of hope. For him, Chen Moxian had long transcended the category of an ordinary student and had become a spiritual support deep within his heart. Don't panic, I do have a way. Surprisingly, Zhong Quandao replied affirmatively. His expression was solemn as he gestured with one hand. Originally, just a trial I didn't expect. To actually grasp the rudimentary use of mental strength instantly. Chen Moxian was not an ordinary martial artist. Through frequent use of extraordinary abilities and the self-torturing practice of extraordinary lightning on his soul, his mental strength, which was his mental energy, had long surpassed that of others of the same realm. Although it was still not enough to completely suppress that wisp of the Blood Clan's residual soul, he could at least struggle with it, preventing a complete collapse under the impact of the blood curse and an immediate erosion of most of his body. This created a nearly unique opportunity for Zhong Quandao to intervene. At this level, mental strength can be so powerful. And I just happen to be here, truly a blessing for humanity. Generally speaking, martial artists at the Spirit Ascension realm could rely on their spiritual awareness to crush the Blood Clan's residual soul with their mental strength. However, if the technique was not refined enough, and they failed to use extremely delicate mental techniques, there was a high chance they would obliterate the victim's consciousness in the process. Moreover, those finely detailed mental techniques could not be executed in an instant. Yet the erosion of the devouring spirit blood curse often required only a few breaths to consume most of the victim. Thus, intervention from outsiders was almost impossible. However, the current situation was precisely outside of that almost impossible range. Chen Moxian's resistance delayed the time, and Zhong Quandao happened to understand the mental techniques. Zhong Quandao concentrated fully, completing the build-up of the technique, and then extended his finger, firmly pressing it against Chen Moxian's forehead. In an instant, a vast and invisible mental strength surged continuously into Chen Moxian's body through his fingertip. This mental strength was extremely exquisite, cleverly avoiding Chen Moxian's consciousness and rushing directly towards the rampaging bloodlight. In a moment, it surrounded the bloodlight layer by layer, trapping it like a copper wall and iron bastion, rendering it immobile and unable to erode any further. As the pain and pressure, like a surging tide, gradually receded, Chen Moxian slowly opened his eyes, gasping heavily, beads of sweat continuously forming on his forehead. Senior Zhong has truly unraveled the devouring spirit blood curse, Principal Li exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. His emotions felt like a roller coaster, suddenly propelled from the depths to the peak. Ever since he met Chen Moxian, he felt as if his heart wouldn't hold up. Ma Jingyuan also felt a sense of relief, walking over to Chen Moxian and helping him up, asking, "How do you feel?" Chen Moxian still wore a serious expression, and Zhong Quandao quickly revealed the reason. The residual mental strength I used to suppress the blood curse can last at most 3 days. The next time the blood curse strikes, it will be even more ferocious, and I fear I won't have the chance to help again. He looked solemnly at Chen Moxian and said seriously, "If you truly want to eradicate this blood curse, you need to elevate your own mental strength to a level far beyond that of the Blood Clan's remnant soul within these 3 days." Chapter 67. The Gathering Spirit Secret Realm, 3 days? Principal Li, who had not been happy for long, felt a heavy weight in his heart again. The concept of mental power is elusive. For ordinary martial artists, before reaching the Spirit Ascension realm, Mental power only increases slightly with breakthroughs in realm or through willpower training. There's no way to actively cultivate it. However, seeing Zhong Chuandao's serious expression and earnest words, which seemed to carry deep meaning, Principal Li quickly asked, Senior Zhong, is there a way? Chen Moxian also turned his gaze towards Zhong Quandao. In fact, he was already unafraid of that blood curse. When his spiritual power came into direct contact with the corrosive blood curse in his body earlier, he discovered that he could already observe the entirety of the blood curse. This meant that he could use his abilities to analyze it. Attempting to analyze the corrosive blood curse, estimated time, 3 hours 16 minutes previously. He had never come into contact with the blood curse techniques of the Blood Clan, so the analysis would take a long time. However, as long as he rested for a day and then dared to give himself an electrical therapy session in a state of 3 times the frequency, completing the analysis within 3 days would not be difficult. He believed that after completing the analysis, he would also be able to find a way to crack this blood curse. But aside from eradicating the blood curse, if there's a way to rapidly increase his mental power within 2 days, it would significantly extend the time he could use his abilities in the future, without relying too much on electrical therapy. Not to mention that unbearable pain, this method of almost squeezing the potential of the soul might leave hidden dangers if overused. Zhong Quandao stroked his beard and said, before reaching the spirit ascension realm, there's only one way for martial artists to achieve rapid improvement in mental power, to awaken the heart manifestation Dao seed in advance. Heart manifestation Dao seed? Isn't that something that requires at least the 9th stage of the heavenly gang realm to awaken? Principal Li asked, puzzled. The heart manifestation Dao seed is the key to entering the spirit ascension realm. Many people spend their entire lives unable to break through to the spirit ascension realm because they can never awaken the heart manifestation Dao seed. Normally, a martial artist needs to have sufficiently solid true energy to build a bridge connecting to the spiritual platform, and then condense the heart manifestation Dao seed through their own comprehension and plant it in the spiritual platform. However, there's a place that allows one to bypass the bridge-building step, face their spiritual platform directly, and greatly increase the probability of condensing the heart manifestation Dao seed. Upon hearing this, Principal Li, who understood the Starry Sky Project, had already thought of the place Zhong Quandao was referring to. Senior, are you talking about the Gathering Spirit Secret Realm? Exactly. But isn't the Gathering Spirit Secret Realm supposed to open only at the end of the first phase of the Starry Sky Project? Right now, we are at the tail end of the previous phase of the Starry Sky Project. You mean, let Chen Moxian directly compete with the members of the previous phase of the Starry Sky Project? The Starry Sky Project was initiated to cultivate future martial arts powerhouses. If the philosophy of a new martial sect is to quickly produce a large number of the human race's backbone, then this project, led by the inherited martial sect, aims to train the human race's undisputed top combat power. Although this project invests massive resources, it is also extremely brutal, divided into 3 phases, with nearly 90 of participants eliminated in each phase. The Gathering Spirit Secret Realm is the final selection ground of the first phase. In this phase of the Starry Sky Project, 1,000 geniuses selected from various places will gather here to compete for the top 100 spots. This ranking not only concerns the qualification to enter the next phase, but also determines the initial ranking for resource allocation in the next phase. Moreover, the most coveted reward in the Gathering Spirit Secret Realm is the Gathering Spirit Pool. As long as one is in the pool, they can instantly enter a state of enlightenment and gain the opportunity to nurture the heart manifestation Dao seed in their spiritual platform. Even if they do not succeed, their mental power will still receive a certain boost, which will be greatly beneficial for breaking through to the spirit ascension realm in the future. Once successful, breaking through to the spirit ascension realm can be as easy as walking on flat ground. However, only the top 100 have the right to soak in the Gathering Spirit Pool, and the higher the ranking, the longer the duration of stay in the pool. Therefore, competition for rankings in the Gathering Spirit Secret Realm is fierce from start to finish. Chen Moxian has just been selected for the Starry Sky Project, and, generally, he would have to wait at least a year to enter the Gathering Spirit Secret Realm. Currently, those in the Gathering Spirit Secret Realm are all elites who have been cultivated for nearly a year in the Starry Sky Project, ahead of Chen Moxian. Zhong Quandao slightly nodded and said, the previous phase of the Gathering Spirit Secret Realm has already opened a few days ago. Although there is no precedent for entering in advance, all members of the Starry Sky Project are qualified to enter the Secret Realm once. Senior Zhong, Isn't this asking too much? Principal Lee said with a bitter expression. In his eyes, Chen Moxian's current strength is absolutely in the first tier of this generation's talents. Forcing Chen Moxian to compete with those who have trained for a year longer, who are also selected for the Starry Sky project, is indeed too difficult. Among these people, many have already reached the Heavenly Gang realm and are not just empty vessels at that level. Chen Moxian's training speed is already considered monstrous, but he still needs time to grow. Zhong Quandao sighed, feeling equally helpless. He knows well the terrifying potential of someone who can create such an extraordinary phenomenon. However, the rules of the Starry Sky project are not something he can change. Even if he contacts the dean immediately, by the time all the procedures are completed, 2 days might have already passed. Moreover, he believes that someone who can create a method that invokes such phenomena must be an unparalleled genius with extraordinary talent and combat power in the martial arts field. Given the urgency of the situation, there is no time to proceed step by step. At this point, a glint of determination flashed in Zhong Quandao's eyes as he suggested, I recommend that the young friend immediately head to the Gathering Spirit's secret realm. I believe with your ability, you can definitely contend for a spot in the top 100. Only by awakening the heart manifestation Dao seed can there be hope. Chen Moxian looked at Zhong Quandao and asked the question he was most concerned about. How do I get to the Gathering Spirit's secret realm? How soon can I come out? You only need to use the Taichu golden mirror in your hand to perform the secret method. And I can open a secret realm entrance at any location, Zhong Quandao explained. There are still 5 days until the secret realm closes. But if you want to say the fastest, as long as you make it into the top 10, you can leave directly after soaking in the Gathering Spirit pool. However, very few people leave early, as once you come out, your score in the secret realm will be fixed and will not change. If someone surpasses your score before the secret realm closes, your ranking will be below theirs. How can the score for improving the ranking be obtained? Chen Moxian asked. There will be some changes each phase, and you'll know once you're in the secret realm. But basically, it revolves around 2 points. Zhong Quandao's expression turned serious as he said, killing the beasts in the secret realm and stealing from others. Upon hearing this, Chen Moxian lowered his head and pondered. The only issue troubling him now was time. There were still nearly 3 days until he was forcibly pulled back. If he focused on training during these 3 days, it would be enough for him to improve his strength further. However, if he wasted too much time after entering the secret realm, it would be counterproductive. But since going to the secret realm does not require extra time, and he could leave early, there was nothing to worry about. The enhancement of his mental power would definitely yield long-term high returns. After making his decision, Chen Moxian said methodically, I will prepare briefly, and then I will trouble you, Senior, to open the secret realm for me. Although he was already at the 9th stage of the Qi control realm, he had just broken through. Now that he had the means to use true energy, he still urgently needed to master a few profound martial arts techniques as backup skills. After creating his own breathing method, Chen Moxian's control over true energy had reached the transformation stage. With such profound attainment, learning most profound martial arts techniques would not take him much time. A few minutes would be sufficient. Chapter 68. The Celestial Pivot's Profound Technique. After speaking, Chen Moxian scanned the chaotic room, and his gaze fell on several heavy books scattered on the floor. He walked over and picked them up. These were the mid-grade profound martial techniques he had selected in advance. The reason for not choosing high-grade profound techniques was that the complexity of techniques above mid-grade was difficult to write down. They were all inscribed by martial masters onto jade slips made of spiritual jade using their spiritual sense. The user only needed to crush the jade slip, and the martial knowledge recorded inside would instantly flood into their mind. However, the materials for making jade slips were rare and could only be used once. And the library of the Hunghua Martial Academy had limited stock. Although the school allowed him to select freely, he couldn't be too reckless. For him, using his ability to read and directly crushing the jade slip was only a difference of 2 or 3 minutes. Moreover, he only needed a rough reference. With his exquisite control over his true qi, it would be easy for him to modify a mid-grade profound martial technique to better suit himself, surpassing the power of high-grade profound techniques. After creating his own breathing technique, learning these methods of true qi application was completely a dimensional strike. However, Zhong Quandao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Young friend, are you planning to learn a few martial techniques on spot? Chen Moxian nodded slightly and began to flip through the books. Why go through such trouble? Zhong Quandao chuckled as he stroked his beard. He was not questioning Chen Moxian's need to spend a long time learning these martial techniques. Martial masters were already figures capable of establishing their own sections. For them, studying the profound martial techniques created by others could be perfected in just a few minutes. If it were a field they were skilled in, achieving perfection within 10 minutes was not difficult. Furthermore, he came from a celestial pivot academy, known for its martial technique research. His understanding of martial techniques was exemplary among martial masters. Yet despite this, he had not created a technique capable of invoking celestial phenomena to this day. So, he naturally understood that mastering these mid-grade profound techniques would be easy for Chen Moxian. It was just that receiving information through reading was too time-consuming. Every student at Taichu Martial House was given a copy of the Celestial Pivot's profound techniques upon enrollment. Young Friend had already been designated as a core student, so it didn't matter whether it was given early or late. This included many profound martial techniques with copyrights belonging to the Celestial Pivot Academy, covering a wide variety, allowing young friends to choose what suited them for study. Zhong Quandao took out a palm-sized jade slip and lightly tapped it on his forehead. A white light gathered from his forehead, and numerous strange runes appeared faintly, slowly merging into the jade slip in his hand. The Taichu golden mirror you have in hand has many wonderful uses, and I have recorded the methods in it, Zhong Quandao said with a smile, unhurriedly. Moreover, I recently put in a lot of effort and created a unique secret technique called Thousand Birds Absolute. Coincidentally, today I feel a special affinity with you, young friend, so I have also recorded this secret technique in the jade slip. As for why it wasn't called Mountain Birds Absolute, it was naturally because Zhong Quandao, after getting angry with Lao Huang, thought the name sounded too unpleasant. He still had some aesthetic sense. Principal Li, witnessing this scene, was shocked repeatedly. After all, this was Taichu Martial House. Such generosity was remarkable. He secretly sighed in admiration, his tone filled with envy and respect. A jade slip could record more than one martial technique. Its capacity mainly depended on its size. For example, the jade slips used for recording high-grade, profound martial techniques in their Hunghua Martial Academy were only about the size of a thumb. The palm-sized jade slip in front of him was worth over 10 million, not to mention the various precious martial techniques contained within it. The value of a unique secret technique created by a martial master was even harder to estimate. Other standardized martial techniques had been learned by more or less many people. Once encountered in actual combat against someone familiar, it was easy for the opponent to break the technique. However, this unique secret technique was entirely different. It was one of a kind, and others could not grasp its secrets at all. Chen Moxian slightly raised his eyes and happened to meet Zhong Quandao's expectant gaze. He then recalled how Zhong Quandao had eagerly sought out Senior earlier, and he instantly understood the other's intentions. Chen Moxian took the jade slip with both hands and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Senior Zhong. If you're interested in the breathing technique I created, I can share it with you now." Upon hearing this, surprise instantly shone in Zhong Quandao's eyes. In the next second, he instinctively jumped up like an innocent child, completely shedding his usual calm demeanor as a master. But just as he completed this action, he suddenly came to his senses, realizing his loss of composure, and he cleared his throat heavily. "This technique of yours must be incredibly profound, but the secret realm has already opened, and every moment is immensely precious. If we delay even for a moment, it will become increasingly difficult to compete for a place in the top 100 within the secret realm. Discussing this self-created method with you is indeed a delightful affair that I am eager for, but there is no need to rush. It will be better to wait until you successfully condense your heart's Tao seed. You should quickly crush this jade slip, gain some insight from its contents, and then head to the secret realm." Chen Moxian understood and grasped the jade slip, applying a little force to crush it. Instantly, the jade slip turned to powder, and strange light points rose from the powder, followed by a massive influx of information directly flooding into Chen Moxian's mind. He had long since adapted to such a sudden influx of information. He slightly closed his eyes and, within a few breaths, had digested and organized the information. Indeed, it was comprehensive. The Celestial Pivot's profound techniques included detailed explanations of various mid-grade, profound martial techniques for different types of exotic weapons, as well as the exquisite applications of fists, legs, palms, and fingers in close combat. Even martial techniques with specific attributes had at least one compatible application method found within. These martial techniques were still just in his mind and had not yet transformed into techniques that could be directly used in actual combat. However, as long as he needed them, even without using his abilities, it wouldn't take him much time to go from beginner to master level, given his current martial arts accomplishments. As for utilizing his abilities, achieving perfection would take just 1 or 2 minutes. Moreover, the more he mastered, the more likely he would be able to achieve perfection in similar types of martial techniques in an instant. However, what interested him most now was Zhong Qiuandao's self-created martial technique. Through the information flooding into his mind, he had already grasped the general outline of this martial technique. Just from the description, he could tell that its power was clearly above that of other martial techniques. Of course, the cultivation conditions were also harsher, requiring not only the practitioner to possess thunder attribute true qi, but also a very high level of control over their true qi. But for him, these two requirements were like fleeting clouds, posing no obstacles at all. Chen Moxian decided that he would be the first to analyze this high-grade, profound martial technique created by Zhong Qiuandao. If he modified it and incorporated the otherworldly electricity within him, he wondered what kind of strange effects it would produce. Chen Moxian's eyes flickered as he contemplated. Chapter 69, The Secret Realm Battle begins. Chen Moxian was analyzing martial skills with his abilities as he approached the storage cabinet in the room. Previously, he had stuffed all the miscellaneous items on him into the cabinet. Among them were the Taichu Golden Mirror token, an unused B-grade blood tonic, and a token that Song Xian entrusted him to give to Zhang Qing from the superpowered world. Speaking of his belongings, he used to have a phone loaded with the Crazy Gap app. However, when he rushed to the battlefield to fight against the explosive Flame King and Song Xian, he needed to use Lightning Body and worried that the voltage would damage the phone. So he left in a desk at Third Hope High School and did not bring it with him. Recalling the methods in his mind, Chen Moxian picked up the Taichu Golden Mirror token and infused it with true energy. Holding the token, he approached the items in the storage cabinet. As the token drew nearer, those items seemed to be pulled towards it, rapidly flying in and being sucked into the token in an instant. This is so convenient. Chen Moxian couldn't help but exclaim. Once upon a time, he was envious of Song Xian's storage bag, and he never expected to have something similar just days later. Zhong Qiuandao watched this scene, his lips curling up as he said, "The Taichu Golden Mirror awarded to core students incorporates a small piece of boundary stone in its materials, thus possessing a total storage space of 10 cubic meters. This storage is just the most basic function. There are many powerful functions that can only be activated after you officially enroll." Chen Moxian securely hung the Taichu Golden Mirror token at his waist and looked at Zhong Qiuandao, saying, "Senior Zhong, I am ready. Please activate the secret realm." Seeing this, Zhong Qiuandao raised his hand and stroked his beard, saying, "Before we set off, I have a few important points to discuss with you. First, once you enter the secret realm, you'll be teleported to a random corner of it. In the past, when people first entered the secret realm, they often chose to conceal their strength and assess their surroundings. However, since the secret realm has already been open for a day, based on my years of experience, I deduce that the fighting within the secret realm has likely reached a fever pitch, and the situation is quite complex. Therefore, once you enter, if you encounter others, be sure to stay alert and exercise utmost caution. Secondly, you must remember that your goal is to compete for a spot in the top 100 to qualify for the Gathering Spirit Pool. Beyond that, strive to improve your ranking as much as possible to gain more time in the Gathering Spirit Pool. I understand your strength, but I must remind you that this year's star plan also has several exceptional talents. They are incredibly gifted and self-assured, with martial skills and opportunities that are far from ordinary. If you do not have complete confidence in necessity, do not provoke them lightly to avoid unnecessary conflicts and increase risks. Finally, this Gathering Spirit secret realm was jointly transformed by many transcendent saints, and the rules of the secret realm have eliminated the occurrence of casualties. Once you enter, you can cast aside your worries and unleash your skills. As Zhong Qiuandao spoke to this point, he slightly squinted his eyes, a complex and elusive meaning flashing deep within them. Every move within the Gathering Spirit secret realm is under the watchful eyes of those big figures behind the scenes. The unique skill he created, Thousand Birds Absolute, is not something that can be taken lightly. The reason he taught this martial skill to Chen Moxian is because he secretly hopes that through this extraordinary genius, his Thousand Birds Absolute can give those old fellows behind the scenes a little shock. Let you all keep blocking my research funds. At that time, let this young friend use my unique martial skill to take down the geniuses you are so fond of. Chen Moxian listened attentively and nodded solemnly to Zhong Qiuandao. Although he did not fully agree with some of Zhong Qiuandao's views, it did not hinder him from grasping the main points of his words. In short, it meant that he could act freely. His goal was not just to compete for the top 100, but to aim for the top 10 and finish using the Gathering Spirit Pool as soon as possible. This way, He could free up ample time for himself to fully utilize his abilities and study various intricate techniques before being pulled back to another world. With his current strength, he was no longer afraid of the explosive Flame King, but it was still not enough. He needed overwhelming combat power. Zhong Quandao ceased further words, gathering true energy at his fingertips and writing symbols in the air. Then he waved his hand, and these symbols transformed into a stream of light, all entering the token at Chen Moxian's waist. The token shone brightly, forming a light membrane that enveloped Chen Moxian. Since the phenomenon of otherworldly fusion emerged, some special spaces have also appeared in the world. They linger at the edge of reality, not fully merged with the real world, but hidden within the crevices of space, occasionally appearing randomly at certain locations. Martial artists refer to these special spaces as secret realms. The initial unowned secret realms are akin to dragon dens and tiger lairs, fraught with danger. Not only do fierce exotic beasts inhabit them, but many mysterious races are also hidden within, and a slight mistake can lead to death. However, they also contain precious resources that are highly coveted. Among the most valuable is the heart of the boundary. Once one controls the heart of the boundary, it is equivalent to controlling the secret realm, becoming its master. The Gathering Spirit's secret realm was transformed from an unowned secret realm first discovered by human pioneers, serving as a trial ground for humanity, allowing them to teleport through a medium as an anchor point. At this moment, Chen Moxian's Taichu Golden Mirror served as the teleportation anchor point. As the light membrane enveloped Chen Moxian, the void behind him seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, suddenly opening a deep crack. Before Chen Moxian could react, a powerful suction instantly pulled him in. Immediately after, the void crack closed and disappeared, leaving only the serious-looking Ma Jinyuan, Principal Li, and Zhong Quandao still standing in place, gazing at the spot where Chen Moxian had vanished. This was a vast and boundless plateau. The mountains here were not composed of rolling, smooth contours, but rather jagged rocks. A young man with a buzz cut was hiding among the rubble, cautiously surveying his surroundings. I was also a prominent figure in the first year of Yinchuan Martial Arts University. How come I can only hide here? He frowned, his face filled with anxiety and worry. If I keep shrinking back like this, my ranking will be hard to enter the top 100. I must find some soft targets. Just then, a blinding light flashed without warning, and a strange figure suddenly appeared in the young man's line of sight. Huh, even at this time, there's still a newcomer? The young man muttered to himself, squinting his eyes to carefully sense the aura emanating from the newcomer. The cultivation method he practiced was quite unique, and one of its major intricacies was its ability to significantly enhance perception. Because of this, he often sensed danger before it arrived, skillfully maneuvering to successfully avoid peril time after time. Moreover, judging by this aura, I've finally encountered someone with lower cultivation than me. The young man secretly clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Luck is indeed on my side. Chapter 70. Blood-soaked on the rocky slope, the young man with a buzz cut, Ding Run, suppressed the excitement in his heart, carefully controlling his breathing to avoid giving away his presence. He lay hidden among the gravel, moving slowly and stealthily, quietly approaching the newcomer who had just entered the secret realm. His name was Ding Run, hailing from Beihai Province, one of the 8 major provinces. Although he was not from a prestigious family, his family was well off. With his unique talent and a rare opportunity, he had made steady progress on his martial arts journey. During the martial arts examination, he achieved an impressive second place in the province and was admitted to Yinchuan Martial Arts University, a top-tier martial arts university located in Yinchuan Bay City. Upon entering the martial arts university, his talents were fully displayed, and he quickly stood out among the freshmen, becoming the undisputed top student and successfully securing one of the few slots in the school star program. Reflecting on the past, he remembered being young and arrogant, looking down on others as mere pretenders. But everything changed when he arrived at this Gathering Spirit secret realm yesterday. He thought that with his current strength, nearly reaching the celestial realm, it would be easy to rank within the top 100 in this secret realm. However, upon seeing the members of the star program gathered from all over the country, he realized just how wrong he was. When did 20-year-olds in the celestial realm become so common? If it weren't for his exceptional perception, he might have been eliminated from the secret realm long ago. Inside the secret realm, he had been hiding and avoiding danger, managing to take down a few weak beasts along the way, but his ranking still showed no improvement. To take a chance, Ding Run decided to head to the rocky slope located in the northwest of the secret realm. In the Gathering Spirit secret realm, Participants were not encouraged to fight at any time and place. Defeating an opponent did not automatically grant their points. After all, if the rules were that simple and brutal, a battlefield where participants could kill each other without dying would suffice, and there would be no need for such a complex secret realm. In this secret realm, the rules for obtaining points varied greatly, depending on the area. The rocky slope was a special area with a unique scoring mechanism. There were no beasts here, only shattered rocks and hidden dangers. This was a special area that each person could enter only once. Killing someone here would grant them 1/10 of the victim's points and a kill count. When participants left this area, they would receive additional reward points based on their kill counts. On the first day, the truly gifted top talents had rushed into this area, showcasing their abilities, quickly racking up kill counts before leaving for the core area. At this stage, those who would still enter this place were generally individuals like Ding Run, who felt that with their current strength, there was no hope of making it into the top 100 and sought to try their luck here, as well as newcomers who arrived through random teleportation. Although newcomers started with 0 points, kill counts were a valuable asset. Even having just 1 kill count could be exchanged for 100 points. The more kill counts one had, the more substantial the final reward upon leaving. The path of martial arts is merciless. You can't blame me. As Ding Run got closer to his target, he felt his hand trembling around the hilt of his waist knife. He thought to himself that perhaps he was too excited. He had been lying in wait for quite a while, originally hoping to watch others fight and maybe take out a half-dead, unlucky one. Who would have thought that everyone here was so cunning? It had been half a day with not a single movement. Now, he unexpectedly found a newcomer sitting nearby. Although it was his first time attempting a sneak attack, as the saying goes, once you're familiar, it gets easier. He thought that once he got close enough, he could seize the opportunity to strike at the newcomer's neck. Don't be too nervous. Ding Run kept reassuring himself, but the trembling wouldn't stop. Even his legs began to shake. Something was off. It felt overwhelmingly wrong. Too quiet. Sensing something was amiss, Ding Run instantly suppressed his urge to score points. His instinct, which had saved him multiple times, kicked in again. Was it really just him who noticed this living person standing here without any disguise? Moreover, this newcomer had been standing still since entering, as if waiting for something. In that moment, he suddenly realized a crucial question. Who was the prey? Just as Ding Run hesitated, several powerful streams of true energy erupted from the rocky pile not far from the newcomer. In an instant, rocks flew everywhere as 3 fast-moving figures charged toward the newcomer. Weapons in hand. This person is mine. Get lost. The judgment of kill counts belonged to the rules of the secret realm. The 3 individuals wielded weapons enveloped in almost tangible true energy, like roaring beasts, pouncing on the newcomer. Each one was eager to be the first to tear the opponent apart. They were all at the first level of the celestial realm, hiding in the shadows. Ding Run felt a chill run down his spine and silently thanked himself for not acting recklessly just now. Otherwise, he might have followed the newcomer and ended up as their prey. Just as he was feeling relieved, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly erupted, dazzling him and causing pain in his eyes. At the same time, a sharp sound exploded, like thousands of birds screeching in unison, piercingly loud. 1,000 birds cut, transformed into blades. As Chen Moxian casually uttered the name of his technique, a highly condensed bolt of lightning flashed past. The 3 figures attacking him, along with their weapons, were effortlessly sliced in half at the same moment. A rain of blood sprayed forth, instantly staining the surrounding rocks red. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. As half of their bodies fell to the ground, their life force rapidly waning, their bodies disintegrated into particles, vanishing into thin air. In an instant, the 3 reassembled safely at their initial teleportation point. However, before they could react, a dark crack suddenly opened behind them, mercilessly swallowing them whole. In this secret realm, martial artists do not truly die. Once they suffer a fatal injury, they immediately lose their qualification to continue competing and are forcibly teleported out of the secret realm, and their score is permanently locked. Of course, according to the special rules of the rocky slope, they would also have to deduct 1/10 of the score taken by Chen Moxian. Witnessing such a bloody and shocking scene up close, Ding Run's jaw seemed to freeze in place, unable to return to its original position for a long time. He finally understood that the tremors in his body earlier were not due to excitement, nor were they due to nerves or the presence of others lurking in the shadows. It was entirely due to this newcomer he thought he could easily manipulate. His instincts were screaming at him. This newcomer, who only had the cultivation of the 9th level of energy control, was, in fact, a monster that he must not provoke. Chapter 71. The Victory Method of Mediocrity, 9th Stage of the Chi Mastery Realm. Instantly killing 3 first-stage Heavenly Gang Realm warriors with a single strike. This completely overturned Ding Run's understanding. He had also achieved victories against opponents of higher levels, but this was a leap across a major realm. Moreover, everyone who could enter this place possessed the ability to fight beyond their level. How could it seem as if the newcomers attacking him were merely small fry, easily dispatched in an instant? In comparison, wasn't he his own strength even less than those 3? Wasn't he even less than small fry? In an instant, an unprecedented fear and intense sense of defeat surged from the depths of Ding Run's heart. This feeling was far stronger than the sense of defeat he experienced when he ranked second in a martial arts examination, nearly 30 points behind the first place. At this moment, Ding Run shattered his own genius filter completely. Not coming out? Suddenly, the black divine hand ring in Chen Moxian's hand flashed with light and transformed into a completely black spear. The spear tip gleamed coldly, directly pointing towards Ding Run's hiding place, seemingly about to be thrown. Wait, big shot, spare my life. Seeing this, Ding Run no longer cared about his dignity, instantly darting out from his hiding place and shouting hoarsely. Reason? Chen Moxian's tone was cold, the spear tip still firmly locked on Ding Run's throat. In a moment of crisis, Ding Run's brain raced, urgently saying, Big shot, if I'm not mistaken, you just entered the secret realm, right? Although some surface rules can be directly consulted, there are many hidden rules that require time to explore. I can tell you all of these and save you the trouble of exploring. All right. Before Ding Run could finish speaking, the spear in Chen Moxian's hand had already retracted, transforming back into a hand ring. Through the analysis of all things calculation and his own perception, he had already realized that Ding Run had completely lost his fighting spirit. Not to mention that the other party intended to actively share some information with him. It was rather uninteresting to attack someone with no fighting spirit, with whom he had no grievances. Chen Moxian's straightforward attitude stunned Ding Run. He had originally racked his brains to come up with various arguments, thinking about how to persuade the other party to spare his life, but now all of that had become futile. This was a kill count, and he actually said he wouldn't do it? If it were Ding Run himself, he would have no hesitation in taking action, even if the other party cried and pleaded. Unconsciously, Ding Run couldn't help but ask Big Shot, didn't you receive an explanation of the secret realm rules when you first entered? I did. Chen Moxian nodded, slightly in response. When he first entered this gathering spirit secret realm, a clear message instantly appeared in his mind, explaining the rules and terrain distribution of the secret realm in detail. With a thought, Chen Moxian silently murmured, check scores. In an instant, a series of information appeared before his eyes like a phantom. Current score, 190. Current ranking, 723. Kills, 3. Score details, killed Xiao Jian at the boulder slope. Gained 80 points. Killed Ma Xianguan at the boulder slope. Gained 60 points. Killed O Qing at the boulder slope. Gained 50 points, currently at the boulder slope. Leaving will calculate 3 by 100 by 1. 3, totaling 390 points. Looking at this information and recalling the secret realm rules that had appeared in his mind earlier, Chen Moxian instantly understood the scoring mechanism of the boulder slope. The points gained from killing opponents were not much, only 1/10 of the score. But the real value lay in the kill count. Each kill equated to 100 points, and the more kills, the higher the subsequent bonus coefficient. If one could achieve 10 kills, the yield would nearly double. For 20 kills, the yield could reach 3 times, and so on. So Big Shot, you saw me go so easily? You should know that a kill count can bring 100 points in benefits, and also increase the bonus proportion for subsequent gains. Ding Run's face was full of confusion, his words filled with disbelief. Don't you want to compete for the top 100? At this moment, Ding Run was unsure of what he was saying. Rationally, he hoped the other party would show mercy and spare him. But seeing the other party so easily give up the chance to kill him, a sense of inexplicable doubt quietly grew in his heart. Everyone who came here wanted to compete for the top 100, to contend for the gathering spirit pool and the precious qualification to enter the next stage of the Starry Plan. Take Ding Run himself, for example. He was once an arrogant person, willing to lower himself to hide here and engage in sneaky ambushes to gain points. 100 points were enough to advance his ranking significantly, let alone for a newcomer who had just arrived in the secret realm. However, Chen Moxian looked confused, his tone filled with a sense of reason, and he retorted, what conflict is there between competing for the top 100 and letting you go? Hearing this, Ding Run was initially stunned, his expression frozen as if it had been set in stone, standing there in a daze. But in just a moment, he seemed to be struck by some emotion, then suddenly relaxed, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. That smile carried a hint of helplessness and a touch of mockery towards his own narrow-minded thoughts. Unexpectedly, just one day later, his thoughts were actually akin to those mediocre people he had once looked down upon from the bottom of his heart. Yes, can't one compete for the top 100 without these points? The unshakable confidence of this big shot in front of him was the true mentality that a prodigy should possess. In contrast, he had entered this secret realm for only one day and had witnessed the harsh reality that there are always greater mountains and more talented individuals beyond oneself. Unknowingly, he had cast aside the martial arts mindset he once held and had psychologically accepted that he was inferior, even willing to fall into depravity. Thinking of coming to this boulder slope to take a different path through ambushes, he felt ashamed and bitter in his heart, having to admit that he was indeed not yet a true genius. But that top 100, I must fight for it to show you. Mediocrity also has its own way of winning. Competing for the top 100 doesn't necessarily require improving oneself. One can also choose to drag down all the people ranked above oneself. Ding Run's eyes flickered with a resolute light as a thought that he had previously dared not implement emerged in his mind. Big shot, spare me a life. It's like saving me. To be honest, I fortuitously obtained an item in the secret realm that could possibly exert its maximum effect in your hands. With a flip of his palm, a meticulously crafted miniature arena quietly appeared in his palm. Chen Moxian stared at the miniature arena in his hand, and in that instant, some relevant information appeared before him like flowing light. Custom arena. Function. Can independently form a special area, with all rules within the area defined by the arena master. The challenger must ascend the arena and duel with the arena master according to the established rules. The winner can obtain all of the opponent's points. Note: once this arena is used, its specific location will be immediately reported to everyone in the current area. Chapter 72. Setting up the arena, do you want me to help you eliminate your opponents? Chen Moxian raised an eyebrow slightly and turned his gaze toward Ding Rundao. The custom arena, a special item originating from the secret realm, reveals its effects to anyone within the realm who gazes upon it. After reading the description of the arena's effects, Chen Moxian immediately understood Ding Rundao's intentions. Ding Rundao chuckled non-committally. This item is of no use to me. But with your strength, it's undoubtedly an excellent tool for quickly improving your ranking. This item is a double-edged sword. If the user wins a challenge, they can claim all of the opponent's points, but if they lose, their own points will be reduced to 0, losing everything. Previously, Ding Rundao's rank in the secret realm was 190th, and now it has risen to 188th. Two of the three individuals that Chen Moxian had defeated lost a tenth of their points, causing Ding Rundao's rank to increase by 2 places. At this time, the competition for the top 100 in the secret realm was mainly concentrated in the Beast Forest area in the center. Ding Rundao judged that many people ranked between 100 and 200 were still in this rocky slope. These individuals were aware that they couldn't compete with the prodigies in the Beast Forest and were hoping to take advantage of the chaotic situation on the rocky slope to improve their scores. Ding Rundao had previously witnessed Chen Moxian kill 3 first-stage Tiangang realm martial artists with just one move. This terrifying strength made him confident that Chen Moxian would be nearly unbeatable in this rocky slope area. As long as Chen Moxian could take all of these people's points, Ding Rundao's rank would naturally rise. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Moxian took the miniature arena from Ding Rundao's hand. Big shot. You need to put more thought into setting these rules, Ding Rundao reminded earnestly. There's an unspoken rule in this secret realm. Items brought from the outside that can restore true energy cannot be used. To recover true energy, only items obtained within the secret realm will work. This point was not mentioned in the detailed rules of the secret realm, and one would only realize it after trying to use recovery pills and finding them ineffective. In the secret realm, even the strongest cannot ignore the issue of true energy sustainability. Therefore, the rules should be made as favorable as possible. Otherwise, even if you defeat your opponent, if you have little true energy left, there's a risk of being surrounded by others after the arena is removed. However, if the rules are too biased in favor of the arena owner, the challengers are not fools and will not easily come up to challenge. Thus, when drafting the rules, the advantageous parts for the arena owner must be cleverly hidden, while also preparing bait to entice challengers to willingly take the bait. What level are those three's cultivation in this secret realm? Chen Moxian asked. Those 3 just entered the Tiangang realm, so they should be considered mid to lower tier in this secret realm. Ding Rundao replied. a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. It was a bit shameful for him to say this, as his own cultivation was not even as good as theirs. His current rank was due to good luck. On the first day, he hunted a few beasts and encountered some preset opportunities in the secret realm. The custom arena was obtained during one of those opportunities. That works. Chen Moxian smiled slightly. If the Tian Gang realm is only mid to lower tier in this secret realm, then his 9th stage of the Qi Mastery realm would undoubtedly be seen as a piece of meat waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of everyone. While pondering, he already had an idea in mind for what rules to set for the arena. He searched around and quickly found a relatively flat area. He then waved his hand lightly, and the small miniature arena flew out like an arrow, landing steadily in the center of the open space. The miniature arena rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive arena covering over 100 square meters. Surrounding the arena was a circle of tiered stone bricks, forming a natural spectator stand. Thanks to the special influence of the Secret Realm's rules, the originally uneven ground around the arena was also automatically smoothed out, becoming flat and solid. Custom arena has been generated. Initial rules cannot be changed. Initial rules are as follows. 1. The winning party will receive all points from the defeated party. 2. Falling outside the arena's area will be deemed a failure. Please set additional rules for the arena. Once the rules are set, the arena's rules and information will be published in real time to everyone in the rocky slope area. Suddenly, this information appeared before Chen Moxian's eyes. After a brief contemplation, he silently added the rules he had already thought of. In a certain area of the rocky slope, the surrounding rocks were damaged and looked like they had experienced a fierce battle. On the ground lay 2 bloodied figures, their faces filled with unwillingness as their bodies slowly transformed into particles and began to dissipate. The only one still standing was a young man named Wang Jianshan. He took a deep breath, his eyes like 2 cold stars, emitting a chilling light. He slightly moved his lips and muttered to himself, "This is already the 10th person. There's no need to stay here any longer." With the 10th of their total points he had taken from these 10 individuals, along with the points he had previously accumulated through hard work, his rank in the secret realm had already risen to 103rd. As long as he left this rocky slope and calculated his accumulated kills, it wouldn't be difficult to break into the top 100, and perhaps even push into the top 50. He silently recited in his heart, summoned the secret realm map, confirmed his direction, and prepared to leave. A message from the secret realm suddenly appeared before him without warning. Chen Moxian has used the custom arena, awaiting challengers, and the location has been published on the secret realm map of the rocky slope. Arena rules are as follows. 1. The winning party will receive all points from the defeated party. 2. Falling outside the arena's area will be deemed a failure. 3. The arena owner is only allowed to fight with the cultivation of the 9th stage of the Qi Mastery realm. 4. Temporary rules applicable only to the current match can be established with mutual consent from both the arena owner and the challenger. 5. Challengers have the right to choose the type of martial skills used, and the arena owner must use the same type of martial skills to counter. 6. The arena does not differentiate between high and low. It only decides life and death. 7. This is not a rule, but just a note. Since the rules are so biased in your favor, can you bunch of cowards hurry up and come to your deaths? The moment Wang Jianshan saw this information, the foot he had already stepped out with came to a complete stop. Thick veins bulged like angry earthworms from his temples. Arrogant to the extreme. Didn't he expect there to be such an ignorant person on the rocky slope? He changed his mind before leaving. He had to add one more to his kill count. Chapter 73, Instant Kill on the Arena on the Giant Arena. A tall and slender figure stood firmly at the center. A sudden cold wind swept over the rocky slope, lifting the corners of his clothes high, making a rustling sound. Ding Run sat in the audience, his feet uncontrollably shaking rapidly. What is the big shot planning? I clearly reminded him. Ding Run could see the arena rules set by Chen Moxian as well. Although he knew in his heart that the so-called only facing off against a 9th tier Qi master was merely a deceptive pretense. Chen Moxian's true cultivation was indeed at the 9th tier of Qi master, but his actual combat power far exceeded this level. What worried Ding Run was that within the entire set of rules, there was hardly any clause beneficial to the arena master. Coupled with Chen Moxian's last sarcastic remark, it was practically a public challenge to everyone. Ding Run silently lamented that if this continued, the number of people rushing towards the arena master would likely exceed expectations. In just a short while, Ding Run had already noticed more than a dozen murderous gazes coldly observing the arena from the shadows. The chill seemed to penetrate to the bone. Previously, Chen Moxian had also specifically assigned him a special task. At that time, you just sit in the audience and do your best to draw more hatred for me. Recalling Chen Moxian's words, Ding Run couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This hatred is almost overflowing. Is it really necessary to draw more?" Chen Moxian's remark was undoubtedly a slap in the face to those talented individuals hiding behind the rocky slope, trying to score by ambushing and attacking. This kind of thing could go unspoken, as everyone here was doing it, and no one would dig deeper. But once someone tore away that veil, no one would be able to sit still. It wasn't that he was timid. The audience area was protected by the rules of the props, with a natural safety barrier, preventing anyone from attacking those in the audience seats. He was just worried that if they continued to stoke the flames of hatred, the situation might spiral out of control in an instant. Right now, those people, out of habit, were still peeking in the dark. But their killing intent was already hard to conceal. It wouldn't be long before someone couldn't hold back and boldly charged onto the arena. At that moment, Chen Moxian took a deep breath, sinking his energy to his dantian, and suddenly shouted, "You cowards, aren't you coming up?" The voice rang like a thunderous bell, piercing through the entire area in an instant. It was like lighting a powder keg. The suppressed anger of those hiding in the shadows exploded completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, 7 or 8 figures burst forth from all directions like arrows released from their bows. Among these figures, a tall and burly man rushed to the front, closest to the arena, and, in the blink of an eye, he was the first to step onto the arena. Just as his foot touched the arena surface, a crystal-clear light curtain suddenly rose from the ground around the arena, blocking the other people who followed closely behind. "TCH too slow." The others, seeing this, glared at the light curtain that obstructed them, gritting their teeth in frustration, filled with regret. They hated themselves for being overly cautious, missing the chance to teach that arrogant guy a lesson, and even missing a great opportunity to increase their kill count. Helpless, they could only walk reluctantly to the audience seats, their eyes filled with reluctance and vigilance. The effects of custom arena props could be found in detail in the rules of the Secret Realm. The people who had rushed in already understood that stepping into the area of the arena automatically classified them as challengers. In this situation, unless the arena dissipated on its own or the battle on the field ended in a victory or defeat, they could only wait in the audience seats. They all understood that under such strict arena rules, that extremely arrogant kid would likely lose his life in this first battle. Once the current arena master was killed, the victorious challenger would face 2 choices: either inherit the identity and become the new arena master, or directly disband the arena. Inheriting the position of arena master meant continuing the previously set rules. If that big guy wasn't stupid, he certainly wouldn't do that. Once the arena dissipated, this area would immediately lose the constraints of the arena rules, likely descending into a chaotic battleground. Everyone around would become enemies. "Kid, you're quite arrogant." The big guy looked down at Chen Moxian, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "State your name. Seeing how foolish you are, I, Sun Tiao, will remember you. Are you blind? Can't you see the notification?" Chen Moxian rolled his eyes, speaking unceremoniously. He never gave a good face to people who liked to show off. Moreover, he was here to either kill them or be killed by them. What was there to be polite about? "All right, let's see if your skull is as hard as your mouth when I hit you." Sun Tiao unceremoniously invoked the 5th rule of the arena, restricting the use of only fist techniques. In this arena battle, only fist techniques are allowed. Countdown to the match begins 10-9. Fist technique? Ooh. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Chen Moxian's mouth. Back then, the first martial technique he learned using his abilities was the mid-level yellow-grade technique, Thunder Fist. Now, considering that he had been in the martial arts world for less than a week, this mid-level yellow-grade Thunder Fist was no longer useful to him, and it was just right for him to improve it. Chen Moxian immediately began to compare the fist techniques in his mind with those in the Tianshu Xian technique, secretly pondering ways to improve them. In an instant, he had a preliminary idea, mobilizing his abilities to accelerate the deduction. Meanwhile, Sun Tiao, standing directly opposite Chen Moxian, had already stabilized his stance, preparing to attack. His whole body was already condensed into a vigorous, true energy, like boiling rivers and seas, surging wildly. His most proficient mid-level black-grade technique, the 27 Paths of Bull Demon Fist, had been mastered to near perfection. Recalling the past, when he was still at the 7th tier of Chi Master, he had once used this set of fist techniques to overpower a Chi Master at the 9th tier, gaining fame in a single battle. Now, with his 2nd tier Heavenly Gang realm cultivation, he was also using fist techniques. The arrogant kid in front of him, who could only use the 9th-tier Qi master cultivation, likely wouldn't even be able to take a single blow from him. The countdown ended. Sun Tiao stomped his foot, his muscles bulging, and a yellow bull's head phantom formed from his right fist, smashing fiercely towards Chen Moxian's head. I only need a moment to kill you. In his eyes, Chen Moxian's head was no longer intact, but a pile of mush. Suddenly, a deafening thunder erupted. Chen Moxian's fist arrived first, striking his chest with a speed far exceeding Sun Tiao's. A dazzling bolt of lightning, like an angry thunder dragon, burst through Sun Tiao's back. At that moment, the meridians within Sun Tiao's body, under the impact of the violent thunderous force, shattered like a fragile spiderweb. In the stunned gaze of the audience, Sun Tiao's body flew straight out of the arena, slowly transforming into specks of light in the air, dissipating in this world. Only a dead silence and shock spread in the air. Chapter 74. Next, that big guy must be practicing Earth attribute true energy, right? How could he not withstand even one move? What kind of fist technique is this kid using? I can't recognize it. It looks somewhat like the advanced Xian grade Lei Gang Pa, but its essence is completely different. In the audience, everyone was stunned, whispering to each other, the discussions rising and falling. They had initially been certain that the champion would be defeated in one move, and then the arena would disperse. So they were all secretly on guard. Who could have anticipated that the situation on the stage would change so rapidly? In their astonishment, everyone let down their guard and began to discuss among themselves. The speed at which Chen Moxian executed his moves was so fast that they questioned whether they could withstand it as well. Facing a tricky situation now, if no one voluntarily stepped up to challenge within a minute, according to the rules, the champion could choose the next opponent on his own. Anyone among them could be next. They thought they were rushing in to pick up an easy kill, but unexpectedly, they had encountered a tough opponent, extremely difficult to deal with. Clearly, he was at the 9th level of Qi control. How could he unleash such terrifying combat power? Everyone was lamenting silently, feeling frustrated. This kid must have hidden his true cultivation. Amidst the crowd, a voice filled with exasperation suddenly rang out, but it was quickly rebutted by others. Are you out of your mind? That's impossible. They could genuinely sense the aura of a 9th level Qi control from the true energy fluctuations emanating from Chen Moxian. Furthermore, the arena rules clearly stated that the champion could only fight with the cultivation of Qi control at the 9th level. Unless Chen Moxian had some extraordinary means to deceive the Saint of Profound Realm who established the secret realm rules, there was absolutely no possibility of cheating. Even if Chen Moxian had such means, what could they do about it? At this moment, real-time updates of the arena battle also appeared before their eyes. Champion Chen Moxian defeated challenger Sun Tao, gaining all his points totaling 860 points. 860 points. The audience once again realized deeply what it would mean to seize all of the opponent's points. They did not know how many points Chen Moxian originally had, but just Sun Tao's 860 points were enough to elevate their rankings by dozens of spots. Compared to the few scattered kills that would be difficult to obtain after muddling through, this huge amount of points was quite substantial. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave men. Upon seeing this high amount of points, the crowd momentarily cast aside their earlier concerns and began to find reasonable explanations for themselves. Saying you're cowards is indeed not wrong. In the audience, a man who considered himself to have grasped the key stood up, with the cultivation of Qi control at the 9th level, using such a powerful martial skill. He must have exhausted more than half of his true energy. Do you know why he has proactively pointed someone to the stage? It just to buy himself some recovery time? As soon as these words were spoken, many people suddenly realized, right? Being able to take down a defensive Earth attribute 2nd level Tian Gang realm warrior in an instant. How could the energy expenditure of such a martial skill be small? However, while that man was speaking, he had already taken the lead and stepped onto the stage. You indeed have some skills, but my specialty is not in fist techniques. I want to see if a leg technique as powerful as yours can be performed as well. Leg techniques? I'm indeed not very good at them. Chen Moxian replied truthfully. The leg techniques he had mastered before were only the low-grade yellow class Fian Tuan leg. Hearing this, the man's lips curled into a cold smile. You set the rules yourself, so you can't blame me now. In this arena battle, only leg techniques are allowed. Match countdown begins 10-9. As soon as the countdown ended, the man exerted force in his legs, leaping high into the air like a cannonball, with true energy quickly converging towards his legs. In an instant, he spun in midair and executed a fierce whip kick. The leg technique powerful and heavy, resembling a chopping knife whistling down. As he kicked out, a white crescent-shaped true energy, radiating a chilling aura, shot rapidly towards Chen Moxian. Chen Moxian reacted extremely quickly, slightly shifting his body. The crescent-shaped true energy grazed past his hair, striking heavily against the arena floor, leaving a deep knife mark. Before he could catch his breath, he saw the man's true energy surging beneath his feet, creating ripples that formed an invisible stepping board. He used his force in the air, wildly dancing his legs, moving so fast it was dazzling. In an instant, dozens of crescent-shaped true energies, like deadly flying knives, slashed towards Chen Moxian from different angles. I want to give you any breathing time. The man's strategy was simple, to fully exploit the advantages of the Tiangang realm. It should be known that the biggest difference between the Tiangang realm and the Qi control realm is that the quality of true energy has changed. The true energy of the Qi control realm can only attach to the body surface, providing extra protection or enhancing weapons. Once the true energy leaves the body and spreads a few meters, it gradually dissipates due to difficulty maintaining its condensed state. In contrast, the true energy of the Tiangang realm can be projected over long distances and remains intact for a long time after leaving the body. With this property, Tiangang realm warriors can also use true energy to walk in the air, completely unrestricted by the ground. Moreover, in terms of true energy reserves, the Tiangang realm is far superior to the Qi control realm. Facing the incoming true energy blades, Chen Moxian seemed to perceive the trajectory of every attack from a man, his movements agile, evading each attack with minimal motion. Seeing that Chen Moxian was merely dodging and showed no signs of counterattacking, the man became increasingly convinced that the opponent had little true energy left after the earlier battle. I don't believe you can keep dodging like this. You'll make a mistake eventually. The man continued his relentless assault, growing even more fierce. Taking advantage of the Tiangang realm's ability to walk in the air, he hovered high above, launching remote attacks at will. Although this continuous exertion was also a significant drain on him, as long as he maintained this distance, he could stay in an unbeatable position. He firmly believed that victory would ultimately belong to him. I've grown tired of your leg technique, Chen Moxian suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Moxian abruptly bent his knees, with thunder roaring around him, leaping into the air at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was high above the man who was still frantically attacking. So fast, but at this distance, you can't attack me, the man thought to himself. Yet before the man's thoughts could finish turning, Chen Moxian suddenly turned in midair and executed an inverted hook kick, unleashing an enormous, thunderous crescent. How is that possible? The man's pupils instantly constricted. This martial skill was exactly the leg technique he had just used, but when Chen Moxian performed it, the leg was enveloped with lightning attribute true energy, and amidst the flickering lightning, its momentum was even greater. The contained lethality far exceeded that of the leg technique he himself had used. With the cultivation of Qi control at the 9th level, utilizing a high-level Xian-grade martial skill and expending a large amount of true energy, it was indeed possible to unleash an attack comparable to the Tiangang realm from a distance. But this way, whether it was the claim that the opponent was not adept in leg techniques or the assumption that his true energy was nearly depleted, all of it was overturned. This guy's been pretending from start. He is truly a complete fraud. The man wanted to curse, but his mouth could no longer open. That crescent was unstoppable, swiftly slicing through the center of the man's body. Almost simultaneously, a streak of lightning flashed down from his forehead, followed by the emergence of a deep red blood mark. He slightly parted his lips, his body seemingly torn apart by an invisible force, transforming into countless particles, dissipating into the void with a heart full of reluctance. Champion Chen Moxian defeated challenger Ma Deli, gaining all of his points, totaling 720 points. Chen Moxian landed back on the ground, his legs slightly bent, skillfully absorbing the impact of the fall. Looking at the silent audience below the stage, he said calmly, "Next." Chapter 75. Defeating the heroes, the challenger who used leg techniques was actually correct in his guesses and reasoning. However, his biggest mistake was trying to gauge Chen Moxian with the battle experience of an ordinary martial artist. As he had anticipated, after using his martial arts in the first battle, Chen Moxian did indeed expend a large portion of his true energy. However, the indestructible devouring heaven technique created by Chen Moxian had an almost abnormal rate of true energy recovery. The endurance issue that Ding Run was worried about became an advantage for him. In addition to being able to devour any stray energy from the world, He could even absorb the residual true energy left on the ground after the man's leg technique struck, transforming it into nourishment to restore himself. Within just a few breaths, his true energy was once again full, returning to peak condition. Moreover, similar to how bullets leave rifling marks as they exit the barrel, true energy follows specific trajectories within the body when using martial techniques, leaving traces behind. For ordinary martial artists, these traces are obscure and difficult to analyze. But Chen Moxian was entirely different. He had created his own breathing method, and his control over true energy had reached an extraordinary level, nearing perfection. While absorbing the residual true energy from the man's leg technique, Chen Moxian also used his supernatural ability to analyze it. By observing the man's movements, the two aspects confirmed each other, and he quickly mastered the leg technique, even extrapolating it to perfection based on his own martial arts expertise. However, only Chen Moxian was aware of this process. In the face of Chen Moxian's challenge, those who had previously thought he had little true energy left and were eager to try their luck in the audience instantly fell into silence. Who would dare to step up now? The first two were living examples. The cultivations and strengths of those present were not much different, so going up would likely lead to the same dismal fate. Chen Moxian felt quite helpless about this and thought to himself, "It seems I can't appear too strong." Although he could actively name people to come up from among those in the audience, he sensed several pairs of eyes watching him from the periphery, and, if possible, he still wanted to attract more people in. He could only see his own score and ranking. How many points were needed to break into the top 100 remained unknown. However, from his first opponent's ranking rising from 723rd to 176th, and the second opponent only rising to 122nd, it seemed that the competition got tougher the closer one got to the top. The scores of those in the top 100 likely had a dramatic gap compared to those at the back. If possible, he wanted to take this opportunity to crazily harvest points on the arena and break into the top 10, heading straight for the spirit gathering pool. At this moment, Ding Run, sitting among the crowd, saw his chance to fulfill his task of inciting hatred. I don't believe he still has much true energy left after executing two powerful martial techniques. Right now, he holds at least two people's total scores. If you don't dare to take them, I will. Ding Run shouted as he pretended to get up. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the crowd became restless again. I don't believe it. A sharp young man wielding a bright silver spear with glinting eyes leaped onto the stage before Ding Run. After stabilizing himself on the stage, the young man pointed his long spear at Chen Moxian and said solemnly, "I ask if you have a long spear with you? Today, please do enlighten me and let me see your spear techniques." Chen Moxian did not answer directly. With a flick of his wrist, the black god ring transformed into a pitch-black long spear in his hand. "Well then, please experience my 1,000 phantom flowing light spear." The young man took up a stance, his momentum gradually rising. As the countdown reached 0, his aura peaked, and true energy surged around him, causing the spear in his hand to tremble. In an instant, countless spear shadows shot towards Chen Moxian like a torrential rain. In this battle, Chen Moxian was determined to hold back some of his brilliance, while seizing the opportunity to learn his opponent's martial technique. He wielded the long spear in his hand, parrying left and right, and for a time seemed to be at a disadvantage. This scene made the audience regretful, as they felt that Chen Moxian's score might soon be taken by someone else. However, after just a few breaths, Chen Moxian had thoroughly seen through the young man's spear techniques, realizing that it was meaningless to continue delaying. With a sharp gaze, he positioned his long spear to block the young man's attack path, accurately interrupting his technique. Immediately, he circulated his true energy, and thunderous power instantly attached to the spear, striking out at the young man with the same spear technique but at a faster speed. In the blink of an eye, the young man's body was punctured by the spear, leaving dozens of blood holes. The young man did not even have time to let out a cry before he collapsed, his form dissipating into nothingness. Champion Chen Moxian defeats challenger Zhao Yi, gaining all his points, 770 points. Watching his opponent completely disappear, Chen Moxian pretended to catch his breath and called out, "Next!" This time, someone quickly came up to the stage, holding a long sword and asking, "I wonder how your sword techniques are? I know a little." Chen Moxian replied calmly as the long spear in his hand transformed into a long sword. Without further ado, as the countdown ended, two beams of cold light shot forth. Clang, 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 clang. The crowd saw the two of them simultaneously dance their long swords in a seamless manner, with dozens of clashes of weapons sounding within a second. The sword energy crisscrossed, recklessly carving through the arena, leaving shocking marks that quickly spread. At the beginning of the battle, the sword-wielding youth launched a fierce offense, his sword techniques like a storm, firmly maintaining the upper hand. Under his aggressive attacks, Chen Moxian quickly suffered several cuts, with bright red blood seeping out, the scene becoming perilous. But after just a few seconds, Chen Moxian seized the opportunity. His figure like lightning, the long sword in his hand flashing with cold light as it rushed towards the youth's throat. The next second, the outcome was decided. The youth, unwilling to accept defeat, covered his throat, his life extinguished. Next, Chen Moxian said, breathing heavily. These 3 words struck heavily in the hearts of everyone present, sending a chill from their feet straight to their hearts. At this moment, Chen Moxian already held all the points of 4 challengers. If he could take his points, he might break into the top 100. They always believed that Chen Moxian would not last until the next battle. I come to learn your staff technique. As Chen Moxian's accumulated points grew, challengers continued to come forth, and those who had initially been watching from the outside began to join in. More and more people were defeated at Chen Moxian's hands. The 5th person, the 6th person, until the 9th person, the crowd finally calmed down. At this point, Chen Moxian had dozens of wounds all over his body, blood-soaked, and his breath growing weaker, yet he still stood firm. Fist, leg, finger, palm, sword, spear, staff, knife. Various martial techniques were performed by him to perfection, each move reaching a profound level. What kind of monster is this? A strong sense of fear surged in everyone's hearts. They were all called geniuses outside, but now they suddenly realized they were unworthy of the term in front of Chen Moxian. As the audience fell silent once more, Chen Moxian took a deep breath, then inserted the long knife he had just transformed into beside him. His gaze was sharp as he slowly scanned the entire arena, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. Is there anyone else who wants to give me guidance? I accept any martial technique, any weapon. This is your best chance in this secret realm to defeat me. If you miss this opportunity, you will only be left to watch my back in admiration, until his back completely vanished from your sight, leaving you unable to see him anymore. Chapter 76. Mad Blade King meets the mountain. The arrogant provocation from Chen Moxian infuriated everyone present, their faces turning red with anger. Arrogant. Truly, extraordinarily arrogant. Those present were all young talents in the martial arts world, each one of them highly regarded. As martial artists, they practiced vigorously in the summer and winter. Without a certain level of blood and courage, one could not persist on the path of martial arts. Hearing such humiliation, anger surged in their hearts. Let's get him. Several people could not contain themselves and rushed towards the arena. Just then, a dazzling beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, creating a powerful shockwave that erupted around them. Although external attacks could not inflict substantial harm on those in the arena, the suddenness of this impact was astonishing enough to make those rushing forward instinctively halt in their tracks. As the dust settled, a large knife engraved with dragon patterns was seen firmly planted in the ground, emitting a low, rumbling sound. At the same time, a chilling aura suddenly emanated from the sky, clearly overpowering everyone present. 5th stage of the celestial gang realm. It's the Mad Blade. Wang Jianshan is actually still at the rock slope. Everyone looked up to see a man, exuding a sharp aura with deep-set eyes, walking slowly through the air. When he reached a point not far above the arena, he leaned forward and suddenly kicked back, causing golden ripples to explode from his feet. His body plummeted like a cannonball, creating a pit in the arena in the blink of an eye. You're quite mad, aren't you? After landing in the arena, Wang Jianshan made a single gesture with one hand. The dragon pattern knife that was stuck in the ground shook slightly, and then, as if grasped by an invisible hand, flew back in his grip. Wang Jianshan rested the large knife on his shoulder and coldly looked at Chen Moxian, saying, "Which martial arts university are you from? I've never heard of you before." The results of the battles in the arena were synchronized in real time to everyone at the rock slope. Wang Jianshan had naturally learned that the arena master had already defeated 9 challengers. Faced with Wang Jianshan's question, Chen Moxian fell silent. It wasn't that he was pretending to be profound, but he genuinely didn't know how to respond. Even if he honestly stated that he was a high school student who hadn't even entered university, the other party would probably just think he was mocking him. But if he claimed to be from the Taichu Martial Academy, he hadn't even gone through the enrollment procedures and hadn't set foot in the academy at all. Of course, if someone saw his Taichu golden token, they might recognize him directly. However, he disliked having the token clipped to his waist as it was too cumbersome and affected his movements. So he had long since tucked it away in an inner pocket of his clothing. Not saying anything, well, it doesn't matter. After all, we want to have a chance to meet again. In Wang Jianshan's view, The points on Chen Moxian were already in his pocket. Once he took all of Chen Moxian's points, he would be eliminated and completely out of the next phase of the star plan. As his words fell, a golden true energy suddenly surged around Wang Jianshan like a roaring tide. Feeling this chilling aura, everyone's hearts sank. Wang Jianshan was a 5th stage Celestial Gang realm expert, already in the mid-stage of that realm. Compared to them, who were in the early stages, there was a considerable gap in cultivation. Moreover, many present had long heard of Wang Jianshan's reputation as the Mad Blade. Wang Jianshan attended one of the top 8 martial arts universities in the country. Although he was still a freshman, he was already a key member of the school team. He had represented the school in numerous martial arts competitions among various universities, achieving remarkable results. The metallic true energy he cultivated was inherently destructive. Coupled with his flamboyant personality and extremely fierce knife techniques, he had earned the nickname Mad Blade among the younger generation in martial arts. Oh no, this time he might really have no chance. Those who had just wanted to rush onto the arena but hadn't made it in time wore disappointed expressions, their voices filled with frustration. Many among them had encountered Wang Jianshan upon entering the rock slope. At that time, Wang Jianshan had effortlessly killed an opponent of similar strength with just one strike. Since then, whenever they saw Wang Jianshan, they would avoid him at all costs. Fearing a similar fate, they thought he had already left the rock slope for the beast forest. Why was he still here? Someone asked in confusion, unable to help but murmur. Don't you know? Wang Jianshan has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Someone nearby whispered mysteriously. I suspect he wants to make his kill count a whole number before he will stop. Upon hearing this, the person suddenly realized. The rock slope had a complex terrain with countless hiding spots. Generally speaking, without perception abilities far exceeding those of their peers, it was nearly impossible to find an opponent deliberately hiding. Moreover, those who knew of Wang Jianshan's strength would avoid him. Thus, in the rock slope, Wang Jianshan had delayed for so long because he could not find a target. Given Wang Jianshan's strength, he could have directly gone to the beast forest to compete with the first-tier group. Yet this boring reason of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Someone couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Everyone felt helpless. Now that Wang Jianshan had taken the stage, they had completely lost their chance to compete. Even though Chen Moxian's previous achievements were still fresh in their memories, it was clear he was at the end of his rope. Facing the fully realized Wang Jianshan, there seemed to be no possibility of victory left. Wang Jianshan looked down at Chen Moxian with disdain and arrogance in his tone. I specialize in blades, but you can choose your best martial skill type. To me, you're the challenger. Chapter 77 One Knife. This mad knife truly is mad to the extreme. As Wang Jianshan's words left his mouth, the crowd in the stands couldn't help but exclaim. The 5th rule set by Chen Moxian stated that almost every challenger would choose to use their most proficient martial arts, using their strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. Although they had not discovered any shortcomings of Chen Moxian after several battles, Wang Jianshan's words undoubtedly handed the initiative to Chen Moxian, allowing a rule that was originally advantageous to himself to instead limit him. As long as Chen Moxian wasn't foolish, he certainly wouldn't choose a knife. The crowd, who initially thought Chen Moxian would undoubtedly lose, felt a glimmer of hope rise in their hearts. They had never heard of Wang Jianshan excelling in martial arts other than knife techniques. Without the knife, the mad knife would only be left with madness. Let me choose. Chen Moxian was equally astonished. The 5th rule he set was meant to bait his opponent into believing that the rules were extremely advantageous for him. In reality, for him, there was no distinction between proficient and unproficient martial arts. With his martial arts mastery and special abilities, any type of martial arts could become his strength if he wished. His gaze inadvertently swept towards the thin knife beside him. The previous challenger had also used a knife as a weapon, and the Black God hand ring was maintaining the posture of the thin knife. Inspired by the previous fierce battle, he had just conceived a new martial arts idea. Perhaps now was the perfect time to put this new idea into practice. Chen Moxian reached out and grasped the knife handle, shaking his wrist slightly, causing the blade to elegantly create several beautiful knife flowers, the cold light flashing, showcasing his superb knife control skills. He then steadily pointed the knife tip at Wang Jianshan. Then let's choose the knife. Chen Moxian's nonchalant words undoubtedly made the crowd's hearts skip a beat again. Forget it. This kid is even crazier. Upon closer thought, someone who could formulate such arena rules would have easily imposed limitations on his opponent from the start if he truly wanted to. How could he have waited until now? Behind these rules, there must be an almost mad ambition hidden. This person likely intended to face off with his opponent using their most proficient martial arts to completely crush them. Such behavior undoubtedly regarded every challenger stepping onto the arena as a touchstone to sharpen himself. This kid is using them to prove his resolve. Hearing this, Wang Jianshan clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice cold as he said, "I have given you a chance." In his view, he had already shown enough tolerance and magnanimity, voluntarily giving up the advantage granted by the rules to leave Chen Moxian a slight chance to win against him. But this ignorant kid still chose to duel with a knife. This was simply not taking him seriously. This arena battle is limited to using knife techniques only. The countdown for the match begins 10-9. If you can take this knife, then you won't die, or I lose. Wang Jianshan's voice boomed like thunder, carrying an undeniable dominance as he raised the large knife high above his head. In an instant, the golden true energy surrounding him surged like a boiling river, continuously gathering towards the dragon-patterned large knife in his hand. A dazzling golden knife shadow rapidly extended along the blade, gradually climbing towards the sky. This momentum, could it be a ground-level martial technique? In the audience, a perceptive martial artist sensed the astonishing power and was shocked. Does Wang Jianshan intend to decide the outcome with one move? Ground-level martial techniques are rarely mastered by martial artists in the celestial realm. The reason lies in the difficulty of cultivation, which presents an insurmountable mountain for celestial realm martial artists. The complex and obscure cultivation methods often deter martial artists. Additionally, the amount of true energy required to execute ground-level martial techniques is immense, akin to an ocean, making it difficult for ordinary celestial realm martial artists to support. Wang Jianshan, coming from a martial arts family, was naturally gifted. The S-class breathing technique passed down in his family provided him with a volume of true energy far exceeding that of martial artists of the same realm. Coupled with the heartfelt guidance of experienced seniors in his family, he had already cultivated this ground-level low-grade martial technique to great success at a young age. Although he could only execute one move, that move was something Chen Moxian could not evade. At this moment, the match countdown perfectly provided Wang Jianshan with ample time to gather his energy. During Wang Jianshan's energy accumulation, Chen Moxian distinctly felt as if he were trapped in an invisible cage, with his aura firmly locked by some force. Not only that, but the surrounding air also seemed to instantly turn into a thick, viscous substance, causing every subtle movement he made to be obstructed with a noticeable delay in his actions. Ground-level martial technique. Chen Moxian's gaze was fixed on that imposing golden knife shadow, contemplating. The ground-level martial technique Wang Jianshan was currently executing possessed power comparable to a strike from a martial arts master in the ascending spirit realm, subtly stirring the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Then let it be decided with one move. Chen Moxian's expression was solemn as he horizontally placed the thin knife in front of him. He brought together 2 fingers of his right hand, with lightning flickering at their tips. He slowly brushed his fingers along the blade, and a solid lightning light spread rapidly along the knife, resembling a lively spirit snake. Wherever the lightning passed, the blade trembled violently, emitting a sharp, piercing sound as if it were about to shatter the surrounding air. As the match countdown drew to a close, Wang Jianshan had completed the energy accumulation of his martial technique. The golden knife shadow had solidified, transforming into a giant golden blade over 10 meters long, suspended in mid-air, exuding a chilling and menacing aura, as if it intended to slice the entire world in two. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Cut the world in two. Wang Jianshan suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, muscles tensed, and he swung down the large knife in his hand. The massive golden knife shadow hovering above his head responded to his movement, crashing down with overwhelming force. Accompanying the rapid descent of the knife shadow, the originally thick and dense clouds above the sky actually split in two, with rolling waves of cloud surging through the golden knife shadow, carrying the chaotic winds and clouds, struck down towards Chen Moxian with the force of thunder. Chen Moxian looked up directly at the impending golden knife shadow, the powerful air current howling past, causing the corners of his clothes and hair to dance wildly in the gale. The knife in his hand was completely enveloped in lightning, flickering and jumping, as if countless lively thunder snakes were coiling around the blade. Apart from the flickering lightning, the surroundings were eerily calm, no longer exhibiting the previously sharp vibrations. In stark contrast to the imposing knife shadow, the martial technique Chen Moxian was currently executing was extremely restrained, showing no hint of energy leakage. Just as the knife shadow was about to fall, he casually swung the lightning-wrapped knife. In the moment of contact, the golden knife shadow that stirred the winds and clouds shattered into countless golden fragments, as if it were a fragile paper object. However, this seemingly casual movement was completed in the blink of an eye, so brief that one could hardly blink. Before Wang Jianshan could recover from his shock, Chen Moxian stepped forward and made a knife-swinging motion. A blinding flash of lightning surged. In the next moment, Chen Moxian's figure vanished like a ghost from the spot. And when the crowd focused again, he was already standing firmly behind Wang Jianshan. "It's over." Chen Moxian's voice rang out at that moment. Just as Wang Jianshan had a thought to turn around, he was horrified to find that his body was no longer under his control, uncontrollably leaning forward. In the eyes of the spectators below the arena, Wang Jianshan's body had been precisely severed at the waist, leaving only half of his body standing alone on the arena. The cross-section is smooth and neat, and under the sunlight, faint flashes of lightning can be seen flickering. Champion Chen Moxian defeated challenger Wang Jianshan and obtained all of his 3,630 points. Chapter 78, I'm in a hurry. Who exactly are you? Wang Jianshan struggled to turn his head, his half-lying body pressed against the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intensely at Chen Moxian's face. As a warrior of the celestial realm, his vitality was incredibly resilient. Even after suffering such a devastating injury, being cut in half, he wouldn't die immediately. However, this injury had already been deemed fatal by the rules of the secret realm. In an instant, Wang Jianshan's body transformed into particles and dissipated. No matter how much he resented it, he could only end here. In martial arts, the victor is king. It has always been this ruthless. The situation changed in the blink of an eye. In the audience, everyone was still gasping at Wang Jianshan's fear strike, which seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. Yet, in the next moment, they were shocked to see that he had been cut in half, and the scene flipped dramatically, catching everyone off guard. Wang Jianshan couldn't actually be that weak, could he? Some began to harbor such doubts. After all, many had managed to spar with Chen Moxian for over a dozen rounds earlier. How was it that Wang Jianshan, facing Chen Moxian who had gone through multiple rounds of combat, couldn't even take a single blow? However, only those who had just arrived and lacked experience would think this way. Most people present understood just how terrifying Wang Jianshan's strike was. Once he finished gathering power, under the firm lock of the Earth-tier martial techniques energy, his opponent had no way to evade and could only brace themselves to face it head-on. Once this move was unleashed, only one person could remain standing in the arena. If it weren't for Chen Moxian having astounding methods to break through Wang Jianshan's martial skills, it would have been him who was instantly killed. Yet, the strike Chen Moxian unleashed was incredibly strange, its technique unfathomable, and no one could discern its intricacies. But one thing they were certain of was that until this moment, Chen Moxian could still unleash such a powerful move, indicating he had been holding back during their previous exchanges. And for those of them already in the audience, waiting to go on stage, they were all in trouble. Get up there. After this move, that kid definitely won't have much energy left. If you say that, you should go first. To be able to unleash a strike that instantly shattered a celestial realm warrior's full-strength Earth-tier martial technique with the cultivation of the 9th stage of Qi control is truly unfathomable. If Chen Moxian still had a lot of energy left after this attack, it would be absolutely against the natural order. Everyone understood this, but no one dared to be the first to step forward, hoping someone else would take the lead and test the waters. Their desire for the massive points Chen Moxian had accumulated had already diminished significantly. They just wanted to leave this cursed place. With the green hills remaining, there would be no fear of firewood running out. Even the Crazy Blade, who was already solidly within the top 50, had been eliminated here. With 5 days remaining before the secret realm closed, as long as they were still within it, there would still be a chance. Everyone hesitated, and once again, no one dared to step onto the stage. Chen Moxian took a deep breath, quietly activating the undying swallowing sky technique. On the stage, the remnants of Wang Jianshan's shattered Earth-tier martial technique instantly surged into Chen Moxian's body, rapidly restoring his energy. The martial technique he had just unleashed was a sudden inspiration he had created. The Thousand Birds Absolute, created by Zhong Quandao, could be considered the pinnacle method of utilizing thunder attribute energy. Chen Moxian, using Thousand Birds Absolute as the foundation, fused the vibration martial principles contained in Thunderquake Fist, and borrowed the essence of some profound techniques that condensed energy onto weapons, thus creating this new martial technique. When executing it, he first used Thousand Birds Absolute to condense lightning, attaching it to the blade, causing the blade to produce high-frequency vibrations, which he then continuously stacked and enhanced. In the end, the vibration frequency reached an extremely high level, even generating ultrasonic waves that the human ear could not capture. At this moment, the strike he unleashed completely ignored air resistance, showcasing the ultimate speed endowed by the thunder attribute energy. Simultaneously, the cutting power of the blade rose exponentially. Anything touched by this thunder blade would have its vibrational force transmitted instantaneously. The structure of the material at the point of cutting would collapse in an instant, reducing it to powder. If judged by whether it could attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as a standard for earth-tier martial techniques, this move indeed did not meet that standard. However, in terms of single-point lethality, its power surpassed that of the vast majority of intermediate earth-tier martial techniques. While the energy consumption was only at the level of advanced profound techniques, to unleash it, one would need an extraordinary level of energy control, which was absolutely impossible without it. Chen Moxian temporarily set aside the idea of naming these impromptu techniques. Otherwise, as he mastered more martial techniques in the future, he could spend an entire day and night just calling out names. It was about time to wrap things up. Chen Moxian scanned the audience, pondering. After defeating Wang Jianshan and adding the points he had previously earned, his current ranking had risen to 36th place. Meanwhile, his kill count had accumulated to 13. If he could take down the 12 still in the audience, his points would undoubtedly allow him to push for a spot in the top 10. However, perhaps he could fish for a few more points. Chen Moxian settled his energy in his dantian, and a penetrating voice resonated within a 5-kilometer radius. Rule 4. With the mutual agreement of both the challenger and the reigning champion, a temporary rule applicable only to this match may be established. Now, the newly established rule does not limit the challenger to just one person. Anyone on the stage can become a challenger, as long as the reigning champion is defeated. The champion's points can be shared equally among all challengers. Upon hearing this, the audience exchanged glances, momentarily speechless from the shocking announcement. What does this mean? He wants to challenge all of us by himself? Chen Moxian observed the diverse expressions in the crowd and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. As long as you all have no objections, this rule will take effect. I'm a bit pressed for time, so why don't you all come at me together? Chapter 79. Do you want to dance too? In the face of such arrogant words, the crowd instantly erupted. It was unclear who could no longer contain themselves first, shouting at the top of their lungs. Chen Moxian, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? To dare challenge all of us alone is simply a delusion. With so many people present, once they all attacked at the same time, no matter how extraordinary your skills are, you will have no chance of winning against such overwhelming numbers. That's right, in terms of cultivation, he is merely at the 9th level of the Qi control realm. Even if his recovery ability is extraordinary, it is impossible for him to withstand the siege of so many people. I can't take it anymore. Let's all go together and kill him. In an instant, the atmosphere became heated, with everyone glaring angrily and curses echoing. However, what they failed to notice was that their once proud selves had completely dismissed the idea of using such a tactic as a group assault. Deep down, they had already quietly accepted that even if they engaged in a wheel battle, taking turns to fight one-on-one, they still couldn't defeat Chen Moxian. The momentum had completely dissipated. However, this group assault was their only chance to share a piece of the pie from Chen Moxian, so naturally, no one opposed it. Every time Chen Moxian defeated an opponent, the secret realm rules would synchronize the scores he gained to everyone present. This made them itch with anticipation. Even if the final score were to be divided among dozens of people, the amount each person would get would still be quite considerable. With a rush, everyone except Ding Run surged onto the ring. Additionally, those who had been lurking in the shadows, waiting and observing, also took the opportunity to step onto the stage. In just a few breaths, the number of attackers on the ring surged to 37. On the entire stage, everyone held weapons, poised for battle, and a thick murderous aura seemed to materialize like mist spreading out. Meanwhile, Ding Run, the only one left in the audience, was trembling as he stared at the tense scene on stage. Wow, everyone still at the rocky slope must have come. You should know that the news of Chen Moxian's match on the stage will be transmitted without fail to everyone in the rocky slope. Some people might not have taken it seriously at first, but as Chen Moxian's scores accumulated like a snowball, those who were originally indifferent also gathered around. By this moment, hearing about such a great opportunity to take advantage of the chaos, they could no longer hold back and emerge from their hiding spots. Although these people did not possess the mid-stage celestial realm like Wang Jianshan, Most were at the early stages of the celestial realm, with a few having 1 foot in the peak of the Qi control realm. Their cultivation levels were all above Ding Run. As the crowd simultaneously released their aura, the overwhelming pressure surged like a tidal wave, rolling in. Even from a distance, Ding Run felt a dull ache in his chest, as if a heavy stone was pressing down, making it hard for him to breathe. It was easy to imagine the intense pressure that Chen Moxian, at the center of this momentum, was facing. Yet, Ding Run saw that Chen Moxian's expression remained calm and unruffled, showing no signs of disturbance. He scanned the crowd with a composed gaze and slowly asked, "Is it just these people? Even at this point, you dare to speak arrogantly?" Among the 37, a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, looking like a young master, reprimanded him. He had been hiding in the shadows and was among the first to arrive. He had witnessed every battle of Chen Moxian in its entirety. In the past, he would never have dared to step onto the stage. But now the crowd behind him gave him enough confidence to challenge Chen Moxian. As he spoke, he stepped forward and waved his right hand in the air. "Don't say that you're injured and your true energy is greatly depleted from fighting consecutively. Even if you were at your peak, everyone here could unleash a single attack of true energy that would drown you instantly." Chen Moxian did not respond, instead focusing his mind and carefully sensing the surrounding environment outside the ring. After confirming that there were no hidden auras, he nodded slightly. "You can discuss what type of martial skills to limit." Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly erupted into chaos, each person arguing, the noise overwhelming. Seeing this, the young master spoke again. "Everyone, don't be deceived by this person. We have the advantage in numbers, and everyone has different martial skills. Limiting martial skills would undoubtedly bind our hands and feet. To maximize our numerical advantage, the wisest approach is to not limit any martial skills." Once the crowd heard his analysis, they suddenly understood and began to shout, "Yes, that's right, we almost fell for this little guy's trick. Enough talk. Let us start without limiting martial skills." Chen Moxian raised an eyebrow, his expression calm as he uttered a single word. "All right." With his words, both the challenger and the defenders had reached an agreement on the rules of this special battle. This arena battle does not limit any type of martial skills. The countdown for the match begins. 10-9. The crowd quickly moved, surrounding Chen Moxian from all sides, trapping him in the center. Their auras surged like a tidal wave, attempting to psychologically intimidate Chen Moxian first. They used a strategy as the young master had suggested. Once the countdown ended, each would unleash an attack of true energy. Currently, Chen Moxian was covered in blood. Even if he wasn't on his last legs, he was close. With their overwhelming numerical advantage, accumulating injuries would be enough to wear him down. However, when the countdown reached the last 3 seconds, Chen Moxian looked at the crowd with a slight smile. He took a deep breath, fully activating the indestructible devouring technique. Continuing to absorb the residual true energy of the martial skills in the air, and the wounds on his body began to visibly heal at an astonishing speed. The breathing technique, indestructible devouring technique, was not named randomly, drawing from various breathing methods that enhance a warrior's recovery ability. His breathing technique could significantly enhance cellular activity and accelerate healing when there was enough true energy. As his cultivation improved in the future, or if he had access to vast amounts of pure energy, even regrowing severed limbs would not be a problem. Just as the countdown ended, Chen Moxian's injuries fully healed, and his true energy reached its peak. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this unbelievable sight, but they quickly reacted. "This kid is strange. Go all out." Almost simultaneously, a deafening thunderclap exploded. Chen Moxian activated the thunderbolt body to its fullest, combined with the advanced movement technique learned from the heavenly pivot mystique. His speed had surpassed that of most late-stage celestial realm warriors. To others, Chen Moxian, who was originally in the center, seemed to have disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the crowd. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Chen Moxian's long knife had pierced through one person's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Before the crowd could react, Chen Moxian's wrist flicked, and the struck person instantly turned into specks of starlight, dissipating into the arena. Everyone attacked together and surrounded him. The crowd unleashed their skills, and in an instant, colorful true energy erupted like fireworks, dazzling yet hiding deadly intentions. However, these talented individuals were accustomed to fighting solo and struggled to coordinate with a group of strangers. They fought individually, attacking without any strategy, completely disregarding those around them. Their attacks not only failed to form an effective joint force, but instead hindered each other, causing the scene to become increasingly chaotic. Are you blind? Where are you hitting? Don't block my way. In contrast, under the enhancement of the thunderbolt body and the perfect realm of the advanced martial arts, Chen Moxian moved as if in an empty space. He strolled leisurely among the crowd, his figure ghostly, constantly weaving through the gaps in the throng. Wherever he passed, flashes of blade light flickered, cold and piercing. One after another, people transformed into specks of starlight under his blade, dissipating into nothingness. Damn it! Strengthen my defense. I don't believe he won't get tired of chopping. Among the crowd, a martial artist had already lost patience, tormented by Chen Moxian's elusive figure, and shouted hoarsely. Before his voice had completely faded, a chilling aura quietly rose from behind him. Do you want to dance too? Without a moment's hesitation, the man turned around, channeling his internal energy with all his might to execute a defensive martial technique. Xintian Gang Wall, a transparent, colorless light wall, exuding a powerful aura, instantly coalesced around him. With a loud bang, the thunder light on Chen Moxian's right hand shone brightly, suddenly penetrating that light wall and directly piercing through the man's abdomen. He was horrified to discover that his internal energy was uncontrollably flowing towards Chen Moxian's right hand, continuously converging towards the opponent. In an instant, the internal energy Chen Moxian consumed was restored to its original state. He flicked his right hand as if tossing aside a rag, sending the martial artist flying on the spot, transforming into points of starlight in midair. Chapter 80 Total Annihilation Exhaustion does not exist. The crowd in the arena has almost all become Chen Moxian's charging batteries. Their repeated attacks that missed left a large amount of residual true energy in the air. While Chen Moxian was harvesting his opponents, he could also take the opportunity to absorb the true energy of those utterly defenseless individuals. With a battle-to-battle approach, his recovery speed of true energy far exceeded the speed of consumption. Moreover, after numerous battles, Chen Moxian analyzed the signature martial techniques of several martial artists, reflecting them against the heavenly pivot profound technique in his mind. His understanding of martial techniques at the Xian grade level could be said to be at its peak. These people merely raising their hands allowed Chen Moxian to predict their next move through all things calculation, enabling him to anticipate the enemy's actions. Facing the uncoordinated attacks of the crowd was no different from one-on-one combat. Go to the sky, someone shouted. In an instant, several martial artists, as if awakening from a dream, quickly circulated their true energy, forming layers of true energy steps under their feet, and began to ascend into the sky. With so many people on the arena, the situation was chaotic, and many techniques could not be executed without hesitation. Regardless, in the air, their mobility was far superior to that of Chen Moxian, who was at the 9th level of the Qi control realm. At that time, even if Chen Moxian was fast, he could only awkwardly dodge the long-range true energy attacks coming from all directions. With such thoughts, several people quickly fled towards the sky. Before they could take a few steps, they saw Chen Moxian bend his legs and explode with dazzling lightning beneath his feet. He resembled a cannonball fired from a cannon, instantly leaping above one of the fleeing individuals. With a flash of cold light, he swung a powerful slash, and the sharp blade aura directly cut that person down. The individual let out a piercing scream, his figure plummeting from the sky like a falling kite. "Quick strike!" he shouted, unable to gain leverage in the air. Below, someone yelled, their eyes flashing with cold light. Several sharp, true energy attacks shot toward Chen Moxian in midair like arrows released from a bow, accompanied by a whistling wind. Chen Moxian's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly kicked back with both legs. A layer of dazzling lightning arcs instantly formed behind his feet, serving as his stepping platform. Using the explosive force of the kick, Chen Moxian dove downward rapidly, the true energy attacks barely grazing the corners of his clothes as they whooshed past. How can he step on air? Isn't he supposed to only have the cultivation of the 9th level of the Qi control realm? Damn it, are they playing tricks? This extraordinary scene completely overturned these individuals' previous understanding of martial arts. In fact, the notion that only warriors of the Heavenly Gang realm could step on air is a misconception based on inertia. Warriors of the Heavenly Gang realm possess robust and solid true energy that can be projected without dissipating for a long time, allowing them to use it as a foothold in the air. Meanwhile, warriors of the Qi control realm can also unleash advanced Xian grade martial techniques that project true energy over a distance, rivaling a strike from a Heavenly Gang realm warrior. Similarly, warriors of the Qi control realm can achieve stepping on air through exquisite manipulation of true energy, using techniques akin to those of advanced Xian-grade martial techniques, and expending a significant amount of true energy. However, this technique has never been publicly shared because it is entirely impractical. Even if a warrior of the Qi control realm spends time mastering this technique, once they advance to the Heavenly Gang realm, they will naturally understand how to step on air with ease. At this moment, Chen Moxian had comprehended this technique on his own, relying on his extraordinary martial arts proficiency. As he spun sharply, he resembled a fast-spinning top, surrounded by fierce blade energy. With a flicker of cold light, the sharp blade passed through the bodies of these individuals, killing them all. Immediately after, Chen Moxian plummeted like a falling meteor, crashing down to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as he stabilized his form, he swiftly waved his left hand. Lightning surged and gathered, forming a lightning blade in an instant with 1,000 birds absolute. Wherever it passed, flesh was easily torn apart, and several people were directly split in half, blood spraying out like a gushing fountain in all directions. In just a few breaths since the battle began, fewer than half of the 37 people on the field remained. Stop holding back, and don't care about the surroundings anymore. Go all out. The young master shouted desperately, his face flushed with urgency. If we keep dragging this out, we'll be picked off one by one. The crowd truly did not expect that after so many rounds of intense battles, Chen Moxian still hid such terrifying combat power. Indeed, at the beginning, everyone had their own calculations in mind. They thought about reducing the number of opponents and minimizing the number of people sharing points, with the mindset that as long as danger did not fall upon themselves, they could hold back a little strength. Everyone had reservations when attacking. Even the young master himself was like this, hoping that Chen Moxian would take out the others first, allowing him to take advantage afterward. However, seeing Chen Moxian fight so fiercely without showing any signs of fatigue, but rather growing bolder with each battle, he realized in horror that if this continued, they would all be finished. The group exchanged glances, a fierce determination appearing in their eyes. They no longer held back, fully mobilizing the true energy within their bodies to unleash their best techniques. Even if there was a possibility of injuring each other due to the collision of techniques, it was still better than being taken down one by Chen Moxian. This desperate scene was naturally captured by Chen Moxian's eyes. He slightly tilted his head back, slowly exhaling a breath that seemed to carry the chill of 1,000 years, spreading coldness around. In the next second, he slammed his palm onto the ground, true energy surging all around him. He whispered, profound cold spreading across the sky. As soon as the words left his mouth, a majestic and terrifying ice storm erupted from within him without warning. This storm, filled with a chilling aura that caused shivers, instantly swept across the entire arena, enveloping more than a dozen martial artists on the stage. How can he still unleash ice attribute martial techniques? Ice attribute true energy possesses the characteristic of corroding and solidifying other true energies. At this moment, everyone was exerting themselves fully, releasing their true energy without reservation, which undoubtedly provided an excellent medium for the ice attribute true energy's rampage. Their faces instantly turned pale as the sound of cracking ice echoed continuously under the onslaught of the ice storm. In a moment, the rampaging ice storm gradually dissipated, revealing more than a dozen human-shaped ice sculptures standing prominently on the arena. Inside the ice sculptures, the trapped individuals trembled violently, trying desperately to break free from the ice seal. However, Chen Moxian would not give them a moment to catch their breath. Fast Thunder Body activated again, and he instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, with crisp sounds echoing throughout the arena. As Chen Moxian swung his blade, the ice sculptures shattered under his fierce attacks, turning into countless starlight points, vanishing into the void. In an instant, only the young master remained, having successfully broken free from the ice seal. However, at this moment, he was isolated and helpless, facing Chen Moxian's fierce gaze. You, the young master trembled all over, unable to distinguish whether the chill came from his body or from his heart. Chen Moxian did not waste words. He immediately slammed a palm into the young master's abdomen. The violent power of lightning surged into his body, rampaging internally. The young master felt as if his entire meridians were torn apart in an instant, collapsing to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. Next, Chen Moxian executed the indestructible devouring heaven technique, absorbing all the true energy within him to restore his own consumption. The previous series of full-force bursts had ultimately caused his endurance to lag behind, and his true energy was nearly depleted. He left the young master alive simply because he possessed would attribute true energy, making him a more efficient charging battery. Once his true energy was replenished by more than half, Chen Moxian swept his blade across the young master's throat, causing him to dissipate on the spot. Thus, all 37 challengers were defeated by Chen Moxian. With this exhilarating victory, his score skyrocketed to an astonishing level. Chapter 81. The Land of Inheritance. Champion Chen Moxian defeated challenger Tian Gai and gained all of his points, totaling 630 points. Champion Chen Moxian defeated challenger Guoxianan and gained all of his points, totaling 810 points. Champion Chen Moxian defeated challenger Hao Yong and gained all of his points, totaling 540 points. Champion Chen Moxian defeated challenger Yang Qingfeng and gained all of his points, totaling 1080 points. 37 messages flashed by continuously, and Chen Moxian's score had reached a terrifying 600 points. His ranking had jumped straight to third place. Is there really no first place? Chen Moxian couldn't help but exclaim. Although he was essentially a whole day's progress behind, the combined scores of so many people only put him in third place. The first and second places must be something special. The audience was stunned. Ding Run, sitting alone, suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly. Looking back at the entire process of Chen Moxian setting up the challenge, there had been a total of 47 challengers on stage. Among these challengers, only 2 had originally ranked below Ding Run, while the other 45 ranked above him. Now, Chen Moxian had taken away all of their scores. Ding Run's ranking shot up like a rocket, jumping forward by 45 places. Moreover, most of these people were strong competitors who had a chance to enter the top 100. With their elimination, Ding Run's pressure to break into the top 100 was greatly reduced. He was in a great mood, exaggerating. The champion's combat power is against the heavens. My admiration for the champion is like the endless Yangtze River, flowing ceaselessly. Chen Moxian looked at Ding Run, who was grinning from ear to ear in the audience, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Aren't you going on stage?" Ding Run suddenly shivered, realizing he was sitting in the audience. It seemed he could also be considered a challenger, but soon Chen Moxian smiled slightly and chose to dissolve the arena. The arena transformed into particles, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a huge pit in its place. Ding Run immediately breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The champion really loves to joke. Almost scared me to death. Ding Run also suddenly realized that his idea of having Chen Moxian be his bodyguard was good. But if he encountered someone ruthless and unscrupulous today, they could use the props he provided and then eliminate him without hesitation. He had no way to defend himself. With his strength inferior to others, life and death were completely in someone else's hands. Relying on others' moral standards to spare him was truly unrealistic. Chen Moxian had not thought of taking all of Ding Run's points as well. He had a clear and definite principle regarding his actions, knowing what to do and what not to do, and he would not change because of the power he held. If one fears the strong due to their own weakness and then oppresses the weak once they gain power, they ultimately become a slave to power. At this moment, Ding Run understood that the champion before him was not only someone to cling to tightly, but also someone worthy of sincere friendship. He asked, "Champion, are you planning to go directly to the Beast Forest afterward?" Chen Moxian nodded. With his ranking and score, it was pointless to go to other areas. The Beast Forest was the largest area in the entire Secret Realm, and also the resource concentration area within the Secret Realm. Moreover, the Spirit Gathering Pool was located right behind the Beast Forest. Although it was possible to take a detour through other areas, clearly, the direct route through the Beast Forest was the shortest path. He planned to go directly to the Spirit Gathering Pool, soak in it, and then leave the Secret Realm. I stayed in the Beast Forest for a while before, but didn't dare to venture too deep and turn back. However, I did gather some intelligence, along with some of the hidden rules within the Secret Realm, which I have documented in this booklet. Saying this, Ding Run took out a booklet, which contained a bone fragment. I found this by chance on the road. It's of no use to me, so I'll give it to you, champion. Chen Moxian looked at the bone fragment, and the information on it instantly caught his eye. It was evidently an item from the Secret Realm. Fragment of the Inheritance Key. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize a complete key to enter the Land of Inheritance. The Land of Inheritance? Chen Moxian showed a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask. In response, Ding Run's expression became particularly serious as he explained. This spirit-gathering secret realm serves not only as a testing ground, but also contains many opportunities. And the greatest opportunity is undoubtedly this Land of Inheritance. It is said that inside is the legacy of the master of this spirit-gathering secret realm, who is a supreme martial artist. A supreme martial artist is a title that can only be obtained by someone who has reached the pinnacle of the human martial arts system. Even in the superpowered world, although the history of human martial arts has been greatly diminished, any mention of it still leaves traces of supreme martial artists. Since the Third Great War of the Races, it has been a long time since the human race produced a supreme martial artist. There's actually a legacy of a supreme martial artist here. Such a precious thing, and you just gave it to me so easily? Chen Moxian was somewhat surprised. Ding Run waved his hand, unconcerned, and said, "In previous openings of the secret realm, some people also obtained such fragments, but until now, no one has been able to collect all three. I'm not hoping to collect the fragments anymore. Since we have a rare friendship, it's better to give it to you, champion, and make a friend." Chen Moxian took the booklet and the bone fragment, saying to Ding Run, "Don't call me champion. It sounds uncomfortable. Just call me by my name." Hearing this, Ding Run laughed heartily and cupped his fists in a martial salute. "All right, Brother Chen, I plan to go to other areas to try my luck, so we'll part ways here. If you can help me eliminate some of the competitors ahead in the Beast Forest, that would be even better." Chen Moxian also responded with a martial salute. "Farewell. If you have the chance after going out, feel free to come to Yunchuan Martial Arts University to find me. Just mention Ding Run at the school, and you'll be welcomed without hindrance." Ding Run laughed heartily and swaggered away. The people on a rocky slope had all been eliminated by Chen Moxian, so there was naturally no need for caution. Chen Moxian quickly flipped through the manual Ding Run had given him and stored it along with the bone fragment in the Taichu golden mirror. Then, he silently called out to the secret realm's rule command and pulled up the map of the secret realm to compare carefully. After confirming the direction, he swiftly ran towards the beast forest. Under his full-speed run, about 10 minutes later, he reached the edge of the rocky slope area. The moment he stepped out of the edge, a secret realm message suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Start calculating rewards for kills in the rocky slope. Your kill count is 50, gaining points of 100 by 50 by 5. 0, totaling 25,000 points." Looking at this message, Chen Moxian's steps paused. He had been so engrossed in the arena that he almost forgot about this matter, including the 3 people he had dealt with at the beginning. Along with the 47 challengers in the arena, he had indeed killed a total of 50 people. Now that this score was settled, his ranking jumped directly to first place. Immediately afterward, another message appeared before him. "You have personally eliminated 50 people, breaking the single kill record for the spirit-gathering secret realm. Achieving a hidden achievement, unmatched bravery. Reward, fragment of the inheritance key." As the light flickered, a uniquely shaped bone fragment materialized in front of Chen Moxian, slowly drifting into his palm. Chen Moxian stared at the bone fragment in his hand, momentarily stunned. He had originally had no intention of seeking this so-called land of inheritance, and even before this, he had never even heard of it. But now, first Ding Run sent one piece, and then the second piece unexpectedly came into his hands. It was as if his bone fragment had grown legs, determined to run into his hands. Wasn't it said that no one had ever gathered all 3 pieces? Chapter 82. Attention from a martial arts high level in a void space within a secret realm. Several humanoid phantoms formed by spiritual consciousness were looking at each other with astonished expressions. In this space, they could use their spiritual consciousness to observe every corner of the secret realm and see the real-time rankings and number of participants. After a day of competition, the total number of people remaining in the secret realm had dropped to 621. Just a moment ago, a large number of eliminated personnel suddenly surged out from the rocky slope area. This unusual situation immediately attracted their attention. The spiritual consciousness of these figures quickly extended towards the rocky slope area, discovering that an unfamiliar face had used a customized arena to challenge nearly 47 people single-handedly. An elderly man with a rather round face spoke first, full of confusion. "Which martial arts university is this student from? He looks so unfamiliar." With such a wide range of martial skills, all practiced to perfection, despite his slightly weaker cultivation level, a martial arts genius like this shouldn't be so obscure. "Old Lei, can you tell where this kid's lightning attribute martial skill comes from?" The round-faced elder turned his gaze to a white-haired elder with an angry expression. "Referred to as Old Lei." Old Lei slowly shook his head, his voice deep. "I've never seen this style before. He has refined lightning attribute martial skills, which are likely self-created techniques not yet registered. As for the other martial skills, they seem somewhat familiar, as if they have fused different styles." Self-created martial skills? He can even fuse other martial skills? The round-faced elder clicked his tongue in surprise. I'm becoming more curious about which school has such a hidden genius. It seems that this year's STAR program has gained another dark horse besides Zhong Haoren and Xiang Tian. While everyone was discussing, the phantoms that had been standing silently with their eyes closed slowly opened their eyes. Unlike the surrounding elders, this person looked extremely young, with exquisite facial features and a handsome appearance. Let me clarify, he's a senior year martial arts student. The young man spoke slowly. Senior year. Several people were taken aback. Lu Xiansheng, I'm not doubting your abilities, but how could a senior year student come to this secret realm? The round-faced elder hesitated slightly and asked. He entered with the quota of the Taichu Martial Mansion, the young man replied. Upon hearing this, someone immediately reacted. I remember, not long ago, Old Han recommended a senior student to participate in the STAR program as the president of Tianshu Academy. But he just joined. Who brought him here? The rules don't impose any restrictions, right? If you know how, anyone can enter. Old Lei snorted coldly. Hearing this, the person fell silent for a moment. As long as one has the qualification to enter the secret realm during its opening, there are no restrictions on which batch of STAR program members they belong to. However, no one had ever done this before. The round-faced elder looked around and cursed. I was wondering why Old Han was missing today. It turns out to be like this. That old fellow's Tianshu divination technique is about to reach the divine realm. He probably anticipated this long ago. After a brief pause, he continued. Given the current situation, what should we do? Should we kick this kid out? Each person can only enter the spirit-gathering secret realm once in their lifetime. This is a strict rule set by that supreme being, and none of us have the power to change it. Someone immediately retorted. This person is just a senior year student, yet possesses such combat power. He can undoubtedly be called a talent of the human race. Moreover, he has already gathered 2 bone fragments. Perhaps he has a chance to obtain the 3rd one and open the inheritance ground of that supreme being. If we kick him out, wouldn't that be ruining a great opportunity for a talent of the human race? The round-faced elder was momentarily speechless. Feeling wronged. I was just casually mentioning it. Why are you putting such a big hat on me? Besides, how can that supreme being's inheritance be so easily obtained? The reason we set the condition of gathering 3 bone fragments to qualify for entering the inheritance ground was because previously, when the conditions were relaxed, a large group of people went in a trial. What happened? Many of them came out with broken Dao hearts, completely defeated. Good seedlings were ruined like this. Letting him leave now might actually be protecting him. As he spoke, the elder's expression darkened as he recalled the bad memories. Among those with broken Dao hearts was his direct disciple. All right, stop arguing. The young man called Lu Xiansheng spoke again, and the room immediately fell silent. Since he is here, it is his fate. We should not interfere. As for whether he can obtain the 3rd bone fragment and open the inheritance ground, it all depends on his own opportunities and luck. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and ceased further discussion. The conditions for obtaining the inheritance key are extremely harsh, derived from their analysis of that supreme being's texts and understanding of his preferences. A total of 3 achievements need to be accomplished. Exceptional opportunity, picking up randomly scattered bone fragments in the secret realm. Unmatched valor, surpassing the single kill record of previous years. Unmatched combat power, killing tier 3 lord-level beasts in the spirit-gathering secret realm. These 3 conditions are exceedingly strict. If one person can achieve all 3, they might indeed successfully obtain that supreme being's inheritance. However, just entering the STAR program and having such strength without receiving training directly to kill their way to the top rank of the previous session. Someone sighed again. With such strength, there is no one in this generation who can contend with him. This year's STAR program might turn into a lone STAR program. Not necessarily. The round-faced elder chuckled. I've heard that Lu Xiansheng also recommended a senior martial arts student a few days ago. Just 18 years old, already at the late stage of the Tiangang realm. 18? Late stage of the Tiangang realm. Someone gasped, feeling the gazes from around him. Lu Xiansheng gently shook his head. Now is not the time to discuss these matters. Everyone should focus on the situation within the secret realm. In the rankings of martial arts universities in the Daxia Kingdom, the Taichu Martial Mansion stands independently and is not included in the regular rankings. If we exclude the Taichu Martial Mansion, the Extreme Sky University, which Lu Xiansheng oversees, is undoubtedly the top-tier academy. When mentioning that student, he felt helpless and sighed inwardly. That student had been discovered by chance. He had heard that the student was previously very ordinary, with mediocre talent, and had shown no remarkable qualities in cultivation. Just a month ago, however, That person seemed to have undergone a transformation, skyrocketing from the 4th stage of blood-nurturing realm to the 7th stage of Tiangang realm. The speed of cultivation was unprecedented in his life. However, that student had a rather peculiar temperament. Although he intended to take him under his wing directly, the other party insisted on waiting until after the martial examination to join. When pressed, he spoke of some strange task he needed to complete. Lu Xiansheng couldn't refuse him, so he planned to wait until the martial examination a month later before sending someone to bring him to Extreme Sky University. If these two had a chance to meet, it would indeed be interesting. Thinking of this, Lu Xiansheng couldn't help but secretly harbor a bit of anticipation. Chapter 83. Which rank king again? The Beast Forest, located in the core area of the spirit-gathering secret realm, is vast and occupies nearly half of the entire secret realm. The forest has an overall sloped structure, with the terrain gradually rising from the outer layer to the center. The outer layer is flat like a plain, with lush vegetation and tall, dense trees. The inner forest features complex terrain, including wetlands, swamps, canyons, and caves, intricately distributed. At the very center stands a towering peak, seemingly propping up the sky. This peak is called Cloud-Breaking Peak, and its summit is covered in ice and snow year-round, with blizzards raging, creating an extremely cold environment. Such a complex and variable terrain has created a wonder where tropical, temperate, and polar ecosystems coexist. It nurtures a diverse array of exotic beasts and rare resources. It can be said that the spirit-gathering secret realm is not only an excellent place for trials, but also a vast treasure trove containing endless resources. With more than half of its resources coming from the beast forest, whether it's the precious minerals in the forest or the various parts from the exotic beasts, they are rare treasures for the outside world. However, for the challengers, what matters more is the points. In the beast forest, points can be earned by killing exotic beasts. The deeper one goes, the stronger the exotic beasts encountered and the more points earned. At the foot of Cloud-Breaking Peak, in the center of the forest, stood a tall man with sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples. He exhaled deeply, and the long spear in his hand suddenly flashed with light, vanishing into thin air. On the ground before him lay a massive giant ape. This giant ape was called the stone skin ape, measuring 5 meters in length, with its surface covered in a layer of gray-brown, stone-like scales. Although it's called the stone skin ape, its scales are not ordinary stones found on the roadside. These scales have a special texture, containing unique toughness and hardness, making them a rare treasure in the eyes of weapon refiners. Defensive equipment made from these scales is extraordinarily resilient, capable of easily withstanding a full-force strike from an average mid-stage celestial warrior. However, at this moment, the supposedly indestructible scales of the giant ape were shattered all around, leaving behind a horrifying wound. It was evident it had been killed in a single blow. Killed the 3rd-tier advanced exotic beast, Stone Skin Ape, gained 3,000 points. Having dealt with this exotic beast, the man thought he would surpass Zhong Haoren in the rankings. He eagerly checked the rankings, but his expression suddenly darkened. He was still in 2nd place? Had Zhong Haoren surpassed him by 300 points? Since entering the secret realm, their rankings have been like a seesaw, alternating between 1st and 2nd place, neither yielding to the other. This fierce competition had ignited their competitive spirits, making them push each other to the limits, leaving the 3rd place far behind. Their strengths were comparable, and the ranking difference was minimal. Just now, he had used his strongest killing technique to successfully break through the Stone Skin Ape's defenses and kill it in one strike. A 3rd-tier advanced exotic beast has combat power comparable to a late-stage celestial warrior. Logically, the points gained from killing such a powerful exotic beast should allow him to surpass Zhong Haoren in the rankings. In that case, let us ascend Cloud-Breaking Peak. 3rd-tier advanced exotic beasts are hard to find in the outer layers, but they are not as numerous on Cloud-Breaking Peak. Yet they're still more common than in the outer layers. More importantly, dominant Lord-level exotic beasts reside on Cloud-Breaking Peak. As long as he can successfully kill a Lord-level exotic beast, he can directly earn 50,000 points. At that time, Zhong Haoren would have no chance to surpass him. Looking at the towering peak before him, a determined glint flashed in the man's eyes. Shortly after, on the other side of the foot of Cloud-Breaking Peak, a man dressed in a moon-white robe, holding a long sword, moved gracefully like flowing clouds. Behind him, dozens of vines as thick as his wrist pursued him like fierce pythons, wreaking havoc on the surrounding vegetation. Facing the extremely dangerous vines, the man kept his eyes closed, his posture swaying leisurely as if strolling in a garden. skillfully dodging the attacks of the vines. Suddenly, the man stopped. He had found it. In an instant, he opened his eyes, and an extremely sharp sword intent emanated from him. Just as the vines were about to surround and crush him, he thrust his sword forward, his true energy flowing like water, spiraling rapidly to cover the blade. His figure shot out like an arrow, moving so fast that it was nearly impossible to see with the naked eye, instantly shredding the surrounding vines to pieces. With his remaining strength, the long sword pierced a tree as thick as a hug, leaving a deep spiral sword mark. The next second, the tree emitted a howl like a wounded beast. Its trunk twisted and deformed, revealing a large mouth full of sharp teeth, with green juice gushing out, emitting a foul odor. Killed the third-tier advanced exotic beast. Greenwood Vine gained 3,500 points. Phew, that was truly dangerous. The man said this, but a relaxed and pleasant smile was on his face as he checked his ranking on the points board. I earned 3,500 points. But how did I fall to second place? Before this, he had held the first position for 2 hours. And after successfully killing a rare third-tier advanced exotic beast in the outer layers, his first position should have been even more secure. Could it be that Xiang Tian, that brute, has ascended cloud-breaking peak? The man raised his eyes to the sky-piercing cloud-breaking peak, lost in deep thought. The powerful exotic beasts on cloud-breaking peak far outnumber those outside the mountain, and the efficiency of gaining points is much higher. However, Lord-level exotic beasts are also on cloud-breaking peak. In addition to their own powerful strength, Lord-level exotic beasts can command other exotic beasts. If a beast wave is accidentally triggered, the situation could become extremely tricky. It has only been 1 day since the spirit-gathering secret realm opened. And apart from him and Xiang Tian, the 2 rank kings, most people are still wandering around the edges of the outer forest. To ascend cloud-breaking peak, it is better to wait for the larger group to gather. At that time, even if a beast wave occurs, it will be much easier and safer to respond than being alone. However, the number of high-level exotic beasts on the mountain is limited. For each one Xiang Tian hunts, the opportunity for him to gain points decreases. The further it goes, the harder it becomes to catch up with his point difference. The man's eyes flickered, and after a fierce internal struggle, a hint of resolution suddenly flashed. The path of martial arts should be about striving to be ahead. As a representative of the Taichu martial house, this first place is a must. With that said, he strode toward cloud-breaking peak. In fact, Zhong Haoren and Xiang Tian took turns being in second place. Xiang Tian took second place first, and then Zhong Haoren surpassed him, placing him in third. Because of this coincidence, they both thought the other had taken first place, completely unaware that a third party had intervened in their competition. The one who discovered this third party was the third place, who had been far behind by Zhong Haoren and Xiang Tian. After laboriously killing a third-tier intermediate exotic beast, he suddenly realized he had dropped to fourth place. Which rank king is this? He looked astonished, angrily throwing his weapon to the ground. Clang! The weapon struck the ground, echoing his shattered mood. Immediately after, he felt weak all over and slumped against a large tree, his eyes filled with exhaustion and helplessness. What is there to fight for? After all that effort, I dropped a rank. I'm done. Chapter 84. Entering the beast forest 3 hours had passed since Chen Moxian left the stony slope. This spirit-gathering secret realm was truly vast and boundless. Despite his continuous progress, he had only just reached the edge of the beast forest. This was thanks to the undying devouring technique, which allowed him to travel without worrying about the consumption of true energy. If it were any other martial artist, the mere consumption of true energy would be enough to exhaust them, and it would likely take a whole day to reach the edge of the beast forest. However, it was worth mentioning that during this journey, his cultivation had quietly achieved a breakthrough. After several intense battles, the true energy within him fluctuated between near exhaustion and overflowing abundance. Coupled with the fact that the energy in this secret realm was far greater than that of the outside world, his undying devouring technique remained in an automatic cultivation state, constantly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his true energy. Unconsciously, his cultivation broke through, successfully entering the perfect chi control realm. A further step would lead to the celestial gang realm. The beast forest, the broken cloud peak. Chen Moxian murmured. Raising his eyes, he saw a lush forest before him, with trees blocking out the sky, stretching endlessly. In the center of the forest, a towering peak rose majestically, piercing the clouds with overwhelming momentum. Just one glance, and Chen Moxian was certain he had come to the right place. The spirit gathering pool was hidden at the foot of the broken cloud peak. Although he was somewhat interested in the place of inheritance, he had no clues regarding the third bone fragment. It was better to follow the pre-planned route. Chen Moxian stepped steadily into the beast forest, and immediately, a prompt appeared before his eyes, dictated by the rules of the secret realm. The current area is the beast forest. Killing beasts will earn you points. The rule was exceedingly brief, yet did not mention the countless dangers and opportunities hidden within the forest. Everything had to be experienced by the martial artists themselves. According to the intelligence recorded by Ding Run, the priority after entering the beast forest was to carefully search the surrounding areas for spiritual herb resources. The characteristic of the beast forest was that the deeper one went, the higher the danger level. If one encountered a battle during this deepening journey without sufficient recovery herbs at hand, the martial artist could easily fall into a perilous situation due to injuries, making it difficult to replenish true energy. Moreover, the beast forest concealed many opportunities meticulously set by martial arts masters and even martial arts sages, including precious martial tools and inherited martial techniques. Because of this, many chose to explore the outer layers carefully. However, endurance was not an issue for Chen Moxian, and opportunities were not something he urgently craved at the moment. His plan was to head straight to the spirit gathering pool to awaken the so-called heart image Dao seed. As he anticipated, the heart image Dao seed might bring significant changes to his abilities. As for other matters, he felt they could be considered after soaking in the spirit gathering pool. After all, once he finished soaking, he could choose to leave the secret realm at any time. And if he still had the interest to explore, it would not be too late to delve deeper. After advancing for a while, Chen Moxian suddenly sensed no less than 10 auras filled with beastly ferocity and murderous intent. Clearly, those hidden beasts had regarded him as prey, waiting for the right moment to pounce. Chen Moxian directly ignored the murderous intent, maintaining a calm expression as he continued striding toward the center of the forest. Based on his cultivation aura alone, it was indeed easy for him to be perceived as an easy target. At that moment, he did not have a need to actively hunt beasts to accumulate points, but if any unwitting beast blocked his path, he would not mind giving it a fatal blow. The more beast blood he stained his hands with, the more these beasts would instinctively avoid him. Sure enough, before long, a massive lizard entered Chen Moxian's view. This lizard was covered with a metallic-looking shell on its back, shimmering with a cold gleam. Its tail resembled a giant hammer, thick and powerful, drawing fierce arcs in the air as it moved. Upon catching sight of Chen Moxian, the lizard let out a deafening roar, the sound rolling like thunder. It exerted force with its four limbs and charged directly at Chen Moxian, kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment Chen Moxian saw the beast's form, relevant information rapidly surfaced in his mind. This type of beast was detailed in the intelligence provided by Ding Run, known as the steel-armored lizard. The hardness of its back shell was comparable to fine steel, and a full swing of its hammer-like tail could easily injure a martial artist at the early Celestial Gang realm. An adult steel-armored lizard belonged to the initial tier of third-grade beasts, given its unique body structure and special abilities. Beasts often had an advantage over martial artists of the same level. Generally speaking, successfully dealing with a third-grade initial tier beast usually required the cooperation of 2 to 3 martial artists at the early Celestial Gang realm to have a good chance of success. Naturally, the challengers in this spirit-gathering secret realm were all geniuses selected from various places, each with extraordinary combat strength, making it not too difficult to defeat a beast of the same level. As for Chen Moxian, these extraordinarily powerful geniuses were merely a crowd among the exceptional. As the two sides were about to collide, the steel-armored lizard raised its thick tail high, whipping through the air with a whooshing sound toward Chen Moxian. In a flash of lightning, Chen Moxian, who had been several steps away from the steel-armored lizard, had already appeared behind it. The long knife in his hand flowed like ink, seemingly never having been drawn from its sheath. In contrast, the steel-armored lizard's once-raised tail now hung uselessly in the air, its body suddenly adorned with several deep gashes visible to the bone. Its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Without looking back, Chen Moxian prepared to continue forward. However, at that moment, he felt the awareness of the little wave in the black god hand ring suddenly become unusually active. It was as if it had 1,000 words to express, yet the sounds it made were muddled and unclear, leaving Chen Moxian momentarily perplexed. Calming his mind, he carefully analyzed the emotions conveyed from the little wave's awareness and recalled the previous battle, leading to a hint of speculation in his heart. He slowly turned around, his gaze landing on the steel-armored lizard behind him, which had no breath of life. Do you want it? In an instant, the consciousness wave transmitted by the little wave became even more intense, as if eagerly responding to Chen Moxian's speculation. Although it had not yet awakened its intelligence, it instinctively felt that the hard metallic shell on the back of the steel-armored lizard would be excellent nourishment for it. It was extremely eager to enhance its own configuration. Chapter 85. Devouring the beast's secret patterns. Chen Moxian walked towards the armored lizard. He could feel the consciousness of Xiaobo becoming increasingly intense, urging him to get closer. He slowly raised his hand, and the black divine bracelet instantly transformed into writhing black liquid, quickly covering the armored lizard's back. Within a few breaths, the hard shell was completely eroded. Then, the black liquid flew back to Chen Moxian's hand, returning to the form of a bracelet. More? Chen Moxian sensed that Xiaobo seemed a bit unsatisfied. Don't worry, there are plenty of beasts here. I will take care of all the obstacles on the way later. With that, Chen Moxian no longer suppressed his aura and charged forward rapidly. Soon, 7 or 8 more beasts entered Chen Moxian's sight. These creatures clearly saw the human before them as thin and weak, easy to bully. They were covered in gray-green fur, with blue secret patterns on their foreheads. Their eyes flickered with a ghostly blue light, closely following Chen Moxian's pace, slowly encircling him from all sides. Chen Moxian glanced over and understood. Qingfeng wolves, low-level third-tier beasts. In this beast forest, Qingfeng wolves are quite a troublesome existence. Their sharp claws can easily tear apart the protective true energy of early-stage Tiangang realm warriors. And in terms of speed, they far exceed ordinary early-stage Tiangang realm warriors. Qingfeng wolves have unique habits, always preferring to move in packs, coordinating seamlessly with each other like a well-trained army. They're only brave when it comes to soft targets, and if they feel uncertain, they want to easily take action. However, once someone unfortunate enough becomes their prey, they will surround the target with skilled coordination and pounce in unison, leaving the prey with almost no chance of escape. A larger Qingfeng wolf at the front howled. The howl was short, signaling a hunt. The Qingfeng wolves running alongside Chen Moxian's side had their foreheads glow brightly. They suddenly swung their claws, launching blue wind blades accompanied by a whistling sound, rapidly attacking Chen Moxian. At the same time, the other Qingfeng wolves increased their running speed abruptly, closely following the trajectory of the wind blades, charging towards Chen Moxian. First, they used wind blades to limit the opponent's evasion route. Then the other wolves would pounce to deliver a deadly blow. This was their usual tactic. This strategy cleverly combined their speed advantage, often catching their opponents off guard and achieving a stunning effect of instant kills. Many warriors in this beast forest had already fallen victim to this tactic of the Qingfeng wolves and were eliminated. In their eyes, this human, whose aura was obviously weaker than those before, will be no exception. As the wind blades sliced through, the human's figure was immediately torn apart, becoming a dissipating mist. The lead wolf, seeing this, had its eyes flash with blue light, reaching an extreme level of excitement, and rushed forward, raising its powerful forelimbs to strike with its claws. In this beast forest, the reason why beasts are so aggressive is that the secret realm rules impose unique restrictions and incentives on them. Once the secret realm ends, the beasts that successfully eliminate humans will receive rewards from the secret realm rules, gaining strength and a reallocation of territory. The current lord of the beast forest is one that eliminated over 30 humans last year, surpassing the old lord to become the new overlord. But as its claws tore through the human body, it felt something strange. It didn't feel like cutting through solid flesh, but rather like slicing into a mass of vapor. Before the lead wolf could think further, the attacks from the other Qingfeng wolves followed closely. In an instant, the human's body was completely torn apart, transforming into a cloud of mist. The lead wolf was shocked and turned back suddenly, only to find that the human had appeared like a ghost behind the 2 Qingfeng wolves that had released the wind blades. Chen Moxian's eyes flashed with cold light as he moved his palms. The previous move was from the advanced body technique of the Heavenly Pivot Profound Technique, called Water Moon Illusion. During his journey to the Beast Forest, he had not been idle. He had thoroughly analyzed at least one advanced martial skill of each attribute from the Heavenly Pivot Profound Technique. What followed was the Advanced Palm Technique, Burning Flame Palm. Fiery red, true energy, like a lively flame, quickly wrapped around his palms, the intense heat instantly distorting the surrounding air. Chen Moxian struck heavily on the sides of the 2 Qingfeng wolves with his palms, left and right. The overwhelming fire attribute, true energy, surged in, And the two Qingfeng wolves didn't even have time to let out a cry before their internal organs were charred, their bodies crashing to the ground, life extinguished. The lead wolf let out a mournful howl, its forehead's secret pattern glowing brightly, resembling burning blue flames. It frantically moved its limbs, urging the other Qingfeng wolves to flee desperately. As they sprinted, a dazzling blue light column condensed in front of their foreheads, slicing through the air ahead and emitting a sharp whistle. As mentioned before, Qingfeng wolves are very afraid of strong opponents. Seeing that Chen Moxian was a tough opponent, their fighting spirit instantly vanished. Even a mid-stage Tiangang realm warrior would find it hard to catch up with them at full speed. However, speed was precisely one of Chen Moxian's many strong points. With the activation of Swift Thunder Body, Chen Moxian instantly caught up to the back of the wolf pack. At the same time, the black divine bracelet flashed with light, transforming into a pitch-black spear. He raised his hand and waved. The spear shot out like a dragon, immediately lifting one Qingfeng wolf and forcefully throwing it behind him. At this moment, the Qingfeng wolves were already terrified to the core, not daring to look back, focused solely on fleeing forward. Thus, Chen Moxian, like an eagle catching a chick, easily picked off one Qingfeng wolf after another, throwing them behind him, until the spear's cold light flashed and pierced through the lead wolf from behind. All the Qingfeng wolves had been eradicated by Chen Moxian. In an instant, the notifications for killing beasts and gaining points flashed before his eyes like snowflakes. However, Chen Moxian had long lost interest in these points and directly ignored them. He walked over to the pile of wolf corpses that he had skillfully controlled and thrown together, saying to Xiaobo in the black divine bracelet, "See if there's anything you want to devour." Since devouring the armored lizard earlier, Xiaobo seemed to have gained some enhancement. At this point, there was still some distance from the wolf pack, and it could already enter devouring mode. The black liquid shot out into the air, heading straight for the pile of Qingfeng wolf corpses. After devouring all their claws, it moved towards the secret patterns on the foreheads of the Qingfeng wolves. "You could devour this too?" Chen Moxian exclaimed in surprise. Some beasts naturally generate unique secret patterns on their bodies, allowing them to unleash certain special abilities. Chen Moxian understood the habits of the mechanical race. They could devour metals or minerals to enhance themselves, whether devouring the armored lizard's rock-solid shell or the Qingfeng wolf's sharp claws. Chen Moxian could barely justify it as belonging to the metal category. But these beast secret patterns must be considered flesh, right? Can a mechanical race even consume that? Without further ado, Xiaobo immediately responded with action. The black liquid instantly enveloped the secret pattern on the lead wolf's forehead and, as it wriggled, forcibly dug out a chunk of flesh from the area where the pattern was located. After devouring the secret pattern from the lead wolf, it hurriedly moved on to the other Qingfeng wolf corpses, doing the same. Once it had consumed all the secret patterns from the corpses of the Qingfeng wolves, the black liquid slowly returned to Chen Moxian's hand, transforming back into the bracelet. However, some silver patterns quietly emerged on the originally pitch-black bracelet. Chapter 86. Strengthening the Black God Ring. What is this? Chen Moxian's gaze was tightly locked on the newly appeared silver patterns on the Black God Ring, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. With a slight movement of his mind, the Black God Ring instantly transformed into a long sword. The silver patterns were also clearly visible on the sword's blade. Chen Moxian circulated his true qi, guiding it along the patterns of the sword's body, and in an instant, the sword emitted a dazzling azure light. With a powerful swing of the sword, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, a blue wind blade shot out from the sword's edge. The wind blade sliced through the air, creating a piercing sound, and with lightning speed, it cut through a thick tree ahead. In the blink of an eye, the tree let out a dull thud and was actually severed in half by the wind blade. He could actually use the skills of exotic beasts. Chen Moxian's eyes brightened. The wind blade released by this strike was almost identical to that used by the Azure Wind Wolf, with even greater power. However, this did not stem from Chen Moxian analyzing the Azure Wind Wolf skill to activate a martial technique. He merely infused his true qi into it. And with the cultivation of the qi control realm, he executed a long-range true qi attack. This method of attacking, relying entirely on one's own true qi as the energy source without needing to consider technique, reminded one of the true essence cannon paired with the Tianyuan battle armor. Moreover, the true qi conduction rate had also improved. Chen Moxian carefully savored the feeling of transmitting true qi just now and keenly noticed the changes in the Black God Ring after it transformed into a weapon. Warriors can significantly enhance the lethality of their weapons by attaching true qi to them. However, during the process of transmitting true qi to the weapon, there will inevitably be some loss, and the indicator measuring this loss is the true qi conduction rate. Ordinary mortal iron has a true qi conduction rate of less than 50, which not only wastes true qi, but is also prone to breaking due to the impact of the scattered true qi. In contrast, some weapons crafted by blacksmiths can achieve a true qi conduction rate of 90 to 100. Some rare treasures even exceed 100, perfectly transmitting true qi and amplifying its effects, making a warrior's attacks even more powerful. Previously, the Black God Ring, aside from its ability to freely transform, had a true qi conduction rate of only 92, which was barely usable. Now, after devouring the steel-armored lizard and the azure windwolf pack, Chen Moxian could feel that the true qi conduction rate of the Black God Ring had climbed to about 103. It faintly had the effect of amplifying true qi. If you were to devour a bit more, could this true qi conduction rate go even higher? Chen Moxian fixed his gaze on the Black God Ring and asked. In an instant, a thread of consciousness from Xiaobo was transmitted, and compared to before, it was filled with richer emotional nuances. This time, Chen Moxian did not need to speculate much and clearly sensed its request. All right, let us make sure you eat well today. Chen Moxian decided to delay his journey and no longer rush towards the spirit gathering pool. Instead, he actively sought out exotic beasts ahead to hunt. The skills of exotic beasts are innate talents that human warriors find difficult to mimic. These skills are diverse and often astonishing. For Chen Moxian, whether it was to further enhance the true qi conduction rate of the Black God Ring or to attempt to capture more exotic beast skills for his own use, it was undoubtedly a strong boost to his strength. Chen Moxian immediately locked on more than a dozen killing intents that had been following him, one by one identifying them and swiftly eliminating these exotic beasts. Meanwhile, Xiaobo transformed into an eating broadcast, voraciously devouring the corpses of these exotic beasts, relishing every bite. But as Chen Moxian had anticipated, as time passed, the smell of exotic beast blood on him became increasingly pungent. Some weaker exotic beasts with keen senses, upon catching a whiff of this bloody aroma from a distance, trembled in fear and fled far away. Then he pressed deeper into the forest, actively provoking stronger exotic beasts. During his venture deeper into the jungle, he also encountered other warriors. They babbled a lot, mocking Chen Moxian to his face. The gist was that all the exotic beast points in this area belonged to him, and he should scram. Chen Moxian certainly would not tolerate this, and he also remembered Ding Run's request before leaving. He directly smashed the opponent's 100 dreams with a fist. Chen Moxian was like an unwearied killing machine, continuing to push deeper into the forest after swiftly dealing with the annoying foes. Along the way, any exotic beast that entered his line of sight could not escape his fierce onslaught. Blades of light flickered, and the exotic beasts fell one after another. Chen Moxian killed, while Xiaobo consumed. As the number of exotic beast corpses devoured continued to rise, the changes in the Black God Ring became increasingly significant, with its patterns becoming more complex and dense. Initially, Xiaobo needed to transform into a pitch-black liquid to envelop the prey to complete the devouring. But later, at the moment Chen Moxian thrust his blade into the exotic beast's body, he directly initiated the devouring in the form of the blade. The intricate patterns on the blade emitted dazzling silver light. The exotic beast's hard claws and the dense patterns on its abdomen slowly vanished, with wisps of blood energy continuously flowing from the beast's wounds into the blade. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dry corpse. At this moment, Chen Moxian seemed to hear a burp in his mind. He transmitted true qi to the silver-patterned dagger in his hand and could distinctly feel that the state of the blade was worlds apart from before. This dagger now seemed to have undergone a rebirth, exuding an indescribable sharpness. After this experience, the true qi conduction rate of the Black God Ring had reached 200. This meant that using the same amount of true qi through the weapon transformed by the Black God Ring could yield exponentially greater power. Moreover, now he could also utilize dozens of exotic beast innate skills through the Black God Ring. Have I reached the foot of the mountain? Emerging from a dense forest, his vision suddenly opened up. Chen Moxian looked up to see a towering giant peak right in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the foot of the broken cloud peak. As long as he compared it with the map and searched the surroundings, he could find a spirit gathering pool. Chapter 87. Spirit gathering pool. Comparing the map, Chen Moxian searched around the foot of the broken cloud peak. Perhaps the scent of beast blood he carried was too strong, as he encountered no strange beasts along the way. Soon, a naturally formed massive meteorite crater came into view. The walls of the crater were covered with glass-like patterns that refracted colorful rays of light. Inside the pit, the water was clear, with tiny stars dancing and floating on the surface. It seemed this was the spirit gathering pool. Chen Moxian paused to gaze and continued forward. Suddenly, the air around him rippled strangely, and a translucent barrier appeared from the void. A tremendous resistance prevented him from moving forward even a fraction. Immediately, a line of secret realm information appeared before his eyes. The area ahead is the spirit gathering pool. Entry conditions are being in the top 10 of the points ranking, or entering the top 103 days after the secret realm opens. Detected entrant is ranked first in points, meeting entry conditions. In an instant, Chen Moxian felt a sudden reduction in pressure around him, as if he had just surfaced from deep water. The surrounding resistance vanished without a trace. At the same time, several water columns surged in the center of the pool, and a lotus flower resembling crystallized ice rose from the center of the whirlpool. At the heart of the lotus was a platform just large enough for one person to sit comfortably, its petals gently opening and closing, releasing strands of a refreshing and cold fragrance. The Enlightenment Ice Lotus was formed from the essence of the spirit gathering pool's water. Only by sitting atop the Enlightenment Ice Lotus and submerging half of one's body in the pool could one maximize the miraculous effects of the spirit gathering pool, helping practitioners instantly enter a state of enlightenment, directly connecting to their spiritual platform. The reason the spirit gathering secret realm limits entry to only the top 100 is that the spirit gathering pool can produce at most 100 Enlightenment Ice Lotuses in a year. Moreover, the effects of each Enlightenment Ice Lotus vary greatly depending on its location. For the most remote Enlightenment Ice Lotus, a martial artist sitting atop it would find that the cold fragrance capable of suppressing distracting thoughts would completely dissipate after 2 hours, losing its effectiveness. However, the ice lotus in the center of the pool could maintain its effects for a full 2 days, only revealing itself when a person ranked first in points entered the spirit gathering pool area. However, under normal circumstances, martial artists in the spirit gathering secret realm, even if they secured first place, would not rush immediately to the spirit gathering pool. The process of condensing the heart's path seed in the spiritual platform varies from person to person, making the time required unpredictable. Setting aside whether one could successfully condense the heart's path seed, once a martial artist enters a state of enlightenment on the Enlightenment Ice Lotus, they would be completely unaware of the external situation until they successfully complete the condensation of the heart's path seed, or the effectiveness of the Enlightenment Ice Lotus completely expires. They would be unable to extricate themselves. Rushing to the spirit gathering pool as the first place holder would indeed allow for the longest period of enlightenment. However, this could result in a significant drop in their ranking after emerging from the pool, falling far behind others. Ultimately, the spirit gathering pool is a fixed reward for the top 100. As long as one can maintain their ranking, the reward is guaranteed. It is important to note that there are countless other opportunities hidden within the spirit gathering secret realm, and the means to gain points will diminish as time passes. Therefore, the vast majority of people would focus on stabilizing their rankings and exploring the secret realm in the first few days. However, these concerns were evidently not something Chen Moxian needed to consider. He did not belong to this session of the Star Plan members. His ranking was merely a condition for entering the spirit gathering pool according to the secret realm rules and held no significance for him. As for other opportunities, they were merely martial skills or precious weapons, which could not compare in priority to the spirit gathering pool. After all, he had come specifically to condense the heart's path seed from the very beginning. Feeling that things were going a bit too smoothly, Chen Moxian couldn't help but murmur to himself as he looked at the Enlightenment Ice Lotus exuding an ethereal aura. Although he had slaughtered dozens of strange beasts and eliminated several foolish martial artists along the way, he always felt deep down that he would encounter some exceedingly troublesome obstacles before stepping into the spirit gathering pool. If asked why, it was simply the nature of a complete story with its ups and downs. However, this was indeed his current reality, not a story from a book. How could there be so many prearranged coincidences and twists? Chen Moxian lightly leaped and landed steadily on the Enlightenment Ice Lotus, sitting cross-legged. The cool and fragrant air emanating from the Ice Lotus seeped into him through his pores. Chen Moxian immediately felt a sense of calm and tranquility, an indescribable peace slowly spreading from his heart throughout his body, and his thoughts became clear and serene. At that moment, the Enlightenment Ice Lotus seemed to be drawn by some force and began to slowly sink. The pool water gently rippled up around him. This water was quite peculiar. As Chen Moxian soaked in it, he felt no dampness typical of being submerged. His clothes remained dry and unsoiled, yet his body felt as if it were immersed in a warm spring, completely relaxed. Chen Moxian couldn't help but close his eyes, feeling his mental strength rapidly recovering. As the ice lotus continued to sink, the water gradually covered his shoulders and neck, until his entire body was submerged, leaving only his head above water. The ice lotus finally stopped sinking. In that instant, all sounds from the outside world abruptly ceased. Chen Moxian suddenly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a realm of pure black void. Here is my spiritual platform. Each martial artist's spiritual platform manifests a different world. Some resemble oceans, others deserts, and some are starry skies. However, an initial spiritual platform usually presents a monotonous appearance. It requires the martial artist to use their understanding of martial arts as a foundation to gradually enrich this mental realm. The cultivation of the ascending spirit realm is essentially the process of constructing the spiritual platform world. This process begins with condensing a heart as path seed that symbolizes the martial artist's Tao heart and the foundation of their martial arts in this realm. As for the method of condensing the heart's path seed, every martial artist's journey and understanding of the Tao vary greatly, making it impossible to define with a single standard. This step requires shaping through mental strength, while everything else must be comprehended by the martial artists themselves, with others unable to intervene or convey it effectively. It is precisely for this reason that many martial artists become stuck at the peak of the heavenly gang realm, unable to take that crucial step for their entire lives. Chen Moxian pondered briefly and decided to attempt it first. Being in this spiritual platform realm, he clearly sensed that his mental strength felt like an extension of his body, easy to manipulate. With a thought, this originally silent black void began to generate strands of pure white energy. These energies converged toward the center of the realm, growing more powerful, and a white light point quietly appeared. Chapter 88. Consolidating the Tao seed as the light points condensed. Chen Moxian could feel his mental energy being consumed at an alarming rate. However, soon, a refreshing coolness, like a babbling stream, continuously flowed in from the outside world, quickly filling the gap of consumed mental energy. In this back-and-forth process, his mental energy even subtly improved. No wonder the spirit gathering pool was set as a fixed reward. Consolidating the heart image Tao seed is not something that can be achieved in one go. The process is arduous and requires massive amounts of mental energy. In the outside world, martial artists who have reached the perfection of the heavenly gang's realm, if they attempt to condense the heart image Tao seed and fail, need to rest for a long time until their mental energy is restored to its original state before they can attempt again. Each attempt is like walking on the edge of a cliff. A slight misstep can severely damage their mental energy. Over time, if they repeatedly encounter failure and their mental energy continues to deplete, their Tao heart will also waver. The spirit gathering pool not only allows martial artists to directly access the spiritual platform, but also continuously replenishes the consumption of mental energy during this time, enabling them to attempt repeatedly. Even if they ultimately fail, they can significantly enhance their mental energy and gain experience from multiple attempts. This will greatly benefit them when they truly step into the perfection of the heavenly gang's realm and attempt to break through. Chen Moxian controlled his mental energy and continuously injected it into the light points. However, with a crisp bang, the light point that had just expanded burst apart like a fragile bubble. It seemed that the input intensity of mental energy during the condensation of the Tao seed could not be too high. Chen Moxian reflected on the reason for his failure and immediately mobilized his mental energy again, preparing to make a new attempt. This time, he focused all his attention and carefully controlled the rate of mental energy condensation. But soon, he noticed something unusual. Despite continuously injecting mental energy, the white light point remained the size of a sesame seed, and no matter what he did, it was difficult to further enlarge it. If the input power is too low, the mental energy cannot take shape. Chen Moxian muttered to himself, frowning, and fell into deep thought again, quickly adjusting the method and intensity of the condensation. The first crucial step in condensing the heart image Tao seed is to have extremely precise control over mental energy. Most martial artists have had little exposure to the use of mental energy before this. In this first step, they often need to go through a long period of repeated exploration and attempts to gradually master the tricks. However, Chen Moxian had been using supernatural abilities and had fused the souls of two worlds. Whether in terms of mental strength, or control over mental energy, he far surpassed ordinary heavenly gang's realm martial artists. Before long, Chen Moxian gradually grasped the essentials of the condensation. A fist-sized, light mass slowly emerged in the pitch-black world, like a brilliant star illuminating this chaotic realm. The shell was already formed. Next, he needed to fill the interior. Chen Moxian once again drew on his mental energy, infusing the martial comprehension he had accumulated into the light mass bit by bit. However, as soon as he made contact, the light mass burst apart again. What was going on? This failure left Chen Moxian momentarily puzzled. He tried to condense the light mass again, and with the previous experience, this time the condensation process went very smoothly. Without much trouble, a brand new fist-sized light mass appeared before him again. When Chen Moxian tried to infuse his martial comprehension into the light mass once more, it collapsed again immediately. Could it be that all my martial comprehension is too strong? A suspicion arose in Chen Moxian's heart. Carrying this suspicion, he took a deep breath and condensed the light mass again. This time, he did not blindly transmit all his comprehension, but instead selected only his insights about fist techniques to attempt to integrate into it. This time, the light mass did not collapse instantly like before. It merely pulsated slightly as the comprehension was slowly infused, but there were still faint signs of collapse. Chen Moxian's expression sharpened, and he added a bit more comprehension, causing the light mass to shatter instantly. He needed to find a way to increase the strength of the shell. He understood that if the shell of the heart image Dao seed was not strong and resilient enough, it would easily be ruptured by his martial comprehension. He did have the option to carry only part of his martial comprehension to condense the heart image Dao seed. However, the heart image Dao seed is the foundation of the entire spirit ascension realm cultivation. If the condensed heart image Dao seed cannot even hold all of his martial comprehension, then from the very beginning of choosing this seemingly easy path, his Dao heart would already have cracks, no longer being unobstructed. In this way, it would be destined not to reach the peak of martial arts. Chen Moxian had no thoughts of taking shortcuts. His mind was entirely focused on how to construct a more resilient shell. In terms of controlling mental energy, he had already pushed himself to the limit, striving to ensure that every part of the mental energy used to build the shell was consistent and without deviation. If this approach did not work, perhaps blindly pursuing a perfect spherical shell was not the best choice. After thinking this through, Chen Moxian shifted his thoughts and immediately mobilized his mental energy to attempt to condense a pure white long sword. This time, he deliberately invested most of his mental energy into constructing the blade, while the hilt and other parts used relatively less mental energy. Once constructed, he prioritized infusing his insights about swordsmanship into it. The long sword steadily accepted all the insights, and the entire process was extremely stable, showing no signs of collapse. Once all the insights were infused, a sharp and astonishing sword intent surged forth from the pure white long sword. However, when Chen Moxian tried to infuse other martial comprehensions into the long sword, he encountered an obstacle. The already formed sword intent forcefully repelled all other insights, giving them no chance to enter. If other Spirit Ascension realm martial artists could see this, they would surely exclaim in awe, because what Chen Moxian had inadvertently condensed was the extremely rare Ling Long sword heart. With his heart image Dao seed, his efficiency in practicing swordsmanship would greatly increase in the future. Given time, he would surely become a pure sword saint who could break through thousands of techniques with a single sword. However, Chen Moxian showed no hesitation and exploded the long sword. This was still not what he wanted. Again, he began to constantly try to imagine different shapes for the Dao seed. After failing to construct the long spear and the thin blade again, he turned to build some more abstract shapes. From trees, mountains, oceans to planets, galaxies, and black holes. When he finally succeeded in constructing a black hole, the shape of the Dao seed was able to carry nearly half of Chen Moxian's martial comprehension. However, as more insights were infused, the black hole still exploded, turning into a void. Regarding this, Chen Moxian continued to reflect on the reasons. It must be that his simulation of the black hole was not perfect enough and needed to be readjusted. Time passed quietly, and after experiencing dozens of consecutive failures, an ordinary martial artist would inevitably feel anxious and their control over mental energy would be affected. But Chen Moxian seemed to be outside of time, completely immersed in the process of constructing the Dao seed. His heart was as calm as water, without a hint of anxious ripples, and his control over mental energy remained precise as ever. The passage of time in the outside world had long since become irrelevant. He never once thought that he would still be unable to condense the Tao seed before the ice lotus of enlightenment expired. He had only one thought, to keep trying until he succeeded. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the spirit gathering pool, at Broken Cloud Peak, the ground trembled violently, and cracks spread continuously. Countless strange beasts surged like a black tide, frantically chasing after two figures desperately fleeing through the mountains and forests. Xiang Tian, you really dared to take action against that Lord-level strange beast. One of them ran with all his might, gasping and shouting, his voice filled with urgency and helplessness. Damn it was my carelessness. I underestimated the strength of this Lord-level beast and failed to kill it in one strike. The other person, with a gloomy expression, gritted his teeth and replied, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. The two of them, fleeing in a sorry state, were none other than Zhong Haoren and Xiang Tian, who had previously ascended to the Broken Cloud Peak. At this moment, they were in tattered clothes, covered in dust and blood, their hair messily stuck to their faces, looking extremely miserable. Given the situation, we can only run to the gathering spirit pool, Zhong Haoren said anxiously. That place is protected by the rules of the secret realm, and the beasts cannot enter. Zhong Haoren glanced back at the surging tide of beasts and bitterly smiled. The premise is, we can make it there. Chapter 89. The boundless great compassion the beast tide surged in like a massive wave, causing the entire Broken Cloud Peak to shake violently under its impact. Dust and stones flew through the forest. Trees were uprooted, creating an apocalyptic scene. Even from a distance, the black torrent formed by the beast tide was clearly distinguishable, winding rapidly down the mountain slopes. However, Chen Moxian was immersed in his own spiritual realm, and under the influence of the ice lotus of enlightenment and the spirit gathering pool, the chaos of the outside world could not disturb him in the slightest. He had failed time and again, unable to construct a shell for the Tao seed that could carry all of his martial understanding. Using his mental energy felt like walking with a heavy object on his head, trying to keep it from falling. With the help of the spirit gathering pool, the weight of that object significantly lightened, making it effortless to support. But over time, it was inevitable to feel restless. For most martial artists, even if their mental energy could continuously recover under the spirit gathering pool, they still needed to stop occasionally to catch their breath and ease their tense nerves. However, Chen Moxian had grown accustomed to using his mental energy under high pressure for extended periods. Once he failed, he would immediately move on to the next attempt seamlessly. His efficiency far exceeded that of previous martial artists who had condensed their Tao seed in the spirit gathering pool. During this time, he also tried to use universal calculation to help him understand the construction of the Tao seed, but each time he received different results. He soon realized that this was a mental world of idealism, where no discernible patterns could be sought. Clearly, this direction was wrong. After yet another collapse of the constructed black hole, Chen Moxian paused. He had been trying continuously because he was convinced that the black hole he constructed still had room for further refinement. Moreover, with each attempt, the insights that the black hole's shape could carry were steadily increasing. However, this time, the black hole he constructed had already reached the ultimate state he could imagine from various perspectives. Yet, nearly a quarter of his insights still could not be integrated into it. The black hole was the limit of what I could imagine within the realm of reason. But does it really require reason here? A flash of inspiration struck Chen Moxian, and a hint of relief appeared in his smile. This is my spiritual world. It seems that deep in my subconscious, I believe that even a black hole cannot carry all of me. Only I can achieve that. Constructing the Tao seed with myself as the template is an extremely dangerous practice. While there is no unified method for constructing the Tao seed, there is one point of undeniable consensus. Never use oneself as the outer form of the Tao seed. The so-called heart image is fundamentally the external manifestation of the Tao heart. The Tao heart serves as the spiritual guide for martial artists on their path of martial cultivation, and its form is usually closely related to the martial path being cultivated. Take martial artists who primarily practice swordsmanship, for example. Their heart images often reveal characteristics related to swords. If they suffer a severe setback, their Tao heart may waver or even collapse, and at most, they will be unable to wield their sword techniques freely. But if they use themselves as the heart image, it equates to fundamentally denying their own existence. The lighter consequence may be spiritual damage, while the heavier one could lead to complete disintegration of the soul. Moreover, using oneself as the heart image also means transforming oneself into the vessel of the martial path being cultivated, embodying the martial way. Anyone with even a slight reverence for the martial path would find it impossible to succeed in such a condensation. On the contrary, after repeated failures to condense, the martial artist's heart would continuously breed self-denial, making it even harder to step into the spirit ascension realm. Chen Moxian was well aware of these dangers. This was precisely why he initially refrained from recklessly choosing to construct the Tao seed, using himself as the form. Having studied and analyzed too many martial classics had ultimately made him feel somewhat constrained. A bitter smile appeared on Chen Moxian's lips as he murmured to himself, "Those are ultimately just the experiences of predecessors." He shook his head slightly, his gaze gradually firming. Whether he could succeed, he would only know after trying it himself. His eyes sharpened, channeling his mental energy, and he quickly began to construct the heart image of the Tao seed, using himself as the template. This construction was by no means a simple replication of his current appearance. Instead, he unleashed his imagination, sketching in his mind a representation of himself that could embody the ultimate realm of his martial path. In an instant, a miniature version of Chen Moxian, with flowing hair and a fist raised to the sky, appeared out of thin air. Though small, it seemed to condense a unique charm. Then, Chen Moxian focused entirely, continuously pouring his profound martial insights into it. However, when the amount poured and reached about 20, this miniature version of him collapsed with a thunderous sound, transforming into countless illusory light points that dissipated into nothingness. Unlike before, at the moment the shell shattered, numerous fragments of past life failures flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The frustration, unwillingness, and pain wrapped in those moments surged forth, magnified like a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming his heart. Chen Moxian's brows instantly knitted together, but he quickly stabilized his mind, forcefully suppressing these emotions, and said in a deep voice, "Continue. One version fails, summarize the experience, and move on to the next version." In the cycle of repeated constructions and collapses, the Tao seed with himself, as the form, was able to carry 90 of his insights, surpassing the results previously constructed with the black hole as the template. But it was still one step away. At this moment, Chen Moxian's mind had become a chaotic battlefield. Countless stray thoughts grew wildly like weeds, while negative emotions clung to him like a heavy fog, utterly unmanageable. Those fragments played back at dozens of times the speed of his past life, reminiscent of what he experienced in the endless nightmare. But he was not in a dream, and his consciousness was not in a hazy state. He had to remain awake and bear it directly. The projection of himself in the spiritual realm had already twisted and distorted, becoming a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot, revealing unprecedented fatigue and struggle. At this moment, each failure in constructing the heart image of the Tao seed felt like taking another step on a fragile balance beam. Unaware of how many more failures he could endure, the delicate balance between reason and madness was on the verge of complete collapse. At that time, the overwhelming negative emotions would surge like a tidal wave, completely submerging and occupying his mind. If that happened, he might never be able to condense the heart image of the Tao seed again. This uncertainty about when he would completely collapse felt like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, making his heart waver even more. But curiously at this moment, Chen Moxian seemed to enter a transcendent and ethereal state, letting the emotions run wild within him and hearing incessant auditory hallucinations in his mind. His focus remained entirely on constructing the heart image of the Tao seed. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, he smiled, a smile filled with profound understanding. Imagining himself as distinctly powerful was yet another mistake. The martial path I pursue should be a boundless road that knows no limits. Once confined by so-called limits, there would be no possibility of transcendence, which is not the power I seek. The next moment, I will always be stronger than the previous moment. Chen Moxian once again concentrated and focused, setting out to condense the heart image of the Tao seed. This time, he no longer insisted on clearly delineating his features, nor did he meticulously sculpt his actions and expressions. He chose to blur the details, leaving vast areas blank. Concrete things would only become limitations, and what he sought at this moment was an expression that transcended the concrete. Immediately, he poured all of his martial insights into it without reservation. This time, the heart image of the Tao seed fully embraced all of his insights without obstruction. Just as he completed the infusion, an astonishing momentum, as if capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, erupted from that blurred miniature version of Chen Moxian. A blinding light burst forth in an instant, dazzling to the extreme, blooming without warning. As if carrying the great power of creation, the darkness of this void was completely dispelled, transforming into a pure white world. Just like the Big Bang, the originally chaotic and formless spiritual realm began to take on clear and perceptible spatial dimensions. In that moment when the light reshaped the universe, Chen Moxian's heart's Tao seed had quietly been planted. This Tao seed is extremely special. It is not limited to a specific place in the spiritual realm. Instead, it seems to integrate with the entire universe, existing everywhere. The heart's Tao seed is the embodiment of the martial artist's pursuit of martial arts. When the martial artist condenses the heart's Tao seed, the name that carries the martial artist's martial arts philosophy naturally emerges deep within their heart. At this moment, the name of the heart's Tao seed that Chen Moxian condensed also quietly appeared. Wuyang Dian. Chapter 90. The third bone fragment at the moment when the heart-seeking Tao seed was successfully planted deep in the spiritual platform. Chen Moxian, who was sitting cross-legged on the Enlightenment Ice Lotus, suddenly opened his eyes. They were like two sharp beams of cold light, instantly piercing through the stagnant air around him. The originally calm spirit-gathering pool seemed to have a giant stone thrown into it, causing the water to surge violently. Waves of powerful ripples radiated outwards from Chen Moxian in concentric circles. At the same time, the mental power within Chen Moxian surged like a flood that had burst its banks. In analysis of all things, the increase in his mental power limit was presented with precise numerical clarity. 200 points, 400 points, 800 points, 1200 points. The increase soared rapidly, finally slowing down at 2,000 points and ultimately stopping at 2,300 points. This boost in mental power far exceeded any previous increase he had experienced. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of his heart-seeking Tao seed, his mental power increase surpassed that of any martial artist who had previously broken through to the spirit elevation realm. When martial artists first break through to the spirit elevation realm, their soul strength typically increases by 2 to 3 times. However, Chen Moxian's increase was more than tenfold. Meanwhile, the heart-seeking Tao seed in his spiritual platform continuously nourished his soul. His mental power recovery speed experienced exponential growth, marking a qualitative leap. In the past, when he was fully conscious, the recovery of his mental power was nearly negligible, relying solely on sleep for replenishment. Now, without using superfrequency, the mental power consumed by analysis of all things was perfectly counterbalanced by the recovery speed. This meant he had completely broken free from the previous limitation of being able to use his abilities for only a limited time within a day. As long as he did not use superfrequency, he could use analysis of all things for as long as he wanted without any worries. More importantly, aside from the quality of his chi still being inferior to that of a martial arts master who had just entered the spirit elevation realm, in other aspects, Chen Moxian was even more than capable. The powers that a martial arts master could wield, he could now also control. With a thought, under the urging of the heart-seeking Tao seed, his surging mental power instantly transformed into spiritual consciousness. In an instant, the entire world transformed in Chen Moxian's eyes. It felt as if he had leaped out of the limitations of his own perspective, transforming into a third-person view to overlook the surrounding world. Whether it was the subtle rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze or the slow drifting of dust particles in the air, any changes in the surrounding environment were within his perception. Without exception, everything in the surroundings was laid bare under his spiritual consciousness. At the same time, Chen Moxian also detected some wondrous energy particles that he had never seen with the naked eye before. He instantly realized that these were the wandering energies of heaven and earth, also known as the spiritual energy of the world. The ability to perceive and control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was the key that allowed martial arts masters in the spirit elevation realm to overpower any martial artist in the heavenly gang realm. Why not give it a try and see how far my spiritual consciousness can extend? With that thought, Chen Moxian was no longer satisfied with limiting his spiritual consciousness to the vicinity of the spirit gathering pool. He shifted his thoughts, and his spiritual consciousness surged forth like a tide, rapidly penetrating into the outside world. Soon, his spiritual consciousness made contact with the invisible barrier of the spirit gathering pool. However, upon contact, Chen Moxian was able to perceive the complex structure within this barrier. With his current control over his abilities, if he so desired, he could use his powers to conduct an in-depth analysis of this barrier. He commanded his spiritual consciousness to envelop the barrier as much as possible, recording its information first. Then, his spiritual consciousness exerted more force to continue exploring outward. The isolation barrier of the spirit gathering pool did not hinder the function of his spiritual consciousness. Chen Moxian's spiritual consciousness penetrated through it without obstruction. But at the moment he passed through the barrier, he clearly sensed a strong wave of vibrations coming from within. Chen Moxian quickly pinpointed the source of the vibrations and urged his spiritual consciousness to rush toward it. Under his deliberate command, his spiritual consciousness extended at lightning speed, crossing a distance of more than 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. If a newly initiated martial arts master in the spirit elevation realm were present, they would surely be astounded by the display. It is important to note that such martial artists, who had not yet fully developed their spiritual platform, could typically only extend their spiritual consciousness 2 to 3 kilometers. Yet at this moment, Chen Moxian still felt he had plenty of energy left. In an instant, his spiritual consciousness arrived at the mountainside of the Broken Cloud Peak. There, a massive horde of exotic beasts was densely clustered together. In the center of the encirclement formed by the beasts, 2 martial artists, covered in wounds and panting heavily, were desperately wielding their weapons, struggling to hold their ground against the tide of beasts. On a jutting rock, a tiger-like exotic beast, nearly 8 meters long and covered in pure white fur, stood majestically. Its blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity and brutality, fixating fiercely on the 2 martial artists below who were putting up a stubborn resistance. The beast's abdomen was bleeding profusely, clearly having sustained significant injuries. As Chen Moxian's spiritual consciousness swept over the beast, he wanted to probe further, but suddenly sensed a familiar aura within the beast's body. He immediately focused his spiritual consciousness to investigate closely. In an instant, deep within the beast's body, a bone fragment emitting a unique aura appeared in his perception. It was indeed the 3rd fragment that could unlock the key to the place of inheritance. This bone fragment seemed to have walked right up to him. Chen Moxian couldn't help but comment. The moment he woke up from the spirit gathering pool, he already knew that as long as he returned to the initial location of the secret realm, he could leave at any time. However, he was equally interested in the place that carried the strongest inheritance of martial arts. Moreover, the key to this place of inheritance was practically being handed to him, and it would be rude not to take it. Through his investigation with spiritual consciousness, Chen Moxian had already grasped the strength of this exotic beast clearly, roughly on par with a fully realized martial artist in the heavenly gang realm. Coupled with the densely packed horde of exotic beasts beside it, this would have undoubtedly been very challenging previously. But now, it was quite suitable for practice. Chen Moxian withdrew his distant spiritual consciousness, enveloped himself with it, and drew on the power of heaven and earth around him. In an instant, he transformed into a dazzling streak of light, flying rapidly toward the horde of exotic beasts. Chapter 91. The bitter battle of the martial arts prodigy. They actually arranged for a group of exotic beasts to surround us in advance. Zhong Haoran gathered his energy and raised his sword. A cold light flashed as he pierced through an exotic beast that lunged at him with claws bared. He quickly turned around, his gaze like a torch, focusing on another group of exotic beasts that were waiting to strike. The water blue, true, chi, surged and erupted. The exotic beast he pierced seemed to be propelled by a powerful force, shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the group of beasts and scattering them in disarray. Zhong Haoran's expression was serious as he said in a deep voice, "This tiger-shaped exotic beast has likely calculated our escape route. To be able to make such precise calculations, this tiger-shaped exotic beast is very likely to have developed intelligence. However, in the outside world, for an exotic beast to possess intelligence comparable to that of an adult, it must at least reach the 4th-tier advanced level. The fact that this tiger-shaped exotic beast can exhibit such behavior is probably due to the special environment of this spirit-gathering secret realm, allowing it to awaken its intelligence early." To Zhong Haoran's left, Xiang Tian was facing several exotic beasts attacking him at the same time. He suddenly exerted force, swinging his long spear with a tremendous power, like a thunderstorm, drawing a dazzling red crescent in the air. The surrounding exotic beasts that lunged at him were instantly smashed apart like they had been struck by a heavy hammer, bursting into blood mist. After landing this hit, Xiang Tian did not show any sign of relief. He quickly thrust his spear into the ground to stabilize his stance. Seeing this, the surrounding exotic beasts flashed with fierce light in their eyes, preparing to charge at him again. Xiang Tian raised his eyes, killing intent bursting forth. The originally aggressive exotic beasts suddenly shivered, their forward momentum abruptly halting, letting out low growls. After executing this strike, he quickly propped his long spear against the ground and began to take deep breaths. Unlike Zhong Haoran's combat style, which was more sustained and agile, Xiang Tian's method was always about overwhelming his opponents with absolute strength, coupled with his urgent desire to reclaim first place. He had fought through the most exotic beasts on the way, consuming the most energy and true qi. Xiang Tian was enveloped in a thick scent of exotic beast blood. Ordinarily, this pungent smell would make these exotic beasts avoid him. But at this moment, the situation was entirely different. Xiang Tian's gaze was like two cold rays, firmly locking onto a rugged rock mountain in the distance. A tiger-shaped exotic beast was looking down at them from above, adopting a posture that seemed to oversee all living beings. The so-called Lord level specifically refers to an exotic beast that has an absolute ruling position within a certain area, capable of commanding the entire group of exotic beasts. Under the strong supervision of this Lord-level, tiger-shaped exotic beast, the group of beasts beside it, even if unwilling, could only follow orders. It seemed that it had to be dealt with. Xiang Tian gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. At this moment, they were completely surrounded by the wave of beasts. It was almost impossible for just him and Zhong Haoran to break out. The only glimmer of hope was to expend all their strength to eliminate the leader of this group of exotic beasts. Once the command was lost, this chaotic wave of beasts would lose its backbone and fall into disarray, giving them a chance to survive. Can you use that move you used before again? Zhong Haoran also understood this point, his expression serious. The two of them had previously charged up Broken Cloud Peak from different directions, cutting down exotic beasts and gaining points, ultimately meeting at the mountain's summit where they encountered that tiger-shaped exotic beast. At that time, Xiang Tian had inexplicably unleashed a long-prepared killing move that actually broke through the defenses of this third-tier Lord-level exotic beast and injured its vital points. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed to deliver a fatal blow. This act, however, enraged the tiger-shaped exotic beast, triggering the wave of beasts to relentlessly pursue them to this day. The martial skills practiced by Zhong Haoran focused on endurance and agility, although he also had explosive techniques. They were not enough to kill a third-tier Lord-level exotic beast in one blow. If he had enough time to engage in a protracted battle with that tiger-shaped exotic beast, he would have full confidence in defeating it. But clearly, there were no such conditions at present. Yes, Xiang Tian answered decisively. In reality, after this fierce battle, his true qi was like a candle in the wind, and his stamina was nearing its limit. Every breath came with unbearable soreness. Wanted to unleash that killing move again, which could severely injure the tiger-shaped exotic beast, was almost impossible in theory. But Xiang Tian's inherent pride would not allow him to say no in front of his competitor. All right, then let you show off once, Zhong Haoran said with a smile. Killing a third-tier Lord-level exotic beast would directly yield 50,000 points. But now is not the time to worry about rankings. The two of them were leaders among their peers, representing the reputation of their respective families and martial arts universities. If they were eliminated in the early days of this spirit-gathering secret realm, it would undoubtedly make them the laughingstock of everyone. If Xiang Tian could kill that tiger-shaped exotic beast in one fell swoop, breaking this predicament, what would it matter who won or lost? Xiang Tian gripped the long spear tightly, the fiery red, true qi swirling around him, his momentum growing even more formidable. The surrounding air seemed to stagnate under an invisible force, the temperature suddenly rising, filled with a scorching aura. When he previously executed this move, he aimed for surprise. This time, to significantly increase his lethality and maximize the efficacy of his remaining true qi, he had to gather and release this killing move. The tiger-shaped exotic beast naturally would not sit idly by. It let out a roar that echoed through the sky. In an instant, the surrounding group of exotic beasts, despite their fear, could only charge recklessly towards Xiang Tian. Zhong Haoran also no longer held back, unleashing his full power. He swung his long sword, his movements flowing like water, creating a dense curtain of sword light around Xiang Tian, resembling a lively water dragon freely weaving through the group of exotic beasts. In an instant, amidst the flickering cold light, countless exotic beast limbs flew, blood splattered, and the scent of blood filled the air. In the distance, the exotic beast began to unleash ranged attacks. In an instant, strange beams of light shot towards Xiang Tian, who stood still, concentrating on gathering his energy. Zhong Haoran's feet moved rapidly, lowering his sword, his form transforming into a blue streak of light, continuously circling around Xiang Tian. A vortex of true qi formed from water blue. True qi appeared out of nowhere, spinning rapidly, devouring all incoming attacks. Although his internal true qi was rapidly depleting, a sense of exhilaration surged within Zhong Haoran, and he laughed, saying, "No matter the outcome, we are among the first of the younger generation to face a third-tier wave of exotic beasts." Looking around this secret realm, the only ones with the chance to break this wave crisis are probably us two. In the outside world, a beast wave led by a third-tier lord-level exotic beast is a terrifying disaster. Once it erupts, if there are no martial arts masters of at least the spirit elevation realm stationed, it will result in extremely heavy casualties. And they have fought through this beast wave until now, truly deserving to be part of the first tier of martial arts prodigies among their peers. Xiang Tian had no time to respond to Zhong Haoran's words, but this statement ignited his fighting spirit. At this moment, what sustained him was sheer willpower. He frantically operated his internal true qi. Each rotation felt like he was pushing his body to its limits, trying to unleash every last bit of true qi within him without reservation. At this moment, surpassing the limits, Xiang Tian suddenly let out a roar that shattered the heavens. His voice like a bell. He raised his long spear high, using all his strength to leap forward, instantly shooting out from the water blue true qi vortex. In his hand, the long spear was completely enveloped in a rich, almost tangible fire-red, domineering true qi. From a distance, it looked like a flame dancing wildly, dyeing the surroundings in fiery red. Earth-grade, intermediate martial skill, Overlord break. Xiang Tian suddenly hurled the long spear towards the tiger-shaped exotic beast. A visible wave of terror erupted from him as the center, instantly blasting nearby beasts away like straw. In that moment, the long spear, wrapped in a rolling crimson light, shot forward like a red lightning bolt piercing the sky, carrying the force to destroy heaven and earth, aimed rapidly at the tiger-shaped beast. However, after throwing the spear with all his might, Xiang Tian suddenly felt his pupils constrict as it slowly descended through the air. In his eyes, the tiger-shaped beast seemed to curl its lips, revealing a strange smile that was mocking in nature. Chapter 92. Lie down almost in the same instant. In the tide of alien beasts, the intricate patterns on countless alien beasts suddenly lit up, flashing with a strange glow. Colorful barriers appeared out of thin air, firmly blocking the tiger-shaped alien beast. As the long spear passed through, the barriers were pierced and shattered. However, the sheer number of barriers was overwhelming. As the spear pierced through one after another, its momentum was gradually diminished. By the time the spear finally reached the tiger-shaped alien beast, it had long lost the overwhelming power it had at the beginning. Seeing this, the tiger-shaped alien beast casually lifted its front paw and swatted, easily sending the spear flying. The spear arced through the air, crashing heavily to the ground in the distance. The sound extinguished the fighting spirit that had ignited in Xiang Tian and Zhong Haoran's hearts. They were ultimately too young and lacked experience. They did not understand what it meant to face a tide of beasts led by intelligent creatures. Their attacks required all their strength just to reach the Beast King. At this moment, a playful smile curled at the corner of the tiger-shaped alien beast's mouth. It could easily command the horde of beasts, constructing a perfect offensive and defensive system to instantly kill the two humans. It had been toying with them all along, enjoying the slow process of playing with its prey. Now the time had come. The tiger-shaped alien beast slightly lowered its head and let out a low and prolonged roar, as if transmitting some kind of signal. In an instant, the seemingly chaotic horde of alien beasts changed its mode of action. They were no longer fighting individually like a disorganized mob, but began to cooperate with each other like a rehearsed army. They launched attacks from all directions simultaneously, with their offensive tightly connected, leaving no gaps. In the midst of close combat, long-range attacks also interspersed at the right moments. Powerful beams of light poured towards Zhong Haoran like raindrops, overwhelming him and making it increasingly difficult for him to cope. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian, having just exhausted all his strength with a lethal strike, was already drained and out of true energy, reaching the end of his capabilities. Without the long spear he relied on for battle, he could only face the surging horde of beasts empty-handed. If it weren't for Zhong Haoran fighting desperately by his side to cover him, he would have likely been eliminated long ago under the frenzied assault of the alien beasts. It seemed that this was the end. Zhong Haoran gasped for breath and forced a bitter smile. Xiang Tian, ignoring the severe pain from his body, forcibly twisted the head of the alien beast that had bitten into his abdomen. He held on to the last bit of consciousness and turned to look at Zhong Haoran. who was fighting valiantly beside him, his voice weak yet persistent. "I have a question that I must ask now." "What?" Zhong Haoran was too busy fending off the attacking horde of alien beasts to turn around. "How is your ranking?" "Always above mine." Xiang Tian expended his last bit of strength to utter this sentence. The reason he had recklessly attacked the tiger-shaped alien beast was that after killing his way up to the broken cloud peak, he checked his ranking and found himself still in second place. However, after saying this, Xiang Tian's body swayed and he collapsed to the ground. Zhong Haoran caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and rushed towards Xiang Tian in an instant. His sword flashed with cold light, slashing down the approaching alien beasts. Knowing that escape was hopeless, Zhong Haoran continued to fight with all his might to kill the alien beasts. Tried to improve his score as much as possible. This way, even if he was eliminated, he wouldn't allow the later contestants to easily surpass him, and he could at least maintain a position in the top 10. Protecting Xiang Tian stemmed entirely from the mutual respect between opponents. He couldn't bear to watch his comrade be ruthlessly torn apart by the horde right before his eyes. Killing a few more beasts, and when he was completely exhausted, it would be better to end it himself than to be torn to pieces by these creatures, allowing him to leave with some dignity rather than in a state of utter disgrace. Zhong Haoran pondered silently, already having made a decision. However, Xiang Tian's puzzling words made him think. My ranking has always been above his. What does that mean? Hasn't he always been in first place since coming to the Broken Cloud Peak? Recalling the fierce battle while charging through the Broken Cloud Peak, he had not taken the time to check his own ranking. At this moment, seizing the opportunity after fending off another wave of alien beasts, Zhong Haoran quickly recited the command to check his ranking in his mind. In the next second, the ranking information flooded into his mind, and he instantly widened his eyes in shock. How could this be? I'm actually in third place? Then who is in first place? Even with both him and Xiang Tian fighting fiercely against the alien beasts, there was actually someone in this secret realm whose score surpassed theirs. Just as Zhong Haoran was stunned and lost in thought, a cunning alien beast took advantage of his moment of distraction, pouncing forward and biting down hard on his leg. Oh no, he had managed to hold on until now, thanks to his nearly perfect movement technique. Now, with his leg firmly bitten, his movement was severely restricted, and he could no longer use his techniques. The tiger-shaped alien beast, commanding the horde, would not miss this opportunity. With a single command, the surrounding alien beasts launched an even more ferocious assault, determined to tear Zhong Haoran to pieces. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly resounded. "Lie down." These two simple words seemed to carry immense power, resonating through the air. An unparalleled mental pressure instantly enveloped the entire horde of alien beasts like a tidal wave. This pressure was almost tangible. Wherever it passed, groups of alien beasts foamed at the mouth and collapsed in a daze. The fierce tide of beasts instantly crumbled under this mental shock. Zhong Haoran, caught in this mental pressure, felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. Though it was just the aftershock, he was already exhausted from the long battle with the alien beasts, and both his body and mind were at their limits. Zhong Haoran felt his vision darken, and his consciousness became hazy. This feeling, a martial Dao master? Among the testers in the spirit-gathering secret realm, they were all young martial artists around 20. Xiang Tian and his 9th tier of the heavenly gang realm cultivation were already in a league of their own, known as a rare martial arts genius in 100 years. Besides Xiang Tian, he had not even heard of anyone else at his level in the same generation. How could there be a martial Dao master? In the last moment before his consciousness faded, Zhong Haoran instinctively lifted his head to look for the source of the pressure. What came into his view was a young man with black hair wearing a uniform from an unknown school. The young man was leisurely floating in the air, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chapter 93 Clash Combined Edition. The first time using it, he still felt a bit unaccustomed. Chen Moxian looked down at Zhong Haoran, who had fainted under his mental pressure, and recalled the feeling from earlier. Wrapping his spiritual consciousness with mental power and releasing it outward. That sensation was akin to condensing formless mental power into a surging wave. Even though he subjectively controlled it, there were still faint ripples that inevitably escaped, completely beyond his control. Under the powerful impact of this wave of mental power, those exotic beasts seemed like fragile reefs, easily scattered to pieces. However, some beasts with relatively strong mental resilience managed to hold on. With a thought, Chen Moxian quickly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness. Some of the exotic beasts were trembling, barely holding on, likely at the advanced 3rd tier level. Only the tiger-shaped beast on the cliff emitted a strong hostility. Lowly growling and venting its ferocity, toward Chen Moxian. For Beast King. Chen Moxian's lips curled slightly as he let out a cold snort. He immediately mobilized his mental power, this time not transforming it into a tide, but condensing it into one place, making it like a heavy hammer. The fierce roar of the tiger-shaped beast abruptly stopped. It desperately exerted its limbs, muscles taut, every inch of its fur seeming to bulge with veins, as if being crushed by an invisible mountain. At the same time, the rock wall at its feet could not bear the weight, cracks spreading like spider webs, threatening to collapse at any moment. In a void space within the secret realm, a group of old men hiding in the background were intently watching this scene. It was one thing to be able to fly like a rainbow, but how could he even materialize his mental power? The plump elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He had clearly just planted the heart-seeking seed using the spirit-gathering pool, with cultivation only at the peak of the Qi control realm. This technique was something even a newly entered spirit ascension realm martial artist would find difficult to achieve. Since discovering Chen Moxian slaughtering his way through the rocky slope, leaping to the top of the leaderboard and obtaining 2 bone pieces, this group of elders responsible for observing the movements within the secret realm had occasionally cast their gaze toward Chen Moxian, closely monitoring his every move. At this moment, faced with the elders' doubts, most people present remained silent. Even with their extensive experience, they found the situation perplexing. Mental power is another term for spiritual power in the martial artist community. Generally, martial artists with lower cultivation tend to have weaker mental power compared to those with higher cultivation. When facing opponents with far superior cultivation, one often experiences difficulty breathing and a heavy feeling in their heart. This feeling, aside from the psychological fear, primarily stems from the gap in mental power. However, before mental power becomes sufficiently strong, its effects are not significant. Just like an ordinary person, even if they are stared at by a martial artist at the celestial realm, they will at most become stiff with fear and unable to move. As long as they do not have any diseases or defects, they would not die on the spot from fright. But when mental power becomes strong enough to materialize and influence the external world, the situation becomes entirely different. Using spiritual consciousness as a carrier, releasing materialized mental power outward forms a mental pressure. For those with weak mental power, this can be fatal. The heart-seeking seed he has condensed appears to be exceptionally special. Lu Xianxing spoke up. As a martial arts sage who has experienced several centuries, his understanding far surpasses that of these Spirit Ascension Realm juniors who are less than 200 years old. It is comparable to the renowned supreme heart-seeking seeds throughout martial arts history. In Lu Xianxing's eyes, he perceives the changes in Chen Moxian's mental strength more clearly than anyone else present. This degree of amplification can only be compared to the heart-seeking seeds condensed by martial arts supreme beings. However, it is merely comparable. If the records he knows are true, then the degree of amplification those supreme beings received upon entering the Spirit Ascension realm has always been slightly inferior to Chen Moxian's current improvement. What kind of martial arts path is this child pursuing? A look of seriousness flashed in Lu Xianxing's eyes. The amplification brought by the heart-seeking seed is too powerful, and it may not necessarily be a good thing. If in the future his actions cannot align with his chosen path, the blow he suffers will be equally heavy. Originally, he had given that snow-shadowed tiger a precious medicine to awaken its intelligence early, intending to give this generation of juniors a taste of the intensity they would face in the foreign battlefield. But now all of that has been resolved by this kid. Someone couldn't help but sigh. With an intelligent leader commanding the beast tide, their horror level would increase significantly. They would cooperate seamlessly, attacking and defending in an orderly manner, like a well-trained army. However, while the physical bodies of exotic beasts are generally stronger than martial artists of the same level, they are far inferior to martial artists in terms of soul. Under Chen Moxian's mental pressure, comparable to that of a martial artist in the early Spirit Ascension realm, the beast tide was instantly shattered, leaving only a few advanced third-tier exotic beasts barely holding on. However, even if the beast tide is resolved, he still has to face attacks from multiple advanced third-tier exotic beasts and one advanced Lord-level exotic beast. A tall, thin elder spoke. This elder is a senior member of the Xiang Tian family. Ever since the genius of his family was overshadowed by a kid who suddenly appeared from nowhere, he has been feeling quite displeased. At this moment, he finally found the opportunity to mock a peak Qi control realm junior. Even if his mental power is strong enough to rival a master, so what? He can't unleash martial skills above the intermediate earth rank, and simply cannot break through the defense of that snow-shadowed tiger. The meaning behind the elder's words was very clear. The young man you're all focusing on right now is, after all, just a Qi control realm practitioner. With the cultivation of the Qi control realm, even if his techniques are perfected, he absolutely cannot unleash Earth rank martial skills. Some profound martial skills, through intricate and profound techniques, can reach a level comparable to Earth rank martial skills in certain aspects. But they still do not truly touch the essence of Earth rank martial skills or reach the level of Earth rank martial skills. To unleash Earth rank martial skills, one must rely on a substantial amount of true energy to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. This requires at least a martial artist in the mid-celestial realm to be able to execute. Moreover, that snow shadow tiger possesses a unique innate skill, the snow phantom armor. Any attack that does not contain the power of heaven and earth is like scratching an itch, unable to cause any damage at all. Xiang, old man, what are you being sour about? The plump elder retorted without holding back. Sorry, I just speak my mind. The plump elder said bluntly. There's no need to sugarcoat things. When facing the beast tide, Xiang Tian and Zhong Haoran did indeed perform commendably. But this student, named Chen Moxian, is currently just a senior in high school, already possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of the Qi control realm, and has once again broken through in the secret realm, reaching the peak of the Qi control realm. I ask everyone present, who had such cultivation at the same age. Moreover, can't you see that he is already able to fly like a rainbow? Earth rank martial skills indeed rely on a substantial amount of true energy to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. But what if this person can directly draw upon the power of heaven and earth? The tall, thin elder still stubbornly argued in rebuttal. Just look at his speed when flying like a rainbow. It's clear that he hasn't fully mastered it. At such a half-baked level, even if he draws upon the power of heaven and earth, it poses no threat to those exotic beasts. Furthermore, I don't believe a high school martial student can master Earth rank martial skills. The plump elder wanted to refute further, but was interrupted by someone else's exclamation. It's starting. He immediately ignored the tall, thin old man and focused his attention on the clash between Chen Moxian and the third-tier Lord-level beast. They all knew how powerful the third-tier Lord-level beast was, and he was equally curious about how Chen Moxian would break the deadlock. This group of elders communicated through spiritual consciousness, completing their dialogue in a flash of awareness. In reality, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. Accompanied by a dull roar, the rock wall beneath the snow shadow tiger suddenly collapsed, symbolizing the collapse of the throne. The Beast King, having lost its throne, would transform into the fiercest soldier. Mysterious patterns on the back of the snow shadow tiger emitted a ghostly light. A pair of enormous wings, formed from icy snow, spread out behind it, with the edges of the wings shimmering with sharp ice crystals, reflecting a piercing cold light. In an instant, it vanished from Chen Moxian's sight. Chen Moxian's expression was calm and composed as he spread his spiritual consciousness throughout the surrounding space, observing every movement of everything around him. After the snow shadow tiger manifested its icy wings, its speed was astonishing. Its form was like a white phantom, flashing through the air at an incredible speed, even momentarily surpassing Chen Moxian, who had activated Swift Thunderbody. With his naked eye, it was already difficult to capture its figure. However, from the sonic booms that occasionally sounded around him, he could sense the snow shadow tiger rapidly circling around him, waiting for the right moment to strike. Faced with this shadow-like threat, Chen Moxian remained calm and collected, quietly standing in place. Just as the situation seemed to reach a stalemate, suddenly, Chen Moxian took action first. He slightly turned his body, and the black divine hand ring on his wrist instantly transformed into a long knife. Without looking back, he swung the long knife, enveloped in rolling thunder light, towards a seemingly empty void behind him. This series of movements was done in one breath, without the slightest hesitation. With the ability to use spiritual consciousness, Chen Moxian's perception methods underwent a tremendous change. He could continuously input the vast amount of information he captured from his surroundings into all things calculation. His ability to predict the enemy's next move had reached a point where he could almost foresee several seconds into the future. Just as Chen Moxian unleashed his knife, the massive body of the snow shadow tiger suddenly appeared behind him. A giant beast claw, accompanied by an endless icy wind, swiftly struck down towards Chen Moxian's head. The chilling aura instantly caused the surrounding air to condense into fine ice shards. However, Chen Moxian's earlier slight turn allowed him to perfectly evade this strike. His blade accurately slashed at the snow shadow tiger's abdomen wound. Roar! The snow shadow tiger let out an extremely mournful roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Such strong defense. Chen Moxian felt a chill in his heart. The previous strike had already used Thousand Bird Absolute, which could easily cleave through the body of a mid-stage celestial warrior before. But now, directly attacking this beast's vital point felt like most of his true energy was dissipating along the beast's skin. After this attack, it only caused the beast pain, but did not inflict any substantial damage. Chen Moxian immediately circulated his fire attribute true energy and followed up with a burning palm. Wherever his palm reached, the air was scorched and twisted, and rolling heat waves surged like a torrent. But this time, when the true energy touched the snow shadow tiger, most of it vanished like a cow sinking into the sea, dissipating quietly. This time he clearly saw that at the moment of the attack, a layer of faint white skin armor had quietly emerged on the surface of the snow shadow tiger's skin. This skin armor evenly guided his true energy throughout the snow shadow tiger's body, greatly reducing the power of his attack, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The snow shadow tiger's eyes gleamed with ferocity, exuding a chilling murderous intent, and the icy wings behind it suddenly shook violently. Countless ice spikes shot forth like arrows, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, raining down upon Chen Moxian. Even just grazing one of these ice spikes could instantly freeze the true energy of a mid-stage celestial warrior, followed by being pierced through by the subsequent ice spikes. However, through his spiritual consciousness and his own abilities, Chen Moxian had complete control over the trajectory of each ice spike. He used his spiritual consciousness to draw upon the power of the heavens and earth to fly, twisting and turning as he accurately dodged every single ice spike. Chen Moxian had only recently gained mastery over spiritual consciousness. Although he had grasped the technique of flying like a rainbow ahead of time, due to his immense mental strength, his application was still not very refined. Otherwise, he would not have been so late to react. As he continued to dodge, his proficiency increased. Having analyzed numerous martial arts texts and awakened the infinite great transformation heart, his mental power surged. Now, even without his abilities, Chen Moxian could undoubtedly be considered a martial arts genius. During his evasions, a flicker of thought crossed his mind. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the snow shadow tiger's attack rhythm, he suddenly raised his hand and grasped at the air. A strange wave rippled through the space, and an invisible hand formed from the gathered power of the heavens, and earth suddenly materialized from a seemingly empty space. The massive hand grasped the snow shadow tiger's huge body, halting its assault. Roar! The snow shadow tiger roared in anger, its crystalline wings transforming into two violent whirlwinds, scattering the heavenly and earthly power that restrained its actions. So that's it. Your weakness is this. Chen Moxian murmured softly. With the perception of spiritual consciousness, Chen Moxian clearly noticed that the invisible hand formed by drawing upon the power of the heavens and earth had not been dissipated by the snow shadow tiger skin armor. Understanding this point, he already knew how to deal with the snow shadow tiger. Chen Moxian stepped forward 2 steps, turning to evade the air blade that attacked from behind without looking back. He glanced down and saw that the previously trembling third-tier high-level beasts had now returned to normal and were launching an attack against him. At the same time, the snow shadow tiger, having broken free from its restraints, charged at him again, bringing with it a bone-chilling wind. Clearly,